0.1% lower on that front. If you see Bank Nifty as well, where all the hopes are high, 130 points downtick coming in there, 57,300, but we'll have to wait for rates to settle in. It is kind of red when you see in terms of the screen. The mid-cap index pretty flattish. If you see the small-cap index as well, let's pull up that one. Again, a pretty flattish opening is what you're seeing right now. Let's quickly look at the heat map on Nifty 50 because that will probably give us some bit of an idea. Your VIX is slightly spiking up, a 2.5%, 11.1 is what you're tracking there. But in terms of stocks, Wipro 3.5% downtick on the back of earnings, so that's a major one. Eternal also trading under pressure today. Infosys also down and about in trade, 1.5%. HCL Tech. So the way Wipro and Infosys numbers have panned out, that is putting pressure in terms of where HCL Tech goes, Tech Mahindra. So your entire IT pack is seeing profit booking as we speak. What is holding up right now is only Asian Paints, Max Healthcare, Nestle. Reported numbers post market hours, during market hours yesterday, almost 1.5% up move coming in there. Reliance Industries will be reporting numbers in terms of today's session. So ahead of numbers, 0.7% higher. Geo Financial also report, reacting to numbers. I mean, no major. The only trend that I can see right now is with regards to where IT goes, which is seeing pressure on the way earnings have panned out. But otherwise, it's more of reds versus the greens on the screen. Let's quickly look at individual sectors or just a sectoral heat map to see which are the sectors which are actually coming in. It's mainly IT which is putting that pressure, followed by media, real estate, banks also. To some extent today, ahead of the numbers, are seeing some bit of selling pressure. FMCG is the only one which is seeing some bit of a respite, 0.4% higher. Consumption and consumer durables is up in trade. Oil and gas, auto, all of them on the borderline as we speak. Let's look at Nifty 50 contributors and then we look at the individual broader market stocks as well. If you see in terms of Nifty 50 contribution, major pressure coming in from a HDFC Bank, Eternal, HCL Tech and Wipro. These are the ones which are contributing to the cuts of around 72%. But support coming in from a Reliance Industries, Asian Paints, Nestle, Bharti, Airtel. These are the ones that we are tracking so far. Very quickly, if you see in terms of individual stocks, LTI Mindtree, the PAT is up around 12%. That stock seeing gains of 1.5%. JSW Infra also reported numbers, a 3.5% downtick coming in on a JSW Infra. Wari Energies is another one on the back of earnings, pretty much on the borderline. Cyient, the margins have dipped by around 130 basis points. Let's see what a Cyient is doing in trade. No major reaction there. Suntech Realty, a 40% jump in terms of profitability, 3% up move on this one. Metro Brands as well, a pretty mixed second quarter is what they've reported, 2.5% downtick on a Metro. BEML has signed a pact with Kineco for aerospace and defense. Let's see what that one is doing in trade. Whirlpool, Lemon Tree Hotels and Hind Copper. These are a few of the other names that will be in focus as well on the back of a couple of deals. And Hind Copper, again, pretty flat in trade. Atlanta Electricals has won an order in trade today. JSW Energy has got an order win as well. And HT Infra has got a completion certificate. Again, no major moves coming in on these counters. CMS Infosystems with the PPFAS entering 1.5% up move there. Godrej Industries has increased stake in Godrej Capital, and a Biocon which has actually launched an insulin product. So overall, if you're seeing the trend, no major moves. It is still on the downtick today. I think it's probably ahead of the festive season, Sharad and Kush, where we are seeing that little bit of profit booking that is coming in. And I think it's going to be a slightly directionless market today is what my read is, because you're talking about 25,500. People are waiting for that 25,650 kind of a breakout to come in to actually get to that, 800 level. So I think where from here on is going to be the question.
Well, yes, there seems a little bit of pause, and you're very right. A lot of major events are lined up. Post-market hours, Reliance would be coming out with their numbers, and also we'll have banking heavyweights, HDFC Bank and ICICI Bank coming out with their numbers as well. So, of course, Street is there on a wait-and-watch mode, and of course, the trading community also. It's advisable. I think Kush will agree also that you'll have lesser positions on a Friday itself. Kush, we could see that trade positions light रखते हैं. इतने सारे जो इवेंट्स होने वाले, so you could of course see the 3 days. Let's stay put.
That और शरद, आपको दिवाली पे भी तो खर्चा करना है ना.
Exactly.
तो अगर आपने मार्केट्स में पैसा बनाया है तो थोड़ा सा ले जाओ, सैटरडे संडे खर्चा करो, एंजॉय करिए. पैसे एंजॉय करने के लिए तो आप इन्वेस्ट करते हैं. बट दैट सेड, आई थिंक व्हाट आई फाइंड वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग इज द फैक्ट दैट 25,500 put has been piling on open positions even in those early 5 minutes. So while I do suspect that there could be some profit booking and the markets could slide a little further. Good support zones at 25,400, 25,500, that 100 point zone should act as a good support zone. If we do come closer to 25,400, I think that will offer a good risk reward ratio. So if you want to take a rather aggressive bet on an event heavy weekend rather, you could take a very small position on the long side. That's what my bet would be looking at the data. But yes, a bit of decline, a bit of profit booking, not a bad idea in a market like this.
So, Kush, this becomes a buy in the dip market?
Yes.
But of course, from the banking space also, there's a lot of moves happening, but you're seeing it's in the red. But IT is back. That you're seeing a 1% downtick, more than that, Nifty IT index falling down. And of course, the major players are Wipro, Coforge, and HCL Tech, Infosys. They also have taken a beating as well. There are, of course, positive news flows coming in regarding the US Chamber of Commerce actually going against the Trump administration's H-1B visa issues. But overall, IT space still remains volatile. The street is looking at. Aditya, how are you looking at the IT space now? I think the clouds have not cleared yet.
So from my perspective, whatever the large cap IT numbers have been reported, TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech, they have been better than expected. Mind you, TCS stock is down about 35-38% over the last 1 year. There were bearish expectations built into all of these stocks. In my opinion, they have reported better than expected numbers. And as President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Modi continue to warm up to each other, I think a deal would be hit. We don't know the timelines, but it could be 3 months, it could be 6 months, anywhere. All of these stocks present a good opportunity for long-term investors with 3 to 5 years of time horizon. One can start to look at these stocks, particularly TCS looks really very interesting at this stage. Within the mid-cap IT space, companies like Persistent Systems or L&T Infotech, Mindtree have reported good set of numbers. But Persistent continues to remain expensive. L&T Infotech, Mindtree is something to look at. I expect other mid-cap IT numbers also to remain really very good. So from my perspective, mid-cap IT is a growth area. However, from a valuation perspective, I'll stick to large-cap IT companies.
With regards to IT, two stocks that come to my radar right now is Asian Paints and Nestle. A 3.5% up move on Asian Paints. Nestle almost a 2% up move. Kush, what are early signs telling you? Are you seeing any momentum play out on these two counters where you could lap up?
Asian Paints, yes, not so much on Nestle because the jump in the last 3 sessions has been staggering. So from a near-term perspective, yes, but I don't think anyone really trades Nestle, right? It's more of an investment pick. So from that perspective, if it's there in your portfolio, you'd be smiling right now. So yes, you could continue to hold Nestle, no worries on that. I think Asian Paints could have a further uptick. Massive underperformance, spent about 9 to 10 sessions on the 200-day moving average trying to rebound from those levels, and it has. And the volumes have also seen somewhat of an uptick. So yes, it could also see higher levels of about 25-30. Once that is taken out, you're looking at 2600 as well. Not a major upside, but again, this too is more of an investment bet rather than a trading stock, right? So yes, higher levels on the cards. If you do want to take a position, I think Asian Paints is still to go about it. 24-25. That's your stop loss.
Okay. So 24-25, that's the stop loss that you should be maintaining. But Asian Paints looks interesting from here on. Thank you, Kush. Thank you, Aditya, so much for joining us on the show. And happy Diwali to both of you and your families. And we'll be looking forward to a conversation on Monday from here on as well. But IT as a sector continues to remain in focus, all of them trading under pressure. In fact, if you talk about the companies, they've kind of beat Q2 revenue estimates led by TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech and Tech Mahindra. Margins have expanded across the sector due to tight cost controls and strong execution. AI continues to be a key focus area for all of them. Jasmeet joins us to give us details on the sector. Jasmeet, a roundup of what's happened with all your large cap players.
Well, thank you for that. All in all, a mixed set of results for the company, to be honest. And when it comes to the growth outlook, we have seen a positive surprise. From HCL Tech to Wipro, everyone have raised their guidance or narrowed their guidance at least. But we still see some negative pressure going forward in terms of muted growth for FY27 and FY26, to be honest. Now, if you look at the overall revenue, EBIT and margin, they have been beat on the estimates. While in terms of revenue, there has been beat by HCL Tech and Infosys, leading the growth by 5% in terms of revenue uptick. Now, if you look at the overall EBIT has improved on the back of cost structure and restructuring that companies has been doing constantly. Restructuring also impacting on the margins, but they're also helping the margins to grow. It's a vice versa. We look at the overall EBIT, we said EBIT has risen by 11% for HCL Tech, and someone like Tech Mahindra has seen an actual EBIT jump by 15%. Now, if you look at the overall AI commentary, which has been in focus since the Accenture results back then, we see that HCL Tech is moving into data center part to create AI-based data centers and invest $1 billion from here on. While we also see that Infosys continues to have management highlighting that they have 2,500 Gen AI applicants and continue to focus on that to have easier client access. In terms of Wipro, we see that Wipro launches Wipro Intelligence. Yesterday, we saw that they want to make overall AI-first adoption easier for the clients. Now, all in all, we see a mixed set of commentary, and in terms of demand also, H2 generally is weaker for IT companies. It's something to watch out how the H2 pans out for the rest of the companies.
Okay, thank you, Jasmeet, for that extensive roundup that you've given us. In fact, let's get in Rahul Jain, Director Research at Daulat Capital. Rahul, welcome to the show and a happy Diwali to you in advance. My question coming to you is, with everything that has been reported so far for the large cap IT players, what is the sense that you're picking up, not from an earnings perspective, but why is it that the sector is actually seeing profit booking in today's session? Where is the pressure coming from?
Yeah, thank you for the wishes and best Diwali wishes to you, your team and all the viewers. Coming to your question, basically if you look at how the sector has played during the quarter, is that after the disappointing quarter and also so much of outsourcing related adverse news flow, the stock saw some bottom. And then in anticipation of that, the earnings could surprise on positive side in some form or shape. There was some bit of recovery, but the results were okay, but not encouraging enough to put them into the right context. And that's why we are seeing that despite a smaller beat on the earnings, we are seeing a correction in all the names. And the real stories where they are meaningful uptick in terms of growth, outperformance is where we are seeing some stocks doing well. Case in point was Persistent, where the commentary turned better versus last quarter. LTM, where the continues to show some kind of improved recovery on the growth side of it. So I think that is where the market is broadly playing into.
Well, good morning, Rahul. Sharad here. A very interesting development happened in the morning today itself. From the official release itself, a US Chamber of Commerce has challenged Trump's administration regarding the H-1B visa issues. Now, of course, they are deeming it that this would be unlawful and they're seeking a rollback in this. Of course, this might be sentimentally positive for the Indian IT companies as well. This development, how do you look at it? Because the Indian IT lobby, that is not very much strong or vocal regarding announcements coming in from the Trump administration. But of course, US Chamber of Commerce itself is going against the Trump administration now. So how are you taking this view right now for the Indian IT players?
See, I think the tricky part nowadays is that what is rational and what has been continuing. Can it continue? Can it go very rational from where the status quo was? That is the kind of an environment we are into. So most capitalist society will logically give you a reason why a certain form of outsourcing exists, and it's in best interest for all party involved. Of course, there is so much protectionist mindset nowadays, and that's why we see some extreme thought process. But yes, we were always of the belief that this would come sooner or later, and the businesses are pretty resilient. And as some people highlight, this is India's rare earth kind of a capability that we have. So I think this will prevail as a trend, and we don't see any risk. Sentimentally, of course, all of this adds up to the confidence to the investor that there could not be any short-term hiccups.
Okay. Rahul, my last question coming to you is everyone's talking about the bump up and that they're looking at AI data centers is what TCS is talking about. With all of this in place, it's a question of an asset-light model versus an asset-heavy model as well. Your quick comments on the same and your pecking order in terms of what you would tell investors to lap up from the large cap IT space.
Yeah, I think this could be a very, very interesting story. I think TCS committing that kind of an allocation is a new chapter altogether, and this would be very interesting that if they find some success in next couple of years, can it become a very, very large data center business as well, because they have the right credential in terms of having the cash flow to fund this kind of a capital intensive business. And this would also augment to their low growth profile that they have. So I think it's an interesting thing to watch out for. We of course have to see whether they scale up to the next level or whether they stay around this 1 gig what they have said, which is not a needle mover either ways. So that's an interesting element. Now coming to your our question on the top pick, I think from tier 1 perspective, LTM is a clear choice at this point. They're talking about high single digit or early double digit growth by the exit basis. If you look at the other tier 1, I think best case we are averaging around 2 to 3% this year. So having somebody closing closer at the top end in terms of early double digit growth could be a good way to look into next year. And that is where we've been suggesting it as a preferred choice among the tier 1 pack.
Well, yes, LTI Mindtree remains a good pick coming in from Rahul. Thank you very much, Rahul, for joining in and giving your views in the IT sector. The stock is, or you could say the entire index is buzzing in the trade today, but in the red. Nifty IT index actually taking a fall as well. But let's move on. From the IT space, let's move on to the chemical space. Another stock is in focus is Reliance India. The company released their Q2 numbers yesterday with a revenue seeing a downtick of almost 7%. But before we move on to the management, let's bring in Varsha with all the details. Good morning, Varsha.
Good morning. Thank you so much. So the interesting part over here is that though revenue is down 7%, but we have seen the net profit which has increased by 4%, and the EBITDA margin, if you see, has remained flat, which is an interesting thing. Now, if you see that adverse weather condition had led to this subdued demand, and the CSM revenue dipped due to customer phasing, but they're expecting the growth to bounce back when it comes to Q3 and Q4. The EBITDA impact, the absolute EBITDA impact that you're seeing is because of lower crop protection and B2B revenue, and the profit improvement that you're seeing is because of the higher other income and lower tax. Now, the crop care revenue was down 3%, and the B2B revenue was up 14% year on year, which is on the positive side. The seeds revenue, if you see, was down 29% due to supply chain constraint, but the higher gross margin, mitigated this impact. And lastly, they launched 8 new products in year to date, and they are building up their new product pipeline across key portfolios. So overall, if you see, there was a good uptick in net profit compared to revenue, and the EBITDA margin remained flat overall.
Thank you so much, Varsha, for setting that up for us. So it's interesting to see how the stock is reacting as well, with gains of a little over 2%. Let's get in Gyanendra Shukla, MD and CEO at Reliance India, to talk to us at NDTV Profit. Mr. Shukla, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you at NDTV. And Diwali greetings to you, your family, and employees of Reliance India as well from NDTV family. My first question coming to you is, taking the first half of FY26, the way numbers have panned out, if you have to look at the third and the fourth quarter, how is that expected to look like for the remainder FY26? Is there a trend that you're picking up?
So let me start by saying good morning and happy Diwali to everybody in NDTV Profit, as well as all my viewers. Ours is a seasonal business, and I know quarter two of this year, which coincides with the main spraying season, has been bit up and down because of the excessive rain, and that impacted mist sprays. And in fact, those sprays are missed, probably are not going to come back. Having said that, our business has become now more like a cricket match, where not always, so we have multiple segments. We have crop protection. Within that, we have domestic business, export business, CSM business. Then we have a seed business, as well as we have soil and plant health business. So at different point of time, because there's a mix of domestic and export market, I guess what we are looking at overall performance of the company. And for us, quarter two, while it is important from financial perspective, but half yearly result actually are better reflection of what company has done in the Kharif. So from that perspective, I would say yes, crop care, crop protection business domestic has been subdued because of the weather conditions in the Q1 and Q2 also to certain extent. But yes, this year business growth is supported by our B2B business, which is a good thing. Our seed also has done well on a seasonal Kharif basis.
Good morning, Gyanendra ji. This is Sharad here. You spoke about the seasonality part and you mentioned about cricket as well. And 2020, that's a very volatile space. So is chemicals. I just have a question. There has been a kind of a downtick in the crop care business segment. There was a 3% downtick in the revenue space. So is this seasonality element there for this segment? And which quarter you could see, this lumpiness going up towards the positive side for the company? And if you could just give us, a 6-month kind of an outlook, because I know the new season is about to start. A couple of quarters have gone by, but there was more rains coming in as per the channel checks what we got. So how is Reliance India posed for the next 6 odd months? Will we see that lumpiness of the benefit in the financials?
So yes, given the nature of the business, there are herbicide segment which is more related to the planting beginning of the season. Then insecticides, fungicides come during later part of the season. In fact, if you look at the last 6 months, this year herbicide and fungicide has done better because more moisture, more diseases. As a result, demand for fungicides went up. But what farmers missed was insecticide spray. So it's highly unpredictable to say how the pest will evolve depending on the climate situation. What is more certain is wheat herbicide business. What is more certain is corn herbicide business. If somebody's in the corn seed, has got a portfolio for Rabi season. And then obviously there's a bit of continued Kharif season in the southern part of the country. And also Chile has not done well this year. So yes, our business, depending on the portfolio, depending on the company, does vary from quarter to quarter. What we have been working hard to really add herbicides to our portfolio mix so that we bring that element of Q3 uncertainty, which we have always faced in the past. Because Q3, when a lot of wheat herbicide and maize herbicides are grown, so we have added portfolio in that category as well.
Mr. Shukla, let's talk about the B2C crop protection segment, because that's why you've seen some bit of pressure that's come in this time around. There has been volatility in the B2C segment. So what's the outlook looking like going ahead? Do you see this volatility getting eliminated anytime soon, number one? And two, when you talk about new contracts as well with customers or molecules in the CSM pipeline, what is that, what is it that could actually support your long-term growth from FY27-28 onwards?
So obviously, because of the confidentiality reason, I'm not supposed to disclose the name, but I can tell you that one new Japanese customer we have added to our portfolio of CSM. Then relationship has expanded with our old customer with another new product. We have added 2 new American customers. So our focus really remains on not only adding product, also continuing to add customers as well. And we are seeing some good progress momentum on that.
Okay, but what about the first aspect when you talk about the B2C business? Because that's where the degrowth is coming.
Well, B2C, I think the way things are, I guess commodity prices are a bit soft. In fact, you will see for majority of the crop, minimum commodity prices in the market are below minimum support price. Obviously, I can also read in the news different governments are trying to support farmers from procurement and all. What I understand at the end of the day, based on my experience, is farmers would plant crop if they have a moisture, and they would use inputs as required, and then they hope they'll be able to get better yield and better price. Given that there's a residual moisture, I expect Rabi season to perform better than previous years.
Well, yes, it seems like there is an extended monsoon actually coming in, and of course there were some rains also in Mumbai last night. But you're launching roughly 8 new products this year itself, and you have been speaking about going into new key portfolios as well. Of course, it becomes very technical to discuss these products, but to simplify it for our audience, if you could just explain us, will they be on the high margin side, and which are the segments where actually this demand is driving for these new products?
So out of all the products we added in seed category, we added one product for cotton, which has done well. We have added product in maize. We have added product in rice segment. And all of them have done well. So we expect that business to grow in the future. On the chemistry side, our majority of the portfolio addition this year has been on herbicide side. And we also need to rebuild our fungicide and herbicide. So fungicide, insecticide will remain important because there is still a significant segment. But for me, herbicide going forward is very, very important given the labor challenges in the country. That segment will continue to be very progressive in nature.
Mr. Shukla, let's talk about the exports. How have they performed this quarter? What's the kind of contribution you're seeing right now? And say the next couple of years, how much are you planning to scale it to?
I mean, obviously, as I have been saying earlier, in 5 years, we want to deliver high double-digit growth in our export business. And I think with the new portfolio we are adding, now we are well poised for that. Obviously, there'll be temporary challenges and blips, because of the tariff situation in US, for example, in tariff. While majority of my products, which are technical export, they are exempted, but the formulated product export is not really very competitive because of the tariff situation. Now, what has happened because of the American tariff situation, a lot of companies are looking at Brazil, so everybody is going to Brazil. As a result, prices in Brazil are actually relatively soft and with a lot of dumping going on. So it's a global dynamics. I think our agriculture ecosystem is globally well connected. As I said in the beginning, we are trying to really nurture all 4 or 5 key segments. And we believe, someday it will be the day for, some season will be the day for domestic crop care business, seed business, someday it will be export. Now this year our seed business and export crop care business has done well, and we expect domestic recovery to take place in due course of time given our population size and food demand.
Okay. So that's with regards to what business could look like going ahead. Thank you, Mr. Shukla, so much for joining us on the show and sharing your views. So that's the management of Reliance India. But moving on, Prestige Estates, that's another stock that is in focus. And this is on the back of the footprint that they've deepened, in the competitive Mumbai market. They've actually announced the launch of Prestige Garden Trails in the suburban area of Daisar Mira Road. Before we get the management, let me first head across to Anushi to give us the details of their expansion plans and their current projects, what we should be watching out for, Anushi.
Well, a couple of updates that we are seeing from Prestige Estates. Firstly, the launch of this new project in Mumbai is an exciting one. We are looking at a total development area of overall carpet area of around 1 million square feet, which will comprise about 1,300 plus of residential units. So if you just take the gross development value in check, that's roughly around 2,000 crore is what we are looking at. But apart from that, we are looking at the strong second quarter update as well. If you just look at the sales volume, that was up around 47%. Pre-sales was up around 50%. At for 6,000 crores or so, and collections also reported a healthy growth of 54% or so. Average realizations, if we see for the apartments, they rose about 8% in the quarter as well. Coming to the outlook of 2026, now the management has guided for a 25 to 27,000 crore of a pre-sales guidance. So just taking the H1 in context, they've roughly achieved around 72 or 73% of its guidance in the first half itself. So important would be to understand what's the kind of outlook in terms of launch pipeline, the gross development value, business development that we are looking for the second half of the financial year as well. In terms of quick launches and completion that we are looking at, first half they launched about 18.8 million square feet worth of projects, which if you take it in the value context adds up to about 17,500 crores or so. Currently, if you just look at the Mumbai mix, that is 16% as of H1 FY26. Now with more projects coming in this particular market, how the percentage mix shapes up is something that we should be watching out for. So this is the overall take that we have on Prestige Estate so far.
Thank you so much for that. The stock seeing gains in trade today. In fact, let's get in Mr. Irfan Razak, CMD at Prestige Group. Mr. Razak, happy Diwali in advance to you, and always a pleasure to speak to you on NDTV Profit. Hiral on this side. Expansion in the region of MMR, that is something which everyone is looking forward to, not only from a prestige perspective, but with the kind of redevelopment projects that are happening as well. What is the plan that you have now when it comes to the MMR region? Because the project that you're looking at is what? 2,000 crores residential in Mumbai. what is the plan?
Good morning and wishing all the viewers a very happy Diwali in advance. Yes, Mumbai, we are focused on in various products. The recent one which we are got the RERA approval for and which we are now launching is the Prestige Garden Trails in Mira Road. And like rightly said, it's a 2,000 crore GDV. We are in the process of finalizing a few more developments in Thane, in Navi Mumbai, because I believe that's where the volumes can come from and will come from, apart from the luxury business that is happening in the central Mumbai. We currently are doing a lot of luxury projects within the city, and we also have plans like our Prestige Place, which is in Worli. Even that has been, Jijamata Nagar has been fully cleaned up, and the plans also in process, and we are in the process of getting the approvals. So that will be another large one in Mumbai for us. Apart from, like I said, we are looking actively and we are in the verge of finalizing a few developments in Thane and Navi Mumbai.
Good morning, Irfan sir. And of course, the Falcon has actually arrived totally in the Mumbai metropolitan region. But moving on to the Q2 numbers, the numbers have been very strong. We're looking at the sales volume number, the pre-sales number, the collections number, all ranging between 47 to 54% odd year-on-year basis growth. Now, of course, we are expecting lumpiness in the third quarter as well as festive season kicks in. So, expecting this trend to continue, Irfan sir? Or you can expect, like there might be certain, delays which is happening because September month itself, the festive season started just last 8 or 9 days which were there. So is it a bit muted demand concerns right now, or we'll see the festive season back and those numbers will also come out good in the third quarter?
I think third quarter numbers also should come out good. Our first launch is the Prestige Garden Trails in Mira Road in Mumbai. And then we do have a very strong launch pipeline for this quarter in Bangalore as well as in Hyderabad. Bangalore, we do have Evergreen at Prestige Raintree Park in Whitefield. Then we have the Prestige Marigold, which is a plotted development again, which will come in the latter part of the quarter. And then we have two components of our Prestige City, Sarjapur, Bangalore, which is the Eaton Park and which is Prestige Fernvale. So there's a big amount of development where the approvals are almost done or on the verge of getting them in hand, and the RERA also should come this quarter. So I believe it is going to be quite a large supply pipeline that we'll have. Bangalore, even Hyderabad, we've got the Prestige Golden Grove. Even that is also a pretty large development, 9 million square feet. And even that also will give us numbers. So all these sum total will be pretty large. And I believe third and fourth quarter should be pretty strong.
If third and fourth quarter is going to be strong, and if you've achieved 73% of your pre-sales guidance in first half of FY26, what would that actually mean for your full year guidance? By how much should investors look out for from a bump up perspective now?
I don't want to commit any number. We started the year with that 25,000, and as you know, that we are going to surpass that pretty easily. So we'll see how it pans out, and we'll celebrate the year when it ends in a good number. I hope so.
To add to that, what is the collection and completion trend looking like? Because the moment your collection trend is strong, it does not only talk about the way business is panning out, but also in terms of the way the funds in the hands of the people are panning out, and that gives you a trajectory of both the sides. What is the scenario that you're seeing?
The cash flows are very important in any business. I'm very happy that we have managed to do collections of 4,000 crores plus in the last two quarters. That is, for the half year, we've done more than 8,000 crores. And I think this trend will continue because of the new launches and because of the deliveries that are getting ready. And you see, most important thing is that for us at Prestige, delivery is the key. Because you can keep launching, you can keep selling, and then ultimately we have to deliver to the customer as promised within that timeline. And that is where the teams work very hard to see that the timelines are met and deliveries do happen. And of course, we are in a RERA regime where there is no leeway for any slip-ups. a very large development, that is the Prestige City in Bangalore and Sarjapur, that deliveries have already started. And many other projects are across the country are under delivery. Mumbai, for that matter, and Bangalore, some we've delivered in Hyderabad. So this is a continuous process, and we have to really be at it and not take the eye off the ball in cricket language.
Irfan, so there's a growing trend coming in tier 2, tier 3 cities as well regarding the plots, the plotted regions. You know, we have heard about, large players going in Indore, Surat, Ahmedabad, and over here also I saw the plot number, the average realization, that's up almost 43% on a year-on-year basis. Now, how does this trend pan out? We of course talk about residential flats staying in tier 1 cities, but the plotted developments which are happening, that is where there's a big money lying in, and people generally make bungalows or even a big land parcel. So which trend is more picking up here in this segment, tier 3, tier 4 and tier 1, if you could just break it down for both?
Even in city like Bangalore, we've just done 3 plotted developments and they just run off the shelf. There is a certain now trend, and I think that's the flavor of the season, where people are quite keen to pick up plots. And instead of staying in an apartment complex, they would like to have a small home of their own, which has its own boundaries. And that trend is quite, it's caught on very well. And we've done that in Hyderabad. We are doing that in Bangalore. We are exploring to see whether any such land is available for us in Chennai. Of course, it has to be in the outskirts. It cannot be within the heart of the city. But I think there's a good demand for it. And apart from people wanting to building their own house, there is also a trend to say let's invest in a plot for long term. So that is a good trend. And what the customer does get is gets all the facilities, gets the infrastructure, the amenities are done well. So they get a good environment where they can build a home for themselves.
Interesting. Mr. Razak, I think 2 questions that everyone is watching out for. One, when MMR is so hot right now, Navi Mumbai cannot be missed out, right? So your launches in terms of Navi Mumbai, and what is the kind of price uptick that you're seeing over there already because of the new airport that is in focus? And 2, hospitality business IPO on the cards. When should one watch out for?
Yeah, I mean, Navi Mumbai, as I said, we are looking at Thane and Navi Mumbai aggressively, and we will be tying up something very soon. And of course, the hospitality segment is really doing well. And I think it's work in progress. It's regulatory, investors, and then we are hitting into the festive season. So I think that also should be done and dusted very soon. A lot of effort has been put up by the teams, and I don't see it getting prolonged for too long. And even that should be behind us very soon.
Okay, lots to watch out for. Thank you, Mr. Razak, so much for joining us on the show on NDTV Profit. Looking forward to many more chats like this in person as well. So that's the management of Prestige Estates with their expansion plans in the MMR region, and a little commentary when it comes to the hospitality business, which the IPO is in the works. So stay tuned for more on this. We'll quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll speak to the management of Wari Energies, and we'll see the listing of Canara HSBC Life as well. Stay tuned.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, द बेस्ट ऐप टू यूज इज द एनडीटीवी ऐप।
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17 to 18th October on the NDTV network.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, बोलता है कार्तिक, सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice.
Welcome back to India Market Open. Let's quickly look at what markets are doing at this hour, because we did have a quite somber start to trade, but there is a mild pickup that's happened right now, but pretty much flattish. 25,600 is what you're tracking. The hopes that were high when it comes to the banking space as well. Let's see what that is doing in trade ahead of all the numbers that will be reported over the weekend. Trying to make its way to the green. Absolutely failure as of now, but the rest of the day still remains interesting. Few of the counters, CIE Auto, that stock is reacting to numbers. You should be watching out for that one pretty closely in trade. Ventive Hospitality also is reacting to news, so watch out for Ventive Hospitality. Holding companies like GFL, Pilani, Kalyani, all of these ones that are in focus. I mean, Sir Sharad was just pointing out that all your holding companies are seeing some bit of a trend in today's session, and I'll take a quick view from him as well. Godavari Power and Godavari Ispat, all of these counters also buzzing in trade on the back of the amalgamation news that has come in. So strong moves there. But any trend, Sharad, that you're picking up when it comes to holding companies right now?
Well, holding companies, this entire counter here, if you look at it, the last month itself, we have seen a significant buying. There was a correction also in Tata Investment. If you just put out the chart, Tata Investment Corporation, there was a kind of, profit booking also coming in. But today there is a jump happening. But stocks such as Nalva Investment, even JSW Holdings, these are all holding companies. And when their earnings start coming in, and of course, there's a holding discount angle to it also. So a lot of investors try to take positions in these counters as well. These are safe bets as as well, and that's why you're seeing a basket buying happening. It's not that what my broking sources have stated that there's a DI buying happening, but what generally is this kind of a small buying happening in the retail and the HNI space.
And
that is we are looking
that's
at.
across the holding companies.
Across the holding
That's
companies.
an interesting trend we should be watching out for across the board when you talk about holding companies. Some bit of buying that is continued to happen as well. But Canara HSBC Life Insurance, that is set to hit the bourses today. If you talk about the grey market premium, that rose to around 2.8%, which is pretty minuscule a day ahead of the listing. And there is some bit of buying that has increased in the stock. How much is anyone's guess? 106 is what you're tracking in terms of where HSBC, Canara HSBC Life goes. We'll try getting you all the visuals. And we're just a couple of seconds away from getting the opening rate on Canara HSBC Life. And a flat listing at 106. The stock is moved up now around 1.5%. So that's with regards to Canara HSBC listing that you should be tracking. Let's see what the day pans out for the company. But moving on, Wari Energies, that stock is in spotlight after delivering its best ever quarterly performance in the second quarter, but the street is seeming to be not happy with it. 2% downtick coming in on the counter. My colleague Varsha caught up with Amit Paithankar, whole-time director and CEO, to discuss what lies ahead for the company. Let's hear out that conversation.
Wari Energies is in focus. Now, this is on the back of the Q2FY26 numbers. Just on the key highlights, well, they've posted a very strong set of numbers, if I were to talk about, and they're expecting second half to be better than H1 FY26, and they have reaffirmed their EBITDA guidance of around 5,500 to 6,000 crores by FY26. But to speak more about numbers, how was quarter and what lies ahead, when it comes to Wari Energies, I'm here joined by Mr. Amit Paithankar, who is whole-time director and CEO at Wari Energies. Mr. Paithankar, welcome to NDTV Profit, and pleasure to have you, and congratulations on a strong set of numbers. Let me just start with the EBITDA guidance that we have reaffirmed the FY26 EBITDA guidance of around 5,500 to 6,000 crores by FY26. Sir, just wanted to ask you, are you being more conservative, giving this guidance? Do you expect your EBITDA to inch up further from here?
Well, Varsha, first of all, thank you very much for having me here. Actually, somebody asked me, I think it was your channel itself, which asked me about 6 months back when we gave the guidance as to whether we are being very aggressive. And now you're asking whether we are being very conservative. I think we are doing the right thing. We started off the year with, obviously comes with a whole host of uncertainties. We are, of course, much more certain about 5,500 to 6,000 crores EBITDA guidance. Let's stay with that for now.
Understood. Mr. Paithankar, then onto the order book position. The order book stands at around 49,000 odd crore. Just wanted to know the expected timelines by when you're expecting this, order book to be executed.
So typically, let me give you a bit of a sense of how the order book works for us. There's a usual 40-60 split between US and India for us, 60 being US, the other 40 being India. So US orders typically have a gestation period of anywhere between 18 months to 24 months. And India orders have a typical gestation period of anywhere between, especially if the large orders, institutional orders, have a gestation period of anywhere between 9 months to about 18 months. And so if you see the order book, it's roughly going to be executed in the next 2 years or so.
Understood. Mr. Paithankar, on to the US probe, wherein customs suspects evasion of anti-dumping and countervailing duties. Now, just wanted to have an update. What is the current stage of investigation? If you could help our viewer, what's the update over here?
It's just started. The probe has just started. We have received documentation requests from the Customs and Border Patrol of the United States, and we are cooperating with them fully. We are committed to make sure that Wari abides by all the laws and regulations which are local to the place that we operate out of. And India and the US are no exceptions. We will make sure that we are complying to everything that is expected of us.
On that note, sir, since the outcome is uncertain, what could be the potential, I would say, financial exposure or contingent liability, if the findings go adverse? Any sort of idea if you could, give us?
So at this point in time, we have not looked at any contingent liability at this point in time. I think it's in a very nascent stage. Let the probe go in further. From our perspective, what we have and our internal assessment clearly says that we should not be looking at a major hit coming out of this.
Okay, not expecting a major hit, but will this affect your planned, expansion when it comes to US and any kind of internal target that you might have set in for yourself when it comes to US for FY26 and say for 27 itself?
Not in the least. In fact, US will continue to be an extremely important market for us. You would have seen that in the last 4 weeks or so, we have announced acquisition of assets of Meyer Burger, which redoubles our commitment. This is in the state of Arizona, and it's a manufacturing facility that we have acquired. It's about 1 gigawatt of manufacturing capacity for modules. And so we will be very, very strong as far as US is concerned. No relenting. It's an important market, it's a growing market, and we will continue to be focused on that market. It's one of the important growth levers for us.
Understood. Also, Mr. Paitankar, the company, has approved an additional capex of around 8,000 crores for BESS, that is battery energy storage system, and inverters, and electrolyzers as well. One is how this will be funded, and any outlook if you could give us when these capacities will go online, and what kind of opportunities are you seeing? If you could give us a ballpark, estimates for that itself.
So, great question. Battery energy storage systems is extremely vital in the overall renewable space. As you know, sun shines for a certain period of time in the year or in the day, and then you need to have stored power to take care of the grid if you want to go 24/7 renewables. So a combination of solar, wind, and battery is an ideal and perhaps the best cost solution for 24/7 renewable power at this point in time. And because of the importance of batteries now, the other thing about batteries is consistently we are having the pricing coming down. So therefore it makes it affordable for us as consumers also to use battery. So, all of these aspects are coming together to allow us to get into the foray of batteries.
Understood. So this 8,000 crores of capex, how this will be funded via debt, or you might want to,
There'll be a combination. There'll be a combination
Okay.
of our own accrued, cash as well as debt.
Understood. Also, Mr. Paitankar, in H1 FY26, your operating cash flow, was just around 574 crore. What is your target, when it comes to the working capital cycle or cash conversion cycle? If you could, give us update on that.
See, what we try to do, there are 3 or 4 important levers that we keep pushing. First is, of course, very, very strong fundamentals in terms of top line revenue, profitability, and of course, as you say, cash conversion cycles. So what is the efficiency? How quickly do we convert? These are the 3 things that we continue to look at. The other lever is execution strength that we have. So if you see, we have 37% year-on-year growth as far as our production is concerned. We are at 2.6 gigawatts for this quarter. And we've just recently commissioned 3 gigawatts of module line in Chikli. Our multiple projects, you talked about battery energy storage system, which is now 20 gigawatt hour, inverters, electrolyzers, all of these are progressing very well. And all of that, at the bedrock of all of this is the demand. So the demand is very, very strong. both domestic as well as overseas. So we keep pushing all of these levers to ensure that we have a robust and healthy growth.
Understood. Also, sir, there are concerns, not in short term, of course, but, in next 2 years, we might see a mismatch when it comes to demand and supply of modules and cells. I just wanted to have your view. Do you see any pressure in margins, beyond FY28, if I were to ask about, considering the competition that we are in? A lot of competitors are also, entering into market. So any sort of, update or outlook, if you could give us when it comes to the sustainability of margins, beyond FY28?
So one of the most important considerations we will need to have when we look at that outlook 2 to 3 years far out is how are the policies evolving? So number one, ALMM for cells is going to be applicable by then. It's actually going to be applicable from 2026 onwards itself. And so we will need to start using domestic cells for most of the projects that we will need to commission in India. And by 2028, government has actually made the vision for Atmanirbharta also clear, and have talked about mandating through ALMM even ingots and wafers. So all of those things, when they come together, what happens is that there will be players who have these value chain, which means that they have ingots and wafers, they have cells, and they have modules. All of these together, if you have, that's when you will be in a position to compete in the market space. So I think it's the backward integration which will conserve margins as we move forward.
On that note, Mr. Paithankar, I'm sorry, but you are also backward integrating into ingots and wafers as well. What kind of timelines are you expecting for this, facilities to come online? Just a quick one on that.
Yeah, that's 2027.
So that's the management of Waaree. Thank you, Varsha, for taking us through that conversation as well. The stock continues to trade under pressure with cuts of nearly 1% coming in there. But moving on, Samvat 2082 is around the corner, and market veteran Ramdev Agarwal has a simple but powerful investing rule. Only buy stocks that you truly understand. While speaking to NDTV Profit's managing editor Tamanna Inamdar, he urges investors to keep their portfolio focused and not overcrowded, so they can dig into details and ride their picks long term. Let's listen in to the snippet of that conversation.
We are speaking at a time when people gorge on, Diwali is time to really let go. And the markets right now are also building up an appetite. Let me start with the question of how do you make sure this Diwali your portfolio is fit? There is not too much cholesterol of high valuations in what you have bought, and no junk food or junk stocks. How do you do a cleanup of your portfolio like you do of your diet and nutrition?
Yeah, even wardrobes. So actually, this is a terrific question, and it's not only Diwali stuff. I mean, around the year you have to do it.
Yeah.
You have to have a very healthy portfolio, and a healthy portfolio. One of the secret is that when I started in 95, when I read first time about Buffett, in my portfolio there were 225 stocks, and on this A4 page, it used to be 4 or 5 pages, 5 pages, And by the time I start reviewing, after first page I start feeling hungry. It never went to the 5th page. So, it is very important that you have the portfolio which is small enough, which you can have a look at it every day.
Lean, like how?
Lean, yeah.
So no buffets.
No buffets and no, too many children. You have to have very, very planned family. Okay, so that's very important. And so that's first starting point. I mean, that's how I would rather say the way I do it. It may not fit everybody, but as per me, having few so that you can spend time thinking about those stocks. because companies, they go through their own life cycle of prosperity and then decline. So you should not be over sitting, when the prosperity phase is over and when they're declining, you don't want to go to zero again. So from 1 you go to 1,000 and 1,000 to 0, no point. So the real fun is to buy the stocks which are going to go from 1 to 1,000 and have few of them so that you can ride it all the way.
So clearly 225 stocks is too much.
Too much.
What is the right amount? How much do you think?
I don't think you need more than 15, 25. Like if I look at our schemes here, Motilal Oswal, every scheme will not have, none of the schemes will have more than 30 stocks.
That's the cap you have.
That's the cap, because we are managing 30,000, 40,000 single scheme.
Yeah.
But if you have 100 crores, 50 crores, 5 crores, 10, in 10 crores, you should not have even 10 stocks, I'm telling you. The right number of stocks to have is as many stocks you know. If you know 3 stocks, should have only 3.
Okay, when you say no, your stock, a lot of people who invest don't have the time to sit and deep dive into a stock or actually look at it so carefully. They have a lot of information and maybe not the ability to analyze as well. So how do you know a stock? Sometimes they look at, okay, what have big funds bought, what have big investors bought, and that's what they follow.
This is a fundamental issue. You don't have to know. If you are an investor in equity markets, when we started, there were no mutual funds. Today, you have brilliant mutual funds. They are doing better than most of the retail investors. They are actually performing far better than a retail guy, because retail guy doesn't have a reach. If I am managing 50,000 crores or a lakh crore in one single scheme, the company guy is waiting for my call. So, and of course, the call itself doesn't matter much. It depends on my understanding of the company and whatever is there. So I think it's a 24/7 job, and it is very competitive with a lot of money coming in. FIs are there. Now DIIs, you saw the today's paper. They have bought already 5 lakh crores in 9 months.
Yeah.
So if you do pro rata, I think we're talking about 6.5, 7 lakh crores, which is 2% of GDP. This is a sign of things to come. So it will become very competitive. And hence, unless you are a master, very passionate about picking a stock, don't bother about it. Go and buy nice mutual fund, good mutual funds. They will do the job.
Mutual funds, I'm not talking about any specific ones, और मैं आपके funds की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, but mutual funds have not necessarily given great returns in the last 1 year.
Listen, when you have 15, 20 stocks, you're already making a mutual fund. When you buy, say, 20, 25 stocks, you are creating a mutual fund of your own. And what right it gives you that your mutual fund will do better than the mutual fund managed by professional? You just try. You look at the guys, how they have done. There are very few Rakesh Jhunjhunwalas and Ramesh Damanis of the world.
And Ramdev Agarwals?
I used to pick up stocks. Now, I'm much more focused on managing the company. For me, the stock is Motilal Oswal only. So my bulk of the time goes in managing Motilal Oswal. So, but then you need to be very good at it, and there are very few guys, and it takes a lot of time. You have to read a lot of books, a lot of balance sheet, a lot of con calls, interactions. Keep watching the results. Where is the newest style coming in, new high tide coming in? So it is a full-time job. I would think that average investor, like we are talking about 3 million investors coming every month, a lakh investor per day. You are not producing Rakesh Jhunjhunwalas every day 1 lakh. So they have, with due respect to all of them, I want them to make a lot of money. Very few people, they are able to beat index also in their portfolio. And there are a lot of junk because they know how to buy. You tell the guy and he'll buy, but they don't know when to get out. So then making money is about getting in and getting out both. So I think that's what the professionals do very well. And there is a tax shelter also if you buy mutual fund.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
No, so coming back to the point about high cholesterol in your portfolio, high cholesterol in the markets, where do you think markets are right now? We've had a few good days, no doubt, but the fact is quite off the highs. It's been very rocky. There's so many factors that we have no control about, frankly.
Yeah.
And FIIs seem to have not too much interest in India right now. In such a long cycle of how you have tracked markets, how would you describe where we are right now?
See, where we are is consolidation phase. After seeing the highs last year, there has been an intense selling by FIs, and who buys, who sells doesn't matter because number of stocks are same.
Yeah.
Okay, what matters is the value of the company growing. Now, value of the company grows at the pace at which the earnings grow. So if you take the entire country and as I say one index, Nifty is like 70% of all the companies listed in terms of market cap. If there is a 62 lakh crores of listing today, we are talking about 300 lakh crores of Nifty only. Now, Nifty as a stock will go up only if all the earnings they blow up. Now, earnings are growing at 5, 6, 7%. What do you expect? There's no firecracker.
Why do you think so? Because
No, that's what is the number.
No, but it's a more meaningful question. I'm asking you why you think so, because you see the GDP data looks great. High frequency indicators look quite positive. Government has reformed GST.
No, high frequency data are now trailing. Now look at what we look at it. Now housing loan growth. See, roti kapda hai makan. Makan is the biggest capital investment by household. Okay. कितना बढ़ रहा है? 2.5, I think last month was 2.9%. It's shameful number. I mean, it's
despite interest rates coming down.
Despite it will take time to pick up, but 2.9% is what we are playing with in this quarter. So now with 2.9% growth in the housing loan, number of houses made are literally zero. Like it is same. There is no growth in number of houses being built. What it means is that demand for cement, demand for paints, demand for steel, they would all be very weak. And that's what tells in your, when you buy a house, you buy durables, you buy non-durables, you buy curtains, whole lot of things you buy. That's not happening. People are busy in running their life as it goes. So, I'm talking about as a nation. So, we have to, it is for the policymakers to see why it is at 2.9%. I don't have any answer to that. Of course, what I can see is that the credit flow has it been tightened. That is one. Second is that are we paying too high an interest rate? Like my inflation has come down to 1.5% or less than 2%, and my discount rate is 5.5. So my lending rate is 7.5. So how much real interest rate you are paying? People cannot pay that. So I think those are some genuine questions. Even GST collections, they have. Now I think monthly collections are up. Low single digits. So clearly
the growth in monthly collections.
Yeah.
But your base has also grown.
There is no base for a country. Nominal GDP keeps growing at 10 to 11% for last 45 years.
Yeah.
And it will keep growing at 10, 11%, 12% for next 45 years. So there is no base effect at a national level.
Yeah.
There can be base effect for the company or for the individual. There is no base effect for anybody. GST has to grow at the rate of nominal GDP growth rate or more. But that's not happening. Now, if the GST or tax collection is not happening, obviously the economic activity is slow. So direct tax will also be slower. So direct tax collection, indirect tax collection is slow. Government coffers are not filling very fast. If government coffers are not filling very fast, the expenditure by government will also be slow, because government has to spend whatever is the essentials, where they have to salaries and interest payments and all that has to go. What is left goes into your discretionary buildup, which is called capital expenditure and all. So that also is running slow. I was talking to a steel guy yesterday from my native place. He said, Ramdev, I have not seen worse steel market in last 30 years.
So then my question is there a bubble building up? Because valuation...
Why you go that quickly to bubble and all?
Achha.
There are a lot of... See, you asked something about high frequency data, we talked about it. But a lot of good things are also happening.
Okay, let's talk about some of the good things.
So, what are the good things happening? You saw the DI buying of 5 lakh crores.
Yeah.
So, this for 9 months. So, what is going to happen for 12 months? We are talking about another 1.5 to 2 lakh crores. So, that makes it 6.5, 7 lakh crores. That is full 2% of GDP. Now, when your performance is actually flat, performance is 4-5% year on year, isn't it? So, people have faith in this market that it will come back, in the course of time. So now we have unleashed the power of retail investors in India, which we kept it under leash for 70 years. In 2020, when digital onboarding started with the digital infrastructure, digital payments, and we started getting 3 million customers every month. And even till last month, we have got 3 million customers, 2.5 to 3 million customers. Last year, we got 41 million customers in a year.
My God.
Which is more than 3 million per month.
So when the regulator, when SEBI came and tightened up on F&O, etc., did you see a big drop over there, and have then activity lessened accordingly because of course you have new unique customers coming in. Bharat is now discovering.
Yeah, that's why the index
markets.
cash market is holding out.
Yeah.
But F&O volumes and all have been, the leverage in the market is getting removed, and that's why the market's also not doing well. See, when you remove the leverage, the one side you are buying, but other side the leverage money is going out. So what happens is that the market actually could have tanked if there was no DI buying. When you remove the leverage, and if there is no DI buying and FIs are selling, you imagine what would have happened. Just because the wall of money from retail is coming, even the withdrawal of change in the regulatory regime for F&O has not impacted the market. Now, once we are done with the from daily expiry to weekly expiry, hopefully there is no more tightening. Once we are set with that, then the natural flow, natural expansion in the broking and everything will happen.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali.
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investors is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together. to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ये बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive.
Hello and good morning. Welcome to Ask Profit right here on NDTV Profit. I am Puneet Zaveri. With me is Anushi Vakharia, and over the next hour or so, we'll take all your stock related queries. So keep sending them on WhatsApp on the number that's flashing on the top of your screen. We also have a number where you can call and ask your query, which is on the bottom of your screen. So do send us your queries. Before we move on with all the queries for Ask Profit today, let's take a quick check of how the markets are doing, because we are seeing a very strong momentum today on the Nifty 50, continuing its positive momentum from yesterday as well. So now we're actually closing in on 25,700. So expecting to start a bumper Diwali this year. In terms of the constituents for the Nifty 50, let's pull up that very quickly as well, because you will see stocks like Reliance, Bharti Airtel, Mahindra & Mahindra, as well as ICICI Bank contributing very positively to the index today, while something like an Eternal post-earnings, Wipro post-earnings has seen a negative impact on the Nifty 50. Still, almost, the contribution for almost 140 points on the positive side is something to watch out for, if that is maintained, to say the least. But let's also look at the Nifty 50 heat map. There again, you will spot that trend of, the majority and a lot of that index, almost 32 stocks of the Nifty 50 currently in the green. Asian Paints actually is one of the biggest gainers for the Nifty 50 today, rather that in a surprising move, to say the least, because there hasn't been much news flow on Asian Paints. There has been the CCI probe that's been going on by Grasim, which has Birla as one of the paints, but not seen that positive impact on Asian Paints for quite a while. So very positive trend. Something like a BEL is, as well as Mahindra & Mahindra, are also positive. And you can see that trajectory for Wipro, something like Infosys, also post results is down almost 1.8%. When you look at the advanced decline ratio, and I'll go across to Anushi very quickly on the broader markets as well, you will see that roughly about the advances at 1100 versus the declines, which are now slightly inched up. So it's been a very crisscross day where you had the declines at much more than the advances at the start of the trading session. That changed the pattern, but is now back again. So very interesting to what happens, that the broader market might be under pressure today, while the benchmark has been a positive trend, to say the least. But Anushi, on the mid cap and the small cap, what's happening right now?
Yeah, as you were just speaking about the broader markets, what's happening there, even the advanced decline ratio that we are looking at, it's a mixed picture that we are looking at in terms of what's happening with the mid cap and the small cap indices. In fact, if you just look at mid cap 150 currently, what's happening over there, we are seeing about a 0.12% of a downtick, while for small cap 250, what we are looking at is an uptick of around 0.1%. So flat markets for the small cap space, if we are looking at. So benchmark indices relatively outperforming in terms of where the broader markets are concerned. In fact, let's see BSE 500 to get a sense of all the stock specific action taking place over there. Right at the top, we have Whirlpool seeing gains of around 8%. Asian Paints, Puneet just spoke about, there are no fundamental triggers as such, but 5% is the kind of up move that we are looking at. See automation, data patterns, a couple of other counters seeing about 5% of an uptick. But what's not working so well is Wipro, even of course at the back of its results. Also Wellspin Living and Z Entertainment, a couple of other counters which are not doing so well. About a 3 to 4% of a downtick is what we are looking at. But coming to the sectoral picture also, let's pull up the sectoral heat map also to see what is happening right there. We have Nifty FMCG about a 1% of an uptick, Nifty consumption seeing 1% of an uptick, but it's the defense sector which is leading in pack. It's 1% up, of course, BEL in focus. But let's also talk about HAL. Now, interesting developments taking place over here in what many call a defining moment for India's military self-reliance. India's indigenous Tejas Mk1A is set to take off today. Now, the fighter jet will take off from the Hindustan Aeronautic Limited plant in Nashik today. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is set to flag off the flight. Now, NDTV Profit's Mallika Mishra brings us all the details in this ground report from Nashik. Take a look.
Hello, this is Mallika Mishra reporting live from the HAL facility here in Nashik. Behind me are two Sukhoi aircrafts and we're awaiting the Tejas light combat aircraft anytime soon. Remember, this is a special ceremony of, it's a special ceremony that marks two big steps for the Indian Air Force. Because remember, today is the day when HAL officially hands over two aircraft, which is the Tejas Light Combat Aircraft Mark 1A. It's the upgraded version of the Mark 1 aircraft, and this inauguration ceremony will be led by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh anytime soon. Remember, Tejas means radiance in Sanskrit. It's a lightweight, very fast fighter jet, indigenously made. It has about 50%, more than 50% of content is made in India. And as I said, Rajnath Singh is expected to arrive anytime soon. We will be giving you a lot more updates as and when he comes. But remember, this is a story that has been running in India since the 1980s. And finally, after the retirement of MiG-21, Tejas is here to take over and bridge the gap of the squadron strength crunch that the Indian Air Force is currently facing.
Well, thanks so much for that, Mallika. But the flashes on the bottom of the screen, very, very important that the Nifty Bank has now hit a record high. We have been speaking about, in the FNO segments as well, that 57,200, 57,600 has been a key level that's not been breached yet on the Nifty Bank. But just the day before, the mega earnings that start coming in tomorrow, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, you'll also see RBL Bank, which has been in focus in terms of, a new buyer essentially for it. But look at those moves across players. You're seeing something like an Axis Bank, which came out with its earnings on the 15th of October, bump, not the best earnings, but in terms of growth as well as what they mentioned for this year, it was where the street rewarded that despite a one-time provision, something like an ICICI Bank, Hindustan Bank, HDFC Bank, all of them driving the very, very positive momentum on the Nifty Bank. So we'll keep tracking that and take that question also with a technical analyst for today. But let me first go across to Mr. G. Chokalingam, founder and MD of Economics Research, and we've been putting out cracker stocks for this Diwali. And Mr. Chokalingam, very good morning to you, and thanks so much for joining in today. Largely, let me first go across and look at, get your view on the market, because what do you actually see as a key level for the Nifty 50 by somewhat 2082? By the end of that, where do you expect the Nifty 50 to go?
At least 15% upside would be there. The only risk factor, by any chance Mr. Trump becomes extremely aggressive against India in terms of trade war, that's the only risk factor. But I have a strong view that he cannot afford to do that. In terms of global political scenario, he has to ultimately compromise and keep India on par with other Asian countries. So therefore, by next Diwali, I expect 15% return. Since this Diwali we missed any big return or the market as a whole. Next year it is very much possible because domestic demand drivers are very, very strong. And therefore, we should be able to tide over the current global trade war and give a decent return.
Okay, so quite an optimistic target that we have for next year. Hello, Mr. Chokalingam. This is Anushi joining in as well. First of all, wish you a very happy Diwali and your family as well. With this positive kind of an outlook that you have for Nifty, just want to understand that top sectors that we should be watching out for, your top sectoral bets?
Yeah, thank you for your greetings. I wish NDTV staff and the channel a great success and great happy Diwali. Yes, the sector, obviously, it will be the banking sector because that is the only sector still growing. The business in double digit. I mean, the credit is still growing at 11-12%. So if you take Sensex or Nifty, and there are 5-6 sectors which dominate these benchmark indices, Hardly there are many sectors which can give you double-digit growth, and this is the only one. Other industry tailwinds are the interest rate is going to come down substantially. There is no doubt, and GST rate cut will push up aggregate demand in the system. And fourth, the quality of asset still very close to 10-year record best level. Slightly it has gone up, but still we are close to 10-year best level of net NPA for the industry as a whole. And therefore, the banking sector would be on the forefront, followed by capital goods, and then automobile sector.
Got that, Mr. Chokalingam. So in banking, in capital goods as well as automobiles, are those also favoring you for your top 3 stocks that investors need to watch out for till the next somewhat?
I have picked up 3 small and mid cap stocks. Is it fine to present them, or you want only those?
No, absolutely, sir. You can present the 3 stocks that you have.
Yeah. So one is Oracle Financial Software Solution. I personally do not own, but I am extraordinarily bullish. I will give you 5 broad reasons why one should consider this stock. If you look at the profile, it is a subsidiary of $57 billion Oracle Corporation, and it's engaged in the product, not in the IT services. And in maintenance alone, it gets a very steady, stable income of 2,000 crore or 30% of the total revenue, where the profit margin is very high. Second, strong balance sheet, cash is around 5,900 crore, extraordinary dividend payment. Last 5-year cumulative dividend itself is 1,120 rupees. Last year dividend was 265 rupees per share. And third, there is no worry about US trade war extending to the technology sector, because it dependence on US is the least among all the technology companies in the country. Almost three-fourths of the revenue comes from outside USA, well diversified, and it commands an operating margin of 43%. Very rare to see even among the technology company listed in India. Finally, the stock price has corrected 33%. So these are the 5 reasons I would recommend strongly. And second stock is Voltamp Transformer. I like this stock a lot. It is engaged in transformer. And there has been a boom in the capital expenditure for power sector. In fact, this morning also the media says that there has been record level of hike in the capital expenditure by thermal companies. And second, this transformer company, it caters to a wide range of user industry. It is not heavily dependent on state government, distribution companies. Extremely diversified across various verticals. Strong balance sheet. Last 20 years, it is a debt-free, sitting on a very big cash of, around 1,100 crore. Reputed clientele. This stock is also crashed up by about 50% from 52-week high. So this is the second stock. This also I do not own. Third stock is a Bombay Burma, which I personally invested. My company also invested in line with the compliance. I like it. I believe that it is a potential multi-bagger. I may be wrong. People should do their own calculations. I believe it's a potential multi-bagger. It is commanding 82% discount to value of investment in Britannia. Most companies are valued on the market on the consolidated basis, but this company is not getting that consolidated basis of the valuation, because Britannia is a subsidiary. BBTC has 50.5%. On a consolidated earning basis, the stock is trading at just 12 PE on FY25 earning. And now Britannia is expected to do well because global outlook for wheat is positive. Wheat is a major input for Britannia. The prices are expected to come down. India also, the output is expected to go up and prices expected to come down. Third, post-COVID, the management has cleaned up the balance sheet. After shutting down the Go Air, they cleaned up the balance sheet. They wrote off all the liabilities which arose on account of Go Air investment. Fourth, very important point is that this is more than 150-year-old company. As far as I know, in the last 3 decades, this company has not given a very good dividend to the shareholder. First time, recently, it gave a 2 interim dividend, very good dividend. So I believe post restructuring, there is a possibility of this management giving more and more dividend, and that should help the company to reduce the holding discount. It is commanding holding discount of 82%. So whether you take a holding discount or you take a consolidated EPS, the potential is huge. Lastly, apart from rich investment in Britannia, it has got nearly 4,000 acres of tea plantation in Tamil Nadu. At the border, they all, at the periphery of the towns in Tamil Nadu. So these are all freehold land. So very long-term intrinsic value is also there. This stock is also down by 35% from the 52-week high. As I mentioned, this is among these three stocks, these are only stock we have invested personally in line with the compliance policy.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chokalingam, for those views and those cracker stocks that you should be watching out for. So, Voltam Transformers, Oracle Financial Services, along with Bombay Burma in focus. But with that, let's welcome in our guest for today as well, who will be helping us solve all those fundamental and technical related queries. Nirav Asher, Head Equity Research Analyst of Latin Manharlal Securities, along with Nilesh Jain, Head AVP of Technical and Derivatives Research of Centrum Broking, joins us. Nilesh, I want to start off the conversation with you. You know, Nifty Bank, it's at a record high that we are looking at. Just want to understand your overall take on this particular sector. What's your view?
Good morning, Anushri. Good morning. First of all, wish you a very happy Diwali. Wish you all the viewers and entire NDTV team as well. Now coming to Nifty, Bank Nifty, in fact, we continue to remain bullish on both the indices. Bank Nifty, yes, we did see a new record high today. Earlier in the previous week, we have seen a good breakout from an inverse HNS pattern. The target for the same comes somewhere around 58,000. So that's the immediate target that we were expecting. It seems likely very soon. But overall positional target comes somewhere around 59,000 plus. So overall buy and decline should be the strategy given the kind of setup we are witnessing in the index heavyweight counters like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and also Axis Bank as well. So overall these private sector banks are likely to lead the rally from here. Even PSU banks have started joining the rally. SBI, Can Bank, BOB continues to remain our preferred bet. So we feel that in the October series, Bank Nifty is likely to outperform the Nifty and it is likely to inch towards 58,500 to 59,000. The base has shifted higher at 56,500 now. So that will be the new support. And if at all you see any decline, that should be used as a buying opportunity.
Got the Nilesh, and season greetings to you as well. But let's take our first query today, which is coming on WhatsApp on Inox India, and our viewer is asking, holding roughly 200 shares at 1,230 rupees per share, and he's asking for term views. So Nirav, let me come to you. Very good morning, season greetings to you as well. What should one investor do with an Inox India?
Good morning and wishing you a very, very happy Diwali from everyone at Latin Manharlal Group. I think Inox India is looking quite positive from a long-term perspective because we are seeing the tremendous scope for renewable energy, and I think this is only going to accelerate, and a clear-cut vision has been set out till 2030. Where approximately around 1/3 of India's operating capacity for power generation will be from renewable sources of energy. So I think the order books for the major players continue to be very, very strong. There's a lot of focus on ordering momentum, on execution as well. So I think the ideal course of action would be to hold the stock from a medium to long-term perspective.
So that's the view on Inox India that we have for you. But next we have our first caller joining us. This is Manav calling to us from Gurugram. Manav, hi. How can we help you today? And wishing you a very happy Diwali.
Hi, good morning, and wishing NDTV Profit team a very happy Diwali, and to the experts as well. And just one more thing I want to add, that I really enjoyed the last Friday Ignite program organized by NDTV Profit. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Well, thank you so much for that.
Yeah, so I have a query. I'm looking to invest in healthcare sector for a long term, maybe 3 to 4 years.
Any particular reason?
I have one or two in mind, maybe Apollo or Max Healthcare.
Okay.
Or maybe experts can guide me.
Okay, let me take this across to Nirav then. Nirav, overall view on healthcare sector, and he talked about Apollo hospitals, along with that even Max Healthcare. What is your view? Do you have any other alternative picks, or are these picks you're optimistic about?
Well, I think the entire healthcare sector is in an expansion mode. There's a lot of interest from the private equity players and smart investors. There is a strong potential for growth in this sector. But having said that, most of the stocks are looking quite expensive also at this point of time, because a lot of growth seems to have been factored in. From an investment perspective, definitely Apollo Hospitals and Max Healthcare are looking quite good. But one could also have a look at players like Aster DM Healthcare and Healthcare Global, which are specialized players in this field.
Nirav, but the next question coming in is on Apollo Tyres. Now, Vivek from Delhi is writing into us. He's bought it at roughly 550 rupees per share and holding 500 shares. So he is currently sitting at loss. Let me actually get both your views. Nilesh, let me come to you first. It's a stock that's actually seen some kind of pullback from the lower levels. Do you expect that momentum to continue for Apollo Tyres?
Well, actually, the stock has regained the lost ground. We have seen a good momentum in last couple of trading sessions. With that, now the stock is trading well above all long-term and short-term moving averages. The momentum indicators and oscillators have also given a buy crossover. So from here, a short-term pullback is likely to extend further towards 520 to 540. So that's the immediate target that one can expect from a very short-term perspective. 480 is the 21-day EMA support as well as the recent support as well. So 480 should be the stop loss for the long position, and for the existing long position, one can stay put.
And Nirav, your view also on the tire space, because we have seen that barring CEAT, we haven't seen that kind of outperformance from any other stock. Do you think Apollo Tyre is the one to get into?
Well, I think the tire sector is all set to make a comeback, particularly considering the fact that the rubber prices, synthetic rubber prices have eased because of crude-based derivative. Hopefully, we should see easing of the pressure on the margins in this quarter. As you rightly pointed out, I think CEAT is likely to report a strong set of numbers because Q1 was a very marketing heavy quarter as far as CEAT was concerned. Today we have the results of CEAT. Apart from this, I think we like JK Tyre, which is likely to post a very good set of performance. We are already beginning to see signs of improvement in the tire stocks. So we expect even stocks like BKT and Apollo Tyres to make a comeback in this quarter.
Okay, so that's the overall view as far as where the auto sector is concerned. But let's bring the new caller. Murthy is calling to us from Bengaluru. Hi Murthy, how can we help you today?
Happy Deepavali for everyone, ma'am.
Wish you the same, Murthy.
Ma'am, I am holding 200 shares of Dilip Buildcon at 515, ma'am. Long term.
Any particular reason that you invested in this particular counter? Because if we just see and want to understand when did you mark a fresh entry in this particular counter?
Just 1 week back, ma'am.
Okay. Let me take this across to Nilesh then. Nirav then. Nirav, your fundamental view on Dilip Buildcon now in the road sector. What we've seen is muted activity in terms of where the awarding has been concerned. There have been issues in regards with working capital requirements as well. Just want to understand your overall take in with regards to Dilip Buildcon.
It's a strong player in the road segment, but I think as you pointed out, there is a muted ordering activity at this point of time. And I think as far as the infrastructure story is concerned, at this point of time, there are better bets. So I think he should consider switching over to something like an L&T, which is doing quite well and which has got very strong prospects. And he could alternatively also consider stocks like NCC and Afcon's infrastructure.
Nirav, but Nirav, let me come to you because another very interesting query from Vishwas. He's writing to us asking if he wants to invest 1 lakh rupees either between Coforge or Eternal. Which would your bet be in this particular chances of these two stocks while both are in the not related essentially in that space, but any one that you have a preference for?
I think I would go with Coforge.
Coforge, got that. But viewers, it's that time of the show where we start a rapid fire round. Keep sending us your queries. We'll go to Nirav as well as Nilesh as well. Nilesh, request you to keep your answers between buy, hold and sell so that we can cover as many queries as possible. The first one that we have is on HAL itself, 25 shares that K. Narasimha Reddy from Hyderabad has bought. Nilesh, at 4050, should he continue to hold the stock?
Yes, absolutely. Today gave a good breakout, so continue to hold for upside target of 5200. There's a short-term target. Stop loss can be placed at 4800.
Nilesh, next question again for you, and this is on RR Kabel that we are looking at. Currently, Sunita is facing a loss on this, whether she should hold or exit as the question that she wants to ask.
Well, looks sideways as of now, but it has a very good support at 1220. So that should be the stop loss. One can stay put, keeping a stop loss at the same level, and a gradual up move towards 1350 to 1400 can be seen.
The next question is on some IPO related stocks. Tata Capital, LG Electronics, both our viewer has got the allotment. Neerav, what do you suggest?
Hold.
Okay, next question is from Sahana, and she holds about 1,000 shares of Lemon Tree at a price of 157. Wants to understand whether to hold or for short term. Nilesh, your view?
See, overall structure for Lemon Tree is looking positive, so one can stay put, keeping a stop loss at 160. Upside could be seen somewhere around 175 as a position target.
Borosa Renewable is another one. Our viewer is making, Neha from Bengaluru is making a 30% profit on it. Nilesh is asking for a 1 to 2 month view. Your perspective on this one?
Still looks strong. Stay put, keep a trailing stop loss at 630 now, and upside target could be seen somewhere around 700 plus.
Okay, Sun Pharma is the next question about. Ankit holds about 680 shares of this. What should he do? Neerav, what's your view for this?
Hold.
Nilesh, any quick view on silver ETFs as well? Our viewer Anindya Roy from Pune has invested and she wants to know if she can get out right now.
This price is a good price to exit if you have bought it at a lower level, but in terms of making a fresh entry, it's an avoid. If somebody wants to stay put and keep a trailing stop loss at 158 because there has been a lot of momentum, 170, 175 could be a good exit point.
Got that. Viewers, that's the end of the first round of rapid fire. We also do a second one, so stay tuned for that. But we'll take a very quick break. Neerav as well as Nilesh, stay tuned. We'll be right back with a lot more queries on the other side.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्तिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit, a show where you get all your fundamental and technical queries answered on the numbers flashing on the screen. You know, at the top of the show, we were just talking about Nifty Bank hitting a fresh new record, and what a fantastic rally that we've seen for all these banking related stocks. My colleague Sharad here joins us with a list of factors aiding this rally that we are looking at for Nifty Bank as well as Nifty 50 as well as in focus.
Thanks Anushi and Puneet. Of course, the Nifty Bank, that's hitting its lifetime high levels, and importantly, an important Diwali gift ahead of what the street was expecting. Of course, last 2 to 3 sessions were actually on the positive side, but we had mentioned earlier itself in India Markets Open that FI short covering would be coming in, especially in the private banking space, and now we are seeing that move happening. Of course, there's IT and the private banking space where FIs generally have positions, and look at this, FI interest increasing for the private players going ahead, and they constitute the higher portions in Nifty Bank index as well. Also rallying ahead of the earnings, this Saturday is going to be busy for the banking analysts, but ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, street is factored in favorable results as well. Today morning, brokerages turned bullish for Kotak Mahindra Bank. Its earnings is coming next week, which is 25th of October. Over there itself also we are seeing improvement in the operational numbers. Also, the medium-term technical setup that has been very strong. We saw a little bit of profit booking in the PSU banking space, but overall SBI and PSU banks still on a technical levels still suggest that buying is coming in these dips as well. NIMs bottoming out, that's an important portion to actually look out going ahead, and also the institutional interest is coming in the private banks as even the provisions are also getting cleared. So we have got a bird's eye view of why Nifty Bank has hit its record high levels. But also there is one more good news, Nifty has hit its one-year high levels. There are key reasons for it, and of course the banking stocks have supported the Nifty as well, but earnings upgrade is expected to kick in. This would happen in the third quarter as we focus in, and that's what the analysts and the street are expecting. I pointed out FI short covering. Of course, yesterday itself, the number was actually coming down to almost 86%. Earlier, it was 92% in the system. And this short covering rally might sustain going ahead. So we might see more up moves coming in, and that also coming on a Friday as well. Private banking stocks, that contribution we had discussed earlier, but last but not the least are the earnings to follow. Today, post-market hours, it's Reliance. Then tomorrow, of course, 2 large banks are also there. And street is cheering that these numbers could also at least be in line from what the expectations are. So it will be very interesting to see how actually Nifty's momentum pans out, because there will be 3 or 4 important earnings coming from the Nifty space in the weekend as well. So Monday will be of course a volatile session, but a early Diwali comes on D Street today.
It's a busy weekend that we are looking at in terms of the banking indexes. But let's quickly pull up the index. Let's see how it's doing in trade today. We're looking at an uptick of around 0.7% or so. Nifty 50 at the levels of 25,700 is what we are seeing, while Nifty Bank currently at the levels of 57,750 or so. But let me welcome in the fundamental guest, Nirav Asher, back with us, Head Equity Research of Latin Manharlal Securities. Along with that, we also have Rajesh Bhosle, Equity Technical and Derivative Analyst of Angel One. Hello and welcome back to the show. Firstly, to start off the conversation, this question is from Govind Kumar. Now, he's writing to us from Hyderabad. His query is related to Newgen Software. He's holding about 300 shares of this counter and wants to understand whether he should add, sell or average it. The horizon period that we're looking at is a period of 1 to 2 years or so. So, Nirav, let me start off this with you. What's your view on Newgen Software?
I think he should hold the stock and wait for the quarterly results. And then take a decision whether to add. But I think at this point of time, it's better to be cautious with the IT sector, particularly in light of the developments which are taking place.
Got that, Nirav. But we have another caller for today. Bindu is joining in from Vijayawada. Bindu, very good morning to you. What's your query?
Good morning. I'm a regular follower of NDTV.
Thanks so much for dialing in.
Few days back, when I'm watching the show, like Mr. Samir Dalal has recommended JSW Solar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm holding the 250 shares at 260.
And can you hold Bindu for a little while? Should I get you a long-term view on the stock?
Yeah, like medium term to long term.
Okay, Nirav, let me come to you because and Bindu, thanks so much for dialing in and being a regular viewer of NDTV Profit. Nirav, what do you suggest of SW Solar, because stock's seen a correction to say the least from those highs? Any view on this one?
I think the stock has had a turbulent past, and I think margins have not shown the kind of improvement. We've seen a very poor set of numbers of late. So I think that there are better alternatives which are available in the market. So I think it's better to shift to some other quality player in the renewable energy space.
Okay, so that's the view on SW Solar for you. Next question is from Vijay. He's writing to us from Bangalore. He has about 1,000 shares of Narayan Rudale, and this is at an average price of around 1,780. That's what we are looking at. Rajesh, let me come to you on this particular counter. What's your advice?
So if we see charts of Narayan Rudale, not much is happening since last 6 months, but as of now, it's placed on a strong support zone. If we see in the May month, there was a strong rally from the levels of somewhere around 1,700, and prices are trading around those levels. Along with that, 200 DMA is also placed around 1,700. So as of now, hold on to it. On a bounce back, move towards 1,950, 2,000 can be expected. I would suggest to lighten up positions around those levels. As of now, 1,700 seems to be a strong base.
Got the view, Rajesh. But the next query is also on WhatsApp, and it's on Sona BLW. Krishnan from Kochi is asking. He's bought it at roughly 454 rupees per share. It's quite close to the current market price as well, and asking what is the outlook for the next 1 year. So Neera, let me come to you. There has been some challenges because of the late great promoter who passed away. Any view that you have on the fundamental side of Sona BLW, because stock's definitely seen a correction from those highs of 700 last year?
Well, I think it's an unfortunate case of the demise of one of the promoters, and I think they have a very strong order book. But I think execution has seen a lag, and plus they are catering to the EV segment. So I think while the prospects appear to be quite strong, the stock has languished. So it's better to shift to some other alternative in the auto ancillary space.
Okay, so that's the view on Sona BLW. Now next, Mohammed is writing to us from Dubai. He has about 148 shares of HDFC Bank, wants to understand whether to book profit or continue to hold. Rajesh, your view on this counter?
I would suggest definitely hold on to it. The stock is showing fresh momentum going forward. Possibly 1150 to 1200 can be expected. Double bottom formation is there on the daily chart as well as on the weekly chart. So hold on to it. Banking space is a strong outperforming.
Got the view, Rajesh, but we also have another caller. Shweta is dialing in from Hyderabad for a stock query. Shweta, very good morning to you as well as season greetings to you as well. What's your query?
Yeah, hi, very good morning. My query is regarding Jio Financial Services. I am holding 205 shares at 244. I would like to know the view of Nirav sir because I want to know whether I should book profits from this stock and can I shift to Shriram Finance because I am holding that one too.
Yeah.
Or should I stick on to Jio Financial Services only?
And Shweta, are you okay to holding it on for a little while so I can get a fundamental view also of Nirav? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
Nirav, let me come
I'm
to you.
okay.
Jio Financial as well as Shriram Finance is what Shweta holds in her portfolio, and she's asking if she can book out of Jio Financial and into Shriram Finance. Your view on both the stocks as well as if she should do so.
I think it's better to keep some diversification in the portfolio. So I think she should continue to hold on to Jio Financial Services. It's declared a good set of numbers. Business is picking up momentum. So I think continue to hold Jio Financial Services. And of course, Shriram Transport, Shriram Finance, also the prospects appear to be quite good.
Okay, so that's with regards to Shriram Finance that we are looking at. Now, next question, if we are seeing, it's regarding a overall construction sector that we are looking at. Now, the viewer wants to ask about counters like Ahluwalia, NCC, HCC, IRB Infra as well. He's holding position in all of these counters that we are looking at. Wants to understand the overall take on this particular sector, whether he should move to another sector is what his mainly question is. Nirav, let me come to you on this. Let me get your view on all of these stocks that he's talked about, and if you have any alternate ideas in terms of this particular sector or if he should shift his position elsewhere.
We did have a look at a lot of companies in this construction space, especially the likes of HCC or IRB, Jyoti Structures. But I think while most of these companies have a very strong track record of execution, they've been bagging a lot of orders, but I think somehow it's not reflected in the financials. And I think the results have always been disappointing for some reason or the other. So I think the idea would be to move out of these counters and go into quality developers rather than quality contractors. It's better to go in for quality project owners.
So that's the overall take on the construction sector. Now next we have a caller joining us. Rudra is calling to us from Himachal Pradesh. Hi, welcome Rudra. Firstly, wish you a very happy Diwali. Please state your query.
Thank you, ma'am. Happy Diwali too. And ma'am, current I am intraday. I am buying idea. Can I hold it or can I exit now? Because right now I am profit like 11,000 rupees.
Okay. So this is for an intraday trade that you're
because
looking.
Because the last two sessions I got lost money. That's why today is like a profit.
Okay. Let me take this across to Rajesh then. Rajesh, your view?
So intraday is a very short-term time frame, not much expecting in intraday, but from a week's point of view, some kind of positive formation is happening. So possibly can hold for the levels of 9.20 to 9.30. Having said that, intraday I'm not expecting any major move.
Got the view, Rajesh, and I hope Rudra you have something else in your portfolio also. Please keep strict stop losses on such a used position as well. So that's on Vodafone Idea. The next query is coming in from ABK from Pune, is asking on LIC. Now he holds roughly 750 shares, bought at roughly 950 rupees per share. So we've seen a slight pullback from those levels. Nirav, let me come to you because post listing we did see that low of sub 600 and then a sharp reaction and bounce back from those levels. Any view that you have on LIC and if this is a preferred play given the valuation in the life insurance space?
Well, LIC is a sleeping giant, so I think one should wait. He'll require a lot of patience to get the gains from there. But one thing is sure, the gains will come, but he will have to keep the patience.
Okay, so well, that's with regards to LIC that we are looking at. Now, next, again, we have a caller with us. Yash is calling to us from Mumbai. Yash, how can we help you today?
Hi, I have Asahi Glass India, 200 shares at the rate of 750. This was a positional trade which I executed. Previous high was around 950. Now I'm in thinking what to do.
Okay, so what's the kind of time horizon that you're looking at?
Around 6 months, maybe perhaps a year.
Okay, let me take this across with Rajesh then. Rajesh, your view on Asahi Glass for a time frame of around 6 months?
So the overall chart structure is definitely positive, and as the caller said, we are seeing a fresh breakout with prices breaking above its previous swing high, possibly expecting 4-digit levels around 1000 levels. So hold on to it on the lower side, somewhere around 870 is the strong support of 50 EMA, where every dip is getting bought into. So hold on to it for 1000 levels is what we are expecting in the next 6 months.
Got the view, Rajesh. But next query is actually coming in from WhatsApp, and Nayan is writing into us for a question on Oberoi Realty. Strong after the Q3 numbers, he's bought at 1685 and asking if we should continue. So Nirav, let me come to you on this one, because the results look like a decent picture. Your view on Oberoi Realty, should he continue to hold the stock?
Yes, I think he should continue to hold the stock because strong results, very strong execution, good demand, and a deleveraged balance sheet.
Okay, so well, that's with regards to real estate that we are looking at. Next question is from Piyush Raj. He's bought about 132 shares of Shakti Pump, and this is at a price of 925 that we are looking at. Currently facing a loss of about 13% in this counter, facing a loss, so that amounts to about 16,000 or odd. So wants to understand whether he should continue to hold it for a long term or sell at current levels. Nirav, your view?
Well, in the case of Shakti Pumps, it's if you have a horizon of more than 2 years, then I think you should hold the stock.
Nirav, just one follow-up. Nirav, do you also have a view on Oswal Pumps as well? Because ever since that listing, this space started to get a lot of exposure. And I'm sorry, I think I cut you in the middle as well. Please complete your point as well as your view on Oswal.
I think both these companies, the prospects are heavily dependent on the Kusum Yojana. And once the orders are given out, I think their outlook would improve substantially. So I think patience will be required as far as these stocks are concerned.
Got that, Nirav. But we have another caller for today. Wahid from Bengaluru is dialing in for a stock query. Wahid, very good morning to you. What's your query?
Yeah, hi, good morning.
Go ahead with your query, Wahid.
Actually, I have stocks of Cyan Agro Industries.
Okay.
Just wanted to know, should I keep it or sell it off? I've bought around 113 shares at around 1212.
And when did you buy this, Wahid, and what was the rationale?
It was around 30 days before.
30 days before, okay. And do you want a short-term view on the stock then, or a long-term view?
I'm looking for a long-term view.
Nirav, by any chance, do you track this counter, Cyan Agro?
I think this is a very, very diversified group. So when I saw this company, it was difficult to understand what this company is actually into. But I would advise him to hold on account of influential ownership.
Very interesting, Nirav. It's an interesting perspective to definitely look at. But Cyan Agro is the one which Nirav has suggested to hold, given the prospects of institutional ownership as well. But another question that's coming in from Bellary, Sushila is asking we should hold on to Bharat Seats. She's holding roughly 373 shares at 232 rupees per share. So, Nirav, by any chance, do you track this counter? Because, there is association with Suzuki as well as with Maruti Suzuki holding a stake. The stocks run up substantially in this year. Any idea if you track the stock?
Yeah, I think this stock was available at very, very cheap valuations, considering the fact that the market cap to sales, there was a big disconnect. But now I think the stock has moved up substantially. So I think it's definitely time to book. Partly, there should be some profit booking which should happen.
Got that view, Nirav. But we have another caller, and from Amchi, Mumbai itself. Udit is dialing in for a stock query. Udit, season greetings to you. Very good morning to you. What's your query?
Good morning. Thanks for taking this call, Arusi and Jen.
it's a very, very happy Diwali, and my sincere greetings to all of you. You ride the ladder of prosperity like NDTV Profit has been doing, and has been educating all of us.
Wish you the same, Udit, and thanks so much for being a viewer. Thanks so much for dialing in as well. What's your query?
Okay, my query is on Wipro.
Yeah.
I know the results were not, it was up to expectation, but it was not that great. I have 345 shares at around the same price. Now I'm on a loss. Just need to know, do I have to hold on to it? Do I have to average? Or do I have to keep change a different IT sector?
And Udit, just one follow-up. Do you have other IT names in your portfolio?
Yes.
And is this the and if so, is it largely in the large cap space?
No, I have Infosys. I'm okay with Infosys. I am losing on TCS.
Yeah.
These are all basically large caps. I don't have much on small, mid or small cap.
Interesting trend, Udit. Nirav, let me come to you because it's a fundamental issue of large caps, and Udit really likes the tech sector. Let's get that out of the way. So your view on anything like Wipro, firstly, if any view that you have, because valuations are slightly below the prices of TCS, Infosys. But what do you do with the large cap IT space?
Well, I think growth has been an issue, and I think the sector is in transition. So the larger players are likely to get more impacted going forward. It's going to be a sector which is going to be in transition, and this transition is definitely going to be painful. So I think if he's invested in Wipro, I think he should consider shifting either to Infosys or to TCS.
Okay, so that's the overall take on in the IT space. Now, next caller is from Kerala. Jijo is calling to us from there. Hi, Jijo. How can we help you on the show today?
Hi. Good morning to all.
Good morning to you as well.
Okay. So I have holding of Angel One.
Right.
Stock holding Angel One. So I was holding 150 quantity at 2373 average.
Okay. And you want to get a fundamental or a technical check?
Fundamental. Also, what is the next level of target?
Okay, let me go across to Nirav then. Nirav, your view on Angel One. The company also reported its numbers as well. Just want to understand your view.
I think the brokerage space is likely to see some consolidation in the time to come. And hopefully, I think if he has a medium to long-term perspective, say more than 1 year, then he should continue to hold.
Got the view, Nirav, but Jijo, I also recommend you to dial us at 12 o'clock because we have the management of Angel One and you can listen into that conversation as well. But the next query is from Shankar. He's writing his notes from Dubai and asking a query on Dynacons, bought roughly 500 shares at 990 rupees per share. Rajesh, any view that you have on this particular counter? Because Shankar has been holding the stock for a while and asking if there's a possible reversal from the current levels to almost 1,000 odd in terms of share price. Your view?
So during the end of September, we did see a sharp rally from the levels of 850 and 1000 levels. And from there, prices are correcting in a slow volume. So as of now, hold on to it. Somewhere around 850 is a strong support zone. And on the high side, 1050 is a stiff resistance. He can lighten up his position around those levels because stiff resistance of 200-day DMA and previous highs there. So as of now, hold on to it. 850 would be the stop loss and 1050 would be the resistance.
Got that view, Rajesh. But it's time for our second rapid fire of the show. Rajesh as well as Nirav, you know the drill. We'll ask you a lot of questions and request you to keep your answers to buy, hold or sell so that we can cover as many queries as possible. The first one's from Ahmed from Delhi. He's asking on Prism Johnson and he's been holding the stock for 20 years. Shall I sell it now is the question. Nirav, your fundamental view?
Sell.
Sunil Paltel is holding about 300 shares of Policy Bazaar and wants to get an outlook for next 3 months, whether he should average it further. Rajesh, your view?
Yes, he can average positive view.
Quick Heal is the other stock that Ajit Raj from Dubai is asking. He's holding at 2,700 stocks of roughly at 300 rupees per share. Rajesh, your view?
Yes, hold positive.
NCC is the stock that Chandan Jain is holding and he's facing a loss on this counter. Wants to understand whether to hold further. Rajesh, your view?
Yes, hold on to it.
The next one is Trent, and Rubel Biswas from Assam is holding at 5,500 rupees per share, roughly 25 shares. Nirav, your view?
Hold.
Now, Sunita wants to understand about TD Power Systems, which is trading at around 450 rupees, wants to understand whether she should make a fresh entry in this. Rajesh, your view?
Yes, can enter. 700 would be the targets.
Next one is Delta Corp, and Manohar Kher from Mumbai is asking if he should continue to hold at 152 rupees per share. Rajesh, any sign of reversal from the current levels?
Exit on a bounce towards 85 levels.
Okay, next question is about HBL Engineering. Surya Majumdar is holding this particular counter, 65 shares at a price of around 156. Neera wants to have your view on this.
The next question is coming in from on Som Distilleries. Bhaskara is asking from Hyderabad if you should continue holding the stock at roughly 123 rupees is what he's bought at. Neerav, your view?
Hold.
Okay, Vishwanath Reddy is holding about 75 shares of Bank of Baroda at a price of 38. Whether he should hold or sell, that's his question. Rajesh, your view?
Definitely hold.
Got that, Rajesh, but with that, viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of Ask Profit. Neerav as well as Rajesh, thanks so much for joining in and giving us your view across a bunch of spaces. But with that, viewers, that's all the time we have on this edition of Ask Profit. 40 queries is what we answered in the show today. We wish you a very happy Diwali, and we'll see you on Monday.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बन। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी सब विदेश जाते हैं। The best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बन। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the
Happy Diwali to all the viewers in advance, and this is the time when we do know your company. I am Hiral Datia, with me is Varsha Chandani. What's interesting is today we're going to talk about a company which has been slightly under pressure right now, and that the main reason for that is the pricing pressure that the sector is facing. Yes, we're talking about a company from the chemical space. Rosary Biotech, that's the company that we're talking about. Let's first understand, what do we want to know from the management? First up, what is the pricing pressure looking like now? Is it easing or not? And will they see the volume growth back in action? That's the first aspect. Moving on, what is the target looking like when it comes to EBITDA break-even, specifically in the institutional business, because the margins are something that we need to watch out for, Varsha.
Also, Hiral, I would want to know how's the outlook when it comes to their export business, because Q1 saw some subdued demand, but they are back with growth when it comes to Q2. What's the outlook ahead? Will they sustain this growth? Then I would also want to know, is company seeing an improvement in margins, because we all know what chemical industry is being going through, and that is evident from their pressure in margin. So outlook on margin. And lastly, what are their expansion plans and how these expansion plans will be funded?
Interesting questions for us to ask the management, but first up, let's quickly look at all that we know about the company. Rosary Biotech is in the manufacturing of specialty chemicals in India. When you talk about their three main product categories, you're talking of home personal care and performance chemicals, that's the HPPC category as we call it. Textile specialty chemicals, that's the TSH. And you're talking about animal health and nutrition. These are the three segments that the company caters to. And from the three, HPPC, that's the one which contributes majority. 78% of the contribution in terms of revenues comes from there. And then it's TSC which contributes the remainder. Animal health is around 5% right now.
And I would also want to pull up the chart when it comes to their export business as well, because if you see, that contributes 28% to the overall revenue, and exports have increased year on year, and we would want to know what is the expected contribution over the next few years that the management want to take. So onto the geographical contribution, 72% comes from domestic, while almost 28% comes from export. So where this number management want to take to, because this is a high margin segment, so we would want to know on the export side also.
Okay, with that, Q2 earnings probably give you somewhat of a trend, right? The revenue that has come in from the volume growth, which is a key positive that we need to watch out for. In terms of the three segments, 16%, 21%, 29%. That's the kind of growth that they've seen. And what's interesting is animal health has seen the maximum growth that has come in there. The profits have been steady as well, but that's only on the back of subdued pricing and ongoing investments. When you talk about the institutional and B2C performance, we have seen growth that has come in the institutional business as well, but B2C business has remained muted in this quarter. The losses, in fact, have narrowed on a sequential basis, so which is a positive for the company as well from here on.
And also the capacity expansion plans, let's pull up that also what company is doing. They've commissioned additional 20,000 metric tons per annum at Dahej, and also the total capacity now, if you see, stand at around 1,52,000 metric tons per annum. And their phase 2, rather the unit of which they also started 15,000 metric tons per annum of ethoxylation capacity at Unitop, which they acquired in 2021. And all this expansion out of which the phase 2 will be commissioned by 23, and all this expansion, if you see, will lead growth when it comes to their personal care, agrochemicals and pharma. And also board has also approved almost $8 million US of investment when it comes to their Saudi subsidiary as well.
Okay, interesting commentary here from expansion as well, Varsha. But let's tell our viewers all our rating parameters that we are considering over here. First up, you're looking at the income statement check, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios is what we will consider. Street credentials, valuations. Along with that, when you're talking about street coverage, the outlook also becomes absolutely important. So with this company, we're going to look at the outlook that the management has indicated so far. But first up, let's decode the income statement. Now, if you have to look at the last couple of years from FY18 to FY25, it's reflecting a company which has been in a significant expansion and integration phase. Now, the company has successfully scaled its revenue manifold, which establishes a larger and more diversified presence in the specialty chemicals market. The challenge being that the expansion has come in at the cost of margin compression. The key for future, analysis will be the company's ability to drive this margin recovery through operating efficiencies, product mix optimization. I mean, they will have to look at higher margin offerings as well, and the realized synergies that could be coming in from the acquisitions. Now, the moderate growth that we've seen in the net profit in FY25 compared to the revenue growth, also indicating that the cost management and margin expansion remains critical focus areas for the company. And pricing pressure has been a concern. They've actually gone ahead and said that the growth has been trimmed over the last 2 years as well. And to add to this, the key will be when do they actually see that pricing coming back, and the way volumes have increased this time around, will they see it going further from here on, and hence a neutral rating on the income statement?
Well, talking about balance sheet, not much surprise here, because though if you see the, borrowing has gone up from 74 crore to 188 crore, but this is well within the limits, so not much surprise when it comes to borrowings. Even cash in bank, if you see, was 124 crore in FY23, fast forward to FY25, stand at around 57 crore. But overall, a thumbs up when it comes to a balance sheet, because if you see, debt to equity ratio also is well within the limits, so not much, aggressive debt that the company has taken. So overall, a thumbs up when it comes to balance sheet.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the balance sheet goes. Now, let's understand the cash flow statement as well. Now, overall, you will not see any major issues coming in here. But if you're talking about FY24, the cash flow from operations was lower, but that was mainly on the back of the increase that the company has seen from the receivable front, which has actually impacted the cash flow from operations. And on top of that, the company also made an investment. So your net cash flow is seeming to be negative in FY24. But from there on, if you talk about a net cash flow of almost 19 crores, this is on the back of the investment of almost 183 crores that they have made, out of which majority has been in fixed assets worth 159 crores. And hence, we've given it a thumbs up so far, Varsha.
Right. And on to ratios, let's pull up that chart, how return ratios have been fared for the company. So in FY24, FY22, the ROCE, that is return on capital employed, was almost 24%. Fast forward to FY25 is at 17%. Even if you see ROE, that is return on equity also, there also if you see that this from 16% to 12%. So yes, we have seen return ratios going down. Now why? Because of the acquisition and inorganic expansion that Rossari Biotech has done with respect to Unitop and Tristar Intermediates also. So while these acquisition, if you see, has boosted their HPPC revenue, but they have initially dragged their return ratios, and hence we are seeing the drag in the return ratios. And overall, if you see the pressure in the margins and overall the profitability pressure has also impacted the return ratios for the company, and hence we have given a neutral rating on the ROC and ROE front.
Okay, let's look at the shareholding pattern. Again, a neutral rating from NDTV Profit. Now, the only reason being is, if you talk about the promoters, they've remained steady. Your DIIs, again, that 70 to 18% is the kind of range where they have maintained in the last 3 years. Public has gone up marginally, but your FIs have actually seen a dip. It's nearly halved from a 4% to a 2.7%, or at least 1/3 of it has gone away, and that's the reason why we've given it a neutral rating.
Talking about the street cred, the investors have actually not made money in the last 3 to 4 years when it comes to Rossari. If you see in last 1 month, the stock has given only 5% of return, while in the last 6 months it's down 1.3%. In year to date, the stock is down 15%. Even in the last 5 years, the stock is down almost 13%. So now one of the reasons is, of course, because of the industry dynamics that the company has facing. We have seen chemical industry as a whole facing problems when it comes to realization, when it comes to pricing pressure, though volume has increased. Now we are seeing that growth in volume coming back, but China destocking and China dumping has always been the issues when it comes to chemical industry, of course, in the last 2 years, and hence we are seeing the investors have not made money when it comes to Rossari, and hence we have given a downward rating when it comes to street cred.
Okay, let's look at what valuations are telling. It's interesting because if you have to compare, to a 3-year average, it seems very reasonable. If you compare to the peers, it's slightly somewhere in between. The reason why we've given it a neutral rating is because the expectation is of a volume uptick, and if the pricing pressure eases, these are the two aspects that analysts are actually taking into consideration. If pricing pressure eases, please hear that carefully, because that is what probably is the reason why you're seeing a good upside, which the analysts have given the counter as well. And that's the reason why we're talking about a neutral rating so far.
Well, talking about the analyst recommendation, as you rightly said, on that upside potential, you have 25% of upside potential, what analysts are pegging in, with 6 calls of buy recommendation, hold 0 and sell 0. But as Hiral was saying, this is on the back of if pricing pressure eases. Now, talking about the outlook, when it comes to Rossari, their new capacity, EO capacity and backward integration will actually cut cost, and the expansion at the Unitop and Tristar will actually add high growth chemical segment into the picture, and their Southeast Asia facility will boost exports for the company. So there, we might see that growth to be sustainable over the next few years, and the innovation pipeline will actually support long-term growth, and hence, on the overall rating, if you see, when it comes to analyst recommendation and outlook, we have given a thumbs up onto that.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the overall ratings go, but let's understand what that actually adds up to from the rating parameters. A neutral when you talk about income statement and return ratios, but your balance sheet and cash flow are a thumbs up. Your shareholding valuation, street coverage and outlook is a neutral, and your street creds is a thumbs down, and that takes you to a 5 on 8, which is still a pretty strong rating, I would say, on KYC that's come in. But to discuss further on this and what is in store, let's get in Ketan Sablok, Group CFO at Rossari Biotech. Ketan, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you. Wishing you a happy Diwali as well from NDTV. My first question coming to you is, we've laid down what's happened in the past couple of years. There is some bit of respite that's coming in on the volume front in the second quarter of FY26. What is the trend that you are looking at if you have to look at the next couple of quarters from volume and pricing perspective?
So yeah, thank you for having me and happy Diwali to the entire team there. So this quarter, I think whatever growth that we've been able to do, most of it has come through volume. Pricing is a challenge for us. It's a little dynamic situation now. Going forward, also do not have a complete clarity on how the end market is going to behave. We have issues of tariff, etc. But we're just keeping our fingers crossed that we can keep pushing the volumes. Some of our capacities, as we had said, have come on stream. Couple of new capacities will come during the forthcoming quarters. And then our target will be over the next year, 2 years to start utilizing these capacities completely. So most of the growth, as we see today, should be volume-led. Pricing is a challenge for us as of now, the way we see it, sitting today.
Note, Mr. Sablok, hi, this is Varsha, this side. Welcome to NDTV Profit. You have guided for mid double-digit growth when it comes to revenue and profit in FY26. Considering the pricing pressure that you have and considering the on-ground reality, are you still track when it comes to this guidance, or do you want to upgrade it?
No, we would not like to upgrade the guidance. We had talked about 12 to 15% kind of growth during this year. The first quarter was slightly lower, but I think on a H1 basis, we are again back on track, close to 14% growth on the top line. And we envisage that by the end of the year, we should be at the levels of 12 to 14%, coming on the back of a lot of these geopolitical situations that are happening, tariff issues, etc. Some of the demand could taper down in the coming quarters, subject to how the tariff situation folds out. But yes, as of now, we would still stick to what we had guided earlier.
And what about margins, Mr. Sablok? Where do you want to? Where do you see EBITDA margins for FY26?
So I think FY26 we had guided for margins EBITDAs above 12 to 13%. I think as of now we would still stick to that kind of margins.
Understood. Also, Mr. Sablok, talking about your exports. So in Q1, there was a dip in exports, but in Q2, the exports grew very strong. What is the trajectory going ahead when it comes to export? Do you see this growth sustainable when it comes to the H2 FY26 and for FY27 as well?
Yes, so we've always been talking about our growth coming majorly out of exports. The exports going to outperform the domestic sales, and I think that's how the situation is currently playing out. This quarter was very strong for exports. Almost 30% of the overall revenues came out of exports. Exports grew by close to 36% in this quarter. And I think we are very confident to maintain this split of 28-72% kind of split, at least for this year. But having said that, we are seeing a short order flows are getting a little difficult from the export market, especially because the end customers are not very clear on when to order and the exact timing of the order. But we are still confident that we'll be able to track that. Also, we've done. We are expecting the Southeast Asian, the Thailand plant of ours to come on stream by the end of Q3. So that's also going to help us, especially to start with in our textile exports, to the Southeast Asian markets and Bangladesh and some of the other countries, where the tariff could be an issue while exporting from India. So that should help us cushion some of the export demand, which could be lower on the Indian market. So I think we still hold on to this 70-30 split, and we expect exports to keep growing.
Okay. Ketan, you interestingly said that the 70-30 kind of split is what will continue for exports this year. Let's look at the next 3 years. How much do you plan to scale it up to, number one? Because this is something which is usually a margin accretive side of the business. So are you seeing any tailwinds then come in?
Yes, so if the plans come out the way we've laid down within the company, and some of these issues in terms of duties, etc., get rectified, I think this split is going to grow in favor of exports in the next couple of years. That's what that's how we have planned out our next move. Some of the initiatives that we've taken in terms of growing the export market, we've seen some of that playing out this year. More of it will play out in the forthcoming years also.
Mr. Sablok, on to the institutional business. You've seen losses, when it comes to institutional business. When are you expecting that EBITDA break even, and what's the outlook when it comes to this side of segment?
So if you see this quarter, the losses have come down quarter on quarter. But yes, this business needs to grow to a certain size before it becomes an EBITDA neutral and a little bit of EBITDA positive. Our internal targets are that over the next 2 years, this business should become a larger pie with at least 500 crores kind of a top line revenue, and around that revenue we expect this business to become EBITDA positive, add some bit of EBITDA margins to the overall business, because that's when all the cost leverages will flow in. So we'll hold on to this business. We see a lot of value in this business. So in spite of this making losses in the last couple of quarters, we still are very, very positive on this.
Okay, when does it get back into the black, number one? And two, raw material price trends, how are they panning out? What's the outlook looking like?
So this, as I said, this business becomes black when we reach the top line of about 500 odd crores. That should happen in the next 1.5 to 2 years. On the raw material front, I think raw material prices are stable now. We're not seeing too much of a movement on the raw material front. And that's helping us hold on to the prices. While we're not getting any price increase, but we've been able to hold on to our selling margins also.
Okay. When it comes to your capital allocation and debt as well, I mean, your recent capex has been the hedge, the Unitop expansions, that's what we're talking about. This does lead to rising interest expenses. What's the outlook when it comes to the debt levels and the interest coverage ratio for FY26? And two, the projected return on capital employed and ROE as the new capacities start contributing meaningfully?
Yeah, so our expectation is that these new capacities will start contributing meaningfully by FY28. So that's when, the peak utilization of these capacities will come through. We still need, typically chemical plants need about 2 years to peak out on their capacities. And once that happens, I think all these ratios in terms of ROEs, ROCs will start showing up. These are good products. These are high capacity, high utilization capexes. The asset turns are going to be significantly high, so it will be all in 4+ kind of asset turns. So our expectation is that by FY28 we'll be able to peak out on these capacities in terms of volumes.
So Ketan, would you peak out on your return ratios as well? We've seen a 22% number versus a 17 in FY22. So on your return ratios, when do you peak out? Are you saying once the capacities are at full utilization, you will see those peak numbers on your returns?
Yes. So FY28 onwards, we should see a better return ratios.
Right. Lastly, I just wanted to ask about that. You said that the growth will be driven by volume, at least in the short term. What kind of volume growth you are expecting? Any ballpark range, if you could give us?
So volume growth, we expect at least 12 to 15% kind of volume growth in the short term. These capacities, once they start, partially contributing over the next year and 2 years, I think the volume growth will be very visible in our top line numbers.
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sablok, for answering all the questions, and all the best for the business, and happy Diwali.
Thank you, and happy Diwali to you.
So, the key takeaways, Hiral, from this interview would be: one is they're expecting 14 to 15% of revenue growth for FY26 with EBITDA margin of 12 to 13%. And they are also expecting their Southeast Asian plant to be live from Q3, which will actually drive exports for the company. And lastly, a kind of, so there's the tariff situation may actually, impact demand in coming quarters. So that
and your return ratios will peak in FY28
yes.
when all your capacities will hit maximum utilization. That's the key from here on. But completely out of time. That's all, folks, that we have on KYC. Thanks for tuning in only on NDTV Profit for your profit. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned for a blockbuster Diwali coverage on NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
a powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way. The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are
Good afternoon. You're watching Markets at 12. My name is Puneet Zaveri, and over the next half an hour or so, we'll get you some key corporate conversation and to tell you about the markets as well, because we have seen a stellar recovery from the lows of today, continuing the positive momentum at least till the mid-afternoon as well. The Nifty Bank has hit a new level today. We discussed that in Ask Profit as well, and a key level crossed of roughly about 55,000 and 57,600, pardon me. So that has continued a positive momentum. Let's look at the contributors very quickly as well, because you did see a lot of names which are going to be coming out with the earnings tomorrow. So ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank will be in focus. HDFC is currently contributing almost 33 points to the Nifty 50. Something like an ICICI Bank is also in a positive trajectory as well. Let's quickly look at the Nifty heat map right now as well. And something like an Asian Paints is actually buzzing in trade today, up 4.7%. And while there hasn't been a direct news flow, maybe the consumption trends are boosting the demand on the ground. That'll be something to watch from the earnings as well. Something like a Bharti Airtel, Max Health, as well as Apollo Hospitals is also buzzing in trade today. On the losing side, we have the IT names that are trying to put that pressure on the Nifty, but roughly about 33 stocks off the 50 in the green, and that's a positive momentum. When you look at the mid cap and small caps, that's the other trend, largely seeing a flattish move on all of these indexes today. So it's a day of the benchmarks, and hopefully we will be able to maintain that throughout the day as well. Finally, the BSE 500, before we move on to the first corporate conversation for today, has been that a lot of individual names like Whirlpool, and we'll put the focus today on that. Bombay Burma is the other one, Nippon Life, driving the positive momentum on the BSE 500 today. But as promised, the first management for the show is Angel One. Amrish Kenge is the group CEO of the company, is joining in. And it's based on, of course, the quarterly results as well. Amrish, very good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for joining in, and season greetings to you and everybody at Angel One. It was, a quarter that saw impact because of low volumes amongst others. So could you start us off with what do you expect in terms of order inflow to increase on a per day basis, because roughly 4% is what we saw in quarter one. Your view of how this quarter went by, and expectations of a recovery in volumes.
Well, Puneet, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on this show, and happy Diwali to everybody at NDTV Profit as well. The quarter actually was very, very strong, Puneet, I thought, because we, if you remember, the quarter started with the whole Jane Street news, and there've been wars, there've been tariffs up and down, there've been all kinds of news, and yet I thought we had a strong quarter with 5 to 6% revenue. If you look at gross or net, 5 to 6% revenue growth, and 10% adjusted PAT growth, because the absolute would have shown up like more than 85%. So very strong quarter. Also, Puneet, if you look at market shares, which are really important in any market, in the cash segment, we had a market share which was 70 bips up. Same thing with FNO segment, 70 bips up. In commodity, we had more than 800 bips gain in share, but that was a little bit of anomaly. So if you look year over year, about 300 bips up. So that was fairly strong. Beyond broking also, if you look at it, we do lending distribution. That went for 230 crores last quarter to 460 crores this quarter. So it's almost doubled actually when you look at it, about 97% increase when you look at the exact numbers. AMC has been doing really well. We have now 400 crore of AUM there. The number of folios, which was very heartening, that number of folios grew to 1.38 lakhs, which is the highest growth of any AMC has shown. In our wealth management business, our AUM has went up to 6,100 crores, which is more than 20% growth, and that has been going incredibly well. So across the board, really good performance. And what I'm really happy to see is that in an industry in a market which has not been as strong, we've been able to do good performance, but we are also continuing on our long-term path of what we do with AI and technology. So we launched our own homegrown AI bot. We're starting to respond to customer emails over AI. So overall, very good. Now, I know, Puneet, you want to talk about the future as well, I guess.
Good afternoon. Hiral also joining on this conversation. Happy Diwali. One key thing that I'm picking up over here is Angel One in a rebalancing phase right now? Because year on year, the performance is weak, but on a sequential basis, we are seeing a recovery in profit that is coming in. The operational metrics on a sequential basis are looking better. So the navigation with regards to the challenges on the back of the SEBI order, what is it that you're looking at? What is that strategic diversification that you will have to do?
Hiral, good afternoon and happy Diwali to you. What you're seeing is that, in the end, there's no rebalancing, right? We have a long-term strategy. We're a very long-term player who's continued to transform over the years. So there's no rebalancing. We are continuing on a path for our strategy. The macro, of course, keeps changing, whether there is regulatory macro or markets, and that changes things a bit here and there. But on a long-term basis, we are on the right path. So on broking, of course, that has, we think, a lot of headroom left there, depending on who you ask. Somewhere between 5 to 10%, only 5 to 10% of people's, retail savings are in equity today. So the long way to go. In US, that number looks like 44%. So we think there's a long way to go in broking. But on diversification, if you see, we've got lending. I talked about those numbers. We've got wealth management. We've got a AMC. We just made a investment in a joint venture with Livewell on insurance. So across the board, we are very well positioned when you look long term for us, and short term also. This quarter, like you saw, the performance has been really good. What I'm seeing and I'm hoping, when you see the end of the year, Hiral, when we exit FY26, you will see us get to about a 40 to 45% operating margin.
Okay.
We also think, already I think markets can stay flat for only as long you start seeing some tailwinds. I hope to see some tailwinds. While
Amrish, all points said and done, okay, there is definitely that internal assessment that you would have done of that permanent versus cyclical impact of the recent SEBI derivative regulations in terms of business. That's number one. Two, with all of this said and done, with the newer businesses that you spoke about right now, how has the mix, with regards to your business shifted? Let's talk even about your broking revenue, how it has shifted between F&O, cash, equity, maybe delivery, intraday, and the other segments.
Yeah. See, there is right now what you're seeing with the rest of the businesses, Hiral, beyond broking specifically is that the best way to follow them is through AUMs, and I've mentioned some of these AUMs where in wealth you've got 6,100 crores, 400 in AMC, lending growing. So that's the best way to follow. Those businesses have, I think, great momentum. In terms of our breakup, 46% of our revenues come from F&O broking fees, about 6% from commodity broking fees. 30%, 32% of it is interest income through MTF and other places, and rest of it is growing, but that income is there. You will see that diversification is already at play. It just will start growing, where you'll start seeing other businesses start contributing 10 to 20% of our revenue. But right now, of course, we have to focus on our main business while diversifying.
With that, what is the kind of impact that you are expected to see on the back of weekly expiry discontinuation if that happens? Any revenue hit that you're baking in, and the outlook that you will see on the derivative volumes, taking the regulatory uncertainty into consideration?
Look, it's speculative here, so I don't know, what, when, if will happen, right? It's unclear whether it goes to fortnightly, it goes to one, does it go to monthly? Also, whether it will happen or not also has been in there. We have not been contacted by anybody here. I have not seen a consultation paper come out. So my thought would be to not feed that speculation more. Will there be impact if there is a change? Of course, we all know there'll be, because the premiums go up, time value goes up there. But it won't be appropriate to speculate on it right now on what impact, because we don't know what shape or form this thing is going to take. Long term, we are very, very bullish on the market. Regulations actually, in the end, overall, over the period of time, have made the market stronger. So we continue to be long term bullish, and I don't see anything on the horizon right now. And the regulators have been very careful and very understanding of making sure that they don't disrupt anything in a hurry.
Amrish, I'm sure you are waiting for the final regulations as well, but there has to be that lingering concern, right? There would be some scenario analysis that you might have done of what could be if this move supposedly happens, or discontinuation of weekly expiry, because while you have done multiple investments in the non-broking side, they're still taking shape in the medium to long term. So what do you expect that in the medium term, while these initiatives will start to show a stronger effect as well? You spoke about Live Well, you spoke about your partnership in terms of lending as well. What could that look like? Because your volume number of almost 6.8 to 6.9 million per day orders by Q4 also will be something that you will be watching out for, hoping that such a measure would not happen. So any perspective that you can give for investors if this move supposedly happens?
Look, I am not seeing, so Puneet, it's hard because there are so many scenarios, it's hard to actually even think about them or go through them. I just listed a few, but there are many, you follow this market very closely. I think the best guidance that I can see of is that I'm not seeing anything in a hurry right now, because look, the regulator also has been very clear that they have not announced anything. They're not in a hurry. If and when they'll come out with a consultation paper. So I don't know if we should start worrying about something that hasn't happened. So this financial year, I think we are continuing to give our guidance on the operating margin that we will exit at 40 to 45% operating margin. I'm already seeing some, Puneet, like if you look at the ADTO for F&O on NSE, right? Just in October, if you see, compared to September, this time of the month, it's up 15%. Cash is up 9%. Right? So there are some tailwinds that potentially one can start seeing. And I wouldn't we are not baking anything for this financial year, if at all there is a regulatory change.
Okay. Amrish, my last question coming to you is, we've spoken about the regulatory changes, all of that said and done. How are you looking at ramping up your non-broking revenue streams? You already spoke about that with the kind of diversification. But currently, from the contribution where it is, to what extent do you plan to scale it up to now?
Look, this is on a very strong scaling path. Some of these businesses are long gestation period. For example, the AMC business is a long gestation period business, but it gives tremendous amount of dividends because it's an AUM business, it's a annuity business, it keeps giving over a period of time. Less so is the wealth business. We think the wealth business will start breaking even in 2.5 to 3 years, and that has been on a great trajectory. Amazing team there. So you will see more happen there. Lending also, I've shown you like this kind of a thing. From 230 crores, we've gone to 460 crores in just a quarter, and there you'll see revenues go up. Today, I think about 4% of our revenues are through distribution, but I see that go well beyond 10% in short order. But these things, as you know, when you're just in creating new businesses, it's important to do it thoughtfully. We'll always think long term, but we're definitely looking forward to having more than 10% of that in distribution.
Got that. And I think
but they will become very significant for us.
Right. Amrish, thanks so much for joining in, giving us perspective on the Q2 results for Angel One, as well as what it could mean for the industry as well. We wish you the best, and again, season greetings to you and everybody at Angel One. But, bringing you now an NDTV Profit exclusive on the sidelines of Assocham AGM, new leadership as well in Delhi. My colleague Danish Anand actually caught up with SpiceJet CMD Ajay Singh. Listen in to the conversation where he talks about the company's plans for the coming quarters.
You had placed a massive order of Boeing aircraft like a few years back, but we saw that post-COVID there were no deliveries actually happening. So as far as talks between SpiceJet and Boeing is concerned, where are we right now? When can you expect your original orders to get delivered to you?
Well, we are in dialogue with Boeing. We continue to be in dialogue with Boeing. We received an offer from them just a few weeks ago. We are evaluating that, and we hope that we can find a resolution with Boeing and get started on the delivery soon.
So very last question before I let you go. As far as the finances of the company is concerned, do you plan to do some kind of a fundraising in the coming few months?
Not at the moment. We expect the next 3 quarters to be significantly profitable, and so we'll see after that.
Well, that was the management of SpiceJet as well. A stock you need to keep on radar as well. But, from Diwali to Diwali and Samvat to Samvat, it's been a dazzling year for commodities, to say the least. Now, we have been focusing on gold and silver, but the other ones are also slightly under pressure, but you need to watch out for all of them. Let me get my colleague Vansh to give us some perspective of all the commodities that he's tracked for the last 1 year. Vansh, over to you.
Well, yes, thank you for that. So yes, a strong year for the entire commodity pack. If you look at the returns, what we have seen is the gold and silver that has given about a 51 and 52% returns. We have crude that has remained a laggard with a minus 15% return. The aluminium and copper have continued to outperform with returns of about 5 to 12% as well. Now let's understand the reasons behind this rally. Let me firstly start off with silver. Now it's the surging industrial demand, the growing EV demand, and the solar boom. Now it's also important to know that silver is a key raw material for the manufacturing of solar cells as well. Also, it's the 5th year of supply deficits for the metal, and it is the weakening US dollar that is fueling the rally for silver as well. Moving on to the gold, there has been robust ETF inflows, the resumption of interest rate cuts by Fed, geopolitical uncertainty, and the central banks buying is what that is fueling the rally in this particular metal as well. The third on my list is aluminium. Now we have seen supply disruption, especially from bauxite supply issues from Geneva. Also, there has been increasing demand from the automotive sector, which is fueling the rally in this particular sector, commodity as well. Lastly, moving on to the copper, we have seen major mine disruptions across the world, and there has been increasing demand, and then there has been inventories that are falling on the LME, which has further led to a supply squeeze that is we are looking at. Lastly, if I talk about the laggard corner, if we talk about crude, now the OPEC has eased the output that has led to fresh supply pressure that has come on this particular commodity. Also, it is the China's industrial slowdown that has weighed on the global oil demand. It's the higher global interest rates that has curbed the consumption outlook, and lastly, it's the rising US crude inventories that has signaled near-term oversupply as well. So this is how the overall picture is panning out for the commodity pack as well.
Well, thanks so much for that, Vansh. But, continuing with the theme of Samvat, continuing with the theme of Diwali as well, we spoke to market veteran Ramdev Agarwal, and he has a simple but a powerful investing rule. Only buy stocks you truly understand. And he said this while speaking to NDTV Profit's managing editor, Tamanna Inamdar. He urges investors to keep their portfolio focused, not overcrowded, so they can dig into the details and ride their long-term picks as well. Let's listen in to the snippet of that conversation.
make sure this Diwali your portfolio is fit. There is not too much cholesterol of high valuations in what you have bought, and no junk food or junk stocks. How do you do a cleanup of your portfolio like you do of your diet and nutrition?
Yeah, even wardrobes. So actually, this is a terrific question, and it's not only Diwali stuff. I mean, around the year you have to do it.
Yeah.
You have to have a very healthy portfolio, and a healthy portfolio. One of the secret is that when I started in '95, when I read first time about Buffett, in my portfolio there were 225 stocks, and on this A4 page, it used to be 4 or 5 pages, 5 pages, you know. And by the time I start removing, after first page I start feeling hungry. It never went to the 5th page. So, you know, it is very important that you have the portfolio which is small enough, which you can have a look at it every day.
Lean,
very
like how?
lean, yeah.
So no buffets.
No buffets and no, too many children. You have to have very, very planned family. Okay, so that's very important. And so that's first starting point. I mean, that's how I would rather say the way I do it. It may not fit everybody, but as per me, having a few so that you can spend time thinking about those stocks, because companies, they go through their own life cycle of prosperity and then decline. So you should not be over sitting, you know, when the prosperity phase is over and when they're declining, you don't want to go to zero again. You know, so from 1 you go to 1,000 and 1,000 to 0, no point. So the real fun is to buy the stocks which are going to go from 1 to 1,000 and have few of them so that you can ride it all the way.
So clearly 225 stocks is too much.
Too much.
What is the right amount? How much do you think?
I don't think you need more than 15, 25. Like if I look at our schemes here, Motilal Oswal, every scheme will not have, none of the schemes will have more than 30 stocks.
That's the cap you have.
That's the cap, because we are managing 30,000, 40,000 single scheme.
Yeah.
But if you have 100 crores, 50 crores, 5 crores, 10, I mean, in 10 crores, you should not have even 10 stocks, I'm telling you. The right number of stocks to have is as many stocks you know. If you know 3 stocks, should have only 3.
Okay, when you say no, your stock, a lot of people who invest don't have the time to sit and deep dive into a stock or actually look at it so carefully. They have a lot of information and maybe not the ability to analyze as well. So how do you know a stock? Sometimes they look at, okay, what have big funds bought, what have big investors bought, and that's what they follow.
This is a fundamental issue. You don't have to know. If you are an investor in equity markets, when we started, there were no mutual funds. Today, you have brilliant mutual funds. They are doing better than most other retail investors. They are actually performing far better than a retail guy, because retail guy doesn't have a reach. If I am managing 50,000 crores or a lakh crore in one single scheme, I mean, the company guy is waiting for my call. You know, so and of course the call itself doesn't matter much. It depends on my understanding of the company and whatever is there. So I think it's a 24/7 job, and it is very competitive with a lot of money coming in. FIs are there now. DIIs, you saw the today's paper. They have bought already 5 lakh crores in 9 months.
Yeah.
So if you do pro rata, I think we're talking about 6.5, 7 lakh crores, which is 2% of GDP. This is a sign of things to come. So it will become very competitive, and hence, unless you are a master, very passionate about picking a stock, don't bother about it. Go and buy nice mutual fund, good mutual funds. They will do the job.
Mutual funds, I'm not talking about any specific ones, और मैं आपके funds की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, but mutual funds have not necessarily given great returns in the last 1 year.
Listen, when you have 15-20 stocks, you're already making a mutual fund. When you buy, say, 20-25 stocks, you are creating a mutual fund of your own. And what right it gives you that your mutual fund will do better than the mutual fund managed by professional? You just try. You look at the guys, how they have done. There are very few Rakesh Jhunjhunwalas and Ramesh Damanis of the world. You know?
And Ramdev Agarwals.
Yeah, I mean, I used to pick up stocks. Now, I mean, I'm much more focused on managing the company. I mean, for me, the stock is Motilal Oswal only. So my bulk of the time goes in managing Motilal Oswal. So, but then you need to be very good at it, and there are very few guys, and it takes a lot of time. You have to read a lot of books, a lot of balance sheet, a lot of con calls, interactions. Keep watching the results. Where is the newest style coming in, new high tide coming in? So it is a full-time job. I would think that average investor, like we are talking about 3 million investors coming every month, a lakh investor per day. You are not producing Rakesh Jhunwala's every day 1 lakh. So they have, I mean, with due respect to all of them, I want them to make a lot of money. Very few people, they are able to beat index also in their portfolio, and there are a lot of junk because they know how to buy. I mean, you tell the guy and he'll buy, but they don't know when to get out.
Yeah.
You know, so then making money is about getting in and getting out both. So I think that's what the professionals do very well. And there is a tax shelter also if you buy mutual fund.
Well, that was market veteran, Ramdev Agarwal, and I urge you to catch the full conversation on YouTube as well. We put that out, so do try to catch a lot more gems from that conversation. But let's shift focus to HAL. India's indigenous Tejas Mk1A took off today. The fighter jet will take off from the Hindustan Aeronautic Limited plant in Nashik. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is set to flag off the flight as well. NDTV Profit Zone, Malika Mishra is now joining us live from the location. Malika, what are some of the key aspects that you're picking up? And you did speak to us earlier as well. And I'm sure that there's a lot more that you want to tell us. What are some of the things you're picking up? So we'll try to get her back, in connection as well. But she actually spoke to us earlier, where she was actually standing next to the Tejas Mark 1A. It's a majestic flight to say the least, and not, of course, very fast as well. And what's interesting is that for a long time HAL wasn't able to deliver all of these key orders that they have, but has been now able to with the you can see some of the visuals also from today's event as well as from the past as well. Roughly 97 is what they've got as a key order for the Mark 1A, and a lot more as well. But we have Malika back with us. Malika, what are some of the key aspects that we need to watch out for?
Yes, currently, Puneet, thank you so much for that introduction. I am at the Nashik facility of Hindustan Aeronautics, and behind me you see this extravagant display of the power of Indian aerospace. Here is basically the Tejas light combat aircraft Mark 1A, and on this side is the HTT-40, which is basically the trainer variant of this aircraft. This is a milestone for Indian aerospace because the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh just came a while ago and we saw the test flight of both these aircraft. And as I said, it's a big milestone. Why? Because the Indian aircraft currently is undergoing a squadron strength crunch. The current squadron strength of the Indian Air Force stands at 29 against the 42 which is required for the Indian Air Force to be capable of handling any potential threat. And this Tejas aircraft here, the HTT-40 on my right, and on the left that you see is the Tejas light combat aircraft on my right is the fact that this is going to be inducted in the Indian Air Force and will almost replace the MiG-21 jets that recently retired from the Indian Air Force. So therefore, this is a big milestone, a big step in favor of India becoming self-reliant in the aerospace industry. Remember, this aircraft had to be launched last year in 2024, but now it's finally come back, and we will continue to give you a lot more updates from this place. But this is Malika Mishra reporting live from Nashik.
Well, thanks so much for that, Malika. But let's quickly cut across to the NDTV World Summit event, where my colleague Tamanna Inamdar is actually speaking to Anil Agarwal, chairman and founder of Vedanta. Listen in.
$2.5 billion. But I think the true net worth is in the fact, and you'll hear this when we have the conversation, it seems like nothing has changed for this gentleman. ये आपकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत है सर, कि आप देखते हैं फोर्ब्स लिस्ट में आपका नाम कहाँ पर है?
नहीं, thank you Tamanna, and I must congratulate the NDTV, Rahul Kamar, what a show he has created. and all the foreign delegates who has come all the way to come to New Delhi, especially on Diwali time, our New Year's time, very, very auspicious. So it's amazing. Got an opportunity to speak to NDTV, which was the only TV all over the world. I've been away for a long time. For us, access to the news or to India was only NDTV, and last few years it has grown to the different heights. So I wish everybody, NDTV, hardworking, to take it at a different level. So, but no, I'm just a boy from Bihar. Didn't know anything. तुम्हारा नाम के साथ चल रहे थे, खाली तमन्नाएं थी कि कुछ करना है लाइफ में। कभी प्लेन में नहीं बैठे, डबल डेकर बस खाली टीवी में देखते थे, फिजिकल देखी नहीं थी। सो ये सपने थे। अभी भी याद है जब बम्बई स्टेशन पे वीटी स्टेशन इतना बड़ा देखा तो जर्नी चलती चली गई। बिहार के ओरिजिनली हम राजस्थान से हैं, हम राजस्थान वाले कोने कोने में देश भर में चले गए। उसके बाद पटना में ही बड़े हुए। आई हैव गॉन टू बॉम्बे, एंड बॉम्बे इज अ प्लेस वेयर देयर इज नोबडी who has the idea, who want to do something. I am experiencing, because whatever I am today, from Bihar, from the Bombay, nobody recognized me in the Bombay. I wanted to grow. For that purpose, to raise the money, I've gone abroad, raised a lot of money, bring it to India. So it's amazing. I enjoy it. Somebody has to tell me I have this age, but still youth, want to do something, keep doing something. So thank you.
सर, व्हाट एन अमेजिंग आंसर। और जो आपका पहला लाइन था वो एक्चुअली सही है। आई एम अ बॉय फ्रॉम बिहार। मैं इसलिए कह रही हूँ कि आपने फ्लैशबैक दी है आपकी स्टोरी की, बट पीपल हु ट्रैक व्हाट योर कंपनी इज डूइंग एंड व्हाट द ग्रुप इज डूइंग नो दैट यू आर ऑन द एज ऑफ अ वेरी एक्साइटिंग new phase coming in. You're looking at semiconductors, you're looking at new age technology, and you have the vantage point of India's resources right now. हम बात कर रहे हैं धनतेरस के दिन, और एक गाना है, इस देश की धरती सोना उगले। इस देश की धरती से जो चांदी उगल रही है, आपको पता नहीं होगा, 90% of it is mined by Hindustan Zinc, and right now चांदी की शॉर्टेज है। तो कितनी माइनिंग चल रही है सर?
आपने जो बोला उसके ऊपर मैं बोलता हूँ, गाना तो आपने गा ही दिया।
नहीं, गाना तो आपको गाना है।
दिया है जान भी देंगे हे वतन तेरे लिए। इंडिया 140 करोड़ों का मुल्क, हर परिवार, हर लोग देखते हैं। जो आपकी एनडीटीवी दिखा रही है, फ्यूचर क्या है, हर आदमी का सपना है मेरे बच्चे अच्छे पढ़ें, मेरा घर पक्का हो, मेरे घर में टीवी हो, स्कूटी हो। स्कूल में पढ़ाना बच्चों को, कॉलेज में पढ़ाना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। हर तरह की जो देखता है उसको चाहिए। आज उनके पास पेशेंस नहीं है, और ये मोदी जी की गवर्नमेंट है, उन्होंने उसको सपना भी दिखा रहे हैं कि हम करा के देंगे, ये होके रहेगा। और इसके लिए सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है, जो हमने देखा है कि हिंदुस्तान जो 10वें लेवल पे था, आज 4th लेवल पे है इन द वर्ल्ड। what you see is every day transforming. There is nothing can happen without India presence in the world. So this is the time. I have always remained in my one business and one business below the ground. I always believe that world has come up, that whether you call it America, we just been hearing the minister from Australia, South America, Europe, Middle East, all have come up because of below the ground. We have been told for decade by decade, no, don't dig your ground. And we become the import dependence. I keep remembering last 30 years only one thing. Only way to move forward, only way to come forward to produce your own oil and gas, to produce own gold, own silver, copper, zinc, fertilizer, anything you talk about is below the ground. And today, as the whole world is talking about below the ground, critical metal, oil and gas, I feel very fortunate that जो मुहिम मैंने पर्सनली छेड़ी और आज के वातावरण में जो गवर्नमेंट है, जो सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन है, जो encouragement है, I always remain and I still believe that the important thing, whatever one line somebody choose, you keep on going on the same line. And this is what I'm also looking.
Sir, but what is your understanding of why gold and silver prices are skyrocketing right now? Is it a sign of distress in the global economy? क्योंकि ये safe assets कहलाते हैं.
No, something is, there is a shortage because not many mines has come up and people in general has got income and they want to invest more in the gold. Gold was not reachable and then the silver has catch up. Whether after the copper has catch up, we never used to hear in America talking about the copper and the critical metal. That's the first priority. So this is a very interesting story. You know, in our mind, we always find last 25 years there is a patches of silver. And I find that nobody is producing silver in this country. And I'm a geologist, I look at every time there is a patches of silver. How can we separate this? How can we separate this? And trust me, I personally work for it. And today we could separate 60% of silver, which were going to invest, we could save. Today, half of the silver requirement of the country we are fulfilling, going to be more and more. It's a time when government is saying that the natural resources is opening up. It's a question of big boys. You have to bring big boys. Unless the big boys come from these sector, they take the risk, they have to create an infrastructure, they have to do big. And today what we see in the country, you know, wherever we all have aligned, whoever, somebody is in the telecom, somebody is in the natural resource, somebody is in a different kind of business, infrastructure, we all are aligned. And for us, the one target, how can we look at our India and see the kind of growth each of companies are doing? On the basis of that, the amount of new companies are coming. You know, the startup, the hub of startup is India.
Sir, you said a very interesting thing. You said your business is below the ground. The world is learning about the importance of natural resources, but the world is also celebrating what's in the cloud. AI is creating the most value across global markets. India is not there yet. We don't have an NVIDIA. We are getting there. Semiconductors में आप भी आ रहे हैं. लेकिन क्या ये समय है ये भी सोचने का कि AI के साथ साथ जो resources है below the ground वो भी ज़रूरी है?
Both are together. Without cloud, without technology, without this, how will know? Otherwise, dig the whole world. With this technology, with AI technology, what we used to dig 10 kilometers, now we have to dig only half kilometer. Because the AI, what they give, the technology, what they give, the cloud, what they give. And to tell you, if you look at, whether you go to America or any of the country, who are the people behind? The people mind behind is India, Indian people. There is nobody, whatever geopolitics talk about, but today the Indian women, Indian youngster, Indian mindset is a natural DNA where they are together with the technology. And that's what is happening. Now, what opportunity has come? What opportunity has come that we have some restriction, whatever you call it. our Indian boys, young people to stay back. And now they are bubbling. What they wanted to do, go outside and do it, now they will do it here.
आप H1B वीजा की बात कर रहे हैं? नहीं, ये आपदा में अवसर, इस थीम पर थोड़ी बात करते हैं, क्योंकि अब स्वदेशी की लहर जाग उठी है आफ्टर एवरीथिंग दैट्स हैपनिंग जियोपॉलिटिकली फ्रॉम अराउंड द वर्ल्ड इज लुकिंग इनवर्ड्स, ईच नेशन वांट्स टू लुक इनवर्ड्स. हाउ डू यू लुक एट दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर इंडिया?
No, India definitely look at inward, but हमने कई बार सुना है हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी को बोलते हुए वसुधैव कुटुंबकम. हम लोग अपने देश को तो देखते ही हैं, बट हम लोग सबको साथ में भी लेके चलते हैं. सब हम आप देखिए, आप किसी देश में चले जाइए, किसी लोगों से बात कर लीजिए. मैं भी हिंदुस्तान से बाहर गया. क्यों गया? मेरे को यहाँ पैसे नहीं मिल रहे थे. बैंक में जाओ तो 1 करोड़ देवे, 2 करोड़ देवे. मेरे को बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर चाहिए थे. वहाँ पे मेरे को मौका लगा, उसको मैं लेके आया. सो आई कैन टेल यू, इट इज़ नॉट दैट वी इंडियंस, वी आर ओपन माइंडेड, वी गो आउटसाइड. एट द सेम टाइम व्हाटएवर लहर जो चली है उससे इंडिया को ही फायदा होने वाला है. थोड़ा पेशेंस रखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन इंडिया को ही फायदा होगा.
ऐसा आप क्यों कह रहे हैं? इंडिया को क्यों फायदा होगा? बिकॉज यू नो वी थिंक दिस इज वेरी ऑब्वियस, बट व्हाट इज योर एनालिसिस? हाउ डू यू थिंक इंडिया इज प्लेस्ड इन अ स्वीट स्पॉट राइट नाउ व्हेन द वर्ल्ड इज स्टिल ट्राइंग टू फिगर आउट व्हाट्स हैपनिंग? देयर आर मेनी चैलेंजेस. देयर इज टेक्नोलॉजी, देयर इज ड्विंडलिंग पॉपुलेशन. कई देशों में पॉपुलेशन बढ़ ही नहीं रही है. हमारा क्या एडवांटेज है?
You have already replied. I can tell you one thing. I'm a geologist. Again, I'm saying the world's best reserve is in India, gold. We don't produce even a kilo. The best reserve of diamond is also in India. The oil and gas, the kind of patches I see, is in India. Whether you call deep sea, whether the first oil was discovered in Assam, in Dibrugarh, Digboy. The time has come where people are more comfortable. People have been looked at very different eyes. It takes some time. This is the time which thing will change in India. The per GDP income will increase. Today the biggest shortage is the human resources. Manpower is not available. And we have all this. So I am very optimistic. Government, the kind of policy being changed, it requires more policy, more trust will come to the entrepreneur, more trust will come to the business people, more comfortable they will be, the output will be tremendous.
आपने बात की स्टार्टअप्स की, आपने बात की उन यंगस्टर्स की जिनको अब या तो बाहर जाने का मौका नहीं मिल रहा है. वैसे हम बता दें, अगर एक देश ने बंद कर दिया तो और 4 देश खड़े हो गए कि आप यहाँ आइए. तो इंडियन टैलेंट की वो डिमांड है.
लेकिन आप मेरे को समझ में नहीं आता, 7 लाख बच्चे पढ़ने जाते हैं. हिंदुस्तान में इतनी ज़बरदस्त पोटेंशियल है. मैं तैयार हूँ. मैं अपने धन का सारा जितना आप बोलेंगे हम लगा सकते हैं. सारी दुनिया में जो यूनिवर्सिटीज़ बनी हैं, हाउ द अमेरिका हैज़ बिल्ट because of their universities. 35 universities being built by the industrialists. What we require is better a Boston city to be created, where we give education to our people, probably half the price, 1/4 of the price. The inflow of the people, this is whatever is happening. I can tell you, every big houses, and the government start thinking, how can we create a research center, a Ivy League stadium, a complete university? Every business house start thinking. And this is sometime when we find this kind of situation comes, these people start thinking. And today this is a very, very good time where government and the business, without business, nothing will run. Economic and politics goes together. And most important thing is economic development. And now we are aligning. And with this alignment, see how things will change.
आपने कहा मैं तैयार हूँ, इस पर आप बताइए। एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट के मंच पर आपने बताया कि ज़रूरत है दैट वी हैव अ वर्ल्ड क्लास एजुकेशनल सिस्टम। क्या थॉट है आपकी?
जो आज भी यूनिवर्सिटियाँ बहुत बनी हैं, बट द काइंड ऑफ एटमॉस्फेयर वी आर लुकिंग एट, it is not, it's a research university, think tank, what the atmosphere, the water side. I just put in a small communication to all the state that I'd like to build a university. Trust me, there is not a single state which has not come forward. Some state has created the land on the river side, say you come and build here. This never used to happen. I never used to see for the industry, all states are coming forward. They want to come to your house, what you want to build, they want to support financial institutions. See the stock market. The world is talking about our stock market. It is amazing how, with the governance, the kind of listings are happening. These are the sign how we'll move forward.
जो आत्मनिर्भरता की बात है, वैसे भारत के स्टॉक मार्केट ने सबसे पहले दिखा दिया। FIIs may look the other way, but Indian investors have come in with a wall of money to keep the markets up at new highs today as well.
अभी तो कुछ आया ही नहीं है. It's a very important. The people who are big must be very big because they can do the big thing. Then other startup join with them. That's very, very important. Big work, big things has to be. Earlier the government company used to do. Now the world over, all over the world, people want to come. They want more comfort, but it's very important. The local people, local big companies, partnership with them, what is happening. And I can see, having a little time, I can give you even a 1 year time. You see what happened in 1 year time. How everything what you are looking today, question mark, challenging, where to go, door will open up. ये door खुलते जाएंगे.
आप ज़्यादातर काफ़ी टाइम लंदन में स्पेंड करते हैं. What is the conversation around India right now as a growth story that you are hearing when you are talking to a whole variety of people, whether they're global investors, other conglomerates?
Everybody wants to come because here is the consumption, the kind of demand. People are little uncomfortable or they not clarity how to do business here, how many hurdles they have to cross. Now the technology is coming, all self-certification is coming. Everybody is interested. Whether it's a technology people, whether it's resources people, whether it's a car manufacturer, infrastructure, hospitality, everybody want to bring thousands of hotels here. Anything you talk about, people want to come, but they are understanding. Government is also coming forward, that saying that we have a transparency, you don't have to go through the bureaucracy, and they all are aligned, and that's the sign. The day it will happen, more and more comfort will happen because it's a stable country. This is a stable country. If you see our regime is for 10 years, 5 years, they are there. That's what people looking for. They're looking young population, cheaper labor, looking the consumption, looking the... I go to Spain, 5 months that country is closed. The only 90% of the people, they are not there. This is India is the country where 12 months we can work, we have the atmosphere to work.
Sir, as we wrap this conversation, आपने एक line सिर्फ गाई है, and people, if you don't know what a good singer Anil ji is, नहीं आप बहुत अच्छी आवाज़ है. So you have to wrap up with some song for us, a few lines on what really describes the mood you see right now in the country.
मैं तो लंदन में ही बोलता हूँ, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है, होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, होठों पे सच्चाई रहती है, जिस देश में गंगा बहती है. तमन्ना जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Anil Agarwal. Keeping it simple, keeping it honest, keeping it from the heart. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Kamal. Thank you, all the best.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
Welcome back to Profit Buzzers on NDTV Profit. An interesting rally that we're seeing in the markets as we speak. Nifty at a one-year high, and the support that's coming in from banking majors is also pretty interesting. Let's just pull up Bank Nifty on the screens because it's clocking a fresh life high. You know, interesting points, Sharad, that you've pointed right now with regards to what's actually leading to this rally. And to take that conversation forward as well, let's connect with one of the guests right now. We have Sandeep Agarwal, fund manager and co-founder at Sovilo Investment Managers. Sandeep, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you. Happy Diwali to you in advance. The question over here is, what is aiding this kind of a rally today? I know tomorrow it's going to be a busy day for all the banking majors and the analysts to track banks, taking into consideration the number of companies that will be reporting numbers. What's your take?
Hi, and good afternoon, and thanks for having me on the show. And I wish happy festives to everyone, to all your viewers and your team. So yes, you rightly mentioned that banks, primarily the banking sector, is one which has been pushing the Nifty high for quite some time, and I believe rightfully so, because if you see, there are two things. One, on a sector wise, if you see IT, there is no more good growth or something. It is not able to pick up because of disruption because of AI, and also the sector is not at all cheap compared to its growth potential. Similarly, in FMCG, while it is doing now slightly better in last few days, but again there are concerns that the valuation doesn't justify the kind of growth potential is there. So the sector which is reasonably priced is probably the banking index, and everyone, if you see the guests who are coming, the fund managers, and everyone is talking about it. And I think there are three key reasons for it. One, the efforts which government has made on GST cut, income tax cut, and the RBI's liberalization, a little liberty on the interest rate side. All these things finally will kickstart the economy at some point of time. And when that happens, then obviously, if you are growing faster, you will need working capital, you will need capex. Whatever it is, the channel to it is, or the best proxy to it is, always banking. So we always say that whenever we are bullish on economy, we play it through banking, and because it is the safest derivative to play. And I think that is what is happening. That is number one reason. Number two, if you see, the sector has massively underperformed while profits have not been so poor. So if you see last 3 years data of most of the banks, and if you see the BankX profit also, I think the performance of BankX is much lower than the profit growth which it has witnessed. And third, I think the NPA cycle is behind us. And now, in fact, after this quarter, the NIM contraction will also bottom out. Whatever impact of the sharp rate cut has happened, I think most of it will be taken care of. It will be accounted for. So I think this sector is poised for a very, very sharp rally, in my opinion, and everything which can go right is going right for the sector. So we are super bullish on the sector, and we believe that there is a long way to go for this sector. It has massively, underperformed relative to its profitability growth, and that is the reason the sector is now seeing, uptick.
Well, yes, Sandeep, good afternoon. Sharad here, and of course, we are speaking about in the morning with Hiral as well, like the FI interest. There is a short covering also what the industry is seeing, and of course, IT is not that attractive right now. Now we are seeing private banking names also going up in trade. Interestingly, brokerages have turned bullish. Kotak also came out with its, foreign broking houses came out with its report on Kotak Mahindra Bank, as well as that NIMs will also bottom out. So I just have two parts to my question. The first one is the private banking space. We know that each bank has some kind of an overhang, but do you think like now, because of the valuations becoming attractive, we can see much more flows coming in?
Yeah, I think so, because private banks have two very strong arguments in favor of them. One, that in PSU banks, while large part of NPA cycle is behind, they have done better on the deposit side also relatively, and they are very, very reasonably priced compared to private bank. But the argument which is against them always is that there could be a supply which can come in form of OFS or something. So that is one, and then there could be mergers which may be very good in long term or medium term, but at the same time, people don't know what is the immediate impact of it. So on the other hand side, the private banks, the benefit is that they don't have any such concerns, number one. Number two, they have not done well, and they have actually underperformed to some extent relative to their earnings growth. So there is also valuation comfort there. So I think private banks have a very, very strong case to see a good 20-30% upside in next 6 to 12 months, and I think that will happen. And because their weight is also quite substantial in the BankX, it too reflects in the BankX as well. So we are a big fan of the whole sector. We like both large private banks, small private banks. We like the PSUs. Obviously, limited names in each of this because we can't have a lot of them. But we love 5-6 names out of the total 20-25 which are looking good. And we believe that this segment is massively underappreciated right now. it will definitely re-rate in a big way and you will see very good returns. So I think Nifty rally will be led by largely the banks going forward in next 6 to 12.
So Sandeep, taking this rally and your Diwali gift to all the investors, one top pick from the banking space. I'm not going to even divide it between one PSU and one private, but that one stock that will probably make fortunes for investors.
So, we run a PMS. It is very tough to give any call on names because there is regulatory and compliance requirement. But let me put it this way. For example, the large private banks, whatever names are there, I think you pick up any of them and the last three primarily. If you pick up any one of them, you will get very good returns. 2-3% here and there, but returns will be very good. That is the way I will put it.
Okay, I mean, that's interesting advice. But clearly, from even what... thank you so much, Sandeep, for joining us on the show. Sharad, interesting points that you also made. Clearly, you had a Kotak Bank where brokerages are now turning bullish. So that's an interesting aspect to consider. Medium term, pretty much intact for PSUs. But the tide probably is turning for the private banking space now as well.
Exactly, and the FIs part, time and again I'm saying the FI shorts are increasing and they have highest weightages in your IT and the private banking space.
And it's always been a trend, right? The moment FIs start coming back to the Indian markets, it's a lap up happening on IT and banks. It's either of these sectors. So this should be on your radar from here on. But completely out of time. Before that, we'll just quickly slip into a short break. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned to NDTV Profit with Profit Buzzers.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
A story of change, a path to renewal, a leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers. Well, footwear retail chain Metro Brands reported a net profit of around 69 crore for the second quarter, which was down 4.2% from the same period last year. However, revenue, if you see, increased 11% with e-commerce continuing to be the key growth driver. In fact, my colleague Puneet spoke to Nissan Joseph, who's the CEO of Metro Brands, for an overview and the future outlook. To listen in.
Talk to us a little bit about this particular quarter, because we have seen the decent revenue growth momentum being continued, while there has been, of course, some increase in cost of materials amongst others. How would you describe the quarter gone by?
Well, Puneet, thank you for having me. Good morning to you, and our best wishes for the season to you and your NDTV family as well. I think I'm very pleased with how the quarter has turned out. As a standalone business, we were up 12% in sales. Our profits, our EBITDA matched that, which is always harder to do, especially when you go through an EOSS period of time, where the end of season sales can dampen some of your margins, can take a hit on costs. But, not only were we able to maintain our EBITDA numbers, we were also able to increase our gross margins by about 40 bips, which is very healthy, and we already run a very healthy margin, as you know. Overall, I'm very pleased with the quarter. I'm also excited that we opened 42 new stores in the quarter. Most of it was towards the back end of the quarter, so that didn't really influence our sales in the quarter. But of that 42 stores, we also closed 4, so that makes it a net of 38 stores. And of the 38, 10 of them were walkway stores. And that's the highest number of walkway stores we've opened in any quarter since the inception of this banner. We opened 4 Foot Lockers. So it's been a very busy quarter for us, from a store growth standpoint. And of course, as we came out of the end of season sale, we went into a little bit of an early Durga Puja, though the numbers were all captured in that quarter, both the offset and the tailwind of that. And then we saw the GST implementation come in. The new GST has positively impacted any product that we had under 2,500 rupees. So we're seeing a lot of good tailwinds out of that quarter, and I'm quite pleased with it.
Mr. Joseph, you highlighted quite a bit of few things as well. So let me take one by one. How have you actually seen in terms of walk-ins into all of your stores? Because we had a lot of categories like automotive, where even after September 22nd, customers were walking in and still asking about the prices because they weren't aware of the GST rate cuts. One of our previous conversations, you mentioned that almost 50% of our portfolio have got a GST rate cut benefit from 12 to 5%. So was it that post 15th August you saw customers asking about the GST rate cut, and how has that translated into the 17 days of October as well? Are they now well aware? And if you can give us some perspective of consumers walking into the stores and in terms of demand purchases, how are they deciding on that?
Yeah, so I think we've done a good job communicating in the stores where it's relevant. For Walkway, for example, almost 100% of their goods were positively impacted by the GST. We've done a good job communicating it right up front, so they don't have to ask you the question if there's a GST benefit coming from a purchase that they're going to make. We've also had signage up in our Metro and Mochi stores. In Metro and Mochi, almost 40% of our goods were impacted positively by the GST rate cut. So consumers, there's always going to be a price demand elasticity, which we like to see prices go down. But I also think that it wasn't one of those things that they waited and waited, because it's not a significantly large purchase, that the savings are incredible, that some would defer a purchase. So, we didn't see necessarily an uplift. I think what we saw more positively was the start of the festive season, both with Durga Puja and then, of course, a slightly earlier onset of Diwali. That has been probably more exciting for us to see as it drove traffic into our stores. Consumers are back shopping. And I also think we've got past the lumpiness of COVID, post-COVID, the ups and downs that we went through as people went through revenge shopping and then they took a break from shopping. So overall, I think that things are starting to stabilize and headed in the right way. We've had 3 quarters now of almost, or if not exceeding, double-digit growth. So we'd like to see steady growth. Metro is known for reliable performances. So anytime we see business conditions start to point that way, it's quite exciting for us.
You mentioned, Mr. Joseph, of store additions. Now, 38 done this quarter, 10 was of Walkway as well. And I think if I look at your overall numbers, roughly 84 stores of Walkway do you have out of the 966 that you operate in across brands. Would we see a higher increase in terms of store rollout on the Walkway now that it has also gotten that additional fillip of the GST rate cuts?
Yeah, so we have many levers of growth. Inside the new store growth lever, we have a few pillars there as well. So not only do we have an opportunity to continue to grow our Metro and Mochi doors, our Crocs doors, our Foot Locker doors, but I think Walkway in particular, I want to call that out because we went a few years without opening any Walkway stores because we were trying to do 2 things. One is we were trying to focus on the expansion of Metro and Mochi, and then the second thing we were trying to do is make sure that business model is right for the value chain. It's a different business model than the rest of our portfolios, right? So what we've seen in the last 2 quarters is that growth has now started to come back to Walkway. And Walkway has an immense opportunity for growth because of the kind of where in the pyramid of the population they serve is significant in India, right? So we do hope to see that growth continue. We don't guide to a number of stores in general, simply because that's not what we want to be fixated on. We want to be fixated on opening as many profitable stores as we can in any given quarter. So when the opportunity comes, I think we're at 58 stores growth for the year, which is a big improvement from the previous year already. So I think the trajectory points that we're headed that way.
Mr. Joseph, what's interesting about the Walkway stores as well, and my final question, that was largely basis on what we have actually seen, in the organized retail space as well, where a lot of organized retail apparel players launched a brand which was in price range lower to get in more consumers. Could you give us some perspective of Walkway as well? Do you see that a lot of first-time buyers who might be, buying from unorganized stores coming into the organized space, and that could be a huge fillip? Could you give us some perspective of who do you actually see using the Walkway stores right now, and then probably they can migrate to the more increase in prices with Metro and Mochi amongst other brands that you operate?
Yeah, so I think the key word I would call out here is the aspirational consumer, right? And aspiration is different for different people, right? So depending on where on the economic chain you are, the definition of aspiration would be different. And what we are looking to do is cater to that aspirational customer. And like you rightly pointed out, that's probably shopping at an unorganized part of the world today in India. And we think this gives them an aspiration now to go into a nice store with full service and find products that are quite affordable for them. So we think that is a significant difference in how we will be able to transition from an unorganized market to the organized market. And I don't know if you're aware of this, but the unorganized market in footwear is as high as 70%, right? So that is a great opportunity for us. The GST equalization with apparel also gets us closer to the pricing that you'd seen in an organized market, right? Because when the GST was 18% on our goods over 1,000 rupees and things like that, the delta was significant between the unorganized market and the organized market. However, now with the GST being 5%, that arbitrage goes away on price. So now the consumer has all the more reason to shop at a walkway than they did before.
Well, this was Metro Brands, laying out the growth outlook when it comes to next 2 to 3 years. But moving on, my colleague Neeraj got into a conversation with Peter Wasser, who is the chairman of ABB Group, where he shares his views on India's growth story, emerging opportunities in technology, and ABB's plan this Samvat 2082. Let's hear it from him.
We call this the new year starting in about a few days. We call it a Samvat, right? So if I urge you to try and crystal ball gaze or try and look back at how the last Samvat, which is the last 12 months, have been like, and on the basis of all that's happening around the world, how do you see the next 12 months to be like? What would your response be?
I think I'm optimistic about the next 12 months, because what we see is actually that the world is on the journey to electrify, and this is in the middle of our offering in ABB, which is electrification and automation. For example, one segment is data center, which with the technology AI now, these are huge opportunities for us. But I think the world really works at the moment in line with our purpose, which is helping or enabling a sustainable and let's say low energy consumption world through our innovation and technology, and that has a positive outlook despite of all the rhetoric that maybe the entire green wave is slowing down. What we see is actually our customers are still kind of investing and spending the money into these projects. What we see on the other side is that larger projects, given the geopolitical uncertainties, including the tariffs, companies are thinking a little bit longer about taking now final investment decisions on such large projects. So that's the one to watch over the next 12 months. But in general, I think the economy, the global economy is very positive. So.
Yeah, well, you've done some landmark things as well at ABB, right? The robotics division spin-off, and I wonder if there is an Indian implication there. There's also this whole partnership with NVIDIA. I mean, the largest company in the world has chosen ABB as its partner, one of the key things. So lots happening at ABB too. Do you reckon that the slightly slowing global economy, though IMF said that it'll still be okay, maybe better than before, but not quite as expected, but the slightly slowing global economy still allows a multinational giant like yours to chart out growth which is comparable or slightly better than what you've done in the last 12, 24 or 36 months?
Yeah, we have said we have a target of 5 to 7% organic growth. And to that you can add one or two, which we normally do through inorganic acquisitions, etc. And so we are seeing our target range exactly is in the right range. So we are expecting growth, and the growth is quite clearly driven by, as I said before, electrifying the world, but also with the AI boom, with the data center boom, quite clearly, and that's where our partnership also with NVIDIA obviously comes into it. And so from that point of view, I think we are well positioned for what's going on in the world, because you have the demographic challenges, you have got the decarbonization challenges, and with our electrification and automation business, we are just in the middle of all of this. And ABB is known for innovations. We are driving that. We are trying to help our customers to be very energy efficient, and I think that increases the cost, so decreases the cost, but increases productivity on the other side, and that's what a lot of companies are looking for. On the robotics side, yes, we announced that divestment. It's one of the businesses which is adopting AI the fastest. It is actually part of our purpose. So from that point of view, there would have been no kind of point to sell the business, but the overlap to the rest of ABB is practically zero. And therefore one has to think, how do you concentrate the capital you want to spend, the resources you want to allocate in human resources, and we just felt that robotics, either being as a spin-off, which we first had in mind, or selling it to a company who is building a bigger AI and robotics business would give a better future for that business, and that's why we sold it to SoftBank. So.
Well, that was the management of ABB Global, speaking to our colleague Neeraj, of course, but a story that perfectly blends spice and Sensex. Meet Mithilesh Joshi, a 5th generation chartwala who's as sharp with his investment as he is with his imli chutney. To discuss charts, we met with Chandan Taparia, Kush Bora, as well as Pritesh Mehta over chart. Take a look.
मेरा फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे है कि आप ये चार्ट बना रहे हैं, उसके साथ साथ हमने काफी कुछ सुना है आपके बारे में कि राम एंड श्याम है जो एक इन्वेस्टर बने हुए हैं। आपका क्या आपने मार्केट्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट कैसे चालू की, वो बताइए हमें।
मार्केट में इन्वेस्टमेंट 1985 करीब मैंने चालू करी थी क्या, और स्टार्टिंग शेयर जो मैंने लिए थे IFCI, HFCL और प्रिज्म सीमेंट, उसमें पैसे बनाए।
और बट ये सब शेयर में आपने इन्वेस्ट कैसे किया, आपको ये टिप्स किसने दी?
अपने जो ग्राहक आते हैं उन्हों से, क्योंकि 3 जनरेशन तो हो चुकी थी हमारी, तो उन्होंने बोला कि बेटा ये शेयर ले ले, ये शेयर ले ले, प्रॉफिट आएगा। तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके प्रॉफिट बनाए उसमें, फिर धीरे धीरे जनवरी और आगे फट गई, चलते गई, बढ़िया पटरी पे आ गई गाड़ी। पहले तो मार्केट की भाषा समझ में नहीं आती थी क्या, कि फाड़ के ले ले, तोड़ के ले ले, ये सब चलता था। अब वो धीरे धीरे समझ में आ गई। उस समय मारुति का भी मेरे को किसी ने न्यूज़ दिया था, कुछ 300 कुछ रुपया चल रहा था कि मारुति ले ले फाड़ के। अब वो फाड़ के ले ले, वो समझ में नहीं आया मेरे को, क्या फाड़ के ले ले। वैसे मालूम रहता पहले तो घर बेच के ले लेता, तो अच्छा पैसा बनता उसमें, लेकिन नहीं बना। जैसे बनता है वैसे बनता है।
ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी है आपकी, क्योंकि वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट समवन हु इज एक्चुअली सेलिंग चार्ट, 5th generation, and he's the one who's actually started investing in the markets. Pritesh, at this point in time, he gave us some names right now. Maruti le lo, IFCL le lo, IFCI le lo, multiple stocks he mentioned about. How has your journey been in terms of investing? Let's start off that very quickly.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you because 300 रुपए में मारुति लिया था, आज का भाव देखा आपने। And one thing that we all need to understand that this guy has been patient. The entire family has been patient with markets.
Patient जरूरी है sir.
So that one thing that we need to understand. We need to follow it. It's one of the thumb rule that we need to adopt. In fact, been involved in capital markets for around 2 decades. You tend to study markets. You tend to understand markets. You tend to understand cycles. That's how opportunity comes in. So more important thing to understand is to understand cycles. That is I feel. Because you need to be the right time to understand, to grab the opportunity.
वो right time तो आ जाएगा। चंदन जी, with coming to you as well, आपकी क्या कहानी रही है? Was this always an interest for markets?
5th generation बिजनेस आप समझ सकते हो, पेशेंस पेज। रियल में पावर ऑफ कंपाउंडिंग का सबसे बड़ा जो फॉर्मूला है कि आपको लंबे टाइम तक टिकना पड़ेगा, तभी रियल में रिटर्न बनता है। एंड आई थिंक मार्केट में भी यही है कि लंबे टाइम तक टिको। और मेरी स्टोरी की आप बात करें तो एक छोटे से विलेज से हूँ, राजस्थान से। आई थिंक मेरे फॉलोअर्स भी उससे ज़्यादा है, 12-13 हज़ार की पॉपुलेशन वहाँ पे है। बट हमेशा
विलेज की पॉपुलेशन 13,000 है।
हाँ बिल्कुल। सो हमेशा ये इंस्पिरेशन था, कुछ करना है और कैमरे के पीछे नहीं रहना, कैमरे के आगे रहना है, न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना नहीं है, लोगों को लिखना है ताकि लोग पढ़े। तो धीरे धीरे पावर ऑफ कंपाउंडिंग, वैल्यू इन्वेस्टिंग, स्टॉक मार्केट, तो धीरे धीरे ऐसा करते जर्नी आगे बढ़ी एंड लाइफ इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग।
And what about you, Kush?
So I've been in the market. I've actually grown up, spending Diwalis in the BSc building. But what I'm interested in कि market में हर दिन कुछ नया सीखने मिलता है। हमारा जनरल परसेप्शन जो है वो ये है कि यहाँ देख के सुन के, किसी का सुन के आप मत लीजिए। यहाँ हमारे पास एक लाइव एग्जाम्पल है जिन्होंने एग्जैक्टली वही करके एक फॉर्च्यून बनाया इन स्टॉक मार्केट्स। हालांकि मैं अभी भी वो रिकमेंड नहीं करूँगा, बट दाद देनी पड़ेगी इनके पेशेंस की, इनके परसिवेरेंस की, कि इन्होंने इन्वेस्ट किया और उसमें लंबे समय तक बने रहे। तो कहीं ना कहीं इनका बिहेवियर जो है वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट था इन टर्म्स ऑफ हिम मेकिंग द काइंड ऑफ मनी ही मेड इन द मार्केट। सो ऑलवेज अ लर्निंग इन द मार्केट। सो
दिस इज ग्रेट। मिथिलेश जी, जो एनालिस्ट टीवी पे आके सबको टिप्स देते हैं, टिप्स नहीं बोलूंगी, एडवाइस देते हैं बोलूंगी,
उनके घर पे जाता हूं मैं।
उनके घर पे आप जाते हैं, करेक्ट। बट ये हमारे साथ भी जो जुड़े हैं, दे आर द वंस हु कम ऑन टेलीविजन टू एडवाइस investors which stocks you should buy, which stocks you should sell. आपने भी काफी लोगों की एडवाइस सुनी है, अभी
काफी को दिया भी हूँ एडवाइस।
आपने एडवाइस दी है, वो देखो उसमें भी पैसे बने होंगे। अभी ये बात
नहीं, मेरे नहीं, उनके बने,
उनके लिए अभी आपको सभी रजिस्ट्रेशन लेना पड़ेगा काफी जल्दी फिर। Everyone is talking about the time to invest in markets right now because we've seen that slowdown that has happened. Now is the time that churn should come in. When you're talking about that churn, again the conversation is gold, silver. इतना पैसा बन रहा है. Should you invest in gold, silver, or should you invest in equity? Housewives are always coming and saying right now, I think our portfolios are much better than the husbands. I'm sure all of you all will agree to that conversation as well. If you're tracking gold, silver and equity right now, where are you seeing potential, Kush?
So I am firmly an equity guy. Always have been, always will be. तो गोल्ड सिल्वर में अभी रैली आ गई है और बिल्कुल एक एसेट एलोकेशन के नाम पे होना चाहिए, बट पैसे तो इक्विटी में ही बन रहे हैं।
पैसे इक्विटी में है। आपको क्या लगता है मिथिलेश जी, आप भी आप शेयर बाजार पर आप भी दिवाली तो दिवाली सोना खरीदते हैं, सिल्वर खरीदते हैं?
जिस समय खरीदना था वो खरीद चुके, अब नहीं खरीदना, अब वो गले के ऊपर आ चुका है। अब ये इस गाड़ी में चढ़ना बोलो तो मेरे बस की बात नहीं।
तो आप क्या करोगे? आप क्या सोना और चांदी बेच के अभी स्टॉक मार्केट में लगाओगे?
अभी फिलहाल नहीं, एज अ प्रॉपर्टी में डालेंगे।
अभी रियल एस्टेट में डालोगे, ये आ गया नया एसेट क्लास। प्रितेश, at this point in time, we're talking about, you're already eating what, bhelpuri?
Yes.
Now bhelpuri.
It's my second plate.
It's your second plate of bhelpuri. Very good. It's the spicy one or the sweet one?
Spicy one. I told him.
Okay, so when you're talking about spicy bhelpuri as well, tell me one probably sector or stock where it's been a spicy sector for you right now, and spicy being something which has been really hot.
हाँ.
And sweet being कि हाँ ठंडा चल रहा है, गाड़ी चल रही है. Which has been that spicy investment
right
bet?
Now, we discuss about gold and silver. But I think one space I think we need to consider, that is consumer discretionary basket. Because, we keep looking at intermarket analysis, we keep looking at ratios. So the consumer discretionary versus the FMCG, that has given a 3-year breakout, base breakout. So when I say 3-year base breakout, it means that discretionary stocks will outperform. So the right time to be in FMCG space, discretionary space में काफी opportunities है.
Well, this was an interesting chat over a chart party, but that's all the time that we have on this edition of show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं, उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
चाहिए ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सामने के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कारखाना। सोलर मतलब सब, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers. Voices that will decode the edge of the unknown.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Small Cap Buzzers. I'm Anushi Vakharia and with me is Varsha Chandnani. Varsha, interesting day of markets that we are looking at. You know, overall, if you just see the breadth of the market, while the broader markets, we look at a mixed picture. Benchmarks is doing particularly well. In fact, let's see what's happening with Nifty 50. We are looking at a 0.4% of an uptick as of these levels. Nifty Bank, now this has been the talking point of the day. It hit a record high at the early start of the day, but from there on, we've seen those gains slightly cooling off. If you just bring that up, 0.24% is the kind of uptick that we are seeing so far. And just let me also look at the constituents of how the Nifty Bank is doing. So if you're just looking at what's happening here, Axis Bank has been in focus. This is after its second quarter numbers that we've seen. However, what's interesting is Hindustan, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank in the green. HDFC and ICICI also reporting its numbers tomorrow, while we are looking at some bit of a downtick in terms of where Punjab National Bank is concerned, along with Canara Bank and Federal Bank as well. But that's on the Nifty Bank that we are seeing. Overall, if you just look at what's happening with the Nifty 50, let's bring up the point contribution table here. So if you're just seeing over the constituents for the Nifty 50 pack, what we are essentially looking at is over here, if you are seeing Bharti Airtel right at the top, leading to that highest contribution that we are seeing. Along with that, HDFC Bank, Reliance Industries in focus. Of course, these are also in focus ahead of its second quarter numbers as well. ITC also in the green. Well, what's not working out so well is Eternal, and this is after its second quarter numbers that we've seen post the management commentary as well. While the management remains steadfast in terms of where the guidance is concerned, it's the quick commerce EBITDA, which the street is most likely concerned about, the loss reduction there being capped off with even higher dark store additions that we are looking at. L&T and Wipro are a couple of other stocks which are facing some bit of that pressure that we are seeing. In terms of the sectoral picture, if you are seeing now over here, a couple of indices seeing more than 1% of an uptick. You have Nifty FMCG seeing 1% of an upside. Nifty consumption, similar trends is what we are looking at. While what's not working is Nifty IT. The index is down about 1.7%, and this is on the back of a couple of results. We already saw that negative contribution coming from Wipro. LTI Mindtree was other counter, Infosys, other counters which reported their numbers yesterday. Along with that, even Nifty Media, Nifty Metals, we are looking at more than a 1% of a downtick as well. But let's talk about the small cap space. Let's talk about the broader markets. Let's quickly pull up the advanced decline ratio. We are just looking at a mixed picture over here. Mid cap 150 seeing a 0.5% of a decline, while if you just look at this, declines majorly outpacing advances that are there. We are seeing that breadth in terms of the between the advances and declines sharply widening in the last half an hour of trade as well. So that is what we are seeing. Nifty mid cap 150, as we just saw, that downtick is what we are looking at. This is of a 0.5%. Currently at the day's low is what we are seeing. In terms of Nifty small cap 250, however, what we are seeing is a 0.3% of a downtick as well. Let's quickly pull up BSE 500 before we go to the management of the day. In terms of BSE 500, we are seeing Whirlpool right at the top. 11% is the kind of upside that we are seeing. Adani Power, 4% of an upside there as well. A lot of these paint companies are also buzzing in trade today. Have Kansai, Nerolac, Asian Paints clocking gains of more than 4%. Now, what could be the triggers here? Is it crude oil prices coming off in these last 5 sessions, or even in fact in the year-to-date basis, which is leading to this margin upside going forward? That's the question that we should be asking. However, what's not working out so well is Anupam Rasayan, Wipro. Anupam Rasayan also on the back of its numbers. Wipro also seeing a similar reaction. Credit Access, SW Solar also seeing cuts of over 4 to 5% as well. So that's the overall picture that we have on market so far. But now let's address the management of the day. Arcade Developers is the stock in focus. In fact, if you just look at the headline numbers, the PNL numbers, revenues saw about a 30% of an uptick. However, margins inched downwards to 24% as in comparison with 29% last year, while net profit saw 6% growth. But do note it's a real estate company, so if the revenue recognition is also on the lumpier side that we are looking at, so it's the key operational metrics which are essentially in focus. What we are seeing for pre-sales in the second quarter, here also we are looking at a downtick of around 12%, while collections stood at about 150 crore and area sold is about 61,000 square feet in comparison with 67,000 square feet last year. So to analyze and decode these key operational metrics along with what's happening with the numbers, we are joined in by Amit Jain, the Chairman and Managing Director. Hello and welcome, Mr. Jain. First of all, my best wishes for Diwali for you and your family. Let me start off by your assessment of the second quarter that we are looking at. While revenue, we did see healthy numbers of 30% of our top line. It's EBITDA margins that even last time that we spoke about, there's been some bit of pressure. That is it on account of higher mix of redevelopment projects? Just want to get your picture in terms of how revenues and margins are expected to shape up going forward.
So for the second half of this year, the margins are going to be better, and on an average by the end of financial year, we'll see healthier margins. So currently it's because the revenue from redevelopment projects is more, but it will get averaged out by year end.
Good. Well, hi Mr. Jain, this is Varsha this side. Happy Diwali, and pleasure to have you at NDTV Profit. Sir, just wanted to ask about the revenue recognition target that you have for FY26 with the expected deliveries also, if you could update us on that.
So this year we are having 6 ongoing projects, out of which 2 are headed for completion. Arcade Pearl at Vile East and Arcade Eden at Malad Sundar Nagar. These 2 projects we are offering for completion by this year end. So we'll see the profits coming from these 2 projects as well this year end.
Okay, so that's in terms of the completions that we are targeting for FY26. Also want to get your perspective in terms of the pre-sales number so far. Now in the second quarter, we did see about a 12% of a downtick. First quarter was fairly better, but taking both of these quarters in account, H1 more of a muted growth that we've seen in terms of where the pre-sales are headed. So just want to get a sense in terms of how the second half is expected to be. Would there be an acceleration in terms of launches? Just want to get your overall perspective on the same.
So pre-sales in real estate is always better in the second half of a financial year. First half we see monsoons. The second quarter particularly is monsoon. So the pre-sales are lesser in numbers. Then second half post-Shraddh, the festive season starts and we'll see accelerated numbers. By this year end, we are looking at launching 2-3 redevelopment projects, which also will help us in see better numbers of pre-sales.
Just to follow up that, what would be the overall GDV for these launches?
So next financial year, we are looking at GDV potential new launches of 7,000-8,000 crore top line GDV. Yeah.
So 7,000 crore is the kind of update that we are seeing in terms of the overall GDV size. But also want to understand, you are into greenfield development projects as well as redevelopment projects also. Now you've talked about a couple of redevelopment projects which would be launched this year. Want to get your update in terms of greenfield also. Want to get an overall sense also in terms of both these segments that we are looking at. How do the operational metrics differ? How are margins comparatively different? Because the kind of margin pressure pressure also, while you do say that, that is stabilizing going forward, want to understand how are the margins different in both of these?
So greenfield projects are capital intensive projects, because of which we see better margins compared to redevelopment projects. Coming forward, like next financial year, we are looking at launching 3 greenfield projects. Our acquisition is very cautious, and we have value acquisitions for land buys. We've acquired Filmistan at Goregaon West, a project in a land parcel in Thane, and 1 land parcel in Bhandup West. So all of these 3 projects we are looking to launch in the next financial year. So they are capital intensive in terms of the business operations, but then the margins are also higher and better than the redevelopment projects. We have maintained a fine balance with redevelopment projects. So we are present in both the markets of greenfield as well redevelopment.
What's the size of difference that we are talking about margins? Just greenfield, if you can quantify in terms of margins, what's the number? And for redevelopment projects, what's the margin number usually?
For greenfield, the margins are in and around or upward of 30% of the top line. And for redevelopment, the same can be around 20%. Then we can average it out at around 25%.
The rate that you're targeting for FY26, but what about FY27 and 28 as well, if you can give us perspective on that?
So FY27, as I said, we are looking at 7 to 8 launches. The combined GDV of all these projects is more than 8,000 crore. And we look at completing these projects in a cycle of 4 years. So we can look at an average of 2,000 crore pre-sales over a period of 4 years.
Okay, so this is the kind of launch pipeline that you've given for the next year. Just want to understand for the second half also, what are the fresh launches that you have planned?
Second half of this year?
Yeah.
So out of this, only maybe 2 or 3 in the fourth quarter, we'll see 2 or 3 redevelopment projects. So either they are in the last quarter of this year or in the first quarter of next financial year.
Understood. So would it be fair to assume that going forward, we would be looking like from FY27 and FY28, because that's where a lot of these projects are concentrated at, would we see about a 20% plus of a pre-sales growth going forward?
Yes, we'll definitely see a spike, maybe more than that also.
Okay, so more than a 20% of a growth that we are looking at in terms of pre-sales from FY27 to 28. But with that, I also want to understand a couple of other metrics. How are collection trends shaping up, and even in terms of price realizations? Now, overall industry phenomenon has been that prices will be stabilizing from these levels. Just want to get your perspective. Has it stabilized? What are the kind of trends that you are looking at, since you are also focusing now more on the luxury side of it? So want to get your perspective.
Prices have been consistent, and as per the progress of the project, basis the progress of the project, they increase in the range of 8 to 10% a year also, as per the progress of the project. And our projects are in matured micro markets where the demand has always been very healthier and more than the supply. So that stabilizes the prices, kind of immune to going down.
Are there concerns related to more of the supply also coming up? Because now, if I'm not wrong, we are in the 3rd or the 4th year of an upcycle in terms of where the real estate is concerned. We have seen a lot of new entrants in terms of the MMR region. There's a couple of listed players who have marked their entry, are expanding their presence over here. So would there be pricing pressure because of these new entrants and higher supply as well? Just want to get an overall perspective, an industry-wide phenomenon in terms of how the industry trends are shaping up.
So the parameters which go to decide the product that we come up with are very strong, as in the location of these projects is very better than what the average location is. The product planning is much better. We have a lot in terms of amenities to offer to the buyers. So all of this support the pricing as well. The delivery is very consistently on or before the timelines. So delivery combined with the product planning and the location, all these 3 take care that the rates are stabilized and consistent, and it doesn't give much of a pressure.
So can you just, if I have to divide your segments, give us a perspective in terms of luxury or mid segment or even affordable if you can just give us what's the kind of contribution coming from each of these segments to get better clarity?
So we are into aspirational segment. All our projects are in aspirational segment. We are not into affordable segment.
Right.
And the upcoming projects, Filmistan is going to be the luxury product, uber luxury product, which will have a 3,000 crore upwards of GDV out of the total 8,000 crore. So that's 40% coming from luxury and 60 from aspirational category.
And what are the timelines for this Filmistan project that you have? You've recently acquired this particular land in June.
Acquired and we are streamlining the approvals and we are looking at launching it in next 6 to 9 months.
And this is where you are looking at a 3,000 crore plus of a potential, GDV potential.
Yes.
Understood. A couple of other areas also now, you're essentially a player based in the MMR market. Now with the Navi Mumbai airport also coming up in picture, want to get your sense, would you be foraying in those particular areas as well? I'm talking about Panvel and other such areas as well, because if you just look at the overall industry phenomenon, the infra development from this particular region is particularly huge. So just want to get your outlook on what is your strategy with this particular sub-market in the MMR region as well.
So we've chosen Thane as an area to venture into after eastern suburbs and western suburbs. Thane supports, like in terms of infrastructure, it has strong infrastructure and also a strong demand is there. There is an organic market, and we are studying and observing the new Mumbai markets as well. But currently, we've forayed into Thane markets.
And in this Thane market that you're seeing, that's where one opportunity is. Any plans to diversify from this geography? Any other micro markets or any other cities that you're looking at?
No, as I said, we are studying Navi Mumbai as well. We are studying second homes also. We are observing, and we'll do something in times to come.
Okay, well, Mr. Jain, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much for joining and discussing about the second quarter results, how the industry trends are also shaping up, and again, wish you a very happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali. Thank you.
Okay, well, that was the management of Arcade Developers and Focus. Currently, if we just bring about what's happening with that stock, down about 2% in trade is what we are looking at. But with that, let's welcome in our fundamental guest of the day, CA Tapan Doshi, research analyst of CA-Tapan.in, joins us. Hi Tapan, first of all, best wishes for Diwali to you. I want to start off this conversation by talking about Arcade Developers. Now, if we just hear from the management's commentary, FY27 and 28 is particularly interesting. While FY26, we did see a muted growth in terms of where the H1 numbers were for pre-sales. The FY27 numbers in terms of higher than 20% of pre-sales growth seems pretty exciting for the investors out there. What is your view on the stock? And if you have any alternate plays also in the real estate space that you like?
Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, best wishes to everyone for happy Diwali to everyone. And yeah, I do agree with, it is the stock is quite interesting. Even the management looks quite bullish. And if you see, their main projects are coming on the luxury side. So that is where the margin lies. And again, the Filmistan is coming. So I think that project will also give a good sales to them over the time. They are expanding geographically also, and portfolio expansion. Premium mix is on a much more on a higher side. And that is where, I think you can say the profit margin will come up. See, pre-sales and collection growth is good comparatively, and even the result was okay. And looking at the management, what they are saying, and I heard completely. So I think they are quite bullish on this for next 2 years. I think they have enough portfolio in their hand so that they can expand. So yes, I am also positive on this stock at this level or even at a lower level. I think one can start accumulating, but yes, deep by deep one can buy. I think real estate will turn around maybe next quarter. By that quarter, I think then this company may give you a better return.
All right, thank you for that view, Tapan. Well, moving on, Cryzek is in focus. Now, this is after company announced its Q2 numbers. Jasmeet joins us with more details on that. Jasmeet, over to you.
Well, right, thank you so much for that. A very interesting set of numbers for Cryzek. Q2 generally being a weaker quarter for the company, we can see that in the revenue. The revenue is down nearly 22% in this particular quarter. While if you look at the margin, the company has expanded in terms of margin. We see it has increased from 25 basis point to 35 Now, in terms of what the company plans to move into further is to increase the vertical and get into specific loan services and the forex services. Given the company operates into cross-country applications of the students and admitting them into the students, it's basically an education tech platform. Now, in terms of key financials, the revenue is 22%, while the EBIT is up 4.7%, and margins have expanded by 900 basis points. Now, in terms of net profit, we see it's up by 5.52%. Generally, Q1, if you look at the overall picture, clocks in roughly 20% of the revenue, and Q2 scores the 10% of the revenue. In terms of the Q3, it has 30%, and the Q4 is the strongest quarter for the company. Now, in terms of agent count, company has nearly clocked in 10,000 plus agent in this particular quarter, and company has recorded a application worth 1 lakh in this quarter versus 2.7 odd lakh in the previous complete year, which shows a strong growth momentum, and that's the reason the stock is buzzing in trade today.
Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for all the details. Well, Tapan, any view on Crizac? What should investors do?
See, Crizac is quite a strong brand in education. They are actually growing quite global institution partnership also. Again, they are expanding into ancillary edtech services. So they are expanding actually. So geographical diversification is there, and they have to invest quite a lot in tech and platform capabilities and all that. Of course, operating leverage may help them to increase the margin expansion overall. Lower interest cost is there. So overall, the things are in place, but the problem is already the stock has run up a lot. I think one can wait for some time. I'm positive in this stock, but I think maybe 5-10% below, I think one can start accumulating for the long term.
That's the view for Crizac. But before we talk about another small company which is passing in trade today, let's talk about a couple of reactions that we are looking in terms of the second quarter earnings. Polycab India is the stock in focus. Now, what we are seeing here is a revenue growth of around 18%, net profit up around 56%, while margins stood at 16% versus 11.5%. Strong set is what we are looking at. If you can just pull the stock price up for this one and see how it is reacting in trade right now. Polycab in India is the stock in focus. Apart from that, while we bring the stock price up, let's also talk about UCO Bank. UCO Bank also grows NPAs. If we are looking at that, 2.6% in comparison with 2.6% last year. We were seeing that slight bit of a improvement in terms of where the asset quality is concerned. Net interest income is up around 10%. So that's as far as where the UCO Bank is concerned. Let's also talk about PVR Inox here. Revenue is up around 12%, while EBITDA is up around 28%. Margins stood at 33% in comparison with 30%. So strong reaction is what we are looking for PVR Inox as well. And PSP projects, the last stock in focus in this last half an hour of trade, where all these companies came out with their results. We are looking at a revenue growth of around 20% or so, with margins accelerating to about 7% in comparison with 6%. Net profit also recorded about a 58% of an increase in terms of that. So that's far as where all of these results are concerned. We are looking at the stock reactions also for these particular counters. But while we do that, Pace Digitech is in focus. Now the stock is up more than 3% in trade today. Jasmeet joins us for more details.
Well done, thank you for that. Now if you look at the stock basically operates in the telecom infrastructure space. So it basically manufactures the towers for the companies, and it operates 3 plants capturing a capacity of 2.5 lakh square feet. Now in terms of expanding, companies expanded into BESS, that's Battery Energy Storage System Services in India. Now while moving into this particular domain brings a key growth driver for the company given the increasing demand for this particular sector. Now 25 gigawatt of BESS tender announced in India, which is a positive for the company. Further, the use of this particular BESS has become mandatory for renewable and hybrid source of energies and the key driving demand, while local manufacturing and the EPC growth from this policy are giving an advantage for the company. Now in terms of revenue, the 5 gigawatt of Bangalore plant could generate a revenue anywhere between 3,200 crore of the top line. Now while this complete thing is a positive for the company, and that's why the stock is buzzing in trade today.
That Jasmeet. So that's the overall picture on Pace Digitech that we are looking at. Marine Electricals is the next stop in focus. In fact, it's more than 5% up today. Once joins us with more on what's leading to the surge that we are seeing in the company.
Thank you for that, Anushi. So, an interesting company. So, if we talk about the details of the business of the company, now the company is in India's largest LV and MV switchgear manufacturer. Now, the company is an integrated company, also provides integrated technical services provided in the fields of electrical automation as well. Also, if I talk about the business verticals of the company, Firstly is the industrial segment. Now the company provides EMS and IBMS solutions such as LV switchboards. Also the company is engaged into marine segment as well, where the company provides navigational equipment, and their clientele includes Bangladesh Navy and ONGC as well. Thirdly, they are into vessel traffic management. Also they are into electric vehicle charging solutions as well. Lastly, if we talk about the financials of the company, the financials have been growing steadily. We have seen a revenue increasing to 767 odd crores in FY25 versus 443 crores in FY23. EBITDA growing at 687 odd crores versus 385 crores in FY23, and the PAT at 381 odd crores in FY25 versus 168 odd crores in FY23. So this is how the overall picture is panning out for Marine Electricals as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Vansh. Let me go across to Tapan for his view on both of these counters that we've discussed about, Pace Digitech as well as Marine Electricals. What is your view on these?
See, the Pace, actually, if you see, they are pivoting towards BESS and hybrid infra, and that is where the margin lies actually. If they are executing to a pipeline of almost 2.8 gigawatt from here, of course, the client base, they are going to diversify across. And again, the EPC integration and manufacturing, they everywhere, they are slowly and gradually getting. So they have a strong backlog of almost 7,500 crore of order book. So that is what is helping them. So from here also, even I think the margin looks better. I think the net margin may cross to 10 to 12% coming in. So I think I am quite positive in Pace. So I think one can accumulate from here, and even at this level also one can enter slowly and gradually. And talking about the Marine Electricals, I think, see, the order book is quite good, slowly and gradually. The problem lies on the margin front. I think they are going to work on it. Order book is there, almost 17 crores, and strong order book in Marine, in Industrial, they are expecting in future. So they are going to diversify their client base, and mostly they are talking about a double-digit margin gain, but I don't know whether they are going to achieve or not. So we have to look for that. But overall, I think this company is also okay. But still, looking at the valuation, all that, I think that it may come down by 10-15%. Then one can start accumulating this stock.
Thank you so much, Tapan, for joining this conversation. Always pleasure to have you, and happy Diwali. Well, viewers, this is all the time that we have on this edition of Small Cap Buzzers. Stay tuned for IMC.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The best app to use is the NDTV app.
दुनिया भर में जब भी भारतीय मीडिया की चर्चा होती है तो एनडीटीवी सबसे पहले जिक्र में आता है।
मैं आपका बात से सहमत हूं। उल्टे हम भी जब विदेश जाते हैं, the best app to use is the NDTV app.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए साथ में के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार। सोलर मतलब साथ, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Meeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family.
Profit.
Join us this Diwali.
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपका काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
Hello and welcome to India Market Close. I am Sharad Dubey and you are watching NDTV Profit. Now it's an amazing day here. Nifty Bank touching its record high levels and even Nifty looking at it 1 year high levels overall. Look at it, Nifty is comfortably above the 25,600 mark. Nifty Bank, if you look at it, they are comfortably coming at roughly 57,500 mark. There is a slight moderation coming in from the day's high, but net both the benchmark indices are in green. Now of course let's look at the Nifty heat map, how it's actually panning out. Asian Paints, that stock is up almost 4% top gainer in Nifty, and of course the valuations, it is still much attractive, and we will be coming with an exclusive in Profit Intelligence. Apart from the consumption name, we are having ITC coming back to the party, almost 2% up, followed by certain names in the pharma space as well. Dr. Reddy's comes in, and Reliance ahead of the earnings stock has jumped up. It's almost up 9%, but it's even Stevens in the initial trading setup. Of course, we had more movements coming in the bulls favor, but now we see certain stocks, especially the IT names coming back in red, and the biggest losers, if you see eternal profit booking happening in the last two trading sessions after the earnings, and Infosys and Wipro, these are the biggest losers coming in Nifty space. So of course slight moderation is definitely there, but overall you see the trends actually for Nifty and Nifty Bank still remain strong. But let's look at how the broader indices are faring. Let's pull out the advanced decline ratio chart. And of course, you see over here Nifty Mid Cap 100 Index, there has been a slight correction coming in from the day's high. It's currently trading at roughly 21,720 levels, even Nifty Small Cap. So yes, there is over the last 15-20 odd minutes, we see these reactions happening and the change has happened. See the declines happening here. But Hiral, what are you tracking in the broad space?
Thank you, Sharad, for that. Interesting moves in terms of individual counters is what we're seeing. Let's look at a Whirlpool. 11% up move coming in on that counter. Strong commentary from the management, and that's what, is steering this company in trade. Bector Foods is also doing pretty well. Force Motors is another one that you should be looking out for in today's session. What's losing out? Sterling and Wilson is reacting to numbers. You have, Anupam Rasayan, which is reacting to numbers and is trading under pressure. Credit Access, Grameen down in trade. Wellspun Living also trading under pressure. So these are a few of the names that you should be watching out for. But what is interesting is the kind of move that you're seeing in the large cap space. Let's also get in Ruchit Jain, Vice President Equity Technical Research at Wealth Management at Motilal Oswal Financial Services. Ruchit, welcome to the show. Wishing you a happy Diwali from NDTV Profit as well. Richard, my question coming to you is, interesting moves in the markets in today's session. You know, when we started off the day, the initial 4-5 minutes, probably the read was that there would be a market which would be directionless, because probably people have got into the festive zone and the volumes will be really bleak. It seems we are coming back in a roaring way today. What's the sense that you pick up, and what should this strategy be on a Friday afternoon?
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon. Firstly, wish
I think you're on mute, Richard.
Yeah, am I audible? Yeah, hi. No, very good afternoon. And firstly, let me wish you and your entire team and all the viewers a very happy Dhanteras and happy Diwali in advance. Well, as far as markets are there, I think since last few trading sessions, we have seen a strong buying interest in the heavyweights within the markets. We can see that the banking and NBFC was one sector where already an uptrend has been started about a couple of weeks ago, where a high top, high bottom structure has been made. Now, if you look at the FMCG space, which was a significant underperformer, there also since yesterday post the Nestle results, good buying interest was seen. Apart from this, even the sectors such as defense is there, metals is there, they have been performing well. So I believe that this is a broad-based rally which is going on in the market, and more buying interest now seems to be getting shifted towards the index heavyweights rather than the small cap names. Look at the Nifty small cap index, last 5 or 6 trading sessions, it has done nothing, but it's completely sideways. But it is the heavyweights which is driving the markets higher. So I think a lot of buying interest is there within the large cap stocks, where the stocks have not rallied significantly over last couple of months. There has been consolidation, and now the risk reward ratio has become favorable. So this would keep the momentum intact in the indices as well. So on the higher side, 25,800 to 26,000 is the zone where positionally one can expect the index to rally. And since the last 3-4 days already, we have seen a good up move. One should keep a buy on dip approach, and any decline towards 25,500 to 450, which was earlier resistance, would now convert into support. So overall trend looks positive and bullish for Nifty as well as the Bank Nifty index. And any kind of minor dips if we get, that should be used as a buying opportunity.
Interesting. Nifty and Nifty Bank buy the dip if it's there, the entire trading gamut coming in. But of course, there is a clear divergence we are seeing in the Nifty small cap and the mid cap 100 index, which we were mentioning around a minute ago. But Ruchit, what would be your technical picks?
A couple of recommendations where we are expecting a decent up move from current levels. First would be a buy recommendation in HAL. Where if you look at the entire defense space, this entire sector went through a decent correction since for a period of about 4 to 5 months. Then off late, we did see the Nifty India Defense Index taking support around its 200 DMA and showing a pullback move. Now HAL within this space has formed a bullish flag pattern, which in technical parlance means a continuation of the uptrend. So we are expecting a good momentum in HAL over next couple of weeks. So at current levels, one can go long over here with stop loss below 4,800, expecting target around 5,100 in very short term. And Adani Ports is another index stock where the chart structures are turning quite bullish. If we look at the daily chart, the stock is trading around its all-time high levels. Bullish cup and handle pattern has been formed, and the breakout has been there. Formed that pattern. So here also the positionally we believe that the price-wise corrective phase is behind this now, and now we should see a gradual up move in this stock as the volumes have also started picking up recently. So Adani Ports can be bought with stop loss below 1,420 for potential up move towards 1,550.
Okay, so that's with regards to Adani Ports that should be on your radar as well right now. Ruchit, before I get across to what's happening in terms of individual counters and we go, to stock of the day, how are you looking at Bank Nifty, and what, anything that you would recommend right now? Because what's happening is tomorrow, whole host of banks that report numbers on a Saturday. So fundamentally, there is some, inclination towards looking at that sector. But technically, what are charts indicating right now?
So now if we compare Nifty and Bank Nifty also, Nifty made a low in this correction somewhere in the late August, in the last week of August, when it formed a low of around 24,400, 500. But if you look similar structures on the Bank Nifty index recently, then the Bank Nifty index made its bottom right in the end of September itself. So from there, we have seen a higher top, high bottom structure coming in the Bank Nifty index, which is a clear signs of relative outperformance coming in. And it's not that one or two stocks driving this index higher. If you look at the PSU banks, the Nifty PSU bank index has recently shown a decent outperformance led by heavyweights such as SBI or Canara Bank. Even if you look at our private sector heavyweights, Axis has been doing well. Kotak has managed to rebound from its weekly 50 EMA support. HDFC Bank has formed a double bottom pattern. So believe that if the heavyweights show some good buying interest and a positive momentum, then of course that would lead the index higher as well. The previous swing high, which was seen in the Bank Nifty index, was in the early July around 57,600, 650. And right now, today also, we have seen markets almost surpassing those levels. So these are clearly signs of an uptrend in the banking space. And along with the banking, even financial services space, the NBFC space has managed to do well. So banking and NBFC already have shown a sign of leadership over the last 15-20 days. And that we expect is going to continue.
Well, interesting choice coming from Ruchita. But of course, you see there is a mild moderation happening for both Nifty Bank and Nifty Finance Index as well. They are off days high levels as well. You can just show the Nifty Bank chart. Yes. So you see there is a correction happening, but nevertheless, the overall trend still remains positive. But moving on to our stock of the day segment. Today we have Whirlpool. The stock is up more than almost you could say more than 9% in the day straight today. And we have Puneet joining us with all the details. Good afternoon, Puneet. What do you get from Whirlpool?
Well, thank you for that. It's definitely 5 key agreements that Whirlpool has signed with its parent company, Whirlpool Corporation. That's driving the positive momentum today on this particular stock. Now, let's first look at it's up 11%, and that's one of the key triggers for today. The first ones, of course, let's look at the 5 strategic agreements first, and we'll deep dive into each one of them now. The first one's, of course, a 30-year brand license agreement that they've signed with Whirlpool Corporation that does allow them to use the brand name Whirlpool in India for an extended amount of time of 30 years, and it is extendable for more 10 years after that as well. The second one is a technological license agreement. Service agreement is the third one which they've signed in. And finally, transition service agreement and intellectual property agreement is the fifth and the last one. These are all key agreements, and let's now put these all into perspective. The first one is of course exclusive right of the Whirlpool brand. This is of course in India as well as the neighboring countries where they get this access to. They also get a period of 30 years, which is as I mentioned extendable by another 10 years. So it is consolidating the future essentially of Whirlpool of India because of the brand name that they get the right for. The second one is royalty payment. This has now been fixed to 1 to 1.5% for major domestic appliances. It is extendable to 3% for smaller appliances as well. So that's the other key agreement, and this was a focal point because of different royalty payments that happened in the last few years. So it now puts into perspective certain agreements as well. Guaranteed royalty starts at roughly $6 million, so that would be a cost to the company for FY25. This was roughly around $8.2 million. So that's the third one. Fourth one is of course giving right to roughly 24 agreements as well. They also get patents as well as 8 other designs which will be transferred to Whirlpool of India. So it's another key positive in terms of new products as well as innovation that Whirlpool of India can do. And finally, exclusive right to Whirlpool Corporation, which is the global entity. The technical know-how is also what Whirlpool of India gets as well. The other aspect is ownership structure, which was one of the other key one, because there were some reports at the start of the year that Whirlpool Corporation could actually sell its stake in this particular entity in India. Now with this agreement, you get that stability for shareholders as well as for the company going forward. So they have approved an amendment of the Articles of Association. This removes any kind of provision which is linked to the 51% shareholding requirement as well. So multiple key positive agreements. We will wait for the company's comments on this as well. But now that the brand name has got some stability, it's important to see what the future holds for Whirlpool of India. And as the jingle goes for the company, if it's as good as this agreement, the future could be very prospective for Whirlpool of India.
Sing the jingle for us.
Whirlpool, Whirlpool.
See, that's the one. So that's what we should be watching out for, because the stock has actually underperformed in the last 1 year, but it's actually doing really well in trade today. So whether this is the start to the up move or not is what we need to see. But let's look at Shoppers Stop. The losses have remained stable. 20 crores versus a 20 crores is what you're seeing on this counter. The stock is at the day's lowest levels, 2% downtick coming in there. The EBITDA, a growth of around 13 to 14% is what they have reported so far. Let's look at the top line number, because with the losses just being stable, I mean, it clearly tells you what's happening with the company. Revenues have seen a growth of around 12 to 13%. So no major deterioration is what you're seeing. That's the only thing that I would be able to say on this front. Margins have improved marginally, 13.6% versus a 13.4%. Ruchit, two stocks, Shoppers Stop and Whirlpool, both looking at different directions. Are you seeing any momentum play or any play on both these counters?
I think it's Whirlpool today has seen a price up move which is been supported by very high volumes, and if you look at the positionally, then the stock has already gone through a decent price-wise corrective phase. So at least a pullback move can be expected to continue in this towards 1450, 1460. But if you look at from the entire segment, then we believe that stocks such as Blue Star has potential to show some good outperformance over these names, where we had seen that when the entire sector was correcting, we have not seen any kind of price-wise corrections happening, and the stock is relatively also holding above its 200-day and the 50-day quite well. So while the entire sector might see some positive momentum, but we believe that if one has to see in terms of outperformance, then Blue Star could stand out.
Blue Star could stand out on this front. We should be watching out for this counter pretty closely in trade. But moving on, we've been talking about right now what's happening in terms of Nifty, what's happening in terms of Bank Nifty as well, and the stocks which are leading to these kind of gains. Now let's look at an Asian Paints. Was one of the top gainers on Nifty 50 when we started off the trading day. Nestle was something that supported the markets as well. Right now, Asian Paints, 4.5% up move that's already coming in. Nestle has cooled off slightly. Ruchit, any view with regards to Asian Paints as well as Nestle? Any strategy on these two names?
Yes, I think these are some names which had not seen any kind of price up move along with the markets recently. But Nestle post numbers yesterday witnessed a good breakout above its previous high, so that momentum could continue. Asian Paints looks more interesting, because of the recent correction. The stock has managed to form a good support around 2300. Although, if you look at the monthly charts or last few months, we have not seen any kind of trended phases in Asian Paints from a long period, from a long time. But still, I think the price-wise worst phase seems to be behind for this name. So whenever you get dips in the stock and the stock comes around the support, I think the risk-reward issue would now become favorable, that even if you trade a range and the stock manages to go towards higher on that range towards 2650, 2700, then from a trading perspective, you can manage to get decent returns. So buy on dips should be the strategy for traders in Asian Paints. 2300 is a strong support base. So any dips even towards 2400 can be used as a buying opportunity with stop loss below 2300. I think the stock has potential to rally towards 2650 to 2700.
Okay, so that's with regards to where Asian Paints goes. Let's pull up a Ola Electric on the screens and see what that counter is doing in trade. Yesterday, the stock was locked in upper circuit. Today as well, seeing gains of little over 2%. And this is on the back of a key update from the company, where we did speak to Bhavish Agarwal earlier today, and he says that their new battery venture, Ola Shakti, will help expand gross margins beyond the automotive business. Let's quickly listen into a bite of that conversation.
Ola Electric's ambition from day one, we are a 4.5-year-old company, a very young company. From founding, our ambition was to really make India the global EV and new energy hub. We didn't name the company Ola Auto. We named it Ola Electric because the ambition was to be large in EVs and use that scale to bring the technology into new energy, especially storage. So, and these are two very complementary domains. And I also want to reiterate to your viewers and the street that the incremental capex, the incremental investments into this foray is very minimal. It's all an add-on from the existing platform, and especially a great volume consumption for my Gigafactory. In 3 years, actually long-term, the battery storage business, independent of Ola Electric, forget Ola Electric, but the battery storage business is going to be much bigger than the automotive industry in India. Because we need storage at homes, we need storage in the grid as solar generation goes up. So it's a huge opportunity, and Ola Electric has a very strong lead in this with our Gigafactory. So I do expect a good balance between our auto business and the battery business going forward. It's a very, yesterday basically we've launched a new segment of business completely for the company.
Okay, so a new segment for Ola. Ruchit, any quick view, because 56 is what we're looking at. It's actually hit a low of 39. It's at a high of almost 102. We're at 50% from its highs. How soon do you see it getting there?
Well, when the stock rallied from that 38, 39 to 70 odd levels, the volumes were quite high. But because of some changes in the circuit filter, the stock was even in a T2T segment for some time. So I think the volumes have reduced. The trading volumes, I can say, have reduced significantly in last few weeks. But nonetheless, the stock has managed to form a higher bottom around this 46, 47, which was a low 3-4 days ago. And if this higher bottom remains intact, then one can expect a rally towards 65 to 68 rupees in the short term.
Okay, so that's with regards to Ola Electric. Interesting comment on that one. But let's look at HAL, that's Hindustan Aeronautics. Now, the company is ramping up its LCA Mk1A production line. The CMD, that's Dr. DK Sunil, tells NDTV Profit exclusively that the new Nasik facility with a capacity of 8 jets will help accelerate deliveries. Let's first listen in to the management who spoke to my colleague Malika.
The capacity at Nasik is 8, installed capacity is 8, and we have spent about 120 crores to set up all these facilities. And if you see, we will be able to add extra facilities if required. But 8 is the capacity, I'm sure we can take it higher.
Okay. Now that HAL's order book currently stands approximately 7 times its revenue, and even the GE engine supply has resumed at a steady pace, what is your outlook for keeping the deliveries timely?
You see this aircraft today, it's got a Cat B engine, right? So what we've done is not getting stuck because of the engine deliveries. So we've put a Cat B engine, flown it, and today you've seen the acrobatics it has done. So the aircraft is ready. So we are building up the aircraft, getting them ready, and as when the engines come, we'll be able to deliver. So this year we expect to do in the financial year 10 aircraft. This is the 10th aircraft, as you see. It's already ready. So if the missile tests we expect they're complete in the next few months, then we are ready to deliver. So I think it's a question of building up the aircraft and then delivering them. So
my last question to you is that the second set, the 97 aircraft order that you had received from the government, when is that supposed to come into the picture, and when would you start delivering that to the government?
We have signed the order contract recently, as you know. So this 83 plus 97 makes it 180 in all. And we plan to liquidate this total order by 32-33. All the 180 aircraft we will deliver by 32-33.
Interesting development coming in for HAL. But Ruchit, what would be the important technical charts looking like for this company, or are you liking any other defense counter?
I think HL remains the preferred one because the chart structures are also quite bullish. And recently, when the stock corrected from the month of July, and August, so it managed to form the base around its 200 DMA and has resumed its broader uptrend, it seems. Even on the lower time frame chart, last 1 month prices have seen a consolidation, but whenever we see minor corrections, there is no volume-based selling happening in the stock. So this typical structure, when the prices go up, the volumes are good. When prices see some corrections, no volume-based selling is there. This clearly indicates a good buying interest on any dips for the stock. So just from a trading perspective, we expect levels around 5100 to 5150. But if one can hold for a few months, then one can expect a consistent returns from HAL. So at current levels, seems a good buy.
Yes, good. For medium term level, HAL does look good. But what else looks good? That's Nifty's chart. Nifty is at its 1 year high levels, and we're decoding the reasons for the rally. In the morning itself, we had stated that FI short covering is also coming in. Interestingly, earnings upgrade expectations are expected to happen in the third quarter as well, and the valuations that have turned moderate as well. And we'll be giving you all the next 3 years numbers as per what the Bloomberg is estimating. Now, of course, there's the benefits of rate cuts translating into earnings stream, and that itself could actually bump up the earnings as well as even consumption picks up, and also it's a moving indicator for the pickup in the private capex as well. FI short covering rally is expected to come. Yesterday the FI shorts in the system were just 86%, and earlier if you look at it, that number was 92%. A significant jump came in yesterday's rally, and now we're seeing that overall the momentum in the market still remains very positive. Also, private banking stocks, they have also contributed a lot to the gains, and Nifty Bank itself today in a lifetime high levels, and in some time Vansh will be also giving us the reasons why Nifty Bank has jumped up. Now, ahead of the important earnings, Reliance today post-market hours, large banking stocks, HDFC, ICICI Bank in the weekend. So overall, the Nifty seems bullish ahead of these major contributors in the Nifty index, and the numbers would be coming over the next 48 hours. Also, the flows to the emerging markets, that may see more churn also. Already Taiwan and China have seen high flows coming in, and India on the other side has seen negative flows coming in from the FIs. So that might reverse as well. But now let's look at the numbers, how actually the things pan out. Top Nifty gainers this year itself. Over here we have Bajaj Finance and Maruti Suzuki giving returns of more than 50% to the investors, followed by Eicher Motors, Bharat Electronics, and lastly Bajaj Finserv. So both Bajaj twins making it to the list. Also, let's look at the key numbers for the Nifty EPS, what the overall projections look like. The EPS itself, FY27 is expected at 1166, and for FY29, roughly 1449 would be there. There is a slight dip is expected for FY28. But now let's look at what the valuations are there for Nifty, and that's very important when it comes to the flows as well. FY27, it's coming in at 22 times, so it's roughly, you could say, near its long-term averages. But on the lower side, we are expecting 19 to 18 times of Nifty P in the coming 3 years as well. But today the party still belongs to Nifty Bank, but nevertheless Nifty itself is at its one-year high levels.
Thank you for that, Sharad. Nifty at one-year high levels, but that little bit of cooling off that is happening already. And as Sharad was mentioning, the party is with Nifty Banks. Let's just pull up the Nifty Bank Index and the Nifty PSU Index as well, because that will tell us what's happening there. Nifty Bank, you know, I mean, see, it's actually tried going down. It's again seeing some bit of a recovery that's coming in. Let's pull up the PSU Bank Index as well and see what's happening on that front. You have, I mean, completely in the red. So those divergent trends do continue between the private and the PSU banking space. In fact, I'm going to get in my colleague Vansh as well now to tell us more in terms of what is, one, leading to this kind of rally in terms of bank majors right now, the kind of dichotomy that exists between Bank Nifty as well as, the private banking space as well as the PSU banking space. But before that, let me come to you, Ruchit. Ruchit, I mean, you know, the kind of recovery also that we are seeing from the day's lowest levels once again, you know, specifically with regards to where banking majors are concerned, anything that comes to your radar that could be a good investment opportunity ahead of the earnings tomorrow for a play on Monday?
So I think yes, overall trend for Bank Nifty no doubt remains positive, and we spoke earlier as well that this is one of the sector which had shown signs of leadership in the recent up move and has been outperforming. So I think within the private sector banks, on charts, HDFC Bank looks much positive, where a good support base has been formed. The stock has also consolidated in a range since last 4 to 5 months. So the risk reward ratio has now become favorable in SBI, in HDFC Bank over there. So one can choose HDFC Bank from a private sector banks, and similarly within the PSU space, State Bank has shown a good breakout recently only. So that outperformance of the leadership is getting continued with State Bank within the PSU space. So both the heavyweights are leading the benchmark index higher. So HDFC as well as SBI, both one can look to take exposure at current levels also.
Banks, let's quickly pull up Hindustan. The numbers have just come in. The profit number, if you see, is slightly ahead of what the street was estimating. Similar is the trend with regards to where the top line goes as well. Margins have improved. The number has come in at 52%. In fact, I'm going to see if I will be able to head across to Vansh to tell us what's what the number trend is looking like in terms of Hindustan. 10% growth in terms of revenues. 8,549 odd crores is what you're seeing. And if you see from a margin perspective as well, let's see what that number is looking like, and the EBITDA. Overall, can I just get the EBITDA number as well on the graphics, because Profits up around 18 to 19%. 2,649 odd crores is the number you're tracking. Let's pull up the intraday chart of Zinc and see what that stock is doing in trade. A mild recovery that's come in from the day's lowest levels on a Zinc. Ruchit, a quick view in terms of Zinc, a recovery in terms of the stock. It has rallied quite a bit in the last couple of trading sessions on the back of the way metal sector was moving. Are you picking up anything?
Not at current levels, because as you said, the prices have already rallied over last few weeks. So if you would wait for some sort of decline or any kind of pullback move if comes in stocks within the metal space, I think Hind Copper is one stock which positionally looks positive. Zinc also, it's not the charts are not negative, but the momentum readings are a bit in overbought. So not recommending at current levels, but in case if we get any dip towards 480 kind of range in the near future, then one can review over there.
So 480 should be an entry level in terms of where Zinc goes. Ruchit, stay with us. We'll quickly slip into a short break. Stay tuned. Lots on the other side.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
ट्यूबवेल में जल ताकि खेतों में चले हल, तो लगाइए सात्विक के सोलर पैनल। घर हो या खेत, होता है कार्बनिक। सोलर मतलब सात्विक, ये हर मौसम में चलता है।
She is a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More, bring science.
Welcome back to India Market Close at NDTV Profit, and right now let's move on to see why Nifty Bank has been rallying and it has hit its record high levels. Now decoding the reasons for the rally and the up move in the stocks is Vansh here. Good afternoon, Vansh. What are you gathering here?
Well, thank you for that, Sharad. So yes, we have seen a spectacular rally from the Bank Nifty that has come in. In fact, if we look at the performance of Bank Nifty in comparison to the benchmark Nifty, what we have seen is the outperformance across the 10 years. We have seen Bank Nifty outperforming the Nifty. Also, if you look at a 1 year basis, we have seen run up of about 12% on Bank Nifty versus a mild 4% run up on Nifty as well. Now let's also look at the top 10. Let's also look at the top 10 performance, top 10 performers of the Bank Nifty from the lows of March 2025. We have AU Small Finance Bank and Canara Bank that has witnessed gains of about 52% in terms of the run up, and we have analyst consensus stands with large caps like Axis and HDFC with a return potential of about 13 and 9% with 42 and 46 buy calls from the analysts as well. Now let's also understand the reasons which are driving this rally. Firstly is the FI interest that is increasing for the private players. Of course, we are also awaited for the announcement of the Emirates National Bank buying the stake in RBL Bank, and the results for the same are expected tomorrow as well. Also, we have seen that the rallies ahead of the earnings that are expected for HDFC, ICICI, Hindustan, RBL Bank, and many other banks tomorrow. Also, we have seen the brokerages that have turned bullish for Kotak Bank. They are in fact expecting the Kotak Bank to be a re-rating candidate as well. Lastly, if you look at the medium-term technical setup, it also remains bullish for SBI and PSU banks as well. And lastly, if we look at the institutional interest, it's also on the verge of rising for all of the banks as well. This is what the overall picture is looking like for the entire Bank Nifty as well.
Okay, so that's with regards to Bank Nifty, and I think Vansh is going to have a super Saturday tomorrow, reporting all the banking numbers with Vishwanath Nair as well. But let's also now getting Kunal Shah, Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at Mirae Asset Sharekhan. Kunal, welcome to NDTV Profit and wishing you a happy Diwali in advance. How are you looking at this entire setup when it comes to the rally we are seeing in banking majors today? And clearly, it's the private banking space which is leading the up move. The pressure does continue on the PSU space, where you are seeing profit booking that's coming in after that rally that has already happened. What should the strategy be, and any top picks on Bank Nifty?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, happy Diwali and happy Dhanteras to everyone. So again, what we have seen in the markets here, the rally, what we saw from 24,600 towards this mark of 25,700, 800, this has been purely led by the large caps. And you will see the index continuously making a new high on the upside. And we are positionally bullish on the index, where we expect the short-term target of 26,200 to be achieved on the upside. Even for Bank Nifty, there is still upside left. We are expecting a positional target of 58,500 on the upside as well. So I think these are still there is upside left for the markets on a short-term perspective. Bank Nifty is one which was underperforming earlier, and now it has been outperforming. So earlier it was only the PSU banks who were participating. Post the RBI policy, you got the participation from the private banks as well. And that is where the double booster came in for Bank Nifty, and you are seeing the outperformance continuing. So we expect both PSUs and private to continue on the upside. We expect 58,500 to be touched in the next week for Bank Nifty. And for Nifty, we are headed toward 26,000 on the upside.
Well, yes, we are heading towards the 26,000 levels for Nifty as per Kunal. Kunal, what would be your technical picks here?
The first will be from the pharma space. So we have now seen pharma coming back in flavor, and I think in the next week, pharma could be one sector which could continue to outperform. So here my buy call is on Cipla. So Cipla has been forming a rounding base formation. There has been a flag and pole pattern, and we have broken out on the upside. So here again, a fresh momentum is likely to build up. So Cipla is a buy for me with a stop loss of 1540, looking for targets of 1620 to 1660 on the upside. So that is from the pharma space, which is the first call which is there on the buy side. On the second call, from me, it is the consumption space. I think Nifty consumption looks extremely strong on the charts. Already a fresh breakout has come in. And from there, my pick will be Tata Consumer. So Tata Consumer on the weekly charts have given us a breakout from a symmetrical triangle pattern on the technical parameter. And now it is ready for the next leg of up move. So this is, you can say, a positional call. Probably you can say for the next 1 to 2 weeks, where Tata Consumer could continue its outperformance. So one can buy at these levels or any dips towards the support zone of 1150. So 1167 is where it is currently trading. So 1167 to 1150, consider this as a broad range, keeping a stop loss on the downside of 1110. And one can expect targets of 1300 in the coming 1 to 2 weeks. So I think a good potential upside of nearly close to 10% what you can expect the stock in the next couple of weeks.
Yes, if you look at the consumption space, we spoke about it. It's the top sectoral gainer as well. But Kunal, to get into this consumption space, there is a proxy, of course, the liquor space. Over here, Radico Khaitan, the stock is at its all-time high levels, and the chart setup looks strong. Will you recommend taking a little bit of profits off the table for the investors?
No, I think continue holding the stock because this has been a fresh breakout from a small symmetrical triangle pattern which has come in today's trading session. It has broken out the all-time high, that is the swing high. So there is still more upside left into the stock. The stock can go towards the upper end of 3,200. So I would continue to holding the stock for the potential targets of 3,200 to 220 on the upside.
So continue holding if you are an investor for Radico Khaitan. The target price, or you could say 3,200 plus levels, is something to watch out for. This is coming from Kunal. But let's put on the spotlight to the top 3 newsmakers of the day. Varsha is here joining in with the list. Good afternoon, Varsha.
Good afternoon. Well, actually, I have 5 stocks which are buzzing on the back of news. Let me start with Kalpataru, wherein we have Q2 business update, wherein if you see the pre-sales is up 19% while collections for the company grew 37% year on year. Then you have Dalmia Bharat, wherein company came out with its Q2FY26 earnings. The EBITDA, if you see, rose almost 60%, which was above estimates. Sales volume was up 3%, realization was up 7% year on year, which was below estimates. While next on the list is Adani Power. If you see, company is going to form a JV with Drug Green Power, which is from Bhutan, for 570 megawatt hydroelectric project. Adani Power will have a share of around 49%, and the rest will be with Drug Green Power. Next on the list is Max Healthcare. Well, this is buzzing on the UBS note, wherein they've hiked their target price. UBS says that Max is best positioned for hospital asset creation among peers, and the government price hike for schemes will actually benefit Max, considering a major revenue coming from a government segment. While Max Smart and Nanavati to start this quarter will see full impact by FY27. Lastly, you have Anupam Rasayan, which was under pressure on the back of Q2 FY26 number. There you go, the stock is down almost 6%, though you're seeing good uptick when it comes to revenue and EBITDA, but margins are something which is under pressure, because if you see, margins are at 18% versus 27%. So this might be one of the reasons why the stock is under pressure.
Well, thanks a lot, Varsha, for bringing out these stocks. But a significant downtick coming in for Anupam Rasayan. Of course, the numbers impact is there. If you could just pull up the intraday chart, important fall coming in. The stock is down, and the day's low levels down almost 6%. Kunal, any chart check on Anupam Rasayan? Will there be more pressure, selling pressure coming in?
I think overall the stock was seeing distribution at the higher levels, and the resistance of 1180 now continues to be a strong resistance. Any pullback, even if you get into the stock on an intraday perspective or for the next 1 to 2 days, that would be a good point to exit the stock. Overall, we are seeing the end of the leg, and the entire rally which had played out from the levels of 600 to the mark of 1200, the stock had almost doubled. We will see some correction coming down towards the zone of at least 950, 970, and probably from those level one can again see the stock on the long side.
Okay, so that's a technical view coming in on a few of these names, but let's also get in Avinash Garakshakar from Profit Mask Securities. Avinash, good afternoon, welcome to the show, and wishing you a happy Diwali from NDTV Profit. My question coming to you is, we've been talking about markets quite a bit right now. Overall, individual names which are in focus, Dalmia Bharat on the back of earnings, Kalpataru, Adani Power is buzzing in trade as well on the back of the 570 megawatt hydroelectric project in Bhutan. And you're talking about a Max Healthcare where UBS has gone ahead and hiked the target price. Anything that you like from this space, from the newsmakers that Varsha took us through?
No, I think, Hiral, first of all, happy Diwali to you and the entire NDTV Profit team. My sense is, cement companies are definitely looking interesting. And in this case, Dalmia Bharat, which is a large cement play, I think definitely has given a decent kind of number. I think, if you look at the overall structure and the kind of positioning they have made, my sense is that, I think cement sector, according to me, the second half is going to be much better. Typically, the season starts from October onwards, and we could see a higher volume pickup, a better profitability kind of trajectory in the second half. So here, I think if the stock corrects a little, I think it would provide a good entry point for investors who want to take a next 12 to 15 month call. We are structurally positive on cement. We also like amongst the large names, Ambuja Cements, Ultratech, as well as Ramco Cements. We believe that, cement prices are bound to increase, and that is definitely going to add a strong profitability kind of trajectory to the largest cement players. So net, I think, cement could be a kind of a sector to watch out.
Okay, so cement is going to be a sector one should be watching out for. That's a view coming in from Avinash. Apart from that, now let's look at few of the other names which are buzzing in trade. Avinash, bank nifty and banks is what we've been talking about since quite some time. How are you looking at this entire setup ahead of the numbers that will be reported tomorrow? We've been reiterating this because the private banking space is on a tear. PSU banking space is seeing profit booking in today's session.
No, I think my sense is the private sector banks like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, even Federal Bank, these are, companies within the private bank space where we believe the numbers could be much better than what the street expected. I think, of course, Axis Bank, there was a minor disappointment because of the provisioning number, but ICICI Bank looks very attractive. I think all the, divisions, specifically the core banking, the insurance, the asset management business, the broking business, everything looks well positioned. And I think asset quality seems to be under check. So I think, ICICI Bank could bring a surprise in terms of the overall profit number. We are structurally positive and feel that ICICI Bank looks better than all the other private sector banks. HDFC Bank, I think we need to be a little cautious because HDFC financial numbers were not very encouraging. I think although in the operating profit side, they did a good performance, but on the net side, numbers were not all that great. So I think we'll have to see what kind of commentary comes from HDFC Bank. But net, I think the second quarter is going to be significantly better than the quarter one. And I think the second half, we'll see a good amount of credit push considering the kind of GST cuts which have been announced, because the major GST consumption kind of pattern is likely to start from the month of October. So net, I think, ICICI Bank looks pretty attractive. We have been very positive on this stock, and I think expect a good performance from both ICICI Bank and HDFC Bank.
Okay, so that's with regards to banking majors, but let's understand the bull versus bear segment today, because we're not really talking about a particular stock today. We're talking about a sector which is IT. The profit booking that has creeped in today's session, because you have all your large cap IT companies which have already reported numbers. Let's head across to Jasmeet to understand, basis the commentary, basis the performance, what is the bull and the bear case for IT? Jasmeet, over to you.
Well, right, thank you for that. Now, if you look at the first bull case, we see the top 5 IT tier 1 companies have beat the street estimates. Now, in terms of the bear case, we see that, but the growth is subdued in 3 to 5%. Though there's a beat, but there's still a muted kind of growth. Now, if you look at the next bull case, you see that the margins have surprised the street positively, given the expectations to have a muted kind of margin. But on the other hand, the margins have come on the back of cost cut rather than volume growth driven. If we look at the next bull case, companies has been heavily investing in the AI adoption, which is turning the structural move for the company, which is a positive thing. On the other hand, we haven't actually noticed any revenue clocking with this AI initiative. Apart from HCL Tech, we see they have come up and reported their revenue of $100 million for this particular quarter. Now, next bull case, we see firms like Infosys, Wipro Tech, and HCL Tech raising their overall guidance, which is the again positive bull case. But on the other hand, the bear case, the guidance hike still remains modest to low cautious. Anywhere between -0.5 to 3 remains muted for a sector. The next bull case would be rising deal wins, clocking in more shows the momentum of the company, and companies also hiring many more people, showing that a great visibility in the future. But on the other hand, we have noticed that the deal ramp up and the additional cost is causing pain in the company. We don't see the deal turning up into the revenue. So it is overall bull and bear case of the IT sector.
Well, very interesting research coming in, Jasmeet. Thank you very much. But of course, looking at the IT pack, the Nifty IT index, that's down almost 1.6%. The cut is actually falling more. It's at the day's low levels as well. Kunal, I have a question for Wipro. The stock has actually taken a beating. Would you recommend any bottom fishing, any kind of a buy right now, or would we wait and consolidate the entire sector?
I think firstly, I'll talk about the Nifty IT index. So Nifty IT index has already been a strong downtrend since the last 1 to 2 years. And we have seen a lot of low bottom formations here. So for the IT index, which is currently trading at 35,000, the index level, till the time we don't see the index surpassing 37,000 on the upside, which is 15, almost close to 1,100 points on the upside, there is no signs of trend reversal what we can see at the current levels. Yes, we have seen some buying interest from the lower levels for the indices. The support on the downside for the indices is at 34,000. So 34,000 is a very critical support. We need to hold that mark in order to at least see some pullback on the upside. So it's broadly stuck in a range. 37,000 is an important hurdle from where we have seen multiple rejections. We need to cross that level to see the trend reversal. Then probably you can see a clean move in IT towards 41,000 on the upside. Coming back to Wipro here, so yes, Wipro again has seen some buying interest at the lower levels, but we are not seeing any follow-up move coming in. Again, for Wipro, the resistance has been that 255, 260 zone. That has been the rejection zone, and till the time we are not surpassing that level on the upside, we might continue to consolidate on the lower end. So the lower end support for Wipro is the 230. And the resistances plays at 255, 260. So this is a 30-point range. We can expect Wipro to consolidate in this range. A breakout or on breakdown on either side will have trending moves.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the IT pack as a whole goes. Another stock now that is going to be in focus is PVR Inox. They've reported numbers. Let's quickly look at what the stock is doing in trade today. From the day's highs, it's receded. There is some correction that has come in the stock now down nearly 1%. And what's interesting overall in terms of PVR, Sharad, is what they're doing in Bangalore.
Well, that's very interesting. And I think this is the first opening with a dine-in option. And maybe the cuisine will be much more bigger now?
Probably. I mean, you're talking about in-house cafes, which is, in some locations. You're talking about PVR Director's Cut, which is another aspect where your luxury dining is what you're looking at. So snacking, luxury dining, in-house cafes.
So movie becomes an experience or experience.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's what we need to see.
Yeah.
But let's first head across to Vansh to take us through what we should be watching out for and what should we be asking the management. Vansh, over to you.
Well, thank you for that, Hiral. So yes, the company, interesting company has been in expansion mode. Net 22 screens have been added in quarter 2. 40 are planned for second half of FY26. 50% of the new screens will be under the FOCO model, that is the franchise-owned and company-operated model. Also, if we talk about some of the movies, now the higher grosses during the quarter was Sayara, Coolie, Narsimha, and etc. Also, if we talk about the Q2 FY26 earnings of the company, now the revenue and PAT was largely in line, and the EBITDA and margins have beat the estimates of the analysts. If we look at the numbers, the revenue was up by 12% at 1800 odd crores. The EBITDA is up by 27% at 600 odd crores. The margin stood at 33.6% versus 29.5%, and the net profit is at 106 crore versus a loss of 11 odd crores. So clearly a positive set of numbers is what we are penciling in for this particular counter as well.
So positive set of numbers is what you should be watching out for from going ahead as well. But let's get in Ajay Bijli, Managing Director, and Gaurav Sharma, CFO at PVR Inox. Welcome to the show, gentlemen, and always a pleasure to speak to you. Wishing all of you a happy Diwali from NDTV Profit.
Happy Diwali to you as well.
When we just started off this conversation, your initial interaction and banter within the studio was, whether we should be moving away to Bangalore to enjoy the food or the movies. What should it look like? And if it comes down to Bombay, what is that going to look like? So I think that's the key from here on. But let's start with the second quarter. I mean, we've seen good improvement that's happened in terms of the numbers if you have to look at growth. What's the roadmap ahead? Are you seeing a similar trend continue? Because in terms of profitability, again, a good jump that has come in. We've almost, gone to 510 odd crores, which is a significant turnaround if you have to compare it to the first half of FY25.
Well, it's, cinema has always been something which is a mainstay of out-of-home leisure activity in India. And of course, post-COVID, it did take some time for everybody to realize that out-of-home entertainment has got its own place in the sun, and watching movies at home or TV shows has got its own place in the sun. So I think it's taken a lot of time, but now I think that that debate is over. And people are back. The content makers are making films which are more content-based, script-based, rather than just big blockbusters. Of course, we like blockbusters as well. But this quarter has seen some of the smaller movies which wasn't something that people anticipated will do so well, like Sanyara, Mahavtar, Narsimha, so many smaller movies which have done exceedingly well, and that is what is very heartening. Of course, you had your War 2, you had your Coolie, which have also done close to 300 or over 300 crores. Hollywood has bounced back in a big way with F1. Jurassic Park, Superman, Conjuring, which is a horror movie which did very well. So I think the momentum is back, and this momentum is bound to continue now because we've entered the third quarter as well with Kantara 2 now, which will probably be the first 500 crore movie of this year. But we've had 22 movies this year, which has never happened post-COVID, in which have crossed all 100 crores mark, and not all of them have been blockbusters. So I think both the consumers, the fatigue factor of staying at home and watching movies on the small screen, that has made them go out now because that's what everybody wants to do. And also the content makers are making movies which are something that are very, very attractive, and the stickiness of these movies is there with the consumer. So I think the business has got its momentum back now.
Well, yes, that's a very important statement coming in from Ajay sir. But Gaurav, let's speak about some numbers here. The margins has risen to almost 33.6 odd %. Now the question remains is, what are the other value-added margin products you are looking at? Of course, I had also been to your cinemaplexes, and the new services actually coming out, be it corporate bookings and other things as well, which are high-value margin products, even though they might be small. But now let's look at the margin impact. Now it looks like a normalization is there. This quarter itself, we are going to see a festive releases coming up. But Gaurav, what would be the margin outlook looking like? What will be the levers?
So, we typically don't give outlook on margins as such, but just to, share the key levers in our business. It's a high operating leverage business. Of course, footfalls and occupancies drive the biggest margin increase and expansion. Apart from that, we are taking a lot of initiatives to drive footfalls. We have launched something called as Blockbuster Tuesday as an industry-wide initiative, where Tuesday ticket prices are available at lower price. Similarly, on F&B, now we have launched something called as F&B and ticket bundle, where a consumer can buy it both together at a cheaper price, and that has led to expansion and uptick in consumption. Advertisement revenue is one important line item in our business. And that goes straight to the bottom line. That's been growing at a very fast rate. When you look at other traditional forms of media, cinema advertisement is in fact an outlier which has grown every year. We have delivered the highest Q2 and first half ad revenues. And the outlook for the rest of the year is also very strong. Typically, October to December is a period when a lot of festive vibe is there, and there's buzz, and therefore the media sales and advertisement revenues go up. So yeah, I think some of these things will collectively drive expansion in top line. With a control on cost, we are pretty confident that margins are going to be intact or grow from where we are today.
That's interesting, Gaurav. You mentioned about Blockbuster Tuesday. I mean, the success is there when you talk about value-driven initiatives like this. But what happens is it drives volumes but affects your average ticket price strategy. How do you see that normalizing happening? Because stabilization in terms of average ticket prices, I'm sure from a business perspective is absolutely important. And I'm sure Ajay must be behind it as well, that no, that cannot go down from here on. And secondly, you have to drive your spends per head as well. And that's the reason why you have your F&B to drive it. What is that strategy going to look like? I think I would want to hear both from Ajay and Gaurav on it.
Well, the first half, if you've seen a subdued increase in ATP, it's also because, as I mentioned earlier, not too many blockbusters came. So obviously blockbusters are where, people are ready to pay a higher ticket price as well, because they know that the movie has been made on a bigger budget and stuff. So those are now lined up, from Kantara to Avatar, Alpha, Dhurandhar, and, Border to the 120 Bahadur, which is a Farhan Akhtar film. So a lot of Toxic is coming later. So I think first half, as I was mentioning earlier, hasn't seen too many blockbusters other than Coolie and War 2. Mostly, so therefore the ATP has been where it is. And also because this year our focus was to get people back in, get as many people as we can. And therefore these Tuesdays and bundling up of ticket prices and tickets and F&B was done, because we needed to get that habit back. But I think going forward, when the year ends, when you look at first half and second half, and with these blockbusters coming in the second half, you'll see that the increase in ticket price and SPH will be healthy.
Very interesting perspective on that. But Ajay sir, I have a query because everybody is chasing experience and you're a man who creates experiences. The question remains is, this experience, will it come to tier 2, tier 3 cities as well? Because if we are seeing a larger than life movie, we want to see it in an IMAX, we want to see it in a good sound surround system. So what are the plans for that?
You see, India is such a disparate market, it's such a heterogeneous market that, we've been in this business like personally 35 years now. And you have to be very careful that a quality solution is provided to the demographic where you're making. So we have cinemas from price point to 150 rupees or even 100 rupees to as high as 1500 rupees. But we don't want to compromise on the experience. So experience just doesn't come with, for example, IMAX, because IMAX is still very Hollywood driven. But we have a format called PXL, which has got a similar technology. So I think the most important thing, even in smaller towns, will be digital sound. It has to be, laser or 4K projection systems, screens which are really big, floor to ceiling, wall to wall, seating comfort, no compromise on F&B. I think we have to be. If this is that experience which people can't get at home, now whether you're in a big city or a small city, so there will not be any compromise even when you go to smaller, but we have to be careful about the formats. I think these formats are very Hollywood driven formats. Of course, some of the movies are Indian films, regional films are also getting converted into IMAX and 4DX and all the other formats. But I think still not too many films come on IMAX, and therefore it is still a very much an urban big city phenomena. But as I said, we've got equivalent formats which are as powerful, which are for the smaller towns.
Ajay, one more question I have for you is the smart screen rollout and impact in terms of business, because that is something which is 30-35% cheaper in terms of food and tickets is what my read is. So once it gets fully operational, what is the strategy with regards to scaling this up? And then probably Gaurav could give me a response in terms of what the target could look like with regards to contribution, and what is the direction that PVR is then taking?
Well, there are still lots of pockets where cinemas are not there. If you look at the last Wave conference as well, people spoke a lot about postcode, but we don't believe in only postcodes where cinemas are not available. I think the right kind of audience, quantity and quality, and their propensity to go out also have to be there. Otherwise, there's no point creating an infrastructure in a tier 3 or a tier 4 or tier 2 town and suddenly not have any people to reach the threshold occupancy levels that you need. But our rollout this year is going to be 100 screens. By the way, first half we've already opened 42, and the rest of the year is where about 58 odd screens. So 100 will be the screen count. But why we are very excited about the smart cinema growth is because this can take our number of screen count to almost double of what we normally open, because now we'll be penetrating more cities. But again, focus on ROI, ROCE, demographic profile, is very critical, and we just don't want to do something for the heck of it.
Thank you very much, Ajay sir and Gaurav sir, for giving out your views for PVR, and wishing both of you and your entire PVR family a happy season's greetings. But let's move on.
Thank you. Same to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, let's move on. Kunal, PVR, the stock itself has seen a good up move as well. And this year, the numbers are also coming. Company has transformed from losses to profit. Kunal, what do the charts suggest? And you could give me something like a holding call for medium-term basis. I don't want an intraday call on that, but something on the medium term on a holding basis. Does it look attractive on the charts?
For PVR, we have seen a massive correction from the lower levels. Now we are seeing buying interest coming back from the lower levels. And here the rejection zone for the stock has been around the mark of 1140. 3 times the stock have tested that mark, but again we see selling pressure from those levels. So there are sellers who are active. I think once that is taken out, then probably you can see that leg of up move coming in for the stock. So overall, the structure has now is becoming positive from the negative side. But still, we need a confirmation above 1145 to be precise. Once that is taken out, then one can go aggressively long on a closing basis. This I'm talking about. The stock needs to close above 1145 on the upside. Once that is taken out, one can go aggressive long. Again, your stop loss on the downside will be 1080, and then one can look for positional targets on the upside. At least first target should be 1270 on the upside, and the next target should be 1320. So wait for a close above it, and then probably one can go aggressive long on PVR.
So that's PVR Inox. Let's just quickly pull up JSW Steel as well. The company has reported numbers, revenue slightly above estimates, wherein the EBITDA is above, margins are in line, your net profit is below estimates. There is the reversal in the Supreme Court ruling to liquidate the BPSL assets, and lower coking coal prices offer partial cost support to the company as well. The margins have come in at around 15.8% versus a 17.6%. If you talk about the consolidated crude steel production, that is up 9%. India operations, again, the production is up around 9%, and capacity utilization at India operations stand at 92%. The stock seeing some bit of pressure as we speak. Let's look at the outlook. It's more cautious in terms of the 2026 outlook, and that is what I think the street is not taking positively. And they've said that the continued geopolitical uncertainty is something that could weigh, and the elevated tariffs are likely to weigh with regards to where momentum goes. In terms of the factors that we should be watching out for, from here on, the steel realization and the cost guidance, the volume guidance for FY26, and the update when it comes to expansion projects. Very quickly, Avinash, any view that you hold in terms of JSW Steel? And secondly, you have Zinc, who's gone ahead and cut their guidance as well with regards to FY26. That's the latest commentary that we've been picking up. Both these names, a quick update.
No, I think JSW Steel numbers have been a little disappointing. If you look at the drop in the profit, a 25% drop is quite significant. And I think, as you mentioned, the outlook also looks a little hazy. So my sense is that even the third quarter numbers are going to be soft. And I think, the stock is available at not very cheap kind of valuations. It's risen quite significantly. So probably some amount of profit booking could come in. I think, structurally, we are positive on the metal companies, something like a Vedanta or typically Hindustan Zinc, which you mentioned. I think Hindustan Zinc, the bigger trigger was the continuous rise in silver prices. But we'll have to see what kind of numbers come in the third quarter, because typically, even if volume growth is maintained, silver prices themselves are going to give a big elevated push to the profitability level. So I think obviously this guidance cut is definitely surprising and a little disappointing. But I think overall, I think at 500 odd levels, I think this could be a good value pick for a slightly medium term kind of scenario, because our sense is that silver prices will continue to keep rising. Rising industrial demand and obviously other kind of reasons is going to keep the silver metal pretty buoyant. JSW Steel as a whole, I wouldn't suggest any fresh buy at the current level.
Okay, so that's with regards to Zinc and JSW Steel. But let's quickly slip into a short break. On the other side, we'll get to the top buy today, sell tomorrow picks as well. Stay tuned.
A powerful gathering of global leaders and thinkers voices that will decode the edge of the unknown. NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th and 18th October on the NDTV network.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
more punch to your balance sheet, and more
Welcome back to India Market Close, and we are at NDTV Profit. Small cap space is also buzzing. Of course, not so much as benchmark indices, but there are certain stocks which would be in spotlight. Anushi is here to help us with the list.
Well, thanks for that, Sharad. So a couple of stocks which you should be watching out in trade today. Now here we are looking at higher volumes as well for some counters and some buzzing on the back of results as well. If you just look at the volumes of the counters that I'm talking about, Rolex, Ring, Space, Digitech, Chrysac, along with Marine Electricals in focus, you're looking at volumes to the size of 3x or to the size of 15x as well. This is the overall in terms of volumes that we are seeing compared to its the 1 month average that we are looking at. Just about the companies that we are talking about, first of all, Rolex, Rings in focus. Now it's an auto component maker specializing in bearings and piston rings. If you just look at the financials, their revenue stood at about 1,154 crore as in comparison with 1,200 crore or so in versus FY24 number if you are taking in context. Margins have remained majorly flat, while majority of their business comes from the export side of it, about 53% of contribution that we are seeing. Pace Digitech is another counter that we should be focusing on. Now what we are seeing here is that the company offers telecom infrastructure solutions. It has about a 25 plus of a gigawatt of BESS tenders in India. This is a huge plan that the company has. It is steadfasting its presence in this particular area as well. In fact, they are saying that the Bangalore plant can generate about 3,200 crore of revenue going forward. So that's an interesting update from Pace Digitech. Chrysac is in focus on the back of the second quarter numbers. Just on the sequential performance, if we see, revenue was down about due to the generally weak quarter numbers which are expected. However, margins did see an expansion which was there. The company processed about 100,000 applications versus 276,000 seen in FY25. Last one on the radar is Marine Electrical. Here we are looking at trading volumes tripling versus its 20-day average. Stock up about 8% in the last 5 trading sessions. About the company a little bit, the company is one of the largest LV and MV switchgear manufacturers, and it is an integrated technical service providers in fields of electrical automation as we speak. So these are a couple of small cap stocks which were in focus in the small cap buzzer show as well.
Thank you very much, Anushi, for this. But in the small cap space, of course, Avinash sir has a very keen eye in the SME space as well as the small cap space. Good afternoon, Avinash sir. Rolex Rings volumes are almost 16 times, and even Pace Digitech, a lot of news flow coming in during its IPO. It's a recently listed company as well. Chrysac and Marine Electricals. If you had to pick the best stock among these 4 names, which would be and why?
So I think, Sharad, nice to talk to you. See, I think within this 4 stocks, I think Marine Electricals looks very interesting. It's a defense and data center ancillary supplier kind of component player. very strong order book. The company is sitting on an order book of almost 400 crores plus. And I think the kind of opportunity we see in the defense space, especially in the marine, space where the company caters to majors like Garden Reach, Cochin Shipyard, Mascot Dock, I think they are very well positioned. And I think the numbers clearly depict the fact that the second half is going to be equally strong. My sense is that even at these levels, the risk reward could be very good for investors looking over the next, say, 12 to 15 months. So I think, marine electricals definitely is an attractive play at the current level. Chrysler also looks pretty interesting. They operate in a very interesting space. And despite being a weak quarter, my sense is the second half is a period where possibly you could see better traction both on the revenue and the profit side. I think not many companies operate in this space, especially in the listed category space. So this could be also be an interesting bet. And I think, once the market settles down, you get a small dip or a correction. These could be companies which could be added to your portfolio. I think risk reward for both these companies, Sharad, could be quite interesting over the next 12 to 15 months.
Okay, so those are a few of the names that you're watching out for from the small cap buzzer space. In fact, with all of these names, what is interesting is the kind of moves. I mean, Chrysler, obviously, I don't think so anyone's really going to get an opportunity to enter this counter. But Kunal, a quick view, anything that, anywhere where you are seeing some bit of value emerge from the names that Anushi took us through?
I think marine electrical looks interesting on the chart perspective. So what we have seen on marine electricals, the rally which started from the lower end around the marks at August 2025 from the level of 165, 166. We have seen the first move kicking in, and then we saw consolidation at the lower end. So that was the second leg, and now the stock is ready to enter into its third leg, which is generally the fastest leg. So we expect this momentum to continue on the upside. Even on the weekly charts, there has been high top, high bottom formations coming in. And once we break out over this mark of 240 on the upside, expect strong move towards the mark of 320, 330. So I think over here, the risk to reward again looks favorable. Any dips would be a buying opportunity. The support for the stock on the downside is placed around the mark of 190. So till the time 190 or 95 is not taken out, the view continues to be on the bullish side.
Needs to be bullish till a certain level is not broken on a marine electricals. I missed that one. But what remains in focus is the banking sector, because major banks are set to release their earnings tomorrow. We have Vishy who brings us everything that we should be expecting. Vishy, I mean, I don't know if you're going to sleep tonight, tomorrow. What is it going to look like from here on? 7 major banks that report numbers tomorrow. What is the expectation?
The expectation is me getting tired here. Just coming to the banking results, basically there are 2 major banks, HDFC and ICICI, announcing their results, but as well as, of course, Punjab National Bank also, which is a large bank, but not as big as HDFC and ICICI. But other than them, there's 4 mid-sized banks, Federal Bank, IndusInd, Yes Bank, and RBL all announcing their results. And there's a whole host of expectations. Of course, you're seeing some amount of focus on margin, some amount of focus on growth, but alongside that, information aside from the results will also be a key focus area. Let me take you through what each bank is going to bring to the table. HDFC Bank, the expectation is that margin contraction is going to likely happen at HDFC Bank. If you look at ICICI Bank, there the return on assets are likely to be weighed down by lower treasury gains. What we understand from reading what analysts have to say, Punjab National Bank, your strong advances and deposit growth is going to be the key focus area. Look at where Federal Bank is coming from. Now, of course, they have made a conscious push towards a higher return business. However, the rate cuts by the Reserve Bank of India might play spoil sport. So we'll have to see how exactly their NIM as well as other return ratios perform. If you look at IndusInd Bank, we have to see if is this a kitchen sinking quarter or not, because this will be Rajiv Anand's first quarter as the CEO of the bank announcing the results. Does he do further kitchen sinking, or are asset quality troubles of the past, accounting troubles of the past, and now we are looking at a new chapter at IndusInd Bank? That's something that will get clarified as the results come out. Yes Bank, again, fresh capital that's coming in from SMBC, but also growth path for the bank, because something that the bank needs to focus on. Earlier today, there was a news report that SMBC wants Yes Bank to focus a lot more on growth metrics. So that will be the focus. Lastly, on RBL. Now, of course, the results and the asset quality, all of them are important. But what is the most important is Emirates NBD and the stake that they're buying. We have reported exclusively that 60% equity stake to be bought for $3 billion. How that takes shape, what is the structure of that funding, all of that will get clarified once the board meeting ends tomorrow. So we'll find out more about that as the numbers come.
Okay, this is going to be interesting when it comes to banks. And I think the other key, what Vishy just mentioned right now, is the deal when it comes to RBL Bank, the stake sale that everyone is talking about. If anything that comes in terms of tomorrow's earnings is going to be crucial to watch out for. I think, Avinash, anything that you would want to add when it comes to RBL Bank stake sale?
No, I think as Vishy mentioned, the 3 billion deal is going to be a big trigger point. I think markets would definitely like that such a kind of deal happens at a significant premium to the market price. And I think that would obviously, trigger more interest in the bank, considering the fact that this could be a very big M&A. My sense is that we'll have to wait and watch. But if it happens, then I think that could be a very near-term good re-rating trigger for the stock. I think on the numbers, my sense is these are going to be pretty encouraging numbers as compared to Q1 in terms of asset quality, in terms of the loan book growth and the profitability. But I think, yes, clearly the deal which could happen is something which the market should await after tomorrow's board meeting.
Interesting, Avinash. But of course, we have spoken about the nifty banking majors, but Reliance, that is the earnings to watch out for today. It will be coming post-market hours, roughly between 7 to 8:30. But Reliance Industries preview is expected to be, you could say, a downward quarter coming in, subdued quarter across the segments. Let's just pull in the important numbers which are very important to track. Revenues expected to be around 1.7% up, while EBITDA, that's expected to bump up to 5% Margins, slight increase if you look at it on a sequential basis, but net profit, that is where you would see the downtake coming in. Now, segmentally, if you look at it, retail EBITDA, minor gains of 2.7%. Retail revenue, that's going to be impacted by almost 7%. And if you look at it, net profit drop is expected in the last quarter. And there's a one-off gain related to the sale of stake in a listed investment as well. That's why the numbers were high. That listed investment is Asian Paints. OTC segment, they are expected to report growth as the last quarter was impacted due to maintenance shutdown, and retail down is also expected to be sequentially down in operational metrics in a seasonally weak quarter as well. Oil gas explorations, if you look at the screen, EBITDA is expected to be down owing to lower realizations and volumes, but not much.
One question I have for you on this one is just ahead of the numbers. Today you're seeing a strong move. I mean, a little over 1%. Last 5 days, 3.5% is the up move that has come in the Reliance. And the last 1 month, the stock has remained absolutely flat. YTD as well, 15-16% is the kind of returns. And in the last 1 year, 4.5%. What should the street look at, I think?
Well, the street was expecting in the AGM there would be a big announcement coming in, at least for the Jio's IPO and a lot of other things. But that has already been factored in. But of course, markets move on earnings. And if that is not coming in, this becomes an overhang in the stock. And that is something which you'll be looking out for. And Reliance also, but of course, going up. But you could say there might be volatility in the counter as well, because you never know, because the earnings is expected to be subdued.
Kunal, a quick view in terms of what are charts indicating ahead of the numbers?
I think ahead of the numbers, we are seeing bullish undertone in the last couple of trading sessions. Now for Reliance, on the higher end, 1430 is the level to be watched out for. That has been generally the supply zone, and we have not been able to close above it. So once we get a close, say post the results above 1430, you can say probably the short-term worst is over for Reliance, and probably we would be heading towards 1500, 1530 on the upside. But for that, a close above 1430 is very important. That has been a strong rejection zone for Reliance.
With regards to Reliance, we'll go to Avinash on Reliance, but before that, on to a special segment, Profit Intelligence. We're talking about the top gainer on Nifty 50, which is the paints sector, Asian Paints, that is in focus. Anushi brings us all the intelligence around it. Anushi, over to you. I know you don't track the sector pretty closely, but this is some good work that we are picking up.
Right. So, a couple of triggers, Hiral, that we are looking at in terms of what's happening with Asian Paints. Not just Asian Paints, a lot of these paint companies that we are seeing are buzzing in trade today. Now, just if you look at the chart and the intraday high of these particular counters, you're looking at gains of more than 4% for counters like Asian Paints as well as Kansai Nerolac as well. So, that's as regards to this. But other counters such as Indigo Paints, Berger Paints also seeing an up move of around 2% or so. What's happening? That's the main question that we want to ask, and specifically for Asian Paints, considering that if you just look in terms of this kind of an intraday high that we've seen so far, it's the biggest single day jump that we've seen since March 2022 level. So that's a big update that's coming from Asian Paints. In fact, if you just look at the volumes also, they've recorded the biggest single day jump since this since the 1 month volumes as well. It has also reclaimed its 5-year average P, currently trading at similar levels is also what we are looking at. But let's see overall the key triggers that we are speaking about. First factor that we are seeing is falling Brent crude prices. We'll talk more about detail in terms of what's happening with the crude oil prices. But apart from that, we are looking at a jump up in terms of the festive season demand as well, and with the company's highest share in the urban market. That is a particular interesting area that we are watching out for. Institutional interest is also seen from DII mix also. We'll talk about that in the shareholding pattern as well, and biggest market share in urban markets, and with higher demand revival now with the onset of the festive season is another positive that we are looking at. What is important is also their new facility in the 2.65 lakh total metric tons of facility that we are seeing has also commenced production. So that is another key positive that we are seeing. But if we just look at the crude oil prices levels, we've seen this at around $61 a barrel. Now it has continued to see these record lows, 4% down this week, 18% down in this past year. But how would this falling crude prices benefit a company like Asian Paints? Now, if we just look at the overall cost, input cost of this, 35 to 40% is the kind of contribution that comes from this particular segment as well. See, that is the kind of mix that we are seeing for these paint companies. So this would directly result in margin expansion and would be a boost for profitability going forward. So that's a key positive aspect that we are looking at. Apart from that, if you are looking at the shareholding pattern also, while the promoter stake has remained absolutely flat, there's no such change as there. It's the public share that has gone down to 14%, with DI is now inching upwards by 5% in this 1 quarter itself. So that is another interesting part that we are seeing. Coming quickly to the game of valuations, if we just look at the multiple, 81 times was the high PE levels that we've seen. Now in 2025, the levels have come back favorably again. So fair valuation game is what we are seeing. How analysts are predicting this stock, we are looking at an overall neutral view with about a 4% of a downside with so that's with regards to that. But the stock has absolutely not done so well, with higher competitive intensity as well. 5 years return being just 23% or also. So that's the overall picture that we have for Asian Paints and the other companies as well.
Thank you, Anushi, for that. Does this become a re-rating candidate is the question from here on. Avinash, quick view in terms of Asian Paints and Reliance Industries, who actually paired their stake in Asian Paints in the previous quarter, because of which this time we are going to see a downtick in terms of profitability to the tune of 26%. Both the counters, your view.
No, I think, Hiral, you cannot look at this performance on a like-to-like basis. I think that Asian Paints deal needs to be excluded, from the operational earnings. My sense is that Reliance would bring a surprise. Normally, most analysts are wrong on their predictions, and I think you could expect some sort of positive surprise coming in. But yes, I think even if the numbers are flattish or slightly negative, I think the second half looks to be quite interesting. So, if there is a downtick in the price of Reliance, I would be a buyer, and I think we look at a fairly good long-term kind of value upside here. As Sharad was mentioning, the key trigger would be the business kind of, unlocking, and the retail business unlocking, which I think markets may have to wait for some time. And as far as Asian Paints is concerned, I think, Hiral, this is a stock where I think growth has completely gone away, and I think it's going to be very difficult for them now to maintain a steady earnings growth trajectory. Even at these valuations, I would still feel that, investors should not stay invested here. I think there are better choices available. within the banking, within the capital goods and the auto component kind of sectors. So here I think the company is going to struggle with margins. It's going to struggle with volume growth and a lot of competition, from majors like JSW, typically Grasim, and where customers are going to benefit, but the company is definitely going to see margins getting more lower and lower. So I think I would keep away, despite the fact that it's a marquee leader in this segment. But yes, earnings growth, at least for the next 2 years, is completely ruled out.
Okay, that's with regards to Asian Paints and RIL. Very quickly, Kunal, BTST, STBT, which one would you go for?
Yeah, I would go for your Berger Paints. I think here the structure looks positive. There is an inverted head and shoulder breakout on the chart as well with volumes, and I think it has still more legs left on the upside. So that would be a buy for me as a BTST candidate, keeping a stop loss of 535, looking for targets of 555 to 560 on the upside.
So that's with regards to Berger Paints, which is on the BTST, STBT side. Very quickly, as we are about to close the markets, Avinash, anything that comes to your radar that we've probably missed talking about, but should be on someone's radar for a Monday opening?
No, I think clearly, Hiral, I think we have been telling our clients to look at, auto component companies. I think within the auto component pack, I think where possibly you could see a lot of traction as company like, Reliance Industries, a Bharat Forge, or typically even a Shriram Pistons. These are stocks which have not moved up significantly. But I think earnings numbers for the second quarter are going to be quite strong. I think we have seen a very strong bump up in passenger car sales, two-wheeler sales. So I think, once the traction in these two sectors happens, these are companies which are going to significantly benefit. And I think the real benefit would come in the third quarter. So I think not as a kind of a stock for Monday, but I think somebody who wants to accumulate value can definitely look at accumulating these shares, because my sense is over the next, say, 6 to 12 months, you could see a decent risk reward coming here.
Decent risk reward in terms of Shriram Piston. Bector Foods, Accutas and Force Motors, strong moves in today's session. Kunal, anything that could be a momentum buy?
I think Vector Food looks interesting on the chart. The stock had already been in a deep correction, and now we are seeing reversals on the chart. Today we have seen the breakout coming in with the volume-based buying seen on the chart. So I think here there is a positional buy which one can see from a short-term perspective. The support for the stock on the downside is placed at 1250, so that would act as a strong support. And I'm expecting targets of at least 1550 on the upside in the next 1 to 2 months.
Okay, what about Credit Access, Sterling Solar and Jindal Saw? All of these trading under pressure to the tune of almost around 5 to 8%. If you see Sterling and Wilson and Jindal Saw on the screens as well, the pressure has continued. Some, yes, reacting to numbers. Kunal, any strategy for any of these three names?
I think again, all the stocks have been already trading in a downtrend. So you can see the correction continuing on the lower end, but definitely not an exit at the current point, since we might have some technical bounce coming in all of these stocks. So bounces could be an opportunity where you can exit your long positions.
Well, thank you very much, Kunal and Avinash, for joining us. And of course, season's greeting to you both, gentlemen. But looking at the markets, it's closing, but two important events happened today. The first one, of course, Nifty. If you look at it, it tested its one-year high levels, and right now also it's up almost on 0.5%. It's near the 25,700 mark. That is something to look out for. Nifty Bank also, it's maintaining its gains, 57,700 plus in the day's trade, but Nifty Bank hit its record high levels, and that is something which is very important, especially with the private bank earnings expected to come in the weekend. Now let's look at how the Nifty Bank has actually performed. If you look at it, the Nifty heat map, let's get in to see the important constituents in the Nifty index. Asian Paints, this has been our profit intelligence as well, and see it's at the top. Right from the beginning, the stock was up almost 4% and M&M and Max Healthcare, both of them moving up in trade, both of them up almost 2%. Apart from this, if you look at it, it's even Stevens. If you look at it, when the advances and the decline, something to watch out for. But the IT pack, that has seen the maximum beating. This is where the changes start happening. The advance decline ratio, earlier it was almost similar, but see the divergence which has come in. That means there is more decline happening in the market as well. Also, let's look at the mid-cap 50 chart. That has not been that supportive if you compare that with benchmark indices. Let's pull in the mid-cap 250 index. That's near its day's low. No recovery attempts as well being made. Even the small cap is the same thing happening. Both of them ending in the red. Also, let's look at the BSE 500 stocks where the important contributions moves has happened. Whirlpool, that's our stock is up almost 11%. And Adani Group stock, Adani Power, also corporate announcement had come in, stock up more than 5%. Asian Paints we spoke about. Delivery there saw a reversal after profit booking in the last trading session. And amongst the losers, Credit Access Grameen, Sterling Wilson Solar make it to the list, and even Anupam Rasayan on back of weak earnings as well. So this is the entire broader indices, how the space has actually panned out. The sector specific move, if you see, FMCG has done well, and this was the second straight session we are seeing up moves coming in. Apart from this, if you look at it, Nifty Realty, Nifty Next, nothing much happening here, but Nifty IT, that's the biggest loser of the pack. The earnings impact coming in, be it Wipro or even if you could say HCL Tech, most of them falling in the trade as well. But net, the day has been for the advanced decline ratio on the positive side. Now, apart from the market heat map, let's also look at what to watch. What should you be actually preparing yourself with? And this is an earnings heavy weekend. We'll talk on that. China loan prime rate, that's there on the low. On the global front, the corporate actions, Tech Mahindra, roughly 15 rupees per share, Oberoi Realty, and Rama Phosphates and Tips also would be coming in here. Shares which will be exiting the anchor lock-in, two names come in. First is Euro Pratik Sales, and the second is Traction Tech, and you see the numbers coming over here. Key earnings post-market hours today is Reliance Industries, expected to have a subdued kind of earnings coming in, but it's very important. Saturday, earnings heavy, two big names will be there. HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, which you'll be tracking, but apart from that, there are roughly 7 big banks which you'll be tracking. Apart from that, Ultratech Cement, JK Bank, UTI, AMC also make it to the list. So it's a earnings heavy week, and of course you could say earnings heavy weekend, but this is it from India Market Close, and this is the total show for NDTV Profit. Thank you and stay tuned.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit.
He's a 5th-generation chartwala, with markets always on his mind. Mithilesh Joshi started investing when the Sensex was barely 3,000 and has been through days like Black Monday and Lehman Tuesday. Between Puris and portfolios, he still checks the markets every day. And the best part, the same market experts who get their chart here often leave with a tip or two from him. a fifth generation celebrity chartwala to an avid investor. We have on the show today Mithilesh Joshi. Welcome to NDTV Profit. In fact, welcome Pritesh, Chandan and Kush to NDTV Profit's Diwali chart party. This is going to be an interesting conversation today because we have invited you not only to enjoy conversations about markets but to enjoy the chart that Mithilesh ji is going to give us. Mithilesh ji, आप क्या खिलाने वाले हैं आज?
आप बोलिए, सारा मेनू आपके सामने है। भेल, शेव पूरी, पानी पूरी।
आपकी चॉइस पहले।
आप जो बोलिए, आप शेव पूरी ज्यादा बेटर रहेगा।
से चालू करते।
मीडियम, तीखा, मीठा, आलू कांदा सब।
वो हम बात करेंगे, आलू कांदा सब खाने वाले हैं इधर। बट मेरा फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन आपसे है कि आप ये चार्ट बना रहे हैं, उसके साथ साथ हमने काफी कुछ सुना है आपके बारे में कि राम एंड श्याम है जो एक इन्वेस्टर बने हुए हैं। आपका क्या, आपने मार्केट्स में इन्वेस्टमेंट कैसे चालू की वो बताइए हमें।
मार्केट में इन्वेस्टमेंट 1985 करीब मैंने चालू करी थी क्या, और स्टार्टिंग शेयर जो मैंने लिए थे IFCI, HFCL और प्रिज्म सीमेंट, उसमें पैसे बनाए।
और बट ये सब शेयर में आपने इन्वेस्ट कैसे किया? आपको ये टिप्स किसने दी?
अपने जो ग्राहक आते हैं उन्हों से, क्योंकि 3 जनरेशन तो हो चुकी थी हमारी, तो उन्होंने बोला कि बेटा ये शेयर ले ले, ये शेयर ले ले, प्रॉफिट आएगा। तो थोड़ा थोड़ा करके प्रॉफिट बनाए उसमें। फिर धीरे धीरे जनवरी और आगे फट गई, चलते गई, बढ़िया पटरी पे आ गई गाड़ी। पहले तो मार्केट की भाषा समझ में नहीं आती थी क्या, कि फाड़ के ले ले, तोड़ के ले ले, ये सब चलता था। अब वो धीरे धीरे समझ में आ गई। उस समय मारुति का भी मेरे को किसी ने न्यूज़ दिया था, कुछ 300 कुछ रुपया चल रहा था कि मारुति ले ले फाड़ के। अब वो फाड़ के ले ले, वो समझ में नहीं आया मेरे को, क्या फाड़ के ले ले। वैसे मालूम रहता पहले तो घर बेच के ले लेता, तो अच्छा पैसा बनता उसमें, लेकिन नहीं बना। जैसे बनता है वैसे बनता है।
ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी है आपकी, क्योंकि वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट समवन हु इज एक्चुअली सेलिंग चार्ट, 5th generation, and he's the one who's actually started investing in the markets. Pritesh, at this point in time, he gave us some names right now. Maruti le lo, IFCL le lo, IFCI le lo, multiple stocks he mentioned about. How has your journey been in terms of investing? Let's start off that very quickly.
First of all, I would like to congratulate you because 300 रुपए में मारुति लिया था, आज का भाव देखा आपने। And one thing that we all need to understand that this guy has been patient. The entire family has been patient with markets.
Patient जरूरी है sir.
So that one thing that we need to understand. We need to follow it. It's one of the thumb rule that we need to adopt. In fact, been involved in capital markets for around 2 decades. You tend to study markets. You tend to understand markets. You tend to understand cycles. That's how opportunity comes in. So more important thing to understand is to understand cycles. That is I feel. Because you need to be the right time to understand, to grab the opportunity.
वो right time तो आ जाएगा। चंदन जी, with coming to you as well, आपकी क्या कहानी रही है? Was this always an interest for markets?
5th generation बिजनेस आप समझ सकते हो, पेशेंस पेज। रियल में पावर ऑफ कंपाउंडिंग का सबसे बड़ा जो फॉर्मूला है कि आपको लंबे टाइम तक टिकना पड़ेगा, तभी रियल में रिटर्न बनता है। एंड आई थिंक मार्केट में भी यही है कि लंबे टाइम तक टिको। और मेरी स्टोरी की आप बात करें तो एक छोटे से विलेज से हूँ, राजस्थान से। आई थिंक मेरे फॉलोअर्स भी उससे ज़्यादा है, 12-13 हज़ार के पॉपुलेशन वहाँ पे है। बट हमेशा
विलेज की पॉपुलेशन 13 हज़ार है।
हाँ बिल्कुल। सो हमेशा ये इंस्पिरेशन था, कुछ करना है और कैमरे के पीछे नहीं रहना, कैमरे के आगे रहना है, न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना नहीं है, लोगों को लिखना है ताकि लोग पढ़े। तो धीरे धीरे पावर ऑफ कंपाउंडिंग, वैल्यू इन्वेस्टिंग, स्टॉक मार्केट, तो धीरे धीरे ऐसा करते जर्नी आगे बढ़ी एंड लाइफ इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
And what about you, Kush?
So I've been in the market. I've actually grown up, spending Diwalis in the BSc building. But what I'm interested in कि market में हर दिन कुछ नया सीखने मिलता है. हमारा जनरल परसेप्शन जो है वो ये है कि यहाँ देख के सुन के किसी का सुन के आप मत लीजिए. यहाँ हमारे पास एक लाइव एग्जांपल है जिन्होंने एग्जैक्टली वही करके एक फॉर्च्यून बनाया इन स्टॉक मार्केट्स. हालांकि मैं अभी भी वो रिकमेंड नहीं करूँगा, बट दाद देनी पड़ेगी इनके पेशेंस की, इनके परसिवेरेंस की, कि इन्होंने इन्वेस्ट किया और उसमें लंबे समय तक बने रहे. तो कहीं ना कहीं इनका बिहेवियर जो है वो भी इंपॉर्टेंट था in terms of him making the kind of money he made in the market. So always a learning, in the markets. So
this is great, Mithilesh जी. जो एनालिस्ट टीवी पे आके सबको टिप्स देते हैं, टिप्स नहीं बोलूंगी, एडवाइस देते हैं बोलूंगी.
उनके घर पे जाता हूँ मैं.
उनके घर पे आप जाते हैं, करेक्ट. बट ये हमारे साथ भी जो जुड़े हैं, they are the ones who come on television to advise इन्वेस्टर्स which stocks you should buy, which stocks you should sell. आपने भी काफी लोगों की एडवाइस सुनी है, अभी
काफी को दिया भी हूँ एडवाइस।
आपने एडवाइस दी है, वो देखो उसमें भी पैसे बने होंगे। अभी ये बात
नहीं, मेरे नहीं, उनके बने,
उनके लिए अभी आपको सभी रजिस्ट्रेशन लेना पड़ेगा काफी जल्दी फिर। Everyone is talking about the time to invest in markets right now because we've seen that slowdown that has happened. Now is the time that churn should come in. When you're talking about that churn, again the conversation is gold, silver. इतना पैसा बन रहा है. Should you invest in gold, silver, or should you invest in equity? Housewives are always coming and saying right now, I think our portfolios are much better than the husbands. I'm sure all of you all will agree to that conversation as well. If you're tracking gold, silver and equity right now, where are you seeing potential, Kush?
So I am firmly an equity guy. Always have been, always will be. तो गोल्ड सिल्वर में अभी रैली आ गई है और बिल्कुल एक एसेट एलोकेशन के नाम पे होना चाहिए, बट पैसे तो इक्विटी में ही बनने हैं।
पैसे इक्विटी में है। आपको क्या लगता है मिथिलेश जी, आप भी आप शेयर बाजार पर आप भी दिवाली तो दिवाली सोना खरीदते हैं, सिल्वर खरीदते हैं?
जिस समय खरीदना था खरीद चुके, अब नहीं खरीदना, अब वो गले के ऊपर आ चुका है। अब ये इस गाड़ी में चढ़ना बोलो तो मेरे बस की बात नहीं।
तो आप क्या करोगे? आप क्या सोना और चांदी बेच के अभी स्टॉक मार्केट में लगाओगे?
अभी फिलहाल नहीं, एज अ प्रॉपर्टी में डालेंगे।
अभी रियल एस्टेट में डालोगे, ये आ गया नया एसेट क्लास। प्रितेश, at this point in time, we're talking about you're already eating what, bhelpuri?
Yes.
Now bhelpuri.
It's my second plate.
It's your second plate of bhelpuri. Very good. It's the spicy one or the sweet one?
Spicy one. I told him.
So when you're talking about spicy bhelpuri as well, tell me one probably sector or stock where it's been a spicy sector for you right now, and spicy being something which has been really hot.
हाँ.
And sweet being कि हाँ ठंडा चल रहा है, गाड़ी चल रही है. Which has been that spicy investment
so right
bet?
Now, we discuss about gold and silver, but I think one space I think we need to consider, that is consumer discretionary basket. Because, we keep looking at intermarket analysis, we keep looking at ratios. So the consumer discretionary versus the FMCG, that has given a 3-year breakout, base breakout. So when I say 3-year base breakout, it means that discretionary stocks will outperform. So the right time to be in FMCG space, discretionary space में काफ़ी opportunities है. So, when I talk about discretionary basket, apparels hai, retail hai, we have real estate, autos, ancillaries, several things, बहुत बड़ा basket है. So I feel that, even we have premium products, something like, Titan, which is not moved up. I think, something like Arvind Fashion, not done anything. There are several names popping up on my list. So I think there are several counters which can do well. If we have a, good horizon of 2 years or 3 years, I think they can do really well from here.
That's an interesting bet over here. मिथिलेश जी, आप प्रितेश की एडवाइस को क्या बोलेंगे? वो बोल रहे हैं कंजम्पशन थीम पे प्ले करना चाहिए, जैसे हो गया टाइटन जो घड़ी बेचती है, ट्रेंट हो गया जो कपड़े बेचती है, अपैरल्स है काफ़ी से, जैसे वी मार्ट रिटेल है, ये सब कंपनीज है जो कपड़े गहने ये सब चीजें बेचती है। आपको लगता है आपने सुना है? हाँ। आपने किसी से सुना है जो इन्वेस्टर्स आपके पास आके चाट खा के जाते हैं?
हाँ जी, वो बोलते हैं ना, रोटी कपड़ा मकान, ये 3 बिजनेस में आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करो, आप एनी टाइम आप ग्रो करोगे। जैसे बिल्डर लॉबी हो गया, रियल एस्टेट हो गया, क्या, और जैसे आप बता रहे हैं सर जी कि टाइटन है जो घड़ी वगैरह चल रही है आजकल, तो बहुत अच्छी मॉडल्स आ रहे हैं, तो नए लोग नया मॉडल चेक करते हैं, तो हिसाब से
So it's a very interesting way of looking at things, because he mentioned roti kapda makan. So point is here, we were discussing about discretionary space. Correct. It's a very, very broad index. And from that he's narrowed it down to roti kapda makan. Yes, that's right. And that is yes. Yeah. Chandan, what will you have to say? You're talking about roti kapda makan. Again, consumption. But how are you looking at it?
So I need to actually the basic fundamental will remain same, roti kapda makan. But now it depends roti kaun se. Because the lifestyle has changed. India is now the country of 145 crore और 65% पॉपुलेशन है वो 35 ईयर से नीचे है, 50% पॉपुलेशन है वो 25 ईयर से नीचे है, तो 25 साल वाले है ना, वो रोटी घर का नहीं जमेगा उनको, आधे टाइम उनको
हाँ पिज्जा बिल्कुल।
सो आप हो क्यों नहीं स्विगी के ज़ोमैटो पे
35% कौन देगा?
So I think ये जो इनका पेन पॉइंट है ना, that is the gain for these companies. So I think new age business will do well. Somehow India is the leading country in terms of consumption. We are the number 1 in terms of population. We might be the number 4 in terms of our market cap. So I think any company which is related to consumption will do well. So you can talk about the companies like Eternal, राइट
जोमेटो हो गया
जोमेटो आई थिंक आजकल चाट के लिए बिल्कुल सर के पास तो जाना ही चाहिए, बट आप घर बैठे भी चाट खा सकते हो, जोमेटो, स्विगी, इटर्नल, पेटीएम।
बट जो ठेले पे जाके चाट खाने की मजा है ना, वो घर पे बैठ के नहीं
बिल्कुल
है।
बिल्कुल नहीं है। बट देखिए हिरल, हम बात कर रहे हैं उन जेनजी की जो ब्लिंकिट के जनरेशन में है, जिनको 8 मिनट से ज्यादा वेट नहीं करना पड़ता है। सो आई थिंक इंडिया इज हेडिंग टुवर्ड्स दैट सिनेरियो।
घर पे पानी पूरी तोड़ के, मसाला डाल के, मीठा और खट्टा पानी लेके बनाना भी पड़ता है ना।
बिल्कुल, सो आई टोटली बिलीव। और खट्टा मीठा आप बात कर रहे हो, मुझे आपने एक सेक्टर की बात की, खट्टा मीठा में डिफेंस रखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आप जब इंडिया की बात कर रहे हो,
डिफेंस खट्टा होएगा कि मीठा?
देखिए मिक्स है, डिफेंस खट्टा मीठा मिक्स है, जियोपॉलिटिकल कंसर्न है। देखिए जीएसटी बूस्ट है तो मीठा है, बट यूएस प्रेसिडेंट का टेंट्रम हो जाएगा तो थोड़ा खट्टा भी हो सकता है। सो वो भी संभालना पड़ेगा मार्केट में।
तो अच्छा, you know, Chandan just spoke about a khatta meetha combination. We're talking about defense, which does come in, consumption, which is coming in, lot of sectors here, right? According to you, which is that khatta sector that you would look at, and which is that meetha sector right now?
So, very frankly speaking, the sectors that I think might not do well right now, perhaps realty, auto, because it's already done well. But आने वाले समय में there is a good chance that you will see something like a banking and a financial sector do well, even defense for that matter would do well. So I think ये कुछ sectors हैं जहाँ पे अभी भी steam बाकी है।
मिथिलेश जी, सब लोग हमें काफी एडवाइस दे रहे हैं कि कौन सा सेक्टर खट्टा होना चाहिए, कौन सा मीठा। आप अभी तो एक तीखा भेल बनाइए हमारे लिए, बट उसके साथ मेरे को बोलिए कि आप जो इन्वेस्टर्स आते हैं आपके ठेले पे, आप जिधर सेलिब्रिटीज को खिलाने जाते हैं, आप काफी कुछ सुनते रहेंगे। उसके हिसाब से आपने क्या सुना है कि कौन से सेक्टर में ऐसा इन्वेस्ट करना चाहिए, क्या करना चाहिए? कुछ आपने सुना रहेगा।
रियल एस्टेट अभी बूम है, रियल एस्टेट बूम है, और जहाँ तक है सोना और चांदी जो भाग रहा है, वो हिसाब से उस पर भी थोड़ा सा चलना चाहिए।
तो सोना, चांदी, रियल एस्टेट। चंदन, रियल एस्टेट स्टॉक बाय करना चाहिए कि घर बाय करना चाहिए? अभी क्वेश्चन वो है।
घर तो ले चुका है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। देखिए मेरे हिसाब से डिपेंड्स करता है कि आप कौन से लोकेशंस की बात कर रहे हो और कौन से एसेट्स क्लास की बात कर रहे हो। देखिए गोल्ड सिल्वर का पिछले लगभग 1 साल से काफी बड़ा मूवमेंट हुआ है, राइट। और जैसा कि आपने पहले भी पूछा था कि इक्विटी में रहना चाहिए गोल्ड सिल्वर, तो मेरा ऐसा मानना है इक्विटी तो एवरग्रीन रहेगा। गोल्ड माइट बी ग्लिटरिंग नाउ, सिल्वर इज शाइनिंग, बट इक्विटी इज लाइकली टू बी एवरग्रीन। आप 1 साल मत देखो, 5 साल देखो, 10 साल देखो, 20 साल देखो, रियल में पैसा इक्विटी में बना है, बट आपको एसेट एलोकेशन करना चाहिए। और इधर ये जवाब मैं आपको दे सकता हूँ, घर पे जाके ये सब नहीं बोल सकता।
ये आई एम श्योर वो देखेंगे भी, पर उसमें वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग आपने बोला, यू मेंशन्ड अबाउट इक्विटी राइट नाउ, राइट? Now with equity, the problem over here is, in fact, you were at one of our events, Ignite, we had Nilesh of Kotak who said, from Nifty 50, more than 10 companies are like dinosaurs with their tails on fire.
Exactly.
Correct? You're talking about वो बड़ी कंपनियां जिधर क्या मालूम है problems, we don't know yet. In relation to this, let's look at broader markets. हर रोज हम देखते हैं कोई कंपनी है जो 10% बढ़ी, एक वीक में 50% बढ़ गई। Is there more steam left in broader markets or is it in the benchmark?
So हिरल, उस इग्नाइट इवेंट में मैं भी था, एंड व्हाट अ फैंटास्टिक इवेंट यू गाइस ऑर्गेनाइज, और नीलेश जी ने काफी अच्छा मार्केट के बारे में बोला था। मैं आपको 2-3 डेटा फेक देता हूँ कि अभी तक इंडिया में ओनली 20 करोड़ डीमेट अकाउंट है। टोटल पॉपुलेशन का कितना 13-14% हुआ। यूएस में लगभग 55% डीमेट अकाउंट है। टोटल इंडिया की हाउस होल्ड सेविंग का अभी तक 6.5% पैसा इक्विटी में है। उसके बावजूद भी निफ्टी और सेंसेक्स पिछले 40-45 साल में खाली 820 गुना हुआ है। 100 रुपए वाला सेंसेक्स 82,000 हुआ है। तो आई थिंक अभी तक तो आई थिंक फायर ऑन द सिलेंडर बाकी है। और मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि आप कंपैरेटिव एनालिसिस करो, यूएस मार्केट में पिछले 30 साल का स्टडी देखो और अभी देखो। 30 साल पहले टॉप कंपनीज में टॉप 8 मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होती थी, अभी टॉप 10 में से टॉप 7 टेक एनेबल सिस्टम है, टेक्नोलॉजी एआई है। इंडिया में अभी भी टॉप 10 कंपनीज में टॉप 7 कंपनी बैंकिंग फाइनेंशियल है। सो मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि कहीं ना कहीं कोई ना कोई ऐसा कंपनी आएगी जो टेक एनेबल्ड होके इंडिया की कंट्री को लीड करेगी। तो आई थिंक देयर इज अ लॉन्ग वे टू गो, और अभी तक तो कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है।
भी चंदन जी ने बताया कि जो क्वांटम के डीमैट अकाउंट्स ओपन हो रहे हैं, जो गति से ओपन हो रहे हैं, दैट इज ऑल्सो वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। आपने जब इन्वेस्टमेंट चालू किया, आप क्या उम्र के थे? आपको तभी आइडिया था कि ये ऐसा डीमैट अकाउंट होता है, कुछ होता है?
मेरे को तो ये भी नहीं पता था ये लाल बत्ती ऊपर जाती है कि नीचे जाती है, मार्केट चल रहा है कि नहीं चल रहा है, वो हरी बत्ती नीचे जाती है, एरो, ये कुछ समझ में नहीं आता था।
कौन से साल में आपने अपनी पहला स्टॉक खरीदा?
97 में पहला स्टॉक खरीदा था मैंने।
कौन सा था वो?
HFCL, IFCI, प्रिज्म सीमेंट जो मैंने आपको बताया। उसके बाद में महाराष्ट्र टेली कम्युनिकेशन लिया था मैंने क्या, और जो मैंने महाराष्ट्र टेली को बेचा उसके बाद में वो 5 साल वो इंडेक्स में दिखा ही नहीं रेट दिया था।
अगर मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछूं कि आपका सबसे बेस्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट कौन सा रहा है अपने बिजनेस को ऑब्वियसली छोड़ के, अगर मैं मार्केट की बात करूं, और वो क्यों आपके हिसाब से बेस्ट रहा है?
एक तो मेरे को सुपर सेल्स बहुत अच्छा लगा शेयर मार्केट में, और वो सेल करने के बाद में मतलब मेरे को 4000 मैंने सुपर सेल्स कलेक्ट किए थे। मेरी एवरेज कुछ 110 रुपये की पड़ी थी, और उसको मैंने 370 में बेचा था, और मेरे को 4000 बोनस भी आया उसमें।
अच्छा, मल्टी बैगर हो गया।
मल्टी बैग। तो वो 4000 मैंने रहने दिए, और बाकी जो 4000 मैंने बोनस के वो निकाल दिए। क्या उस समय मेरे पास एक ग्राहक आया जो CA था क्या, इत्तेफाक से, अब मेरे को नहीं पता कि ये CA है, तो मैंने उससे बातचीत करी तो बोले तेरी आवाज़ से ऐसा लग रहा है कि तू खाली शेयर बाजार में इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है। तो उसे एक मेरे को गोल सर्कल बना के दिया, और वैसे उसने 4-5 खंड बना दिए, क्योंकि गोल सेटिंग कर दिए, भाई तेरा गोल्ड में इतना रहना चाहिए, तेरा प्रॉपर्टी में इतना रहना चाहिए, वो हिसाब से तू इन्वेस्टमेंट कर तो तू सक्सेस होगा।
This is what is called asset allocation.
Exactly. Goal based
asset allocation.
And this is exactly required nowadays.
प्रकाश गावा जी भी आते हैं।
अच्छा।
हाँ, और देवेंद्र चौकसी जी के घर पे भी जाता हूँ मैं।
मेरे को एक चीज बताइए, अभी आपने एसेट एलोकेशन की बात कही, जो अभी सब लोग काफी बोलते हैं कि आपका गोल क्या है उसके हिसाब से आप एलोकेट करो। आपने ये काफी पहले चालू कर दिया एसेट एलोकेशन, करेक्ट? आपका करंट जो पोर्टफोलियो होएगा, मे बी रियल एस्टेट है, कुछ सोना है, चांदी है, इक्विटी है, बिजनेस के लिए कुछ रखते रहेंगे, आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी क्या है? कितना % आपका गोल्ड में रहेगा, कितना %, अगर 100 रुपए है सपोज, तो उसमें से कितना % गोल्ड में रहेगा, कितना इक्विटी में रहेगा?
तो मैंने प्रॉपर्टी बेस किया है क्या, उसके बाद में मैंने गोल्ड पे बेस किया है, अब धीरे से वापस प्रॉपर्टी और शेयर मार्केट थोड़ा कर दिया हूँ, कम कर दिया हूँ, ज़्यादा नहीं किया हूँ, लेकिन जैसे जैसे न्यूज़ आएगी वैसे वैसे आगे और लूँगा। मैंने गति 24 रुपये में लिया था, गति ट्रांसपोर्ट, और मेरे ग्राहक ऐसे काउंटर पे बोल के क्या निकले आने वाले 13-14 का घोड़ा रहेगा गति क्या, और गति को मैंने 0 कर दिया, मैंने मतलब 24 रुपये की वैल्यू को मैंने 0 कर दिया। मैंने इतने प्रॉफिट उसमें बनाए। इंटरडे में खेलता था।
ये है तीखी पानी पूरी, एक तीखा मीठा आइडिया जो इन्वेस्टर्स इस दिवाली घर लेके जा सकते हैं।
देखिए, मेरे हिसाब से लर्निंग सबसे बड़ा आइडिया होना चाहिए। हम बोलते हैं इन्वेस्ट करो, पहले अपने आप की लर्निंग में इन्वेस्ट करो, उसके बाद में पैसे बने तो मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करो। तो मेरे हिसाब से सबसे बड़ा लर्निंग जो आप डिस्कस कर रहे हैं, स्टॉक तो हम हमेशा डिस्कस करते रहते हैं, लर्निंग इन्वेस्टमेंट ये करो कि सबसे पहले सीखो। पैसा खुद के नॉलेज से बनता है, बोरोड नॉलेज से पैसा बड़ा नहीं बन सकता है। दूसरा, उतना ही रिस्क लो जितना आपकी कैपेसिटी है। और तीसरा, इंडिया पे भरोसा करो और मार्केट में रहो, वो जरूरी है। इन्होंने जो शेयर रखे, चाहे लेमन ब्रदर क्राइसिस हो गया, दुनिया में कुछ भी होगा, यदि आपने अच्छा स्टॉक लिया और टिके रहे तो लॉन्ग टर्म में पैसा बनाया है। तो पेशेंस भी रखना पड़ेगा। तो ये सारी चीजें कंबाइन करते हो ना तो ही पैसा बनता है। आई थिंक आज का जो डिस्कशन चल रहा है उसके की मैसेजेस यही निकल के आ रहे हैं। तो मेरे हिसाब से खट्टा मीठा आइडिया यही है, स्टे इन्वेस्टेड, दिस मार्केट इज लॉन्ग वे टू गो। मेरे हिसाब से 12 से 15% CAGR रिटर्न तो इंडेक्स दे सकता है, जिस हिसाब से इन्फ्लेशन और
आप 12 से 15%, व्हाट नंबर विल दैट कम टू?
देखो, मैं आपको बताऊं, आप 7 से 8% GDP ग्रोथ समझ लो और 5-6% इन्फ्लेशन समझ लो। और मैं ऐसा नहीं बोलता हूं कि हर साल 12% बढ़ेगा। यदि 2 साल नहीं बढ़ा तो 1 साल 24% बढ़ जाएगा, 3 साल नहीं बढ़ा तो 1 साल 36% बढ़ जाएगा। बट मार्केट की टेंडेंसी ऐसी है और ऐसा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड भी बोल रहा है। बट यदि आपको अल्फा जनरेट करना है तो आपको पिक करना पड़ेगा कि सेव पूरी लूँ, पानी पूरी लूँ, तीखा लूँ, मीठा लूँ, और वहाँ पे आपको रिसेंट के मार्केट में GST का बूस्ट और कंजम्पशन पे भरोसा करना पड़ेगा।
Basically what Chandan is saying right now is you look at the overall consumption theme and the aspects surrounding that consumption theme. ना वो तो हो गया, उन्होंने काफ़ी चीज़ बोली कि हमें मसाला भी चाहिए, पानी पूरी भी चाहिए, चाट भी चाहिए। आप बताइए, आपके पोर्टफोलियो में जो आपने पहले इन्वेस्ट किया था, आपका एक तो पहले आपका फेवरेट चाट कौन सा है?
मेरा फेवरेट चाट सेव पूरी है, रगड़ा पेटी से
एक कोई भी एक
दही बटाटा पूरी है,
कोई भी एक तीनों में से
नहीं मैं मतलब रोज 3 प्लेट खाता हूँ।
बट सबसे फेवरेट अगर आपको रोज खाना पड़े तो आप क्या खाओगे?
सेव पूरी खाता हूँ।
तब सेव पूरी खाने में तो आपके पोर्टफोलियो में ऐसा कौन सा स्टॉक था जो आपके लिए सेव पूरी था पहले?
मैं बताया जैसे आपको सुपर सेल्स है।
अच्छा, सुपर सेल्स आपका सेव पूरी रहा है।
लक्ष्मी मशीन सिस्टर कंसल्टिंग कंपनी है क्या, बहुत अच्छा सेल
कंसर्न थी। करेक्ट। मिथिलेश जी की तो सेव पूरी हमें मालूम पड़ गई, वो कौन सा स्टॉक हो सकता है? विच इज योर फेवरेट पानी पूरी स्टॉक?
I feel that the way FI selling has picked up in last few months, despite
multi-year lows.
Yes, you can say that. But I think the focus should be in broader markets. The way it is shaping up, yes, we won't see that kind of up move or momentum as far as Nifty index is concerned. It is going to be a stock pickers market.
I will just pause you here. मिथिलेश जी, आपने कभी सोचा है कि ये फॉरेन इन्वेस्टर्स इतना आके बेच रहे हैं, क्या करे? ऐसी जैसे प्रीतेश बोल रहा है अभी कि FI मल्टी ईयर लो पे है, सबकी चिंता है, आपको कभी ऐसी चिंता रही है?
मैं नहीं सोचता।
नहीं सोचते कभी भी।
उन्होंने वर्ड कहा था
क्योंकि
एनालिसिस पैरालिसिस।
हाँ, क्योंकि मेरे को जो एडवाइस दिया है वो मेरे को बोलेगा जब बेचूंगा ना मैं।
हाँ,
वो मेरे से ज्यादा शेयर तो उसने लिए तो उसको ज्यादा टेंशन है।
So you're saying it's a stock pickers market?
Yes, because I don't think so that we will have the similar momentum the Chinese markets are having or the way US indices are witnessing right now. So I think in the next 1 year, I think broader markets has lots to offer. Yes, Nifty 50 from the basket, few stocks can do well, but the bigger pie, big money would come from the broader markets.
Do you agree with that, Chandan?
Totally agree. मैं तो इनफैक्ट बोलता हूँ 2020 से 2024 was interesting market, and this is exciting
COVID.
market. This is exciting market. You have to be very selective.
And Kush, what would you agree with what they are saying?
In fact, I'll add to something that Chandan mentioned कि 15% का जो CAGR का चंदन बात कर रहे थे, मैं एक इंटरेस्टिंग डेटा पॉइंट बताता हूँ आपको। अगर आप कोविड के लोज से मार्केट के रिटर्न्स, कोविड के लोज से मार्केट का रिटर्न्स देखोगे आज तो 26% का CAGR है। अब आप कह सकते हो कि भाई चेरी पिकिंग कर रहे हैं, सबसे लो पॉइंट से सबसे हाई पॉइंट पे बता दिया, राइट? मैं कहता हूँ जब कोविड में फॉल आया उस लेवल से भी अगर आप देखोगे ना तो भी मार्केट का 15.5% का CAGR रिटर्न है आज। और ये आज के तारीख में क्यों जरूरी है? क्योंकि आज ये जो साल है ये ऐसा जा रहा है जहां पे पिछले अच्छे 4 साल के बाद 1 साल शांति का जा रहा है और उसमें भी मार्केट 15.5% CAGR के हिसाब से आपको रिटर्न दे रहा है। तो जब एक शांत मार्केट आपको 15.5% के हिसाब से CAGR रिटर्न दे रहा है तो सोचो जब ये फिर से चलेगा तो क्या होगा।
2025 a year full of IPOs. तभी तो कोई अभी सब्सक्राइब करे कि ना करे।
मैं तो अभी फिलहाल नया इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं कर रहा हूँ।
नहीं, बट आपकी IPOs पे आपकी क्या राय है? जो नई कंपनी मार्केट में अभी लिस्ट होती है, जैसे LG आया 50% पहले दिन पे, टाटा कैपिटल आया, कुछ नहीं हुआ लिस्टिंग दिन पे। तो कोई कंपनीज है जो ब्लॉकबस्टर लिस्टिंग देती है, कोई कंपनीज है कुछ नहीं देती है पर लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए काफी अच्छी होती है। आपकी क्या राय है? आप IPOs में इन्वेस्ट करते हो?
IPO में मैं खाली 1-2 पे ही इन्वेस्टमेंट किया था। क्या
एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा?
नहीं, मजा नहीं आया।
शेयर लगे नहीं रहेंगे।
This is a great conversation. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. Thank you, Pritesh. Thank you, Chandan. Thank you, Kush. Kush, I forgot to ask you if you can cook well. Pritesh is trying. Chandan said he's a fabulous cook. I think the next show that we are going to do is with both of them cooking for us.
Chaat के साथ chaat, something different.
That is something different. But thank you, viewers, so much for watching us on NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali.
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty. Occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit. A story of change. A path to renewal. A leader reimagining her nation's future.
This will be my first official visit to India as the Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. So looking forward to participating in the NDTV World Summit, where I will have the opportunity to engage with global leaders and thinkers.
Catch Sri Lankan Prime Minister Harini Amarasuriya at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should your tech show.
At a time of global uncertainty, when leaders balance risk with resolve, the most definitive leadership conversation unfolds in New Delhi this October. Catch Prime Minister Narendra Modi defining India's moment in history. Harini Amarasuriya, Sri Lanka's Prime Minister, steering the nation from crisis to recovery. Rishi Sunak, the man who reshaped Britain's political narrative. Tony Abbott, bringing clarity to the geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network, bringing the world to India and India to the world.
Yes, indeed. Two complete men on stage and a lot of complete women and men out there in the audience. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhania, for joining in.
Thank you very much for having me.
Audience and viewers, today we sit down with one of India's most fascinating business leaders. And the reason I say this and say that he's a complete man, because he's transformed a century-old textile legacy into a modern corporate empire. Gautam Singhania has just pulled off a transformative corporate restructuring, splitting a large conglomerate into 3 independent powerhouse businesses, and with more to come, I presume, if I'm not wrong. But he's far from your typical boardroom executive, because he's a man who races supercars at international circuits, founded India's Supercar Club, represents the country on the FIA World Motorsports Council, and owns one of Asia's most enviable automobile collections, from McLarens to Ferraris to Lamborghinis and more. Should we start with cars, Mr. Singhania?
Whatever you like. Thank you. That was a very kind introduction.
No, not at all. But I want to try and get your perspective on how do you combine what the opportunity that Raymond has as a group with the opportunity that India currently presents, and for you, presumably the world presents as well.
So as you know, Raymond is probably the only company in the world that sells for 3,000 times in price point. We go from 300 rupees a meter to 10 lakh rupees a meter under the same brand. And there's no brand in the world that can do this. Nokia had to do Vertu, Toyota did Lexus, Ritz did Four Seasons. And as a company, and we were talking earlier, you said we are in the luxury space. No, we're not. We're in the belly of the market. 99% of our business is in the belly of the market. So if you take lifestyle, this is the India. I mean, everybody grows up and gets married in a Raymond suit. And you're right, we turned 100 years old a month and 5 weeks ago. So we're probably one of the only consumer brands in India that have survived 100 years. So we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that because the Indian consumer has a lot of trust and belief in Raymond. If you take real estate, you were talking about real estate being luxury. For us, we operate in the affordable luxury segment. And I always say, whether you take lifestyle, fashion, clothing, whilst you say you're in the fashion business, Armani and us are in 2 different businesses, whilst we both make clothes. Loda and us are in 2 different businesses in the real estate space. They are in a completely different market with them and Oberoi, and we are in a completely different business. Whilst we're both into real estate, we're both in 2 totally different businesses. And when you start looking at it like that, you get different answers.
Yeah. So, okay, tell us about this opportunity, therefore, that comes in, because there's a clear pivot, or if not a pivot, a push towards consumption in addition to the capex push that India has had. I'm loosely bucketing into 2, right? Where does Raymond see opportunity both on the India scale and the global scale, particularly as India stamps its dominance on the world stage?
So firstly, let me flag it. Let me say more than 90% of our business is now going to be in India. And as the middle class grows, as the aspiration of the middle class grows, whether it's in the fabric space or whether it's in everybody wants a home. I mean, a 2 to 3 crore rupee home in Bombay is affordable luxury. Everybody wants that. If you take the global space, today there's a gravitas to wanting to manufacture in India. With the Make in India, which Modi ji has done, he's taking momentum. You see the Google announcement in Vizag. Today there was another big announcement. You're slowly going to see that happening. Now, the engineering company that we bought, there's a huge interest in aerospace and defense wanting to invest in India. I mean, I think we've got more than our hands full of the opportunities. Now, it's really a question of how you can convert that opportunity into reality. Will it happen? The answer is yes. How long will it take? It's anybody's guess. So I'm very, very bullish on the international opportunity towards India. You've got the disruptive things like Trump, which is very controversial. I don't want to comment on that because that's a whole day's discussion. But as consciously as a company, we have taken the decision that we don't want to operate in the US. And I'm sorry I'm making a very controversial statement, but if companies like us start feeling that this is causing too much uncertainty and disruption, and we don't want to deal with that uncertainty, I'm sure there are hundreds of companies in the world that are thinking, and then we've got to understand what's the long-term fallout of that.
Interesting. But from what you said, if you've taken this conscious decision of 90% business in India, you believe that for all the facets of your business, which is textiles and lifestyle to real estate, to the engineering, aerospace, defense business, all of them give you enough opportunity to grow at the pace that you want the group to grow?
Well, real estate grew at 46% last year. Where in the world will you see a 46% growth? Okay, I'll bet we grew it from a lower base, but we still grew 46%. Lifestyle is growing today. You've got the legacy business of the fabrics. You've got, now, do I want to go up and set up 10 shops in the UK? I don't want to do it because it's going to divert management attention. It may look, sexy to be in the UK and US, but it's not going to pay you. We've got so many new verticals, whether it's ethnic wear, sleepwear, innerwear, and each one can become large. So India is the land of opportunities. I mean, if you had $100 today and you say, I wanted to invest, where would you invest? If I had a choice to live anywhere in the world, I want to live in this country because this is the land of opportunities. I mean, if you go to UK today, it's horrible. Nobody wants to be there. And, manifestation of that, you saw the UK Prime Minister who came, but you saw the size of delegation that came with him because they are all looking at the opportunity in India.
Most certainly. So tell us a bit about this opportunity as well. Do you sense, what is different about the opportunity that India presents right now in this decade versus what you may have seen over the last 20, 25 years?
I think it's the emergence of the middle class. There's an aspiration. Every middle class individual has an aspiration to want more. And when goods and services are available, so let's take real estate, when there were no good quality affordable housing in the market, there was no demand. But suddenly when you put the product in there, we've sold over 5,000 apartments today in 5 years. And this is only exponentially growing. We started with our legacy land. Today we've got 7 JDAs. And a lot of you are from Delhi, but I don't think you understand. In Bombay, in my opinion, and I could be wrong by a couple of hundred million or billion, but it's a $2 trillion opportunity. Just Bombay for real estate development. Look at the amount of money they're putting into infrastructure with the coastal road, airport, metros, Atal Setu, and now a lot more. So there is huge opportunity. It's just you got to grab it.
And you are, of course, grabbing it by being present in the textile business that you've been for all your life. And by the way, I don't know how many in the audience remember the Raymond ads, but they used to be my favorite ads. Silent ads, a small piano playing in the background, but they were just refreshing to see because they were not noise, they were just class. And I believe that embodies the products that you give. But just coming in on that, Mr. Singhania, what opportunities do you see in non-real estate? Because the lesser known part of your business is this whole engineering defense part of your business. And here you are telling me that while that is a global business, you want to do 90% of that in India.
No, so I'll only say in the engineering business, we're in 3 parts. One is engineering files, which is our legacy business, auto components, and aerospace and defense. Auto components, we're significantly focused outbound, but again, reduction on America. We want to reduce in America, look more at Europe. We'll still get the same customers. Aerospace, defense, whilst there's an outward opportunity, there's also an opportunity within the Indian government. And if you can bring new technologies, forward-thinking products, and we're working on a host of products that, I couldn't even spell 1 year ago, but I was sitting with a company yesterday talking about unmanned overwater drones, underwater drones. There's so much stuff going on. The other way of looking at it is the Russia-Ukraine war has thrown up opportunities of new technology, which is coming. So, of course, the domestic market is going to be a big opportunity as well.
And when you talk to a lot of these global companies, whether in your traditional businesses or the new businesses, is there a desire to do business in India in a big way? I know there is this bit of a tariff unresolved issue between India and the US, but are companies really wanting to...
I think it's more than you and me can even dream of.
Sorry, come again?
It's more than you and me can ever dream of. The amount I'm seeing global companies wanting to come and participate in India on the manufacturing side, and I don't know if you saw, we signed an agreement with the Andhra government, with Naiduji to do large-scale manufacturing there. I think literally on a weekly basis, we're getting a call for manufacturing in India. And that's something it's unheard of.
Very interesting. Okay, from business to the other things, right? And I couldn't let you go without talking about cars. I'm sure a lot of car enthusiasts out here. And, you know, everybody's trying to figure out what is it that we look for in the next car, the features, etc. Now, you have the finest cars that anybody can think of having. When you are looking out to go and buying your next car, what is it that you look out for in the car?
It really depends on what I'm looking for. I mean, am I looking for a vintage? Am I looking for a classic? Am I looking for something that I don't have? In the vintage world, there's so many cars that are there. I genuinely believe, I've also got a restoration shop. We're the best restoration shop in the world today. We can restore a car fastest in the world. We're bringing history back to life. I mean, so let's talk vintages, we'll come to supercar. And that is a finite supply. Now, let's not look 1 or 2 years from today, but let's look, say, 50 years from today. I've got many brands that are lost in history. And they're only going to, there's a preservation of history that goes on there. If you take today, I've got a 1903 miniature Velox, only one surviving in the world. You can start it on the first shot, it works. There's a passion with it. I've got a 21501 Corsa Fiat, original from 1921, with the original seats. Now you think the passion that's associated, it's got the stickers of all the milli-millias that it's done. Now, that's a different world. When you look at supercars, it really depends what's out there. There are very few brands that make great supercars today. But I don't think they're launching models that fast. I genuinely believe that the supply chain for supercars is broken. Today, they commit you a car that's coming out and it takes years before it's coming. It's not months, it's years. Say the top marks have launched a car, you get the delivery 2 or 3 years after they have launched it. So the market is very, very different and changing.
What time do you drive these cars, by the way, in Mumbai? It's chock-a-block right outside your house. So what time do you go out and drive?
Fortunately, within 400 meters, I can hit the coastal road and be on that. So driving in Bombay has actually become a fantastic pleasure. But ideally, I drive at about 7 in the morning or on the weekend or late at night. That's when you can enjoy the cars.
Do you like an electric vehicle? A lot of people...
I don't think about them.
You don't think about that. You like internal combustion engine, the vroom of the car should come.
I think EV has been politically hyped. Today, EV production must be about 3% of IC. I think that 3 million EVs being made in the world against 100 million ICs, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, it's okay. It's a toy. I had a battery-operated car when I was 4 years old. So why are we talking about EV today? My little go-kart was EV.
Okay, that's an interesting comparison. Tell us a bit about the Supercar Club, because I mean, also I might be mixing an apple and an orange here, but you know, I remember back in my college days, F1 was really big. I don't know if it's still as big, and cars are not as big a deal as in racing cars, motorsport. Maybe I'm wrong, but at least in my circle, it is not as big a deal as it used to be in the past. Am I correct? No.
So you're talking about the Supercar Club. The Supercar Club was formed in 2008. I used to find when I used to take my car out, everybody used to like to look. And I genuinely believe that, you know, exposure creates demand, exposure creates motivation to buy. And that's how the Supercar Club was formed. It was a group of people who enjoyed cars, who talked cars. It's like any special interest group. And I think over the last 17, 18 years, it's grown into a very large club. We had our last event this year, and I was shocked. I mean, we had 250,000 people that came to the show. We had 69,000 reposts on Instagram. And I think we got something like 500-600 million views on the event. But every kid was there with, because it was open to the public, every kid was there with his camera. And I can guarantee you every kid there was saying that when I grow up, I want to buy a Ferrari. I want to buy a Lamborghini, I want to buy an Aston. And that exposure creates motivation. You know, I saw my first Lamborghini when I was 9 years old, and I still remember where I saw it. And I said, one day when I grow up and make my money, I'm going to buy a Lamborghini. And these things become very, very motivational. I mean, it was really funny, I shouldn't say that, but we had the chief minister, and I bought a rickshaw there for him, and chief minister was driving the rickshaw. And it was really nice to see the chief minister drive the rickshaw. Not Mr. Fadnavis, deputy chief minister, I'm talking about Mr. Shinde. So cars bring people back to their roots and what they like. So it's great fun to get the like-minded people out there together.
Yeah, most certainly. But I still have the part two of my question, which is that I'm guessing you're a car enthusiast. You must be a motorsport enthusiast.
I am.
Do you think India's scaling up on the motorsport world scale is kind of coming off a bit, or do you think there is room to go?
The problem is, if you want to be on the global scale for motorsport, you should have a country that's got an ecosystem for the sport. For example, India's got an ecosystem for cricket. We play cricket in the gullies, it's part of lifestyle. Motorsport is not practiced here. Today, we probably got 5 license holders from India. UK's got 70,000 license holders. So the whole grassroots system, if you take Naren Karthikeyan, Jehan Darwala, Kushmani, all have had to go to live in the UK ecosystem to develop. My daughter is an equestrian rider. She lives in Belgium because the ecosystem for riding is there. The ecosystem is not here. So you have to be part of that ecosystem to survive. It's not that I can go racing every weekend in this country. I can go racing every weekend in the UK, whether it's the UK, whether it's the continent, wherever it is.
Well noted, Mr. Singhania. But on that note, we hope that the new Samvat ushers in a lot more for a lot of businesses you are doing, for the country, and maybe for motorsport as well. But thank you so much for joining in on this August gathering and sharing your views. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Gautam Singhania of the Raymond Group.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys are
welcome. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit, and I'm your host Himakshi Bahuguna. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on the markets as well as national and international news. And first up, let's see how the markets have fared today. So benchmarks outperformed broader indices, gaining for the third consecutive week. Nifty gains over 1.4% for the week, which is the best gaining sector for the week. All sectors indices, have ended on a mixed note. Nifty PSU Bank and Nifty IT has snapped 2-week gaining streak. But for more, let me just go across to my colleague Puneet. Puneet, what are you making up, of the markets? How have they fared today, and what is it looking like for the week?
Well, what a week it has been for the markets, because we have seen the Nifty 50 end at a record high, so has the Nifty Bank. But first, let's talk about the Nifty 50. Above 25,700 for this particular week. It's been a stellar session over the last 2 to 3 days, with continuous momentum being ramped up each and every day till Friday. While we go into Dussehra tomorrow, we have seen the Nifty 50 inch up from those 25,200 levels at the start of this week, all the way up to 25,700 levels. For today, we saw stocks like Asian Paints, which has been one of the key laggards of this year, starting to see a positive momentum. It was up over 4% in trade today. The other ones also, like Mahindra & Mahindra, was the other top Nifty gainer for today's session as well. It's closed about the 25,700 mark, but has been gaining consistently for the last 3 days. When you look at the other aspect, that while the benchmark indices continue to perform well over the last couple of days, it is the broader markets that's starting to see some pressure, with all of these indices not performing well. Individual stocks, while have been hovering in terms of news flows, we have seen the larger broader markets continue to be in pain by the end of the week. When you look at the other aspects, the Nifty 150, the mid-cap 150 actually closed in the red, with stocks such as JSW Infra as well as Yes Bank fell the most in that particular index, while the small cap 250 as well closed in the red, with Sterling and Wilson as well as Credit Action Grameen was the other stocks that was impacted in trade today. When you look at the other sectoral index, the Nifty FMCG, led by Asian Paints, was one of the biggest gainers today, and it has been that the consumption pattern, while has been in focus, you weren't seeing that reflection in a lot of those individual plays, and now that has started to happen. Amongst others, we did see that the Nifty IT was the top Nifty losers. You are seeing that reaction on Wipro as well as Infosys post quarterly earnings, but the results were largely decent. But it's what anticipation of H2 is what hampered on the stock today. Going into next week, we have the Mohra trading session on the 21st, but largely a week where the festivities will be galling. But in terms of the Nifty 50, we are going to be starting at a crucial level of 25,700 level. That's eluded us the most, but that'll be something to watch out for.
Absolutely, Puneet. Thank you so much for that. And with that, viewers, we'll have to slip into a short break. But please don't go anywhere, as we have KYC on the other side of the break.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product, and therefore it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched, and so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali.
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys democratize information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language.
Happy Diwali to all the viewers in advance, and this is the time when we do know your company. I am Hiral Datia, with me is Varsha Chandani. What's interesting is today we're going to talk about a company which has been slightly under pressure right now, and that the main reason for that is the pricing pressure that the sector is facing. Yes, we're talking about a company from the chemical space. Rosary Biotech, that's the company that we're talking about. Let's first understand, what do we want to know from the management? First up, what is the pricing pressure looking like now? Is it easing or not? And will they see the volume growth back in action? That's the first aspect. Moving on, what is the target looking like when it comes to EBITDA break-even, specifically in the institutional business, because the margins are something that we need to watch out for, Varsha.
Also, Hiral, I would want to know how's the outlook when it comes to their export business, because Q1 saw some subdued demand, but they are back with growth when it comes to Q2. What's the outlook ahead? Will they sustain this growth? Then I would also want to know, is company seeing an improvement in margins, because we all know what chemical industry is being going through, and that is evident from their pressure in margin. So outlook on margin. And lastly, what are their expansion plans and how these expansion plans will be funded?
Interesting questions for us to ask the management, but first up, let's quickly look at all that we know about the company. Rosary Biotech is in the manufacturing of specialty chemicals in India. When you talk about their three main product categories, you're talking of home personal care and performance chemicals. That's the HPPC category, as we call it. Textile specialty chemicals, that's the TSH. And you're talking about animal health and nutrition. These are the three segments that the company caters to. And from the three, HPPC, that's the one which contributes majority. 78% of the contribution in terms of revenues comes from there. And then it's TSC which contributes the remainder. Animal health is around 5% right now.
And you know, I would also want to pull up the chart when it comes to their export business as well, because if you see, that contributes 28% to the overall revenue, and exports have increased year on year, and we would want to know what is the expected contribution, you know, over the next few years that the management want to take. So onto the geographical contribution, you know, 72% comes from domestic, while almost 28% comes from export. So where this number management want to take to, because you know, this is a high margin segment, so we would want to know on the export side also.
Okay, with that, Q2 earnings probably give you somewhat of a trend, right? The revenue that has come in from the volume growth, which is a key positive that we need to watch out for. In terms of the three segments, 16%, 21%, 29%. That's the kind of growth that they've seen. And what's interesting is animal health has seen the maximum growth that has come in there. The profits have been steady as well, but that's only on the back of subdued pricing and ongoing investments. When you talk about the institutional and B2C performance, we have seen growth that has come in the institutional business as well, but B2C business has remained muted in this quarter. The losses, in fact, have narrowed on a sequential basis, so which is a positive for the company as well from here on.
And you know, also the capacity expansion plans, let's pull up that also, what company is doing. They've commissioned additional 20,000 metric tons per annum at Dahej, and also the total capacity now, if you see, stand at around 152,000 odd metric tons per annum. And their phase 2, rather the unit of which they also started 15,000 metric tons per annum of ethoxylation capacity at Unitop, which they acquired in 2021. And all this expansion out of which the phase 2 will be commissioned by 23, and all this expansion, you know, if you see, will lead growth when it comes to their personal care, agrochemicals and pharma. And also board has also approved almost $8 million US of investment when it comes to their Saudi subsidiary as well.
Okay, interesting commentary here from expansion as well, Varsha. But let's tell our viewers all our rating parameters that we are considering over here. First up, you're looking at the income statement check, balance sheet, cash flow, return ratios is what we will consider. Street credentials, valuations. Along with that, when you're talking about street coverage, the outlook also becomes absolutely important. So with this company, we're going to look at the outlook that the management has indicated so far. But first up, let's decode the income statement. Now, if you have to look at the last couple of years from FY18 to FY25, it's reflecting a company which has been in a significant expansion and integration phase. Now, the company has successfully scaled its revenue manifold, which establishes a larger and more diversified presence in the specialty chemicals market. The challenge being that the expansion has come in at the cost of margin compression. The key for future, analysis will be the company's ability to drive this margin recovery through operating efficiencies, product mix optimization. I mean, they will have to look at higher margin offerings as well, and the synergies that could be coming in from the acquisitions. Now, the moderate growth that we've seen in the net profit in FY25 compared to the revenue growth, also indicating that the cost management and margin expansion remains critical focus areas for the company. And pricing pressure has been a concern. They've actually gone ahead and said that the growth has been trimmed over the last 2 years as well. And to add to this, the key will be when do they actually see that pricing coming back, and the way volumes have increased this time around, will they see it going further from here on, and hence a neutral rating on the income statement?
Well, talking about balance sheet, not much surprise here, because though if you see the, borrowing has gone up from 74 crore to 188 crore, but this is well within the limits, so not much surprise when it comes to borrowings. Even cash in bank, if you see, was 124 crore in FY23, fast forward to FY25, stand at around 57 crore. But overall, a thumbs up when it comes to a balance sheet, because if you see, debt to equity ratio also is well within the limits, so not much, aggressive debt that the company has taken. So overall, a thumbs up when it comes to balance sheet.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the balance sheet goes. Now, let's understand the cash flow statement as well. Now, overall, you will not see any major issues coming in here. But if you're talking about FY24, the cash flow from operations was lower, but that was mainly on the back of the increase that the company has seen from the receivable front, which has actually impacted the cash flow from operations. And on top of that, the company also made an investment. So your net cash flow is seeming to be negative in FY24. But from there on, if you talk about a net cash flow of almost 19 crores, this is on the back of the investment of almost 183 crores that they have made, out of which majority has been in fixed assets worth 159 crores. And hence, we've given it a thumbs up so far, Varsha.
Right. And on to ratios, let's pull up that chart, how return ratios have been fared for the company. So in FY22, the ROCE, that is return on capital employed, was almost 24%. Fast forward to FY25 is at 17%. Even if you see ROE, that is return on equity also, there also if you see that this from 16% to 12%. So yes, we have seen return ratios going down. Now why? Because of the acquisition and inorganic expansion that Rossari Biotech has done with respect to Unitop and Tristar Intermediates also. So while these acquisition, if you see, has boosted their HPPC revenue, but they have initially dragged their return ratios, and hence we are seeing the drag in the return ratios. And overall, if you see the pressure in the margins and overall the profitability pressure has also impacted the return ratios for the company, and hence we've given a neutral rating on the ROCE and ROE front.
Okay, let's look at the shareholding pattern. Again, a neutral rating from NDTV Profit. Now, the only reason being is, if you talk about the promoters, they've remained steady. Your DIIs, again, that 70 to 18% is the kind of range where they have maintained in the last 3 years. Public has gone up marginally, but your FIs have actually seen a dip. It's nearly halved from a 4% to a 2.7%, or at least 1/3 of it has gone away. And that's the reason why we've given it a neutral rating.
Talking about the street cred, the investors have actually not made money in the last 3 to 4 years when it comes to Rossari. If you see in last 1 month, the stock has given only 5% of return, while in the last 6 months it's down 1.3%. In year to date, the stock is down 15%. Even in the last 5 years, the stock is down almost 13%. So now one of the reasons is, of course, because of the industry dynamics that the company has facing. We have seen chemical industry as a whole facing problems when it comes to realization, when it comes to pricing pressure, though volume has increased. Now we are seeing that growth in volume coming back, but China destocking and China dumping has always been the issues when it comes to chemical industry, of course, in the last 2 years, and hence we are seeing the investors have not made money when it comes to Rossari, and hence we have given a downward rating when it comes to street cred.
Okay, let's look at what valuations are telling. It's interesting because if you have to compare, to a 3-year average, it seems very reasonable. If you compare to the peers, it's slightly somewhere in between. The reason why we've given it a neutral rating is because the expectation is of a volume uptick. And if the pricing pressure eases, these are the 2 aspects that analysts are, actually taking into consideration. If pricing pressure eases, please hear that carefully, because that is what probably is the reason why you're seeing a good upside, which the analysts have given the counter as well. And that's the reason why we're talking about a neutral rating so far.
Well, talking about the analyst recommendation, as you rightly said, on that upside potential, you have 25% of upside potential, what analysts are pegging in, with 6 calls of buy recommendation, hold 0 and sell 0. But as Hiral was saying, this is on the back of if pricing pressure eases. Now, talking about the outlook, when it comes to Rossari, their new capacity, EO capacity and backward integration will actually cut cost, and the expansion at the Unitop and Tristar will actually add high growth chemical segment into the picture, and their Southeast Asia facility will boost exports for the company. So there, we might see that growth to be sustainable over the next few years, and the innovation pipeline will actually support long-term growth. And hence, on the overall rating, if you see, when it comes to analyst recommendation and outlook, we have given a thumbs up onto that.
Okay, so that's with regards to where the overall ratings go, but let's understand what that actually adds up to from the rating parameters. A neutral when you talk about income statement and return ratios, but your balance sheet and cash flow are a thumbs up. your shareholding, valuation, street coverage and outlook is a neutral, and your street creds is a thumbs down, and that takes you to a 5 on 8, which is still a pretty strong rating, I would say, on KYC that's come in. But to discuss further on this and what is in store, let's get in Ketan Sablok, Group CFO at Rosary Biotech. Ketan, welcome to the show, and always a pleasure to speak to you. Wishing you a happy Diwali as well from NDTV. My first question coming to you is, we've laid down what's happened in the past couple of years. There is some bit of respite that's coming in on the volume front in the second quarter of FY26. What is the trend that you are looking at if you have to look at the next couple of quarters from volume and pricing perspective?
So yeah, thank you for having me, and happy Diwali to the entire team there. So this quarter, I think whatever growth that we've been able to do, most of it has come through volume. Pricing is a challenge for us. It's a little dynamic situation now. Going forward, also we do not have a complete clarity on how the end market is going to behave. We have issues of tariff, etc. But we're just keeping our fingers crossed that we can keep pushing the volumes. Some of our capacities, as we had said, have come on stream. Couple of new capacities will come during the forthcoming quarters. And then our target will be over the next year, 2 years to start utilizing these capacities completely. So most of the growth, as we see today, should be volume-led. Pricing is a challenge for us as of now, the way we see it, sitting today.
Note, Mr. Sablok, hi, this is Varsha, this side. Welcome to NDTV Profit. You have guided for mid double-digit growth when it comes to revenue and profit in FY26. Considering the pricing pressure that you have and considering the on-ground reality, are you still track when it comes to this guidance, or do you want to upgrade it?
No, we would not like to upgrade the guidance. We had talked about 12 to 15% kind of growth during this year. The first quarter was slightly lower, but I think on a H1 basis, we are again back on track, close to 14% growth on the top line. And we envisage that by the end of the year, we should be at the levels of 12 to 14%, coming on the back of a lot of these geopolitical situations that are happening, tariff issues, etc. Some of the demand could taper down in the coming quarters, subject to how the tariff situation folds out. But yes, as of now, we would still stick to what we had guided earlier.
And what about margins, Mr. Sablok? Where do you want to? Where do you see EBITDA margins for FY26?
So I think FY26 we had guided for margins EBITDAs above 12 to 13%. I think as of now, we would still stick to that kind of margins.
Understood. Also, Mr. Sablok, talking about your exports, so in Q1, there was a dip in exports, but in Q2, the exports grew very strong. What is the trajectory going ahead when it comes to export? Do you see this growth sustainable when it comes to the H2 FY26 and for FY27 as well?
Yes, so we've always been talking about our growth coming majorly out of exports. The exports going to outperform the domestic sales, and I think that's how the situation is currently playing out. This quarter was very strong for exports. Almost 30% of the overall revenues came out of exports. Exports grew by close to 36% in this quarter. And I think we are very confident to maintain this split of 28-72% kind of split, at least for this year. But having said that, we are seeing a short order flows are getting a little difficult from the export market, especially because the end customers are not very clear on when to order and the exact timing of the order. But we are still confident that we'll be able to track that. We are expecting the Southeast Asian, the Thailand plant of ours to come on stream by the end of Q3. So that's also going to help us, especially to start with in our textile exports to the Southeast Asian markets and Bangladesh and some of the other countries, where the tariff could be an issue while exporting from India. So that should help us cushion some of the export demand, which could be lower on the Indian market. So I think we still hold on to this 70-30 split, and we expect exports to keep growing.
Okay. Ketan, you interestingly said that the 70-30 kind of split is what will continue for exports this year. Let's look at the next 3 years. How much do you plan to scale it up to, number one? Because this is something which is usually a margin accretive side of the business. So are you seeing any tailwinds then come in?
Yes, so if the plans come out the way we've laid down within the company, and some of these issues in terms of duties, etc., get rectified, I think this split is going to grow in favor of exports in the next couple of years. That's what that's how we have planned out our next move. Some of the initiatives that we've taken in terms of growing the export market, we've seen some of that playing out this year. More of it will play out in the forthcoming years also.
Mr. Sablok, on to the institutional business. You've seen losses, when it comes to institutional business. When are you expecting that EBITDA break even, and what's the outlook when it comes to this side of segment?
So if you see this quarter, the losses have come down quarter on quarter. But yes, this business needs to grow to a certain size before it becomes an EBITDA neutral and a little bit of EBITDA positive. Our internal targets are that over the next 2 years, this business should become a larger pie with at least 500 crores kind of a top line revenue, and around that revenue we expect this business to become EBITDA positive, add some bit of EBITDA margins to the overall business, because that's when all the cost leverages will flow in. So we'll hold on to this business. We see a lot of value in this business. So in spite of this making losses in the last couple of quarters, we still are very, very positive on this.
Okay, when does it get back into the black, number one? And two, raw material price trends, how are they panning out? What's the outlook looking like?
So this, as I said, this business becomes black when we reach the top line of about 500 odd crores. That should happen in the next 1.5 to 2 years. On the raw material front, I think raw material prices are stable now. We're not seeing too much of a movement on the raw material front. And that's helping us hold on to the prices, while we're not getting any price increase. But we've been able to hold on to our selling margins also.
Okay. When it comes to your capital allocation and debt as well, I mean, your recent capex has been the Dahej, the Unitop expansions. That's what we're talking about. This does lead to rising interest expenses. What's the outlook when it comes to the debt levels and the interest coverage ratio for FY26? And two, the projected return on capital employed and ROE as the new capacities start contributing meaningfully?
Yeah, so our expectation is that these new capacities will start contributing meaningfully by FY28. So that's when, the peak utilization of these capacities will come through. We still need, typically chemical plants need about 2 years to peak out on their capacities. And once that happens, I think all these ratios in terms of ROEs, ROCs will start showing up. These are good products. These are high capacity, high utilization capexes. The asset turns are going to be significantly high, so it will be all in 4+ kind of asset turns. So our expectation is that by FY28 we'll be able to peak out on these capacities in terms of volumes.
So Ketan, would you peak out on your return ratios as well? We've seen a 22% number versus a 17 in FY22. So on your return ratios, when do you peak out? Are you saying once the capacities are at full utilization, you will see those peak numbers on your returns?
Yes. So FY28 onwards, we should see a better return ratios.
Right. Lastly, I just wanted to ask about that. You said that the growth will be driven by volume, at least in the short term. What kind of volume growth you are expecting? Any ballpark range, if you could give us?
So volume growth, we expect at least 12 to 15% kind of volume growth in the short term. These capacities, once they start, partially contributing over the next year and 2 years, I think the volume growth will be very visible in our top line numbers.
Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Sablok, for answering all the questions, and all the best for the business, and happy Diwali.
Thank you, and happy Diwali to you.
So, the key takeaways, Hiral, from this interview would be: one is they're expecting 14 to 15% of revenue growth for FY26 with EBITDA margin of 12 to 13%. And they are also expecting their Southeast Asian plant to be live from Q3, which will actually drive exports for the company. And lastly, a kind of, so there's the tariff situation may actually, impact demand in coming quarters. So that
and your return ratios will peak in FY28, yes, when all your capacities will hit maximum utilization. That's the key from here on. But completely out of time. That's all, folks, that we have on KYC. Thanks for tuning in only on NDTV Profit for your profit. Lots more lined up on the other side. Please stay tuned for a blockbuster Diwali coverage on NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely. You can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long ways.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit. A story of change, a path to renewal.
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching MoneyWise on NDTV Profit, and my name is Alex Matthew. It is around Dhanteras, so let me start by wishing you and your families a very happy Dhanteras. And ordinarily around this time, we speak about investments in gold and silver, physical assets. But today I'd like to take a little bit of a different stance, not because gold and silver are as expensive as they are today, but because perhaps it's now time for you to widen the ambit. Perhaps it's now time for you to look at art as an investment. But how do you value art? Should you look at Indian art differently from what you would in, say, the Louvre in Europe? And why is it that art appreciates after the painter, the artist, passes away? If you are looking to create a career as an artist, what do you bear in mind? I'd like to cover some of these aspects on today's episode. Joining me today is an accomplished artist and a curator of art, Mittu Basu. And I've also got Ketan Karani, who has been speaking to us about the stock market for years, but he has, over the last several years, been an art collector and a proponent of Indian art. So the perfect panel, I think, to talk about some of these aspects. Let me start with you, sir, because I think to lay the context, today the conversation I want to do is more about art as an investment, so my viewers will perhaps need to have a sense of the landscape. How do you describe Indian art as a landscape when you compare it with the global landscape?
So if you look at Indian art, the only way we can describe it is that it's deeply undervalued and underrepresented on a global scale. If you have seen some of the prizes of Hussain sir, Raza sir, Souza ji, Vasudev Gaitunde ji, The prices have certainly shown some appreciation, and some of them are quoting at lifetime highs. But if you look at contemporary art in Western world or new artists in Western world, they sell for like $10 and $15 million. The masters like Vasudev Gaitonde, Hussain Ji, Tayyab Mehta, Souza, Raza, if you have comparative artists in Western world, they sell for $100 million plus, $50 to $100 million plus.
Wow.
So if you miss, this is Indian art is deeply undervalued, deeply underrepresented, and deeply underowned. So the line for growth for Indian art is huge if you compare a 10-20 year horizon.
Yeah.
And the underrepresentation on a global scale is primarily because people don't know who Indian artists are, who Indian masters are.
Okay.
It is very important and pertinent that we, as you are doing a show, that people realize that this type of investment is a huge wealth creator also.
We'll come back to that. I want you to weigh in on this. As an Indian artist, as somebody that paints prolifically, you have so many, and I know for a fact that you have canvases lying at home that nobody has probably ever seen. And so therefore, the question to you, as an artist in India, do you agree with what Ketan is saying?
I look at it as a virgin landscape that is absolutely on the threshold of sparking off. And I see this as a great opportunity. Like, to do an analogy, they said, someone had to go and sell slippers and said, there's no feet.
Yeah.
And you know that analogy. And then someone saw it as an opportunity that everyone needs a slipper here. So if that is the case, if that's a reality, because he's in the market and he is saying that, we have to agree because we are really underrepresented. And we do have very few. Imagine a population like ours having 5, 6, 10, not even a full hand of artists who are known. It is a sad reality. And I think this discussion that we are going to be having now is so pertinent and so timely because we need the big players like the corporates to come in and to invest. And we have to make it attractive.
Okay.
So we'll talk about it.
We'll talk about that. But there is also the factor of artists that have passed away that are valued always more. And I mean, there are famous stories about Van Gogh. There are famous stories, of course, about Hussein and various other artists. Why is that? Is it because there was a certain recognition while the artist was alive? Maybe, maybe not. But certainly after it was discovered, there is no possibility of there being more supply. And so because there's limited supply, the value just shoots up.
I agree with you because your question itself has an answer.
Sure.
Because if you look at Vasudev Gaitonde, who is considered one of the greatest artists, or Hussain sir, when Vasudev Gaitonde expired, he did not have much art left with him. In fact, when he was painting also Vasudevji used to paint 5, 6, 7 artworks in a year max. You mentioned Van Gogh. Van Gogh, during his lifetime, sold only one painting in his life.
Yeah.
And that too to his brother Theo. After his death, Theo's wife took upon her to market or provide the world how Van Gogh painted and what his paintings are. And to come to the question where the artist expires and then so the maturity of an artist generally happens between 45 to 65 years of age, when his art really flourishes from that point of view. And once he is no more due to reasons of death, we are all die one day. So when he's not there, the supply becomes rare, impossible to have, is zero. And then people start discovering the artist. And that is when the discovery happens. People start reading about his life. People start reading about his stories, what he was. If you look at Vasudev Gaitonde, because I love so if you look at Gaitonde ji or Hussain ji, they may have their own controversies, but they have bigger canvas of global things. Vasudev Gaitonde drew his inspiration from Kandinsky. Barve sir drew his inspiration from Paul Klee. Hussain sir was called the Picasso of India.
Sure. So talking about discoverability of artists, we're at the Pula Deshpande Maharashtra Art Academy, and this is one of the foremost displays of arts that you might have in the center of the city. Of course, there are galleries in a large number of places in Maharashtra, in the rest of the country as well. But this is quite the display of art around us. You are a curator of art as well, and you facilitate the displaying of art. Talk about that aspect, because you said marketability is important and people should be able to view art in order to buy it, in order to purchase it. Do you think that that is at a very nascent stage in India?
See, at the end of the day, we really can't put our finger on a pulse on this. I'll tell you why. Because I always felt that artists normally pay for a certain space. And because they paid for that space, they want to crowd it.
Sure.
And that's not the way to see, because we need negative space to appreciate art, to visualize it in our homes and things like that. But when I went to Vietnam or I went to Bali, I saw art being stacked.
Sure.
And hugely bought.
Okay.
There is no room on both sides. It's stacked on the wall. It's not even hanging. And people are just walking in and buying and going. And that's because of their maturity of understanding.
But was it affordability also?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's because they have understood the market. They've gone by economies of scale. And they're prolific in their paintings, and they've lowered their price.
Sure.
So, but their paint is fantastic. The paintings are, the material, whatever they've used, it's all fantastic.
Interesting.
But here, it's, the whole attitude is quite different. We have to break it. We have to make artists understand what and how to go about selling their art.
So that is an important point that you've raised, and we'll go to that in the second part of this conversation. But I do want to talk about buying the art in the first place. So we've talked about the fact, Mitu made the point that the known artists in India are very few. And ultimately, if you're talking about buying art, this is something that you go to, and Ketan, you know this for a fact, you go to once you've achieved a certain scale, once you've made investments in the equity market and you've achieved a certain amount of wealth. You look for the good things in life. You have a good home. You want to display a beautiful piece of art. There's a difference between having an artwork, which is a statement piece, and there is a difference between buying a piece of art thinking that you could sell it down the line. How do you draw that difference?
Before answering that, I would like to add something what Mituji has stated. I want to state that the display of art, when you said how is it, we don't have much display in India, frankly.
Yeah.
I would like to compare it the total Indian art gallery as well as the museums which are there in India. And if you go to only one district in New York, Chelsea, Manhattan, it has more galleries than entire India.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this is the way display is required.
Sure.
That kind of display is required. Secondly, I want to just compare to look at the how people want to put their place in art in the home. If you look at the property prices, how they have moved, 10 crore to 100 and 700 crore flats are being sold. Average ticket size is 50 to 100 crore of luxury, semi-luxury or whatever. I have seen not a single art in those homes.
Oh yeah.
Not a single art. I can quote one of my very good friends who has a 15th floor story building for himself and his family. Not a single piece of art is there.
Why do you think that is?
People are not understanding that art is for appreciation as well as investment. You appreciate something and then it's a long-term process. Equity market, we generally believe 1 year is the long term. It's not that way.
So you're saying that you buy artwork, and of course you could buy it for different reasons. You could be walking down the street and you could see a street artist put something together, and you can buy that just because you'll appreciate it.
Yeah.
But when you've reached that stage, as you pointed out, you buy it because, yes, like I was saying, it is a statement.
It's a statement.
But it's also something that you could sell. But where would you sell it and why would you sell it? Is the question.
The question here is the sellability is also restricted as the buyers are restricted and the visibility is restricted.
Right.
It's a vicious circle. Who comes first? A chicken and egg story.
Right.
So the more display will happen, we have very good auction houses over here like Saffron or Ashtaguru. They are doing great work. Absolutely. Right. Dinesh Wazirani ji or Tushar Sethi ji, all are doing great work. Kiran Nadar ma'am is doing great work. There are museums being set.
Sure.
Hero Honda, Sunil Munjal is setting up a museum in Goa. All those things. But they are individual efforts. We need a collective effort on an India scale basis. And also government's efforts are also needed. This is the way art will flourish. Yes, people in Barnes have asked me, Barnes Museum in Philadelphia, is there art in India?
Which is shocking.
Which was shocking to me and my both. We were stunned, spellbound, stunned, and we could not answer for 2 minutes.
Are you shocked by that statement,
I'm
Mithun?
saddened.
You're saddened by that
I'm
statement?
saddened by the statement, but it's a truth.
Yeah.
It's a truth because here, every second home, there's an artist. But it's not a collective like, Ketanji has said. It's not a collective effort. Everyone wants to be isolated and try and do the thing in their own way.
Sure.
It's not to be done like that. If you want to really grow, then
Collaboration.
government, collaborations, interdisciplinary, not only with painters and photographers, dancers and singers. I do that in all my shows.
So I have a question, and this is to both of you. Both of you can come in on this. I'll start with you though, because you paint as well, and you invest in art. So first, from your perspective, art is something that is so subliminal to each person. Yeah. I look at any of the paintings in this room and I will have a different interpretation. Of course, there will be the marketer that pens something and says, this is what the artist thought. But then I might feel something else entirely.
Interpreted.
So the question is, how do you as a potential buyer of art value something? Because I could theoretically, hypothetically, look at a painting that you've done and value it at 50% more than the other person does, anybody else that looks at it. So it's so subjective that how do you put a value to it?
So it's actually, Alex, it's not so subjective anymore.
It's not.
It used to be in an era where things were not transparent. But today, things are transparent. Artists must realize this, that it is not transparent, it is accountable and it's measurable. So there are three different kinds of buyers. Someone can buy for passion, and that means his ROI is already taken care of because he's got his gratification. It's done. Someone can buy for badge value, like you were talking about, it's a statement. And you've got your gratification. I own a Hussain, and that's it. Okay, and it puts you, it piggybacks you onto a branding of Hussain. So that's fine again. But we are talking about investing in art. Now, if I'm investing in art, tomorrow, if you want to invest in the stock market, will you just go out there, learn the candlesticks a bit, learn the moving averages, and learn, the CAGR of this is this, and then put it all together and say, I know which stock to buy? Will you do it that way?
No.
Or will you go to a wealth advisor?
Or I would study the company and look at the potential cash flows.
Even if you study the company in isolation, you will never be able to do it like a wealth advisor who's dedicated to that. If today a startup wants an investor, will the investor come out into the market to search? Will the startup go, no, there's a VC. The VC will do the due diligence.
So who does that for art?
So for art, it is the galleries like Dolna and many other galleries, whoever. But we are the people who are dedicated to this. We know the parameters by which an artist can be called investor ready. Okay? You may buy a piece of art and tomorrow that artist may decide, I don't feel like doing art anymore. I just want to do something else, And what do you do with that piece of art? It's not investment. It was passion, it's fine. So what we have to do now is investors must come into the picture, come to galleries, talk to galleries like Dolna and other galleries, find out and tell that this is my budget, and this is my window of investment. And we will then package a whole deal.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting. Do you agree, or do you think that there's nuance?
There are different ways to buy and there are different ways to hold. I would just make a statement which says, it has been a general rule, if the first generation buys art, generally the third or the fourth generation sells. Art requires maturity. A painting requires a maturity time to get appreciated. Artist also requires a maturity time to get appreciated as well as get valued. So those valuations happen over a period of decades. It's not going to happen today and tomorrow. It's not like stock market investing. We know a fundamental, next 5 years we know what it will do, and then the art is a very different form of, it's a very long term, certainly it's like decadal. if you look at I took an example of Gaiton Deji or Van Gogh or something. Look at the art when they were selling those art. Gaiton Deji paintings were selling for 1,000 rupees or 500 rupees. Van Gogh could not
it's
sell.
worth what now?
It's worth like 60, 70 crores. Hussain Sir paintings was being sold for 40, 50,000 or maybe 1 lakh. The painting which sold for 120 crores recently, I think the painting was sold for $1,000 or 1,000 rupees. What I don't know exactly price, but
the original.
The original. So the original painting, which was in, I think, Sweden or somewhere.
No, I'm saying the original sale took place
at those price, on those. So that maturity level, 40, 50, 60 years of maturity of art is there. And also I would agree with, generally one of the corollary to this is if the artist has expired, who has become famous in his lifetime. That is where his why value appreciates disproportionately, is that he dedicated his life to the art. Not something like I'm doing art today, tomorrow I'll do something else, like Mithu said. It is not going to happen that way. We know we need dedicated artists also who will spend their lifetime. And most of the artists worldwide, except Picasso or some of them, mostly have died either poor or pauper.
Unfortunately. Which is why it comes to the second part of this conversation, Mithu. You've done this successfully, but you do more things beyond just paint and sell your own art. You facilitate for other people, and I will come back to you on this one as well. I mean, I think a lot of people discovered even during the pandemic that they might have a penchant. And if not just a penchant, they might have a talent for art. But they have, like a lot of people do in the realm of sports and in, the performative arts, decide that there is not enough a market for them to justify leaving their 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 or 9 to 9 job, which is remunerative, to do this full time. Why do you think that is?
See, I'll tell you, every startup starts with a pain point. Yeah. You know that. Yeah. So my pain point was exactly this when I set up Dolna. Right. And I saw that institutes, colleges, they're teaching art. I was in Shantiniketan. Right. And I'm seeing that they're teaching. And there's a huge repository of outstanding talent. Right. Unheard of. If you go and see, you'll realize what kind of talent. But they don't know what to do with the art. They don't know the next step. So when I saw that, I said, we need someone to hold their hand, to guide them, to mentor them. So my belief is that if you're an artist today and you're starting out in life, get a mentor.
Get a mentor.
Get a mentor.
Okay.
Believe and trust in him. And then find your way. You can evolve beyond the mentor also.
Ultimately, you're a collector of art and you probably look at a different spectrum of art. And I take the point, right? Ultimately, you have to put bread on the table. You have to keep the kitchen fires going, as Mithu said. But then how do you elevate beyond that?
Look, always, unless there is deep pain, the art will not flourish in the artist. He won't find himself, as Mithu has said. He has to find himself. I have seen Mark Rothko paintings, and means when you go there, you get immersed, you can start crying if you understand that art. You need to know the journey of that artist. You have seen Gaitonde painting, he makes you cry because you know the story of the artist. Those kind of things give the value to the paintings which you have been seeing. Why some of them are valued disproportionately high. If you look at Basquiat, Jean-Michel Basquiat, he died at 27 years with a heroin overdose. But his paintings sell for hundreds of millions or maybe 10, 20, 30, 100 million. So unless and until you know the journey of the artist, you know the pain he has gone through, the pain which is reflected in this art. Means if you look at Mark Rothko, there are 4 squares. But why they are there? Why that paint was used? Why that kind of time? What time frame it was? If you look at the blue period of Picasso or the red period, where he started doing cubism.
But for a lot of people, this is going to sound like Greek and Latin.
Yes.
So therefore, the question is, for my audience, which is largely, of course, they're familiar with things like Picasso, they're familiar with things like Hussein. But to start things up, to cut their teeth, do you think that they should buy for themselves first and then think about investing later?
It is always good to start buying. You may make mistakes, you may not make mistakes. Sure. But always there is a tuition fee to be paid, as we say in the market. A loss is a tuition fee, a bad investment is a better tuition fee. Yeah. Nobody teaches better than the market what teaches you. So जूना पुराना कहावत है बाजार में भाव भगवान है. तो ये ट्यूशन फी है, and it is a process which everybody, and we are a very growing country.
Sure.
And the capacity to invest in art is disproportionately going between the Gen Z and the large corporate players, individual investors.
Self-actualization. Ultimately, it will lead to spending on other things. But having said that, and just to close out this conversation, you've given some advice to young artists, people that want to start out, maybe older artists who've gotten tired of their corporate job and want to try their hand at painting that they never did. But would you say that buying a painting that you like, that speaks to you, even if it may not be the best investment down the line, is better than choosing something that you don't understand? Because at the end of the day, if you're not able to sell it, you still have something to admire.
Yeah, no, we can't look at it this way.
No,
not at all. Because what you love and you buy is already serving its purpose. You loved it, you bought it, and that's the end of the story.
First type of buyer that you spoke of.
That's the passion buyer. But when you're buying for investment, it's a science, it's a strategy.
Sure.
And it must be understood. Today, Deutsche Bank, it has, I think, 60,000 artworks across 900 locations. Taj, the hotels, they have 4,000 artworks.
Sure.
It's a parallel economy running.
Right.
It's an investment. Hotels is one. There's a retailer who everyone knows, the money, I think, D-Mart. He's looked at more as a real estate than retailer because every D-Mart is owned by him.
Sure.
He's not paying rent.
Yeah.
So, so now what I want to tell is the corporate collective must look at art as investment, one. Okay? Where the artist is concerned, he must see how to get auction ready.
Sure.
How to get, market ready.
Yeah.
And doesn't mean, of course, art and commerce are considered like strange bedfellows. Yeah. But today is the marriage. It's that
Today is the marriage.
Today is the marriage. It's beautiful. If an artist can be rich, it's not the money. The artist can't stop painting.
Yes.
Okay. If there's a buyer, the soul gets happy.
Sure.
And it blooms even further. It evolves. So now I feel where emerging artists are concerned, understand the market, find your voice, find your style, work on it, get a mentor. But between the age of 35 and 45, when you are at your peak, your hands are steady, your eyes are the best, everything is working for you. Keep some of those best works with you.
Sure.
And you become a patron of your own art.
Excellent.
Okay.
So, and speaking of patrons of the arts, let's hope that we kickstart the Renaissance movement for India in the art world. Thank you so much to the both of you for taking the time. And to you, dear viewer, hopefully we've given you a sense of what the art scene looks like from an investor's lens. Let us know what you think, and do stay tuned. Lots more coming up on NDTV Profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely. You can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets and the voices that
It's that time of the year when our inboxes are actually filled with season's greetings. Our diets are actually filled with laddus and mithais. Stock markets, well, it's the festive optimism that we're talking about. Who better than someone who can decode this Diwali dhamaka for us? A man who's actually been ringing the bell for decades with good multi-baggers. We have Sunil Singhania joining in. Welcome to the show. Should I call you Sunil the multi-bagger? Because that's what I have known you since the time we started working in this industry. But Happy New Year and season's greetings to you and everyone at home as well. How would you actually look to decode this market right now? Because this Samvat has come in such a time where everyone is trying everything when it comes to domestic markets. You're looking at how do you spur demand from here on? The question is growth, the question is demand, lots that people are thinking about. How would you describe Samvat 2082?
First of all, happy Diwali to you and all the viewers, and thanks for the lovely compliments. When you say decades and decades, I start to feel very old.
Not at all.
So I think equity markets always have phases. And obviously, most of the phases for Indian equity markets have been great. But there are some phases where markets don't make you money or even give negative returns. And I think last 1 year has been that phase where I would say that given all the uncertainties, we have come out pretty well where, okay, we have not made great money, but we have not lost money. In fact, someone to Savat, equity returns in the equity markets are almost equal to the fixed income returns, but obviously, as human beings, we tend to be little greedy, we've started comparing us with gold and silver and China and so on and so forth because of the last 1 year of recency bias. As far as the Indian economy is concerned, I think we went through some tough times last year, and predominantly, when elections happen, things do slow down. Politicians are busy, the government is busy. You have the code of conduct which comes into play, so new projects don't get launched or announced. Budget got deferred to July, and therefore the ministries got allocations only in August. And as a result of it, September 24 particularly was a very soft quarter with GDP growth of 5% and profit growth of only 3%. I think after that, every quarter we have inched up. We still are a little bit away as far as the corporate profit growth is concerned, but GDP is trended up well. In fact, June numbers were crazily high at 7.8. But we can say with a lot of confidence that we have reached the 6.5-7% of GDP growth. And we are very confident of profit picking up pace, and I'll come to that. I think globally also things have been very volatile, multiple wars and this tariff thing. And I think we are slowly getting over that.
So tell me one thing, what's happening in the markets right now is you're looking at expectations versus what is reality. Expectations were very high that the markets built taking the returns that people got during COVID, post-COVID, and that's what people are benchmarking returns to. How would you advise retail investors to actually navigate this kind of a situation? Because it's always the retail investors that get stuck, and we'll talk about IPOs also on this aspect, but it's the retailers who are the last leg.
In fact, I would say that retail India has matured significantly, and that's why you are seeing consistent maintenance of the SIP flows. So I think retail investors are now understanding that equity returns are not about 6 months or 1 year. Equity returns are a basket of 5, 10, 15 years. And as you rightly said, when markets do very well, which happened between 20 and 24, we start to believe that this is going to continue forever. And that has sort of been a little bit of a dampener in that respect. But when we meet our investors and when we talk to friends in the markets, I think investors are now pretty okay that if you are able to make 12, 14, 15% returns compounded in the equity markets year after year, they are pretty satisfied. I think obviously recency bias has crept in other asset classes. So now people have started talking about investing overseas, investing in gold, silver, because of what has happened over the last 6-8 months. And I think that is a circle. But I would say that retail investors have matured a lot. And our advice would be that don't lose confidence just because 6 months or 1 year returns have not been great. In fact, we are moving to a phase where definitely returns will start to show up.
Okay. So there are two sides to the story right now. You're talking about someone who's already invested, who's probably not lost money, but is pretty much at break even right now, and someone who's probably looking to make fresh entries. Fresh entries, obviously, you're talking about something which is going to be upwards from here on. Someone who's really been invested in the markets is really being patient right now. Would you say the pockets of opportunities then should differ? So let's talk about both of them. One, if you're looking at someone who's entering the markets now, what are the opportunities that you're seeing which they should start exploring now?
No, if someone is not invested in equity markets so far, I think this is the best time to invest, and every time is the best time to invest because this is the only asset class which will give you double-digit returns on a consistent basis. I don't see any other asset class giving that. So I don't think they should wait to say that now I'll invest or I'll wait and so on and so forth. Even those who invested pre-COVID saw a markdown of 25%, but from even the pre-COVID levels, markets are up 3x. The funds, markets are more than like 2.5 times. So I think for investors who have not invested, I think you should do it today. There's absolutely
but then the
no
debate
doubt
comes in, Sunil, that should it be gold, silver or markets? And that's what you started.
I am very clear. Last year I was a little bit more optimistic on gold. I am very clear that 1 year return for gold and silver will be negative. That is my view.
Are you actually relating this to history, what has happened earlier? I think there was a time when silver touched 70, 75 as well, and then half.
I don't track gold and silver because there is no fundamental way of telling that gold should be at X price or Y price.
Okay.
You tell me one fundamental research or forward me one fundamental research on gold. It's all technical.
Okay, so tell me one thing. Someone who has bought gold, has made the returns by now, would you say sell that and invest that money in equity?
If you are significantly overweight gold, you should definitely do it. But if you have just bought gold because every year we buy some gold, I don't think you're going to sell the gold at your house.
Yeah, because right now all housewives are talking to their husbands saying, I think we've made more returns than the investments that you made in equity.
They are always right and they're always smarter. We don't have any debate about
that. Okay. So, we're but there are a lot of global companies as well, Sunil, right now when you talk about them where the company's market cap itself is probably equivalent to our entire stock market's market cap. And that's where the question comes in, are there more opportunities in the domestic market or people should start diversifying to overseas opportunities as well? How would you look at that angle?
See, one is, the few companies you mentioned where their market cap are equivalent to our market cap, say Nvidia or even Apple or Microsoft. These are not US companies, these are global companies. More of their revenues come from outside of the US and they cater to the entire world. So I don't think it's a right way of saying that, one company's market cap is equal to India's market cap. But at the same time, looking at the size of India and looking at the pathway ahead in terms of growth, very clearly India has huge potential and huge opportunity.
So where are you seeing the potential now?
No, we are equity guys. So
no, within equity, which are the baskets? Because currently, post GST, the thought process was it's going to be consumption driven. Now everyone is watching out for what do the GST collections look like. Has the pass-through happened? And if the pass-through has happened, it's more going to be of a volume game for consumption as well. I mean, you're not going to see that kind of reflection come in terms of profitability, in terms of margins, right? So again, the question is what happens to earnings of the consumption-driven companies. Secondly, the debate is now consumption versus capex. If the collections are not to that extent, will the government spend when it comes to capex?
So if an investor keeps on micro-analyzing stuff, they will not make any returns. I think from an investor's perspective, first be convinced that you have to invest in Indian equities. I think that is a bigger question. Coming to all you have mentioned, I think every sector will have their pluses and minuses, but ultimately you'll have to take a view from a 3, 4, 5 years perspective. Just because GST is cut and near-term growth is there, not there, I don't think you're going to jump in and buy and sell anything and everything. It's more for traders. 2% bana ke nikal jao, that is not what we do. Okay, so everything you do is based on the perspective whether this company can double the profits in 5 years or 4 years. That is what we look at. Coming to sectors, obviously financials, we continue to be positive, but within the financial basket,
there are multiples that have got clubbed into financials.
Yeah, so it's changed. That is what I was coming to. Financials is not only banks. Financials is now, capital market companies, asset management companies, wealth management companies, insurance companies, and so on and so forth. So one has to be, even within financials, be clear of what you want to invest in. Pharma is a good sector. Again, pharma is domestic pharma, global pharma, CDMO, API. Everyone will have their own dynamics, but we are positive. Metals, selectively, we are positive. I think capital goods, we are selectively positive. India has long, again, roadway in terms of Make in India and even export opportunities. And some of the new age companies, I think eventually we'll have to take a look at them.
If there was 1 year there we need a Saal Mubarak in the last 4 or 5 summers, I think this is it, right? So, Naye Saal ki Shubhkamnaएं, Nuttan Varsha Abhinandan, Happy New Year, whatever you call it. The question to Rhythm Desai is, will the new Samvat usher in a Happy New Year for Indian equity investors and maybe for global markets as well, because there's a keen eye on the globe. And Rhythm, thank you so much, of course, for joining in as we do every year now for the last so many. And I wonder if a lot has changed between the last 5 months that we spoke 5 months ago and now, because the world still seems to be one tweet or a Truth Social post away from uncertainty. Is it possible to aspire a Happy New Year when such circumstances surround us?
First of all, to all your viewers, Shubh Deepavali and Nutan Varashna Abhinandan to the Gujarati viewers. And before I start, I want to tell your viewers that you did an amazing interview with Manish and Ramesh, and everybody should see that.
Okay.
That's a one-on-one on how to invest, because we may not get into that territory, but those are two geniuses from our stock market, and it was a brilliant interview, as you always do.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, the world, I mean, see, Neeraj, uncertainty is part of life. Okay, I will tell you something. When I was walking into this room, one of my colleagues walked past and she said, "Oh, so you're doing an interview?" I said, "Yes, maybe the last one of my life." And she said, "Why would you say that?" So I said, "This morning could have been the last one of my life." The point is, uncertainty is so underestimated. And we only feel it when it creates events around us. When we lose a near or dear one, when the markets move a lot. But life is uncertain. So there's nothing unique about the circumstances today. It has always been uncertain in the stock market. I think the epitome of uncertainty is the stock market, and it remains so. Do I have any idea what will happen in the next 12 months? No. Did I have any idea 12 months ago? No. What we do is lay down a framework so that you can think through it. And the most important thing that you can do is sit through that. Because sitting tight and doing nothing is the best way to accumulate wealth.
Okay. So
everything else is only going to destroy wealth. If you behave randomly to random events that are happening all the time, it's very hard to make money. Or rather, I shouldn't say make money, but very hard to create wealth.
That's true maybe for wealth, for life, everything. By the way, you had me scared for a minute out there. I was wondering, why is it that I'm not getting a chance to talk to Rhythm again? But okay, no. Well, long life, all 20 fingers crossed for that. Long period in the equity markets for all of us to gain from your wisdom. But so let's talk about the framework then, Rhythm. What's, to your mind, the framework as we look forward to the next 12 months?
So the framework is as follows. Coming out of COVID, I think the government and the central bank tightened. And I'm referring here only to India right now. We'll come to the world a little later. Because of the fear that inflation will surge. It was the right policy to do. Because coming out of COVID, there was so much pent-up demand. It was likely that inflation would have surged. And my God, were they successful. Okay. Supremely successful. India came out of COVID with the least inflation problem relative to the whole planet. Everybody else was grappling with much more inflation, including China. So that was a hugely successful policy. But as usual, when you are very successful, it takes time to turn the ship. Right? The ship doesn't turn as quickly. The ship is of that nature. India is a very big country and you can't turn this thing around at will. And so we arrived in 2024, and because of extraneous circumstances, it was an election year, spending got curtailed, and we had a really bad monsoon, in terms of heavy rains. So by the September quarter, real rates were high, and the fiscal deficit was annualizing at 3.4%, down from 6%, so it had halved. So invariably it caused the economy to slow. And I think a decision was taken that we need to pivot. It takes time to move the ship. The pivot happened in February with the RBI policy, and it has been followed by a cumulative interest rate cut, CRR cut, infusion of massive liquidity, deregulation of lending, and a big stimulus from the government, which is very sweet because it's not inflationary stimulus, but it's disinflationary. Nevertheless, all of this put together in stock market terms is what we call as reflation, which is India, after many years, is trying to get its inflation higher. So we've been in a disinflationary mode, policy mode, since 2014, because at the time we were running double-digit inflation, so we had to bring it down. It took many years for us to bring it down. And then it has gone and swung to the other side as it usually does. And now we're trying to reflate. Reflation is super good for equities.
Okay.
It's super good for profits, super good for revenues. So the one framework that people should have is that the next 12 months ought to be a whole lot better than the last 12 months. It'll be a whole lot better.
Okay.
Now the caveat is the world, so we'll come to that. But that's the framework. When the central bank is reflating, you don't fight it. It's stupid to fight a central bank that has got its foot on the pedal for reflation, and the government is cooperating with it. So it's a combined policy. And this is also being marked, almost not noticed, because I was meeting a set of institutional clients last week, and they're not even They do not even notice the amount of reform that is happening at the state level. Just take the case of Maharashtra government. Okay. It has allowed labor to work longer. It has allowed establishments to be open 24/7, and it has launched a capital subsidy scheme for GCCs. You look at what Telangana has done to its electricity sector, and we don't have the time here to go through details, but the state level reform is at another level now. And I've been saying this, that there's only that much the center can do. Unless the states cooperate and also do their bit, it's difficult to lift this. But let me say this here, that we were running a template for 6.5% growth because we had to curb inflation. I think now the template has shifted to 8% growth. And I'm not referring, don't get fooled by the real growth of the last quarter. It's nominal growth that matters.
Yeah.
So nominal growth with modest inflation is the mix for equities. So we're going into a period where real growth probably goes to 7.5, inflation goes to say 3.5 or 4, and therefore we have nominal growth of somewhere between 10 and 11, which will support earnings growth in excess of 15%. That, I think, is the framework for the next 12 months.
Yeah, but this is great if it happens, right? But we indeed see growth at 7.5. So you think this whole push of the central bank plus the consumption push that the government has given leads to that 7.5% growth, or is there something else on the global side that needs to fall into place?
The world obviously is a messy place. I said that last year also, and I'll say it this year, and I'll keep saying this until it all falls apart.
Okay.
Because I don't know when it will, but it is heavily indebted. It is aging, and on top of it, we clearly have a crisis of confidence with respect to the medium of exchange or currency.
Yep.
So that is certainly brewing in the background, and this started with the reneging of contractual obligations that came out of the Ukraine-Russian war, and continues to be the case. And that's probably the reason why there is such a big bid on gold. You cannot actually just ignore that.
The one in 2022, right?
Yeah. So you cannot ignore the bid on gold, and it is clearly, I have the chart which I have been using for 25 years, which is Sensex in gold terms. It's gone like this.
Oh, yes.
Right? And you can buy, this is just about the least amount of ounces you get with the Sensex as you have in the last, say, 40 years, with the exception of the low in COVID, the low in 2008, the low in 2000. So those were all crisis moments. We have no crisis here. So we are kind of trading at crisis valuations, near about, in the equity markets. And it matters because somebody said, why would you measure this in gold terms? Well, it ought to be measured because gold is still the quintessential store of value. And therefore it is important to rebase all assets in gold terms. And very briefly, I'll say gold is not an asset. An asset, by definition, is something that yields an income. So equities, because it gives dividend; real estate, because it gives rent; fixed, bonds, because it gives you interest; a fixed deposit, because it gives you interest. Gold gives you nothing. It's a store of value. It can be a medium of exchange, but it's a very onerous medium of exchange. It's very hard to store and carry gold in your pocket and buy a cup of coffee with gold, and those things have not been done now for many centuries. Right? It was at one point in time gold was used as a medium of exchange, but today it is very hard. So therefore it's important to look at asset prices relative to gold or in gold terms, because gold is the quintessential store of value. It's no different from looking at the Sensex in dollar terms, because dollar is supposed to be a store of value, or INR terms, because INR is supposed to be a store of value. Well, it's not such a good store of value, but it is still a store of value. The INR that you're carrying in your pocket will have the same value tomorrow morning. May not have the same value 1 year down from now, but it has the same value tomorrow morning. So there is some store of value. The stocks you hold in your portfolio may be down 20% in one day. So they don't have any store of value attached to it. So I think there is a lot of I would say difficulty in the global environment, which may feed into India's economy. India is not a small cap stock. It's a big country with it's a big player in the world with a growing trade with the world. and therefore will get affected by what happens in the world. For example, if the US goes into recession, we cannot come out unscathed. Our growth rate can't go to 7.5. There will be some impact, as it has happened in the past. The impact will be a lot less today than it has been in the past, but there will still be impact. So yeah, I cannot for sure say that the growth will be at a certain level, because I don't know how these global events pan out. I don't know how geopolitics pans out. But these seem to be less settled right now than we would have hoped for.
Okay, so the follow-up is, if the US economy doesn't go into a tailspin, but the US markets, led by the AI frenzy coming off, peter off, can Indian markets do well? Because I have now heard you say enough number of times that India is the low beta market. It'll do well, it'll do less well on the upside when everybody's doing well, but it'll probably do well when not everything is doing well, right?
Yeah.
In some sense. So can that happen?
Yeah, so this I will answer a question that you've not yet asked, is why foreign investors are not buying in.
I was going to come there afterwards.
No, because this dovetails into that.
Okay, let's
do
that.
So 3 reasons.
Yeah.
Right? One is that they still have a problem with India's absolute valuations. The relative valuations now are a whole lot better. 1 year ago, China was at 9x, India was at 20x. China is now at 15 times earnings, India is still at 20. So relative to China, India is more attractive than it has been for most of the last 25 years. In fact, relative to emerging markets as a cohort, India is more attractive than it's been for most of the last 25 years. Okay, so this is clearly now the relative valuation is good, but the absolute is still where it was. It has not moved a lot. I mean, earnings have not grown that much and share prices have not moved that much. So we're still dealing with a 20 handle on the earnings multiple.
Yeah.
The second is that India has no AI trade.
Yes.
And especially in the last 6 months, the world has been all about the AI trade. And contrary to popular perception, the US markets have not done well.
As a full cohort. I mean,
Yeah,
just
SPX has not done as well, because SPX still has a large share of non-AI trades which have been dogs. Whereas markets with a large proportion of AI trades,
Taiwan,
ex-Europe, where defense has been the theme. So defense and AI have been driving a lot of markets up 20, 30, 40%. That's what markets are up in the last 12 months. And that's why it feels like India has been in a bear market. Because if you bought China, you'd be up 40% relative to India in US dollar terms. And the third reason foreigners have not been able to participate is because the domestic bid doesn't go away. So they are up against domestic bid, which means they need to take share prices a lot higher before domestics actually offer stock. So that's the reason why foreigners have not been there. And this dovetails into your point, which is, if at some point in time the AI trade unwinds, and mind you, if it's a crash like 2000, then all bets are off. No market can survive a crash like that. India will perform relatively better, but who cares? Because things can be down 40%, India can be down a lot less, but it will still hurt. But India will outperform. If the AI trade wanes, then I think you will see both absolute and relative performance from India.
Okay.
And that is, I think, the key. So it is not about, and the second thing is also about growth, is that on its own, if India's growth improves, then it will offer a better opportunity, which I think is almost a given now, that India's growth will be a whole lot better in 2 quarters from now. I don't know about the AI trade. I have no expertise to judge when and where the AI trade pops and how it pops and where it goes. But that is another key.
the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting.
All that glitters in NDTV Profit. I'm Vikram Oza. Hello and a very warm welcome. It's that time of the year when the festive cheer is very obvious. The Diwali sparkle is very, very obvious, and where best to capture it than a jewelry store? And which one are we at? It's in a bustling area of Mumbai. It's Dadar. And the frenzy, the shopping frenzy is well and truly on, even in jewelry shops, despite the high prices. How exactly is demand panning out? GST reforms on one side, you have gold and silver prices hitting the roof on the other side. Let's ask someone who would really know. The Chairman and Managing Director of PNG Jewelers with us, Saurabh Garpage. Such a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you. I'm wishing you a very, very happy Diwali.
To you too, Saurabh. And I want to know how happy this Diwali is. For a jeweler like you.
Can't get happier.
Is it?
I think it's been a very positive Diwali. Start has been good, and I think a couple of months ago there were a lot of a little fear in the market. How would Diwali react to the high prices? Will consumers be out there shopping? Will it be online for what we're expecting? But I think it's been a blockbuster. There's huge demand. Gold, silver, diamonds, it's all there. And like you said, Diwali is the busiest time of the year. And for us jewelers, this is like the time of the year when we pray for it to go well. And I think that's what we are really expecting and hoping this is going to be the same one.
So explain this phenomenon to us, Saurabh, because, you know, you see gold prices which have remained at elevated levels. Silver has hit the roof, and how? You're talking about the last month itself going above 50% kind of increase. In that kind of scenario, if you're saying gold is moving, silver is moving, and diamonds are moving, despite the lab-grown diamonds that we've seen in the markets, there is something that is a phenomenon that's happening. So explain it. Why do you think
I'll
that's
break
happening?
it down for you. I think it's not just gold, silver, diamond. It's also the equity market and real estate. Everything is moving.
Well, I can tell you about the equity market, Saurabh. It's not as booming as what you're making out the jewelry market to be.
No, there can be different variations. But if you look at gold and silver, they both are playing unique roles. Gold today is looked at as almost like a currency. And gold rally started from central banks, mutual funds buying gold, which has now percolated down to the retail investors. So now the rally we're seeing is people looking at buying gold because it's safety and it's a good returns in the near and the short future. Silver, on the other hand, is more of a geopolitical tool, I think, which is being bought by countries to keep their dominance in this race for AI, microchips, EV. So silver has a huge industrial use. So silver has seen more buying right now from governments, central banks, which is at a level which was unprecedented in the last maybe 2 decades. So I think both gold and silver are playing different parts, different roles in this entire space. And as retail consumers, people are seeing that there's a huge positivity left in both these cycles of gold and silver rise, and they want to be a part of that. So if we break it down, there is gold rally, which is driven from the point of view of investment. There's silver rally, which is from the point of view of world dominance in EV, in microchips. But both have now gone to a level of retail consumer, which is now entering the markets in a big way.
So when you talk about jewelry, you're talking about investment versus adornment. Tell me how that has changed. Consumer sentiment and approach seems to be changing. Obviously, the reasons you're listing out, the GST reforms putting more money in the wallets of consumers, has to be some kind of assistance. But when you see these prices move at the level at which they are, one wonders if we're doing it out of FOMO, or is there more to the investment story that we are missing out that a lot of consumers are seeing over here?
See, consumers are looking at jewelry primarily for adornment, which is a universal truth. Worldwide, bars and coins have been investment and jewelry has been adornment. In India, it's a hybrid concept where your investment. So you used to buy jewelry, which is worn, and also investment.
Yes.
So typically jewelers used to sell 80% jewelry, 20% used to be bars and coins. Today that ratio has become 60-40. So you are selling 60% jewelry, 40% is bars and coins, which I think is increase from people's appetite to invest in gold at a higher level.
So that ratio has changed?
So that ratio has changed. So you're seeing 40% people today buying gold as investment. So that means they're buying bars and coins.
Right.
And the balance 60% are buying jewelry. But with the higher prices now, we are seeing that the jewelers are still happy because they are seeing value growth. Another factor which is favoring the entire jewelry sector is the move from unorganized to organized.
That's a big one.
And that's really 10 lakh jewelers pan-India. And if you look at it, maybe in the early 2000s, it would have been like 10% organized.
Yes.
Today we're talking of 45% being organized, and that is moving at a very fast pace. So by 2030, they're saying almost 70% of India will be organized in the jewelry sector.
And still, there is a cultural rooting, how Indian consumers buy their jewelry. Right? I mean, going to your local jeweler, going to the unorganized sector is something that we've done so consistently over the years. It's difficult to break away from the habit. And yet there are specific reasons why you would go to the unorganized sector. It's also for value. It's also to be able to get that family connect, for example. So how much of what is happening in stores like yours, is it about melting old jewelry, refurbishing it? Because I'm hearing that a lot of that is happening too.
Absolutely.
So that approach, how is it changing with consumers at your level in shops? I want to understand that.
Absolutely. So now this family jeweler, so when you look at a family jeweler, what does he do? He's like a family doctor. He'll be with your family for generations.
Correct.
He'll be advising you, guiding you, helping you in making jewelry, repairing it, polishing it, whatever you need in that entire space. And there are organized players who'd be looking at doing jewelry which is more or less off the shelf, and who have a relationship of maybe one generation.
Right.
Fortunately, when we say at PNG, we say we are one of India's only organized family jeweler, because we are spanning for almost 200 years now.
Right.
The generations of people.
introduction, then I also met my wife, Akshata, who is of course Indian. And even though she's South Indian and I'm Hindu Punjabi, so there was some learning to do on both sides. Although thankfully not as dramatic as that movie Two States, which I thought was on reflection a good thing. But I didn't know Bangalore. I mean, I came to India, but I didn't know Bangalore, which is a city that I now have a most close connection with through her, and of course my in-laws. And I think, at least I think
they're over here.
Yeah, they're somewhere here, I hope. There they are. There's Narayana with my in-law. I don't know where my mother-in-law is if she's here.
Behind Mr. Murthy.
Oh, she is. Both of them are there. There they are. And these two, obviously, then coming here as family rather than almost different when you're a tourist is very different. And they are both wonderful, not just grandparents to our two young girls. But you asked about the links politically. They were also very helpful in all my election campaigns. Because, well, they would come. They would put on the, my hoodies that we have, and they would just go on, knock on doors, deliver the leaflets, collect the voting instructions, and they've done that on all the elections, which has been very helpful. But actually, the most important thing that they have done for me is ensure that I fall in love with RCB. Yes. And that, I think earlier this year, I was very fortunate to go to Ahmedabad with Akshata to see the IPL final. Isalakap Namdu, I'll just put that on the record. So RCB fans here. But actually, I'll finish on this, right, because that, maybe this will be better. Yeah, I think actually being at that final really struck me, because I went down to see the team afterwards and to celebrate. And actually, there were so many Brits there. So Phil Salt, Liam Livingston, playing in the team. Jacob Bethel had been there earlier in the year, and Mo Bobat is a director of cricket. And it demonstrated those close links between our two countries. But then also, if you think of British cars, you think Jaguar, you think Land Rover, of course, made in the UK, but now owned by a great Indian company in Tata. So it's a sign of the increasing bond between our two nations.
Can I just jump in for half a second? You were talking about your Indian roots. Is it true that you proposed to Akshata on a cliff in California in Kannada?
That is exactly true.
Okay.
Yeah. You're very well informed.
This is what you expect from a good Indian son-in-law, even though he's not fully Indian son-in-law, but he kind of, Indians feel that way. The moment you come to a public gathering, the first thing you say is tell your in-laws how wonderful they are. Rishi Sunak, full marks, 10 on 10 for striking just the right notes as we get started. Ladies and gentlemen, she'll be here on stage a little while from now, but can I request you to welcome the serving Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Harini Amarasuriya, who's just joined us. Ma'am, we are delighted to have you here, and we look forward to hearing from you later in the evening. Thank you. Padmaja, the perfect Indian son-in-law?
Absolutely. You know what they say, a family that praises its in-laws stays together and campaigns together. But I also have to ask, when you're watching an India versus England match, who are you cheering for then? Because that's a tough choice.
I'm obviously cheering for England, but have a very soft spot for India, as you can imagine. And that's why I get my fix through RCB. And so that's my other great passion, as well as my home football teams. But I'm also actually, my constituency in England is in Yorkshire, which is probably the most cricket-mad part of the UK. And I'm very fortunate in that, because there is cricket everywhere in my life at home. And one of my favourite players, growing up, was Rahul Dravid, and trying to copy his brilliant technique. But Joe Root is obviously currently the best English batsman, scored more runs than anyone else, and he's a Yorkshire cricketer. So
but can I just ask you, sir, Bumrah or Anderson? Who would you pick?
So I was very fortunate to recommend to His Majesty the King that Jimmy Anderson should be awarded a knighthood. And we spent a lot of time, as I've just done. But
objectively, sir.
Sorry?
Objectively.
Objectively, his career over the 20 years that he has been in the England setup is genuinely inspiring. And having spent a bit of time with him, not only is his commitment and his work ethic inspiring, I think his humility is quite extraordinary for a top-tier sportsman, and that really struck me. He has a very special personal story, his background coming to the sport, and I'm delighted, because we obviously, unsurprisingly, we celebrate batsmen a lot, but Bumrah's superb, but Jimmy Anderson, Sir Jimmy Anderson now, I think would have to be my pick.
I can go on with the cricket questions, but then
I know, otherwise we can turn this into a cricket
we can
interview.
Turn this,
I think
sorry,
you might want to talk about some geopolitics, I think, at some point.
Yeah, you know, because we're talking about the FTA and it's been signed by India and the UK. We had the Prime Minister here last week and that pretty much sealed the bonhomie. Where do you see the relationship between the two countries going next? Where does it go from here?
It was great to see the trade deal being signed, something that I started work on, and I'm really pleased that the new government concluded it, and the great couple of trips we've just had. Modi ji coming to the UK, the Prime Minister coming back here with a big business delegation, which was a great success. But look, I think trade, beyond the trade deal, there are two important things that trade deals signify. In my mind, beyond the tariffs that are reduced here and the barriers reduced there. The first is, in a world that is becoming more protectionist, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit, actually countries like the UK and India signing a big, deep trade deal just sends a very positive signal to the world. And I think the second thing is, what it does is, it tells businesses, civil society, cultural organizations, academic institutions that the relationship matters. They are getting a signal from the leaders of their countries that this relationship matters to our governments. And then they will go off and find ways to strengthen it beyond the text of a trade deal. And I think that's what's so powerful about it. But look, I think there are areas we can build on. And one of the things that I first started speaking to Ajit Doval a few years ago was the technology and security initiative, which is a great opportunity for the UK and India to do more together. Whether it's the joint PhDs that the University of Manchester and IIS and Bangalore offer, whether it's in semiconductors, where you can combine UK R&D with Indian manufacturing prowess. That's quite powerful. Similarly in biotechnology, the UK has strength in vivo gene editing. India is an agricultural powerhouse. So, if you excuse the pun, there are opportunities for cross-pollination there too. And lastly, maybe in defense. And obviously India has historically had a defense partnership with Russia. And I think that is diversified over time. And I think India rightly should want to have access to the best technology when it comes to defense equipment in the world. And I hope the UK can play a part as India looks to best-in-class suppliers. And I'm hopeful that could be an area of growth going forward too.
The last several decades were about globalization, about the world being one common trading bloc. Now we're seeing more and more trade barriers being created, especially given what President Trump is doing in the United States and the ripple effect this has on the global trade order. Given that, and now that you're not in power, you can actually look at it from a technocratic lens. What's your sense of how countries like India should be navigating the turbulence being caused by the kind of tariffs that the United States is throwing?
No, look, it's an excellent point. I think I'd start by saying the old global order, the globalization that I grew up with, that came into place after the fall of the Berlin Wall, I think that is gone, right? And I don't think it's coming back. Now, we're not quite clear what's going to replace it, but a couple of themes are clear. One is that there's going to be more multipolarity in the world, and India is an example of that. And I think the second is countries everywhere are focused much more on domestic capabilities. And the reason for that is twofold, and I think this is instructive not just for India, but for countries around the world. The first is COVID. COVID, although it was of course first and foremost a health crisis, was also an enormous geopolitical event because every country suddenly realized the fragility of their supply chains. I'll give you an example. We in the UK at the beginning were very short of PPE, gowns, gloves, masks, and it got to the point where the entire country was watching to see if a flight, I think it was taking off from Turkey to come to the UK, was going to land in time, with the amount of PPE we needed so our NHS could keep going that week. That was where it got to. So because of that, every country in Europe now has a cabinet-level committee that's focused on the resilience of supply chains and domestic capabilities. I think that's the first reason, Rahul. Things have changed, and every country needs to think like that. And I think the second is China, right? And China, it's clear, doesn't play by the same rules that many of the rest of us were playing by, right? They don't view trade purely as an economic function. And it has meant that countries have to think about security, IP theft, alongside trading relationships. And that's why we went through a process in the UK, as did many other countries, of taking out Huawei equipment or banning it for future use, and passing new national security acts, which mean that in sensitive sectors of our economy, we're a little bit more careful about who's investing, what are they doing, what technology is leaving our country. And as I said, those national security acts are new. Those cabinet committees focused on domestic resilience are new. They're not going away, and that's why I think the old global order, trading-wise, is not going to come back in the same form.
The United Kingdom is now in a post-Brexit reality. Obviously, there's a big part of re-establishing the United Kingdom economically and in other respects vis-a-vis Europe. But do tell us about your thoughts on that. But if I can also ask, hasn't your entire post-Brexit calculation also changed? Because America looks at Europe fundamentally differently. It's not the same. The relationship has also changed. Therefore, has that impacted Britain's dynamics with Europe?
Yeah. Look, it's a really interesting question about Britain's role, especially post-Brexit. And I'm actually reminded of Prime Minister Modi ji's description of our role when he came to London some years ago, and he said, James Bond provides the entertainment and Brook Bond invigorates us all. And if I think as Prime Minister, I probably didn't look as good as James Bond in a dinner jacket. But I certainly tried to reinvigorate our diplomatic relationships by drinking a lot of tea everywhere I went around the world. But I think you can see...
many in the hall, though, who may think he came close, right?
Yeah.
By political standards, from what you expect from netas, that's quite sharpened up, very sharpened
I'll
up.
take that, Rob. But actually, you're setting an example tonight, actually, which I'm not sure I can live up to. But thank you for saying that. Now, that nimbleness that you talk about is something that I think we have taken advantage of. And when I was Prime Minister, we took the UK into the Trans-Pacific Trade Partnership, which you'll be familiar with. That's the first big European nation to join that trade partnership. Similarly, I strengthened our ties from a defense and economic perspective with Japan and South Korea. You've seen the new Prime Minister, I'm pleased to say, actually continue to take advantage of that nimbleness, Vishnu, and that is the trade deal with India, probably the deepest trade deal that India has signed, the UK first kind of big country to do that in Europe, but also the trade deal that the UK has negotiated with the US, outside of the EU, having that flexibility to talk to the Americans and find actually a positive outcome relative to expectation and many others. And so I think that's important. Diplomatically, you talked about that, economic power is shifting east. And I think that's why it's important the Prime Minister was here. The bonhomie that you talked about is strong. We have good relationships with the Gulf states, which again are part of this multipolar world. And the other aspect of Britain's new role is technology, which I know we'll get to in a minute. But the UK has 4 of the world's 10 leading universities. It is the technology superpower in Europe. More venture capital in the UK than France and Germany combined. And Stanford do an index of countries on AI. The UK comes third behind the US and China. And we hosted the first AI summit under my leadership, and I'm pleased India is hosting the latest iteration of that series in February. But that was a summit that we created in the UK. It's been held in South Korea, France, and now India. I think so that speaks to the influence that UK can have in this post-Brexit world, whether it's on technology or on trade.
Do you think now we are, in essence, in a post-globalization era where we will see, and you've said this, that we will see far more changes and far more radical changes in less than a decade than we've seen in the last 25, 30 years?
Yeah. Now, we touched on the globalization part of that and why that's going to be different. But I think the big thing that is changing everything is AI. Now, technology has always changed everything, but there's something about AI which feels special and more radical. It's a general purpose technology, much like steam power, electricity, the internet. Every so often, these technologies come along which can transform how our entire society and economy operates, and AI is one of those. I think there are 2 things that we should bear in mind when we think about this transformation. One is the thing that actually all the AI leaders impressed upon me in Downing Street when they first came to see me 3 years ago, is they were struck by how fast the technology was advancing. and surprising even then. There's an organization in the US called META, which evaluates the progress of models. And it does it by looking at how much work the model can do, measured in time. How long a task can it do before it needs some intervention and help? And roughly that's about an hour at the moment. But I think the more striking thing is that time length horizon, or task length horizon it's called, that time has doubled every 7 months for about 5 years. So if that trajectory continues, before you know it, these models will be capable of replicating a month's worth of human work just like that. And that is, I think, one way I think about it. The other thing is the speed of adoption. In the past, it took a long time for technologies to spread through an economy, spread through a society. The telephone took maybe 70 years to get to 100 million people. Electricity took 50 years. PCs took 15 years. The internet took 7 years. ChatGPT, to get to 100 million users, took 2 months. And I think that is what is striking about the pace of change here, how quickly this new technology is being adopted around the world, and just how transformative it is likely to be in the very short future.
While Mr. Sunak was in power, he was organizing conferences on different developments and trends in AI. He's now advising companies like Anthropic on how to keep up with regulation, how tech is changing, and I'm very curious, given the speed at which AI technology is advancing, Mr. Sunak, your thoughts on how countries like India and the world in general should be looking at regulating artificial intelligence, because by the time people in government even understand what is happening, the technology is leapfrog much further.
Yeah, and I think there's an excellent question, which I thought about in government. Every government is thinking about it, and actually it goes to your earlier point about how does the UK position itself. Outside of the EU, one of the freedoms the UK has is on regulatory flexibility. And I made the decision, which I'm pleased the new government has continued with, not to introduce new regulation on AI. So that's what the EU has done and other places have done. I thought that was the wrong thing to do, Rahul, for precisely the reason you said. This technology is moving so quickly at the moment. My bias is towards innovation, because I want to make sure that we can get all the benefits from it that we know are there to help our societies in health and education and productivity. And if we start regulating it before we even know how it's going to operate, I think we're going to crimp growth. And that is what lots of companies would tell you is happening in the EU. Now, that said, I do think it's important for governments to ensure the security of their citizens. And I think we do know that AI in the wrong hands can be used for bad ends. And that's what I did in the UK, is to create a new AI security institute, which has the technical expertise, working with our intelligence services and related bodies, to evaluate these models, to make sure that we understand what security risks they pose, so that we can then, if we need, take corrective action. And I think that is the right place for government intervention at this moment to be. It's to be pro-innovation, encourage the adoption of these technologies, have a mind towards the security risks, and develop the expertise to deal with them in the same way we would with everything else. And things like cyber risk or bioterrorism are things that we need to be aware of and protect our citizens against, and make sure we are ahead of the game when it comes to AI. But outside of that, my bias would be in favor of innovation, which is, I'm pleased, what the UK is doing.
India is the fastest growing large economy in the world. Do you believe that India's success globally, India's importance globally, is directly linked to our economic status?
Yeah, India clearly is an economic superpower. If you think about it, in the last few decades, it's tripled its share of global GDP, which itself is an extraordinary thing to say. But I'll give you maybe a different example of illustrating the power, which talks to the economics, but also broadly. For the first time in I think about 100 years, in 2028, cricket is going to be an Olympic sport again. Right? Now, that is purely and simply because of India's new power and status in the world. Now, of course, there's an economic aspect to that, because the broadcast rights are economically important to the IOC, and the value in India will be higher if cricket is included. But it also, I think, speaks to the fact that if you've got 1.4 billion people becoming more economically, culturally, geopolitically significant, their desires, their needs, their wants are going to get recognition in the world. And I think cricket is a great example of that. But more broadly, look, of course, the economy is growing very fast. We talked about some of the things that are special about it. But I think when I look at economic growth going forward, a couple of things stand out to me: energy and technology. We talked about AI, and India is very well placed in AI, but AI is an energy-hungry innovation. You need energy to power these data centers, which is why the energy plan that is in place in India, I think, is so important. And then if you look at that Stanford index that I mentioned that ranks all those countries, I was very proud to say the UK is third, but very close just behind us, catching up very quickly, India is fourth. And as Prime Minister Modi ji always used to remind me, India also just about overtook the UK with the number of unicorns that were created. And that is a sign of, I think, the technical capability of the population here. Actually, Dario Modi, who's the founder of Anthropic, the company that I provide some advice for, was recently in India just a few days ago, and he was completely struck by the talent of the young entrepreneurs working on applications for AI to make sure that they have an impact here in India. So I think, look, there's a very exciting future economically, but I think it goes broader than that, and I think cricket is a good example.
Speaking of cricket, we have the former Australian Prime Minister, Mr. Tony Abbott, with us here. We've got the Sri Lankan Prime Minister, Harini Amarasuriya. We'll have the Indian Prime Minister. Maybe we can just do a toss-up and hopefully figure out at least till the semi-finals where we get to in 2028. And after that, then we can decide. You'd all guess. Otherwise, essentially, we're rooting for India. Australia, Mr. Abbott, is a little tougher. So is England. But the Sri Lankan Prime Minister is our guest. Anyway, as long as India's in the final, we'll take on any of these countries. Padmaja.
Well, Tony and I have the Ashes to worry about in a couple of months' time. So.
Yeah, and all that aggression on the cricket field that we see from India, from all the countries, in fact, we're looking also at a very aggressive phase of trade. You spoke of how trade is the new currency now, and in a very transactional, aggressive form of trade that we are seeing internationally. How do you evaluate the stand that India has taken vis-a-vis trade, tariff? How do you look at India's stand?
Look, I think...
especially keeping in mind the way our economy is growing, the way we have pushed our economy and put it on the fast track.
Well, look, I think every country is going to work in its own national interests, right? And that is entirely right and what one would expect. And I think actually in the world that is, as you say, becoming more protectionist, India signing a big trade deal with the UK is an incredible positive sign of India's willingness to sit down with countries, find common ground, and then create transactions, contracts that are going to be mutually beneficial and give all the signaling benefits that I talked about before. And I'm sure India will look for other opportunities to do that and is talking to the EU at the moment. The UK is also talking to countries. So I think that will happen because other countries are keen to make sure that they keep trading with each other. But you said something very interesting about transaction-based politics, and I think that is a shame because if you approach these relationships, my personal experience is you will get less out of these relationships if they are both purely on transactional ways, and everyone is just going into the relationship thinking, what do I get in the here and now for me?
But that's the new reality with Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah, and look, and everyone will react to it in a different way. My experience is, in life as in politics, I think when you can build relationships based on trust, I actually think they can over time be more powerful. And I found that in my job. I was struck, forming a relationship with the EU President, Ursula von der Leyen, who I didn't know until I got the job as Prime Minister, and she didn't know me, but we formed what I think is a close bond of trust between us. And because we had trust, we were able, in a very private way, with a small team, without any leaks or distraction, really work through some very difficult issues about the UK's post-Brexit relationship with the EU, especially as it concerned Northern Ireland, which is a special part of our country. And that trust is what enabled the two of us to find something that was mutually agreeable, that everyone thought was impossible to solve. And so my reflection on it is that where you can build relationships with trust, in the long run, I think they will actually be far more powerful.
Since you referred to cricket, in cricketing parlance, you were sent in when your team was facing a follow-on type situation. That's when you were sent in to bat as Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. In your own imagination, how actively do you harbor the idea of coming back to 10 Downing Street?
No, you're right. Look, the circumstances when I became Prime Minister were not straightforward. I mean, there'd been a run on the pound. I think my party was about 28 points behind in the polls at that point. Inflation was at a 40-year high, and I was the third Prime Minister in a matter of months. So I think you could say it wasn't the easiest. It wasn't the easiest of innings to walk out to, in your terms, Rahul. But look, my priority. We talked back to my faith earlier. We all have our dharma to do, right? And I drew my strength from the Gita at that time. I was like, look, I have a duty to do. I want to serve my country. I think I'm well placed to make a difference at this moment, and especially on the economy. That was the thing I was there to resolve, and that's what I put my energy and focus to. And it wasn't easy, and you have to make lots of decisions that aren't politically necessarily popular, but they will bring inflation down, and that's what we did. And when I left office, inflation was back at 2%, having been in double digits. The economy was growing well. Our borrowing and debt were all under control. So on the key task of stabilizing our economy, I'm proud of what we achieved. And as I said, circumstances were difficult, but in those, you have to just do your best. And as my mother-in-law would tell me, you do your level best, and the rest is left to God, and it will be what it will be.
Who gives you more advice between the father-in-law and the mother-in-law? Where do you get the more relevant and useful advice from?
Certainly the same. You don't pick between your children. You certainly don't pick between your in-laws.
Narayanmurthy is nodding and saying, "Yeah, good answer."
No, I mean, I get different advice from the two of them. It's probably worth spending a second on. And I'm very fortunate to get both their advice. Actually, from my father-in-law, he was very instrumental in me actually entering politics. And I was motivated by public service, but I also thought, well, look, you can have a successful career in the private sector, and that is also a way to impact people positively. And actually, he said to me that I should go and enter politics and hopefully serve in government. Yeah, and I thought, because his view was that was the best way to make a positive difference to my country. And I thought that was very striking, because here's someone who not only has founded an incredibly successful company that employs thousands and thousands of people, it's created a whole new industry. It changed how India was perceived on the global stage, and he did it in a particular way. And even he was saying that he thought I could go into government and make a bigger difference. So that was very inspiring to me. The other thing he said, which was a very good lodestar for me, was, in politics you often wonder, what do I aim for? Is it popularity? Is it to be loved? Is it to be feared? And you try and think, what am I aiming for? And in the same way that he organized his life, the thing that I took from him was to aim to be respected. And whether you're a corporate leader or a political leader, I think that's a great anchor to have, is aim for people's respect. It doesn't mean they're going to always agree with you, and you accept that. But if you're trying to be respected, it will lead to all the behaviors that I think will make you successful, and you'll look back with pride. So that's what I got from him. But my mother-in-law, what I learned from her was just an extraordinary compassion and empathy. And my wife has it as my mother-in-law has it, and that she has showed me how just being in touch with that compassion and that empathy with everyone can become a very fulfilling part of your life. Akshata and me have just set up a charity to focus on education in the UK, and inspired by the work that she has done here in India, and that will always stay with me, and that has, I think, rounded me out as a human being. But also when I see her communicate, and you talk about winning elections and things, I often think, the way that she can connect with people from every walk of life, whatever their background, in her way and with her authenticity, I think is extraordinary. And that is something that you can only watch and marvel at. I don't think it's something that I can necessarily learn from, although I wish I could.
Wow. Sir, you've been labeled as an anti-immigrant. Now, it's one thing to have a problem with illegal immigration, but there are so many around the world, not least of all in India, who aspire to be legal immigrants in the United Kingdom, enter the United Kingdom as students, and then perhaps get an opportunity of being there either on a skilled worker visa or initially on a graduate worker visa. If the United Kingdom doesn't give the same opportunities that have once existed, then I would suggest that your universities would be poorer because the UK wouldn't be perhaps number one as a choice for Indian students.
So look, on the issue of migration, you're right. Look, I come from a family of immigrants, and I'm very proud that the UK is a multi-ethnic, multi-faith democracy, and I'm living proof of that. But I think, look, we have to separate on migration. There are two very clear policy areas that require focus, particularly in the UK. The first is the issue of illegal migration. And we've had an issue of people coming to our country illegally, and that's not acceptable. I mean, obviously from a very practical issue of security, it should be for the government who decides who comes to your own country. But also, as I said, it's just fundamental to our sovereignty, to any nation's sovereignty, that the people of that country decide who is coming. And that's why this issue of illegal migration is so important. And I set out a bunch of measures to tackle it, which at the time, felt radical, but I'm pleased now many countries in Europe have said the same things that I said back then about changing some of our outdated international frameworks to help us deal with this problem and send people away if they come illegally. So that's the first part. And look, on the topic of legal migration, what happened after COVID is the numbers in the UK really soared much higher than anyone expected or was appropriate. And that's why I took strong action to start bringing them down, which they are now doing. And I think it's important that is seen through and seen through to completion. Alongside that, of course, the UK and every country wants to be a beacon for the world's most talented people to come and help contribute economically, to help grow the economy. And I'm struck, you see the success of the Indian diaspora all around the world, particularly though in technology and entrepreneurial companies. The UK, I think, like the US, I think there are some studies which show almost half of the fastest growing, particularly tech businesses, are founded by immigrants. And I think that's an important thing for us to keep in the back of our heads as we think about driving future growth and making sure that we are always a beacon for the world's most talented, skilled people who are willing to come and contribute economically, but I think crucially also integrate into society. Because what we can't have is people living separate lives. It's important that there's integration and some common bonds.
Because, you took a very strong stand on immigration. On that topic, did you find the spotlight then turned on you? Personally, how did you then strike the balance? Because you've been also very open and vocal about your immigrant roots. We had you lighting a diya. We also had you doing Gau Puja in UK. And then you're taking a very strong stand on immigration. How did you strike that balance?
Yeah. Look, I think you put it very well, actually, about the things that were going on in my mind. I should repeat what I said before. The UK, I'm proud, is a multi-faith, multi-ethnic democracy. And in fact, when I became Prime Minister, first non-white Prime Minister, first Hindu Prime Minister, in a sense that was a remarkable thing. But actually what was more remarkable was that no one made a particularly big deal of it. And I think that spoke to that multi-faith, multi-ethnic tolerance that I've touched on. And I took the action I did on migration because I think it's important. I think it's because I come from a family of migrants that this issue of illegal migration really offends me, because Britain is built as a country where fairness is important to us, rules is important to us. We stand in queues when no one else does, and that's who we are as a people. So when people jump the queue and come to our country illegally, it undermines that tolerance that I think is at the heart of our society's fabric. But look, I made a commitment to myself when I entered into politics. I wasn't going to change who I was. And I was comfortable with that, and Akshay and I talked about it. So that's why I was happy lighting the Diwali diyas in Downing Street and painting Rangoli, and actually later that night, with the bit that no one saw, which was nice, and the cameras didn't film it, we did sparklers with our two daughters on the street. And I was never going to change who I was. Because of politics. I made that commitment to myself, and so for me, in a sense, it wasn't a balance. That was just something that was non-negotiable to me.
I asked Mr. Sunak as he was walking in, how has this trip to India been? Amongst the various things he said he's been Diwali shopping, like many of you, I'm sure. So what does Diwali shopping in Delhi look like, Sunak sir?
Well, I was at Khan Market this morning, which was good. But actually, probably for me, the more important thing is the mithai. So we were talking about this earlier, but I was very lucky because I had dinner with my in-laws last night, And then I said to my mother-in-law, we'll get something sweet, which we didn't have at home. So she straight away said we were going to the Bengali sweet market. And so off we went to her friend who runs that. And then I've stuffed my face with kulfi all night long. I have got more. I have
no
more.
Mysore Pak for you?
Sorry?
Mysore Pak?
Actually, there was no Mysore Pak there last night, actually, was there? But then I have my jalebis and burfi with me now to take home, which I better check on the whole customs procedures about that. But otherwise, I have to eat them before I get on the plane. So for me, the Diwali shopping is mithai first, and then all the other bits second.
I don't know what Mr. Murthy is going to make of this. I know he said that keep me away from the limelight, but Mr. and Mrs. Murthy, you've been just such an integral part of this conversation, and we'll be very amiss if we didn't bring the mic to you just for a moment, because we've heard so much about what Mr. Sunak thinks about his in-laws, and given that you, Mr. Murthy, nudged Mr. Sunak towards politics, I'm very curious to ask you why you wanted Rishi, your son-in-law, to work towards public office and be in politics. How did that happen? And what do you make of his very distinguished career, being the first person of Indian origin to be Prime Minister of the United Kingdom? What do you make of it, Mr. Murthy? Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm of applause for Mr. Narayan Murthy?
He is intelligent. He was highly accomplished in his work. He is a man of integrity, man of principles. We have seen so many transactions that brought these things out. So therefore, he was, or he is, a wonderful example of somebody that should be in politics at this point of time in the world.
Mrs. Murthy seems very inspired by you as well, very clear instructions like in all your textbooks to your son-in-law. Who listens more to you, Sudhaji? Your daughter listens to you more or your son-in-law?
Well, both, I think. So I call Rishi as my new son. I've dedicated a book to you, Rishi, my new son.
That's absolutely fantastic.
But Rishi listens to me more, I think.
I wonder what Akshata would say when she listens to this.
Thankfully, she's not here, so that's good.
But we have to ask you this, since your father-in-law had nudged you into politics, what next? Is it going to be PM Sunak or Professor Sunak?
Well, my parents were unhappy I was not Dr. Sunak, so I think they would be much happier with Professor Sunak next if there was an option. But no, look, I want to keep being useful and productive, and what I hope is I can draw on my experience in government, my experience of business and technology to keep making a contribution to some of the things that we've been talking about. Actually, your questions covered the whole range of issues that leaders are grappling with here in Europe, everywhere else, and I hope I can draw on my experience to make a constructive contribution to how do we tackle some of those challenges to move our countries and societies forward. And I've gone back to do public policy work at Oxford University and Stanford University, both of where I studied. And I have to say, it's much better being at university when you don't have exams. So I'm enjoying that incredibly. But actually, I'm getting to spend a lot more time at home in North Yorkshire watching cricket. But actually, the thing I haven't really mentioned, the thing I'm loving more than anything is spending time with our two young daughters, who I've missed seeing much over the last 5 years, but actually now getting time with them, it's a real joy. So, long may that continue until they get bored of me and want to go off and become teenagers. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a very warm round of applause for Mr. Rishi Sunak? I said earlier that he said, I didn't make much of the fact that I was of Hindu origin and that was my faith, and despite that I became a Prime Minister. But I think a lot was made here in India. And just the fact that someone like you went on to become Prime Minister of the United Kingdom just says a lot to the kind of country the UK is at the moment. A melting pot truly in every global sense. We thank you very much. We've been absolutely delighted to have you, but I do hope when the Olympics happen in Los Angeles, it's India that wins, and maybe you will be cheering for India as well, especially if it's against Australia, Ms. Abbott.
England-India final, and we'll beat the Aussies in the semis. How about that?
Woo! Look forward to that. Thank you very much. I'm sure Mr. Abbott's cheering for another seat, but that's fine. As long as India is winning, we're all fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Sunak, for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
What a pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you. So lovely. Thank you very much. No, that was great. Let me leave.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali.
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
नहीं बढ़िया आपके काम किया आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning.
Madam, before you start your keynote, I'd like to be the insufferable television journalist and ask you a couple of questions about your time in India. It's been nostalgia the last 24 hours for you.
Absolutely.
What's the most powerful memory of your time here? Is there a Hindi film? Is there food that you ate here that you miss dearly?
Yes, Chola Bhatura. I
Chola
love
Bhatura.
Chola Bhatura.
And a Hindi film?
And Hindi film. The first Hindi film that I ever saw was Abhiman. And that was in Sri Lanka, and I loved it, and I still love it.
Abhiman.
Abhiman.
All right. Thank you. You speak a little Hindi, ma'am?
Toda, toda.
Toda, toda Hindi. Well, you can finish your speech, and I'll quiz you a little bit in Hindi after the speech is over.
Please don't. Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests and delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Ayubovan, Vanakkam, Namaste. It is a pleasure to join you at the NDTV World Summit 2025 here in New Delhi, a city that holds some of my most formative memories. I thank NDTV for the invitation to be part of this global gathering and for creating a forum for meaningful dialogue. Since its establishment, NDTV has been a prominent news organization and a platform for vigorous public discourse. Over the years, it has evolved as a convener of ideas, bringing together leaders, thinkers, innovators, cultural icons, and other voices to engage in dialogue at the NDTV World Summit. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, standing here in Delhi feels like coming full circle. 3 decades ago, in the early 1990s, I was a student at Hindu College, a young student from Sri Lanka, navigating a world in flux. Delhi was a city of ideas then, as it is now, reflecting the enduring spirit of India through the centuries. It was a period of change and economic reform. For many of us students, it was our first encounter with the concept of risk in life, in economics, in politics, and in identity. Returning now, several decades later, I see an India transformed, a confident, vibrant nation of 1.4 billion people charting its own path. India today stands among the fastest growing major economies in the world. Its digital revolution, green transition, and infrastructure initiatives are laying the foundations for Viksit Bharat, a vision of a developed and prosperous nation. India's journey offers valuable lessons for all developing countries, including my own. This spirit of progress and partnership was also evident during President Andhra Kumara Dissanayaka's state visit to India as his first overseas visit in 2024, and during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sri Lanka in April this year. Reaffirming Sri Lanka's place in India's neighborhood first policy and Mahasagar vision, the discussions highlighted practical, multidimensional cooperation, reflecting a shared focus on resilience, growth, and shared prosperity. The conferring of Sri Lanka's highest honor, the Mitra Vibhushana, on Prime Minister Modi symbolized the strength of the enduring friendship and partnership between our two nations, and importantly, our peoples. On behalf of the people of Sri Lanka, I wish to express our deepest gratitude to Prime Minister Modi and most importantly to the Indian people for the assistance and sustained support extended to us during Sri Lanka's most severe economic crisis in 2022. This support is a lasting reminder that India's help at our hour of need is remembered and deeply valued by our people. The theme of this summit, Risk, Resolve, Renewal, captures the reality of our age. We live in a time when change no longer moves in predictable cycles. Instead, it arrives in shocks. A pandemic, a climate crisis, geopolitical shifts, and rapid technological disruption have together redefined what leadership demands. Uncertainty today is not episodic, it's structural, touching not only economics and security, but also trust, values, and the very meaning of progress. Yet uncertainty also brings opportunity. It compels us to rethink, to innovate, to reimagine, to adopt, and to imagine new possibilities. Leadership in such times is about equipping societies to respond with resilience, fairness, foresight, empathy, and effective communication. Risk is often portrayed as peril, sometimes mistaken for recklessness. However, risk is also the first step towards renewal and progress. Without taking risk, growth and change remain impossible. At the same time, as leaders, we must remember that risk may be experienced differently by different groups of people. So ensuring that the vulnerable and the marginalized are protected at all times is also critical. We must refrain from romanticizing risk as if that is the only impetus for change as well. Sri Lanka's path has been challenging. The past few years have been a lesson in both fragility and fortitude. As you know, Sri Lanka faced a period of severe economic and political crisis in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. Economic instability, shortages, and institutional challenges were compounded by political uncertainty, testing the nation's governance and social cohesion. Yet, the resilience and determination of the Sri Lankan people shone through. Sri Lanka's political history is marked by persistent popular mobilization, yet electoral processes have continued. The 2022 Aragalaya stands out in this long history of dissent for its scale, character, and impact. Unlike earlier movements, the Aragalaya forced the resignation of the former president, prime minister, and cabinet through largely peaceful protests without any visible political party leadership or a central figure guiding the movement. While loosely organized coordination structures existed, no single individual or group controlled the movement, reflecting a deliberate departure from traditional party-driven politics. Though it did not immediately change the government, the Aragalaya shaped public discourse and public consciousness and laid the groundwork for subsequent political shifts. The significance of the Aragalaya lies not just in the act of protest, but in the citizen mobilization it exemplified, a self-conscious, non-partisan demand for systemic change, transparency, and accountability. Even as state-sanctioned violence attempted to suppress the demands under the banner of law, order, and political stability, citizens' engagement persisted. Surveys conducted post-Aragalaya indicated a sharp decline in trust in politicians and political parties, yet a simultaneous rise in public political engagement. In essence, the movement revealed a critical distinction. Sri Lankans mistrusted the political establishment, but not democracy itself. The insistence on leaderless organization and the emphasis on people power signified a demand for deeper participatory democracy, challenging entrenched elite dominance. The 2024 presidential election illustrates the enduring impact of the Aragalaya. Voters elected Anurakumara Dissanayake, better known as AKD, and his National People's Power, the NPP party, a political outsider and a complete departure from the traditional elite, reflecting widespread anti-establishment sentiment. In the presidential election, Anurakumara Dissanayake secured 42% of the vote, symbolizing a total shift in the class basis of political power, from a Colombo-centric, westernized elite to a broader coalition of non-elite social forces. Just 2 months later, citizens reinforced this mandate with a 2/3 majority win for the NPP in the parliamentary general election. These outcomes underscore the power of people's mobilization and the resilience of Sri Lankan citizens in exercising their democratic rights and maintaining faith in elections as a mechanism for accountability. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the broader engagement of women in mainstream politics has increased significantly. Until 2024, the highest percentage of women in parliament, in the Sri Lankan parliament, was just 5.8%, whereas it now stands at nearly 10%. For the first time in Sri Lanka's history, the 225-member parliament includes 22 women, of whom 20 are from our party, the National People's Power. This includes 2 cabinet ministers, including myself, and a deputy minister. All of these women have no prior political lineage. Notably, for the first time, women from the Malayagam community have been elected to power. While we know this is not enough, it is a meaningful beginning. Additionally, one of our parliamentarians is a person with visual impairment representing the disabled community, reflecting our government's commitment to diversity in parliament. Also, for the first time, a single party is represented from members from every district in Sri Lanka, so all 25 districts, elected members of the NPP to parliament this time. This milestone reflects not only a significant shift in political representation, but also the broader impact of the Aragale in creating space for new voices, promoting inclusivity, and enabling meaningful participation of previously underrepresented groups in governance. The presidential and parliamentary elections of 2024 gave the National People's Power government a clear mandate for transformational change, to build a clean, inclusive, accountable, and forward-looking Sri Lanka. Under President Andra Kumara Dissanayaka's leadership, we have chosen to take responsible risks. We have reaffirmed our commitment to sound macroeconomic management and fiscal discipline. We are restructuring debt, modernizing governance, digitizing public services, seeking to implement structural reforms under the IMF Extended Fund Facility, increasing revenue through fairer taxation, protecting social safety nets for the most vulnerable, and encouraging investment. The IMF now recognizes this resolve. Inflation has reduced. It peaked to 70% in September 2022 during the crisis. Reserves are rebuilding, and confidence, while fragile, is returning. Just this month, the IMF and Sri Lanka reached a staff-level agreement on the 5th review of the program, which, once approved by the Executive Board, will unlock about $347 million in further support. This follows the successful fourth review completed in July this year, when the IMF commended Sri Lanka's fiscal recovery and progress on debt restructuring. Economic reform for us is not an exercise in austerity. It is an investment in trust. Our goal is not only growth, but growth that uplifts and includes, while ensuring stability and long-term sustainable development and prosperity for our people. We seek to open new avenues for trade, sustainable tourism, green investment, and technology entrepreneurship, creating the conditions for a resilient economy that rewards productivity and integrity. While risk ignites change, it is resolve that sustains it. While, as I said before, the IMF's latest assessment acknowledges Sri Lanka's recovery, and the World Bank's Public Finance Review of September this year acknowledges Sri Lanka's fiscal consolidation as one of the largest in the country's history, equal to about 8% of GDP over 3 years, both the IMF and the World Bank remind us that progress is fragile and that we must stay the path. Resolve, therefore, for us is not just about endurance, but about moving from crisis management to strategic governance. Renewal is not about returning to where we were, but transforming into something better, stable, sustainable, and resilient. President Dissanayaka has articulated a vision of a unified, just, reconciled, and dignified Sri Lanka, one that heals all divisions while embracing future opportunity and upholds social justice. His call for integrity and transparency aligns with our citizens' demands that renewal must not only lift GDP, but raise fairness and faith in public institutions and corruption-free governance. At every level, his call for inclusive governance, for a digital Sri Lanka, and for transparency at every level is based on the recognition that recovery is hollow unless citizens feel ownership of it. The World Bank's latest development update supports this approach, highlighting how technology, clean energy, and sustainable tourism can drive equitable growth. And it is accepted that Sri Lanka's continued reform momentum, coupled with social protection, is what will make Sri Lanka's recovery last. Renewal also means partnership. The agreements signed during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sri Lanka in April this year are not transactional. They're foundational to the India-Sri Lanka partnership built on sustainability and shared security and prosperity. The title of my address, Steering Change in Uncertain Times, to my mind, reflects the task of every government and generation, more so now in the face of climate change, AI, geopolitical shifts, and changes and weakening multilateralism. Countries such as mine cannot control the tides of global change, but what we can control is how we respond with clarity of mind and purpose, a sense of cooperation, partnership, and values. Today, as Sri Lanka rebuilds, our partnership with India has evolved into a forward-looking, multifaceted collaboration in every conceivable area, from development cooperation, training and capacity building, connectivity including grid connectivity, energy security, digitalization, education and technology, trade and investment, defense, tourism, and cultural, and importantly, people-to-people connectivity. Steering change in uncertain times requires precisely this: the courage to collaborate, the humility to learn, and turning solidarity into shared strength. We envision building a digital Sri Lanka where every citizen has access, every transaction leaves a trace, and every public service, to the extent possible, is transparent. We launched GovPay, a unified digital payment gateway for government services, and are integrating e-identity systems, open data portals, and online procurement to eliminate the opaque middle ground where corruption thrives. Our objective is to make technology work to enhance accountability. We are determined to strengthen existing legislation and enact new legislation where necessary, strengthen institutions, and arrest corruption. But we are deeply aware that laws alone cannot cleanse or build a nation, and that values are necessary. We are therefore investing in ethics education, civic participation, and public service reform to try to make honesty a habit, not an exception. To steer change in uncertain times, clarity of purpose, to know why we act, collaboration, to build bridges, not silos, and courage to make choices that may be difficult but necessary are essential. We are deeply aware that true leadership is not the pursuit of popularity, but of progress, and it is our nation's progress and our people's interests that drives us. Although Sri Lanka cannot determine the course of global change, our own transformation reflects the vision for the world we wish to see, one that is just, sustainable, and inclusive, a world where growth regenerates, not depletes, where governance is open, not opaque, where digitalization serves humanity, and where women and youth lead innovation. At this moment, with all humility, we believe Sri Lanka offers hope of recovery, democracy, and inclusion. I want to say to the young people of India, Sri Lanka and beyond, you live in an era where the boundaries of geography matter less than the boundaries of imagination. The most powerful innovation in this AI age perhaps is not so much technological anymore, but moral. The ability to imagine systems that are fair, inclusive, and humane. I therefore urge young people to be conscious of the world they wish to create. When I was a student here in the early 90s, I could never have imagined that I would one day return to this city as Prime Minister of Sri Lanka. But perhaps that is the beauty of democracy, that it allows journeys of ordinary people to merge with the destiny of nations. Sri Lanka's journey today is one of renewal through responsible governance, creating pathways for economic progress, sustainable development, reconciliation, and peace.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali.
As we add more sparkle to your portfolio.
More punch to your balance sheet and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Benchmarks outperform broader market indices as the Nifty gains over 1.4% for the week, the best gaining sector for the week. All sectors indices end on a mixed note. Former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak at the NDTV World Summit says the old global order that people of his generation grew up with is gone, and the focus will now be on multipolarity and domestic capabilities, adding that there will be more multipolarity in the world, and India is an example of that. Mumbai's real estate itself is a $2 trillion opportunity, says Gautam Singhania of Raymond Group, adds that 2 or 3 crore rupee homes in Mumbai is affordable luxury. 7 banks, including HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and RBL Bank, will release their second quarter results tomorrow. Associated News likely to take center stage along with earnings. Hindustan Copper assessing acquisition of 2 trillion copper mines in a JV with Codelco. Sources say talks for buying one of the mines may be in an advanced stage.
SpiceJet is in talks with Boeing for its initial order and is evaluating the aircraft manufacturer's offer, says CMD Ajay Singh, adds that it expects the next 3 quarters to be profitable. Tejas Mark 1A fighter aircraft takes its maiden flight from HAL's plant in Nashik as it gets a water cannon salute. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurates production lines of the Hindustan turbo trainer and Tejas Mark 1A. And global beverage giant Coca-Cola Co. reportedly plans to take its Indian bottling arm, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, public in what could be one of the largest listings by a multinational in India. And others make claims, but India chooses us. NDTV Profit is the #1 English business news channel across India for the last 4 weeks. Good evening, you're watching Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm Sanjana. Along the next half an hour, I'm going to bring you the latest in markets as well as national and international news. So let's take a look at how the markets fared today. Benchmarks outperformed broader indices, gaining for the third consecutive week. We saw Nifty gains over 1.4% for the week and the best gaining sector for the week. All sectors indices ended on a mixed note, with Nifty PSU Bank and Nifty IT snapping its 2-week gaining streak. But for more, let me quickly go across to my colleague Puneet, who has a detailed roundup.
Well, what a week it has been for the markets, because we have seen the Nifty 50 end at a record high, so has the Nifty Bank. But first, let's talk about the Nifty 50. Above 25,700 for this particular week. It's been a stellar session over the last 2 to 3 days, with continuous momentum being ramped up each and every day till Friday. While we go into Dussehra tomorrow, we have seen the Nifty 50 inch up from those 25,200 levels at the start of this week, all the way up to 25,700 levels. For today, we saw stocks like Asian Paints, which has been one of the key laggards of this year, starting to see a positive momentum. It was up over 4% in trade today. The other ones also, like Mahindra & Mahindra, was the other top Nifty gainer for today's session as well. It's closed about the 25,700 mark, but has been gaining consistently for the last 3 days. When you look at the other aspect, that while the benchmark indices continue to perform well over the last couple of days, it is the broader markets that's starting to see some pressure, with all of these indices not performing well. Individual stocks, while have been hovering in terms of news flows, we have seen the larger broader markets continue to be in pain by the end of the week. When you look at the other aspects, the Nifty 150, the mid-cap 150 actually closed in the red, with stocks such as JSW Infra as well as Yes Bank fell the most in that particular index, while the small cap 250 as well closed in the red, with Sterling and Wilson as well as Credit Accent Grameen was the other stocks that was impacted in trade today. When you look at the other sectoral index, the Nifty FMCG, led by Asian Paints, was one of the biggest gainers today, and it has been that the consumption pattern, while has been in focus, you weren't seeing that reflection in a lot of those individual plays, and now that has started to happen. Amongst others, we did see that the Nifty IT was the top Nifty losers. You are seeing that reaction on Wipro as well as Infosys post quarterly earnings, but the results were largely decent. But it's what anticipation of H2 is what hampered on the stock today. Going into next week, we have the Mohra trading session on the 21st, but largely a week where the festivities will be galling. But in terms of the Nifty 50, we are going to be starting at a crucial level of 25,700 level. That's eluded us the most, but that'll be something to watch out for.
Absolutely, Puneet. Thanks so much for that. Definitely an interesting week up ahead. Let's take you to what's happening with regards to earnings. Top Indian IT companies delivered stellar performances in Q2, surpassing revenue expectations across the board. TCS, Infosys, HCL Tech and Tech Mahindra spearheaded the growth driven by robust execution and effective cost management, which significantly expanded profit margins. Now, AI continues to be a pivotal growth catalyst for the sector, fueling innovation and demand. But for more, let me quickly go over to my colleague Jasmeet, who's going to give us an in-depth analysis of the key insights shaping this remarkable quarter. Jasmeet, over to you.
So IT top 5 company results are out and we have a mixed set of results. Though we see that the estimates have been beaten by the numbers, but the street is still not happy. We see IT in red. Now, let's quickly understand the key takeaways from this particular result. Firstly, large cap ITs beat the revenue, EBIT and profit estimates in most the number. While we also see that the costs were controlled on the back of reduced expenses and restructuring costs and optimization by the management, but not by the increase in volume. Well, we also see a trend that company continues to prioritize on AI, and AI commentary was focused in this particular quarter. While also we know that employee addition has taken a turn around, where we have seen companies have added many employees in the portfolio apart from TCS. TCS saw an employee downtick of 19,000 employees. Now, in terms of what to expect, H2 is generally a softer quarter for the companies, so margin pressure could still continue going forward. And a lot of companies are still into restructuring, where that's causing an impact on the margin. Now, if you look at the overall company's commentary in terms of AI, what we see is TCS has announced a $1 billion per 150 megawatt deal into data center for its AI services. Now, we also see that Infosys have announced that the management has highlighted delivering more than 2,500 Gen AI projects in this particular quarter and going forward. While we also note that Wipro launches Wipro Intelligence, where they can serve their clients to be AI first in this world. While we also note that HCL Tech was the only company which has reported a separate AI-based revenue, which nearly quoted to $100 million for the Q2. Now, talking about Tech Mahindra gets in a deal with Indian government as a AI mission partner. Now, in terms of employee count, we see that TCS has seen a downtick for employee count addition, which we have seen 19,000 odd employees have been shed off in this particular quarter. In terms of hiring, Infosys is a major uptick, where it has hired more than 8,200 employees. Now, if you look at the H2 commentary by the companies going forward, TCS remains confident on the H2 as they see a healthy deal momentum going forward. While in terms of Infosys, we see that H2 is expected to have seasonal impact on the margins. While in terms of Wipro, Q3 is seasonally a softer quarter for them as well, and deal ramp up to add additional cost impacting the margins. Now, in terms of HCL Tech, we said a positive momentum in terms of deal booking, but again, the restructuring cost the management is focusing on could see an impact in Q3 as well as in the Q4 also. Now, in terms of Tech Mahindra, management expects revenue growth trajectory of FY27 to be intact, but that's again something to watch out for. All in all, a mixed set of results for top 5 IT companies.
Thanks so much for that, Jasmeet. And let's take a look at what's happening tomorrow. It's going to be quite an action-packed weekend. Major banks are set to unveil their quarterly earnings tomorrow, drawing intense focus from investors and analysts. Key metrics to watch include credit growth, asset quality, and margin trends, which will signal the sector's health and outlook. NDTV Profit's banking editor, Vishwanath Nair, now joins us to break down what to expect and, of course, highlights the critical numbers that could shape market sentiment. Over to you, Vishwanath.
Basically, there are two major banks, HDFC and ICICI, announcing the results, but as well as, of course, Punjab National Bank also, which is a large bank, but not as big as HDFC and ICICI. But other than them, there's four mid-sized banks, Federal Bank, IndusInd, Yes Bank, and RBL, all announcing the results. And there's a whole host of expectations. Of course, you're seeing some amount of focus on margins, some amount of focus on growth, but alongside that, information aside from the results will also be a key focus area. Let me take you through what each bank is going to bring to the table. HDFC Bank, the expectation is that margin contraction is going to likely happen at HDFC Bank. If you look at ICICI Bank, there the return on assets are likely to be weighed down by lower treasury gains. What we understand from reading what analysts have to say, Punjab National Bank, your strong advances and deposit growth is going to be the key focus area. Look at where Federal Bank is coming from. Now, of course, they have made a conscious push towards a higher return business. However, the rate cuts by the Reserve Bank of India might play spoil sport, so we'll have to see how exactly their NIM as well as other return ratios perform. If you look at IndusInd Bank, we have to see if is this a kitchen sinking quarter or not, because this will be Rajiv Anand's first quarter as the CEO of the bank announcing the results. Does he do further kitchen sinking, or are asset quality troubles of the past, accounting troubles of the past, and now we are looking at a new chapter at IndusInd Bank? That's something that will get clarified as the results come out. Yes Bank, again, fresh capital that's coming in from SMBC, but also growth path for the bank, because it's something that the bank needs to focus on. Earlier today, there was a news report that SMBC wants Yes Bank to focus a lot more on growth metrics. So that will be the focus. Lastly, on RBL. Now, of course, the results and the asset quality, all of them are important. But what is the most important is Emirates NBD and the stake that they're buying. We have reported exclusively that 60% equity stake to be bought for $3 billion. How that takes shape, what is the structure of that funding, all of that will get clarified once the board meeting ends tomorrow. So we'll find out more about that as the numbers come.
Thanks, Vishwanath, for that. All eyes, in fact, on the weekend when these important numbers are actually announced. Let's move on now. Sources are informing NDTV Profit that Orkla India, that's the parent of MTR Foods, is poised to file its red herring prospectus soon, targeting an IPO by mid-November. The 5,000 crore issue will be a pure offer for sale. And let me quickly go across to my colleague Agni for further details on this developing story.
Right, so some important details coming in for Orkla India's IPO. Remember, this is the brand that makes the MTR packaged foods and is famous for that in most of the southern states of India. Now, Orkla India is set to file an RHP soon and is targeting an IPO by at latest by mid-November. Now, the promoter of the company, Orkla Asia, which plans to offload around 2 crore shares, and there are two Mirans who are also planning on selling some stake through a pure offer for sale. And the IPO is expected to rake in up to 5,000 crore for all the selling shareholders. Remember, it's a pure offer for sale with 2.2 crore shares on offer, and there are a lot of bankers associated with the deal, including ICICI Securities, Citigroup, there's JP Morgan and Kotak Mahindra Capital Company. Now, this is a developing story. We have reached out to the company for comments, but do watch out for this IPO. 5,000 crore rupees coming into the secondary market soon enough.
Thanks so much for that, Agni. And let's move on to news of another potential IPO. According to media reports, Coca-Cola is planning a $1 billion IPO for its Indian bottling unit, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, also known as HCCB. Now, the listing could value the company at around $10 billion and is expected in 2026. Talks with investment banks are underway, though the plan is still in early stage. Now, the move follows Coca-Cola's sale of a 40% stake in HCCB to the Jubilant Bharatiya Group. This IPO could help Coca-Cola grow its India business. It's also reflecting a wider trend of global brands listing their Indian units locally. And the old global order is gone. That's the word coming in from former UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. While speaking at NDTV World Summit, Sunak commented on US tariffs and said that the focus will now be on multipolarity and domestic capabilities. Let's listen in.
We're talking about the FTA, and it's been signed by India and the UK. We had the Prime Minister here last week, and that pretty much sealed the bonhomie. Where do you see the relationship between the two countries going next? Where does it go from here?
It was great to see the trade deal being signed, something that I started work on, and I'm really pleased that the new government concluded it, and the great couple of trips we've just had. Modi ji coming to the UK, the Prime Minister coming back here with a big business delegation, which was a great success. Well, I think trade, beyond the trade deal, there are two important things that trade deals signify in my mind, beyond the tariffs that are reduced here and the barriers reduced there. The first is, in a world world that is becoming more protectionist, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit, actually countries like the UK and India signing a big, deep trade deal just sends a very positive signal to the world. And I think the second thing is, what it does is, it tells businesses, civil society, cultural organizations, academic institutions, that the relationship matters. They are getting a signal from the leaders of their countries that this relationship matters to our governments. And then they will go off and find ways to strengthen it beyond the text of a trade deal. And I think that's what's so powerful about it. But look, I think there are areas we can build on. And one of the things that I first started speaking to Ajit Doval a few years ago was the Technology and Security Initiative, which is a great opportunity for the UK and India to do more together. Whether it's the joint PhDs that the University of Manchester and IIS and Bangalore offer, whether it's in semiconductors, where you can combine UK R&D with Indian manufacturing prowess. That's quite powerful. Similarly in biotechnology, the UK has strength in vivo gene editing. India is an agricultural powerhouse. So, if you excuse the pun, there are opportunities for cross-pollination there too. And lastly, maybe in defense. And obviously India has historically had a defense partnership with Russia. And I think that has diversified over time. And I think India rightly should want to have access to the best technology when it comes to defense equipment in the world. And I hope the UK can play a part as India looks to best-in-class suppliers, and I'm hopeful that could be an area of growth going forward too.
The last several decades were about globalization, about the world being one common trading bloc. Now we're seeing more and more trade barriers being created, especially given what President Trump is doing in the United States and the ripple effect this has on the global trade order. Given that, and now that you're not in power, you can actually look at it from a technocratic lens. What's your sense of how countries like India should be navigating the turbulence being caused by the kind of tariffs that the United States is throwing?
No, look, it's an excellent point. I think I'd start by saying the old global order, the globalization that I grew up with, that came into place after the fall of the Berlin Wall, I think that is gone.
Meanwhile, at the NDTV World Summit, the Sri Lankan Prime Minister Dr. Harini Amarasuriya delivered the keynote address on steering change in uncertain times. She said India has always stood by Sri Lanka and its neighbourhood first policy is helping all.
The agreements signed during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sri Lanka in April this year are not transactional. They're foundational to the India-Sri Lanka partnership built on sustainability and shared security and prosperity. The title of my address, Steering Change in Uncertain Times, to my mind, reflects the task of every government and generation, more so now in the face of climate change, AI, geopolitical shifts and changes, and weakening multilateralism. Countries such as mine cannot control the tides of global change, but what we can control is how we respond with clarity of mind and purpose, a sense of cooperation, partnership, and values. Today, as Sri Lanka rebuilds, our partnership with India has evolved into a forward-looking, multifaceted collaboration in every conceivable area, from development cooperation, training and capacity building, connectivity including grid connectivity, energy security, digitalization, education and technology, trade and investment, defense, tourism, and cultural, and importantly, people-to-people connectivity.
And let's stay with the World Summit, because here's Raymond Group's chairman Gautam Singhania on how the brand has evolved over the last 100 years. Let's listen in.
How do you combine the opportunity that Raymond has as a group with the opportunity that India currently presents, and for you, presumably the world presents as well?
So as you know, Raymond is probably the only company in the world that sells for 3,000 times in price point. We go from 300 rupees a meter to 10 lakh rupees a meter under the same brand. And there's no brand in the world that can do this. Nokia had to do Vertu, Toyota did Lexus, Ritz did Four Seasons. And as a company, and we were talking earlier, you said we are in the luxury space. No, we're not. We're in the belly of the market. 99% of our business is in the belly of the market. So if you take lifestyle, this is the India. I mean, everybody grows up and gets married in a Raymond suit. And you're right, we turned 100 years old a month and 5 weeks ago. So we're probably one of the only consumer brands in India that have survived 100 years. So we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that because the Indian consumer has a lot of trust and belief in Raymond. If you take real estate, you were talking about real estate being luxury. For us, we operate in the affordable luxury segment. And I always say, whether you take lifestyle, fashion, clothing, whilst you say you're in the fashion business, Armani and us are in two different businesses, whilst we both make clothes. Loda and us are in two different businesses in the real estate space. They're in a completely different market with them and Oberoi, and we are in a completely different business. Whilst we're both into real estate, we're both in two totally different businesses. And when you start looking at it like that, you get different answers.
And let's shift focus to the skies now. Today, India has unveiled a milestone in self-reliance. The Tejas Mk-1A fighter jet soared for its maiden flight at HAL's facility in Maharashtra's Nashik in the presence of Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. Now, HAL has also inaugurated a third production line for the light combat aircraft, signalling a ramped-up manufacturing push. Over 10 Tejas jets are already on the assembly line, and new engine supplies are expected soon. Meanwhile, HAL is also addressing the delays and momentum and is returning to India's homegrown defence program. For more on this, let's take a look at this ground report filed by my colleague Malika Mishra.
Behind me is the Tejas light combat aircraft Mark 1A. And today, Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister of India, was here to witness the maiden flight of this light combat aircraft. In advanced terminologies, I would call it a 4.5 generation multi-role aircraft that is capable of handling various things like ground attack, maritime missile strikes and air-to-air combat. This is an upgrade from the Mark 1 series. It has advanced radar systems, electronic warfare systems. It can handle mid-air refueling. It also has higher level of weapon integration. So all in all, it's 100 on 100 for the Indian Armed Force at the moment. Also, the significance of the induction of this aircraft is the fact that currently the Indian Air Force is undergoing a squadron strength crunch, especially after the retirement of the MiG-21 fighter jets. The squadron strength of the Indian Armed Forces currently stands at 29 as opposed to 42, which is the required number for the Indian Armed Force to be ready to, face any kind of potential threat. And this aircraft right here is expected to bridge that gap.
And as HAL is ramping up its LCA Mark 1A production line, CMD Dr. DK Sunil told NDTV Profit that the new Nasik facility with a capacity of 8 jets will help accelerate deliveries. Let's listen in.
The capacity at Nasik is 8, installed capacity is 8, and we have spent about 120 crores to set up all these facilities. And if you see, we will be able to add extra facilities if required. But 8 is the capacity. I'm sure we can take it higher.
Okay. Now that HAL's order book currently stands approximately 7 times its revenue, and even the GE engine supply has resumed at a steady pace, what is your outlook for keeping the deliveries timely?
You see this aircraft today, it's got a Cat B engine, right? So what we've done is not getting stuck because of the engine deliveries. So we've put a Cat B engine, flown it, and today you've seen the acrobatics it has done. So the aircraft is ready. So we are building up the aircraft, getting them ready, and as when the engines come, we'll be able to deliver. So this year we expect to do in the financial year 10 aircraft. This is the 10th aircraft, as you see. It's already ready. Okay. So if the missile tests we expect they're complete in the next few months, then we are ready to deliver. So I think it's a question of building up the aircraft and then delivering them. So
my last question to you is that the second set, the 97 aircraft order that you had received from the government, when is that supposed to come into the picture, and when would you start delivering that to the government?
we have signed the order contract recently, as you know. So this 83 plus 97 makes it 180 in all. And we plan to liquidate this total order by 32-33. All the 180 aircraft we will deliver by 32-33.
And that's all the time we had on this edition of Profit 360. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit for more news and updates.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys are
Yes, indeed. Two complete men on stage and a lot of complete women and men out there in the audience. Thank you so much, Mr. Singhania, for joining in.
Thank you very much for having me.
Audience and viewers, today we sit down with one of India's most fascinating business leaders. And the reason I say this and say that he's a complete man, because he's transformed a century-old textile legacy into a modern corporate empire. Gautam Singhania has just pulled off a transformative corporate restructuring, splitting a large conglomerate into 3 independent powerhouse businesses, and with more to come, I presume, if I'm not wrong. But he's far from your typical boardroom executive, because he's a man who races supercars at international circuits, founded India's Supercar Club, represents the country on the FIA World Motorsports Council, and owns one of Asia's most enviable automobile collections, from McLarens to Ferraris to Lamborghinis and more. Should we start with cars, Mr. Singhania?
Whatever you like. Thank you. That was a very kind introduction.
No, not at all. But I want to try and get your perspective on how do you combine the opportunity that Raymond has as a group with the opportunity that India currently presents, and for you, presumably the world presents as well.
So as you know, Raymond is probably the only company in the world that sells for 3,000 times in price point. We go from 300 rupees a meter to 10 lakh rupees a meter under the same brand. And there's no brand in the world that can do this. Nokia had to do Vertu, Toyota did Lexus, Ritz did Four Seasons. And as a company, and we were talking earlier, you said we are in the luxury space. No, we're not. We're in the belly of the market. 99% of our business is in the belly of the market. So if you take lifestyle, this is the India. I mean, everybody grows up and gets married in a Raymond suit. And you're right, we turned 100 years old a month and 5 weeks ago. So we're probably one of the only consumer brands in India that have survived 100 years. So we're very proud of that, and we're proud of that because the Indian consumer has a lot of trust and belief in Raymond. If you take real estate, you were talking about real estate being luxury. For us, we operate in the affordable luxury segment. And I always say, whether you take lifestyle, fashion, clothing, whilst you say you're in the fashion business, Armani and us are in 2 different businesses, whilst we both make clothes. Loda and us are in 2 different businesses in the real estate space. They're in a completely different market with them and Oberoi, and we are in a completely different business. Whilst we're both into real estate, we're both in 2 totally different businesses. And when you start looking at it like that, you get different answers.
Yeah. So, okay, tell us about this opportunity, therefore, that comes in, because there's a clear pivot, or if not a pivot, a push towards consumption in addition to the capex push that India has had. I'm loosely bucketing into 2, right? Where does Raymond see opportunity both on the India scale and the global scale, particularly as India stamps its dominance on the world stage?
So firstly, let me flag it. Let me say more than 90% of our business is now going to be in India. And as the middle class grows, as the aspiration of the middle class grows, whether it's in the fabric space or whether it's in everybody wants a home. I mean, a 2 to 3 crore rupee home in Bombay is affordable luxury. Everybody wants that. If you take the global space, today there's a gravitas to wanting to manufacture in India. With the Make in India, which Modi ji has done, he's taking momentum. You see the Google announcement in Vizag. Today there was another big announcement. You're slowly going to see that happening. Now, the engineering company that we bought, there's a huge interest in aerospace and defense wanting to invest in India. I mean, I think we've got more than our hands full of the opportunities. Now, it's really a question of how you can convert that opportunity into reality. Will it happen? The answer is yes. How long will it take? It's anybody's guess. So I'm very, very bullish on the international opportunity towards India. You've got the disruptive things like Trump, which is very controversial. I don't want to comment on that because that's a whole day's discussion, but as consciously as a company, we have taken the decision that we don't want to operate in the US. And I'm sorry I'm making a very controversial statement, but if companies like us start feeling that this is causing too much uncertainty and disruption, and we don't want to deal with that uncertainty, I'm sure there are hundreds of companies in the world that are thinking, and then we've got to understand what's the long-term fallout of that.
Interesting. But from what you said, if you've taken this conscious decision of 90% business in India, you believe that for all the facets of your business, which is textiles and lifestyle to real estate, to the engineering, aerospace, defense business, all of them give you enough opportunity to grow at the pace that you want the group to grow.
Well, real estate grew at 46% last year. Where in the world will you see a 46% growth? Okay, I'll bet we grew it from a lower base, but we still grew 46%. Lifestyle is growing today. You've got the legacy business of the fabrics. You've got, now, do I want to go up and set up 10 shops in the UK? I don't want to do it because it's going to divert management attention. It may look, sexy to be in the UK and US, but it's not going to pay you. We've got so many new verticals, whether it's ethnic wear, sleepwear, innerwear, and each one can become large. So India is the land of opportunities. I mean, if you had $100 today and you say, I wanted to invest, where would you invest? If I had a choice to live anywhere in the world, I want to live in this country because this is the land of opportunities. I mean, if you go to UK today, it's horrible. Nobody wants to be there. And, you know, manifestation of that, you saw the UK Prime Minister who came, but you saw the size of delegation that came with him because they are all looking at the opportunity in India.
Most certainly. So tell us a bit about this opportunity as well. Do you sense, I mean, what is different about the opportunity that India presents right now in this decade versus what you may have seen over the last 20, 25 years?
I think it's the emergence of the middle class. You know, there's an aspiration. Every middle class individual has an aspiration to want more. And when goods and services are available, so let's take real estate, you know, when there were no good quality affordable housing in the market, there was no demand. But suddenly when you put the product in there, we've sold over 5,000 apartments today in 5 years. And this is only exponentially growing. We started with our legacy land. Today we've got 7 JDAs. And a lot of you are from Delhi, but I don't think you understand. In Bombay, in my opinion, and I could be wrong by a couple of $100 million or billion, but it's a $2 trillion opportunity. Just Bombay for real estate development. Look at the amount of money they're putting into infrastructure with the coastal road, airport, metros, Atal Setu, and now a lot more. So there is huge opportunity. It's just you got to grab it.
And you are, of course, grabbing it by being present in the textile business that you've been for all your life. And by the way, I don't know how many in the audience remember the Raymond ads, but they used to be my favorite ads. Silent ads, a small piano playing in the background, but they were just refreshing to see because they were not noise, they were just class. And I believe that embodies the products that you kind gave. But just coming in on that, Mr. Singhania, what opportunities do you see in non-real estate? Because the lesser known part of your business is this whole engineering defense part of your business. And here you are telling me that while that is a global business, you want to do 90% of that in India.
No, so I'll only say in the engineering business, we're in 3 parts. One is engineering files, which is our legacy business, auto components, and aerospace and defense. Auto components, we're significantly focused outbound, but again, reduction in America. We want to reduce in America, look more at Europe. You'll still get the same customers. Aerospace, defense, whilst there's an outward opportunity, there's also an opportunity within the Indian government. And if you can bring new technologies, forward-thinking products, and we're working on a host of products that, you know, I couldn't even spell 1 year ago, but I mean, I was sitting with a company yesterday talking about unmanned overwater drones, underwater drones. There's so much stuff going on. You know, the other way of looking at it is the Russia-Ukraine war has thrown up opportunities of new technology, which is coming. So, of course, the domestic market is going to be a big opportunity as well.
And when you talk to a lot of these global companies, whether in your traditional businesses or the new businesses, is there a desire to do business in India in a big way? I know there is this bit of a tariff unresolved issue between India and the US, but are companies really wanting to...
I think it's more than you and me can even dream of.
Sorry, come again?
It's more than you and me can ever dream of. The amount I'm seeing global companies wanting to come and participate in India on the manufacturing side, and I don't know if you saw, we signed an agreement with the Andhra government, with Naiduji to do large-scale manufacturing there. I think literally on a weekly basis, we're getting a call for manufacturing in India. And that's something it's unheard of.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is the correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is
Shri Narendra Modi ji.
May we call on stage NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Rahul Kanwal, to deliver the welcome address. Go for it.
Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the NDTV World Summit 2025. Tonight, we are delighted to host a stellar gathering of global leaders, thinkers, and innovators whose presence underscores the relevance of dialogue, collaboration, and shared vision in a world defined by uncertainty, yet the promise of great possibilities. We extend a warm welcome to our distinguished global guests. The Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Ms. Harini Amarasuriya. She delivered a fantastic address just a short while ago. The former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and the son-in-law of India, Mr. Rishi Sunak. And the former Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Tony Abbott. I remember walking with Mr. Abbott and Prime Minister Modi at the MCG. And the thought that was going through my mind is when India plays, India must win against Australia. But Tony Abbott's rooting strongly for Australia, always. We also welcome global pioneers like Dr. Neil Thompson, who heads the Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence Lab at MIT, where a lot of the foundational work on AI has happened. Professor Tarun Khanna, my professor from the Harvard Business School. Each time we meet him, he always has something to say about something which is not right and wants to pull you up to make it better. Thank you always for guiding and leading us. And quantum physicist and ballerina, just such an incredible combination this. A ballerina who's also a quantum physicist. She wowed us with her energy on the stage, Dr. Merit Moore. The individual and collective imagination and brilliance of our guests add new dimension to the conversations we are hosting here. Discussions about progress, innovation, and the shared future of humanity. Your collective presence speaks of the importance of global dialogue and collaborative engagement in an era defined by disruption and transformation. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, it is with gratitude and respect that we welcome you back to the NDTV World Summit. Your presence last year was an honor for us, and it is an absolute pleasure to have you grace this occasion again. It means a lot to us. Welcome and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are hosting the World Summit at the iconic Bharat Mandapam, a venue that reflects the ambition and scale of New India. Modi ji, this convention center reflects your mantra of Sankalp se Siddhi, an idea once imagined, now realized. One of the largest and most sophisticated conference venues in the world, the Mandapam stands as a powerful symbol of India's ability to think big, build at monumental scale, and to welcome the world as one family, as we say in Sanskrit, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. At NDTV, we are inspired by this spirit as we bring the world to India and take India to the world. Sir, as you're aware, we are building a new NDTV for a new India. A marquee global media powerhouse that reflects the dynamism, innovation, and global ambition of the nation itself. Just as India is evolving, emerging, and expanding on the global stage, NDTV is transforming to set the agenda, drive debate, and amplify the voice of New India. We are creating conversations that mirror the journey of the nation itself. Thoughtful, bold, transformative, where the pursuit of renewal shapes everything that we do. The NDTV World Summit this year is anchored around a theme that resonates with India's journey, the edge of the unknown, risk, resolve, and renewal. These are not just three words that reflect the central theme of this conclave. They are the lens through which we understand leadership, progress, and transformation in our times. As we convene here at the World Summit, our conversations over the next 2 days will explore what it means to operate at the edge of the unknown. How do nations, businesses, and individuals confront risk? How do they harness resolve? How do they embrace renewal? It is fitting, Honorable Prime Minister, that as we explore this theme, we do so by reflecting on your leadership, because you yourself are the very embodiment of risk, renewal, and resolve. Over the past decade, India has faced challenges that were unforeseen, unprecedented, and oftentimes daunting. And yet, in every situation, your leadership has been marked by poise, resolve, and decisive action. Recently, India faced tough new challenges with trade tariffs which were imposed by the United States. While many leaders globally yielded under pressure, you, Modi ji, chose to stand firm and push back. India's trade negotiators showed flexibility in talks, but the message from the leadership was clear. This Naya Bharat will not bend. The interests of 1.4 billion people remain non-negotiable. Decisive leadership is never easy. It demands courage, and it comes with its fair share of costs. You have proved time and again that no matter what the risk, Modi ko darana mushkil hi nahi, namumkin bhi hai. You presented the nation with a transformative gift last month, GST 2.0, a reform that has opened new horizons of economic freedom and opportunity for every citizen and enterprise. With record sales, Pradhan Mantri ji, you have already ensured that India is enjoying a sparkling Deepavali. The GST Bachat Utsav has empowered small entrepreneurs to expand their reach, allowed businesses to transact seamlessly across the nation, and enabled ordinary citizens to reap the benefit of reduced costs. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, Operation Sindoor stands as another defining moment of your unwavering determination. The ferocity and firepower of India's decisive response was not just a show of strength. It was a message of intent that India will no longer remain silent in the face of aggression. Regardless of the bluster about nuclear escalation by our enemy, you ensured, sir, that India extracted retribution for the killing of harmless citizens. Many a fake nuclear red line of our adversary was demolished in the face of your courage and conviction. Pradhan Mantri ji, we would like to congratulate you for bringing the Commonwealth Games to Ahmedabad in 2030. The last time we hosted the Games in 2010, it was a very different India. But in 2030, the world will, hopefully, witness a Naya Bharat, a nation driven by efficiency, excellence, and capability. And you're never resting on your laurels. After bagging the rights to host the Commonwealth Games, Modi ji's team is already working on bringing the Olympics torch to India in 2036, once again to Ahmedabad. And I wonder, at the rate at which he's going, if it is under his leadership itself that India will host the Commonwealth Games in 2036, 9 years from now, 11 years from now. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, this is my 4th month as CEO and Editor-in-Chief of NDTV. To lead this storied institution is a privilege and a profound opportunity. I seek your blessings, sir, and the wishes of the distinguished guests who've gathered here today, and the millions of viewers who are watching live on television and across NDTV's digital platforms as we carry this legacy, marquee, storied media brand forward with integrity, courage, and conviction. At NDTV, enterprise, imagination, and courage fuel our journalism, guided by the conviction that as we aspire to be India's global voice, what we report must rest firmly on truth and credibility. It is not about creating a sensation. It is never about making the loudest noise. For us at NDTV, journalism has never been a pursuit of ratings. It is a calling to ensure that every side of the story is heard and told, and that journalistic integrity must always come above the demand to draw in revenues and eyeballs. Mr. Prime Minister, sir, your example teaches us that the edge of the unknown is not a place to fear, it is a place to define. The risk that often cripples many of us is not an obstacle, it is a call to action. Resolve is not a reaction, it is a decisive strategy, and that renewal is not recovery, it is the opportunity to create the extraordinary from the uncertain. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to address this special gathering of minds. I invite him to guide us to the edge of possibility itself, where India's ambition meets the unknown, where courage shapes decision, and the promise of renewal has the potential to meet reality. देवियों और सज्जनों, तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट से एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट के इस मंच पे स्वागत कीजिए भारत के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी का।
Her Excellency, Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Harini Amar Surya ji, His Excellency, former Prime Minister of Australia, my friend Tony Abbott ji, His Excellency, former Prime Minister of UK, Rishi Sunak ji, distinguished guests, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्कार। ये त्योहारों का समय है। मैं आप सभी को दीपावली की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। उत्साह के इस माहौल में एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट हो रही है और अपने इस सेशन की थीम भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रखी है, अनस्टॉपेबल भारत। वाकई भारत आज रुकने के मूड में भी नहीं है। हम न रुकेंगे न हम थमेंगे। हम 140 करोड़ देशवासी मिलकर तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथियों, आज जब दुनिया में भली भांति के रोड ब्लॉक्स हैं, स्पीड ब्रेकर हैं, तब अनस्टॉपेबल भारत की चर्चा बहुत स्वाभाविक है। और मैं इसको 11 साल पहले की स्थितियां और वर्तमान के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में रखने का प्रयास करता हूं। आप याद कीजिए, 2014 से पहले इस प्रकार की समिट में किन मुद्दों को लेकर चर्चा होती थी, हेडलाइन क्या हुआ करती थी, गली मोहल्ले में कॉन्फ्रेंसिस में किन किन विषयों की चर्चा होती थी। आप सब जरूर याद करोगे तो आपको ध्यान आएगा। चर्चा होती थी ग्लोबल हेडविंड्स को भारत कैसे झेलेगा, फ्रेजाइल 5 से भारत कैसे बाहर आएगा, पॉलिसी पैरालिसिस में कब तक रहेगा भारत, भारत में बड़े बड़े घोटाले कब बंद होंगे। साथियों, तब महिला सुरक्षा को लेकर बहुत सारे सवाल थे। आतंकी स्लीपर सेल किस तरह बेकाबू है, इसको लेकर खुलासे होते थे। महंगाई डायन खाए जात है, ये गीत छाए हुए थे। अब आपको बराबर पिन फिट हो गई कि 14 के पहले क्या था। तब देश के लोगों को लगता था और दुनिया को भी लगता था कि इतने सारे संकटों के जंजाल में फंसा हुआ भारत इन संकटों से बाहर निकल ही नहीं पाएगा। लेकिन बीते 11 वर्षों में भारत ने हर आशंका को ध्वस्त किया है, हर चुनौती को पस्त किया है। आज भारत अब फ्रेजाइल 5 से बाहर निकलकर टॉप 5 इकोनॉमीज में से एक बन गया है। आज इन्फ्लेशन 2% से नीचे है और ग्रोथ रेट 7% से ज्यादा है। आज चीप से लेकर शीप तक चारों तरफ आत्मनिर्भर भारत, आत्मविश्वास से भरा हुआ भारत है। अब भारत आतंकी हमलों के बाद चुप नहीं बैठता है। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक करके, एयर स्ट्राइक करके, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर करके भारत मुंह तोड़ जवाब देता है। साथियों, आप कोविड का समय याद कीजिए, जब दुनिया जिंदगी और मौत के साए में जी रही थी, जब दुनिया ये सोच रही थी कि इतनी बड़ी आबादी वाला देश इतने बड़े संकट से कैसे बचेगा, और लोगों को तो लगता था कि हिंदुस्तान के कारण दुनिया डूब जाएगी। तरह तरह के कयास लगाए जा रहे थे, लेकिन भारत ने हर कयास को गलत साबित करके दिखाया। हमने मुकाबला किया, हमने तेजी से अपनी वैक्सीन बनाई, हमने रिकॉर्ड समय में वैक्सीन लगाई और इतने बड़े संकट से बाहर निकलकर हम फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बन गए। साथियों, कोरोना का प्रभाव अभी खत्म भी नहीं हुआ था कि दुनिया के अलग अलग हिस्सों में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स उभरने लगे। हेडलाइंस में युद्ध की खबरें छाने लगी। अब एक बार फिर सवाल उठा कि भारत की ग्रोथ का क्या होगा, और भारत ने ऐसे संकट के काल में भी एक बार फिर सारे कयासों को गलत साबित कर दिया। भारत फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग मेजर इकोनॉमी बनकर आगे बढ़ता रहा। बीते 3 सालों में भारत की एवरेज ग्रोथ 7.8% रही है। ये अभूतपूर्व है, अप्रत्याशित है। अभी 2 दिन पहले ही मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट के आंकड़े आए हैं। पिछले साल के मुकाबले भारत का मर्चेंडाइज एक्सपोर्ट करीब 7% और बढ़ गया है। पिछले वर्ष भारत ने करीब 4.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एग्रीकल्चर एक्सपोर्ट कर दिया है। कितने ही देशों की अस्थिर रेटिंग्स के बीच S&P ने 17 साल के बाद, आफ्टर 17 इयर्स, भारत की क्रेडिट रेटिंग को अपग्रेड किया है। IMF ने भी भारत की ग्रोथ को अपवर्ड रिवाइज किया है। कुछ दिन पहले ही गूगल ने भारत के AI स्पेस में $15 बिलियन के बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट की घोषणा की है। आज ग्रीन एनर्जी, सेमीकंडक्टर के क्षेत्र में भी बड़े बड़े इन्वेस्टमेंट हो रहे हैं। साथियों, आज भारत की ग्रोथ ग्लोबल अपॉर्चुनिटीज को शेप कर रही है और ये वाक्य मैं बड़ी जिम्मेवारी के साथ कह रहा हूं। हाल में हुआ EFTA ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट इसका बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। यूरोप के देशों ने भारत में $100 बिलियन के इन्वेस्टमेंट का कमिटमेंट किया है। इससे भारत में बड़ी संख्या में जॉब्स क्रिएट होगी। कुछ ही दिन पहले यूके के PM मेरे मित्र स्टारमर अपने सबसे बड़े बिजनेस डेलीगेशन के साथ भारत आए थे। ये दिखाता है कि दुनिया आज भारत में अपने लिए कितने बड़े अवसर हैं वो बड़ी आशा के साथ देख रही है। आज G7 देशों के साथ हमारा ट्रेड 60% से ज्यादा बढ़ चुका है। पूरी दुनिया आज भारत को रिलायबल, रिस्पॉन्सिबल और रेजिलिएंट पार्टनर के रूप में देख रही है। इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स से लेकर फार्मा तक, ऑटोमोबाइल से लेकर मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक निवेश की लहर भारत में आ रही है। यही इन्वेस्टमेंट भारत को ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन का एक नर्व सेंटर बनाने में मदद कर रहा है। साथियों, इस समिट में आप एज ऑफ द अननोन इस विषय पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। दुनिया के लिए एज ऑफ द अननोन एक अनसर्टेन चीज हो सकती है, लेकिन भारत के लिए ये अपॉर्चुनिटीज का गेटवे है। युगों से भारत ने अनजान रास्तों पर चलने का साहस दिखाया है। हमारे संतों ने, हमारे वैज्ञानिकों ने, हमारे नाविकों ने हमेशा ये दिखाया है कि पहला कदम ही परिवर्तन का प्रारंभ होता है। चाहे टेक्नोलॉजी हो, कोरोना वैक्सीन की जरूरत हो, स्किल मैन पावर, फिनटेक या ग्रीन एनर्जी सेक्टर हो, हमने हर रिस्क को रिफॉर्म में, हर रिफॉर्म को रिजिलियंस में और हर रिजिलियंस को रिवॉल्यूशन में बदला है। अभी हाल ही में IMF चीफ ने कहा है कि वो भारत में रिफॉर्म्स की बोल्डनेस से बहुत उत्साहित है। उन्होंने एक एग्जाम्पल भी दिया और आपको मालूम होगा कि भारत में एक समय रिफॉर्म हुआ था। एक इकोसिस्टम उसके गीत बहुत गाता रहता है। हमारे मित्र हंस रहे हैं वहां, लेकिन वो कंपल्सन के कारण था और वो भी कंपल्सन IMF का था। आज रिफॉर्म हो रहा है कन्विक्शन के कारण, और वही IMF कह रहा है कि रिफॉर्म का भारत का जो बोल्डनेस है उसको नोटिस कर रहे हैं। और IMF चीफ ने एक एग्जाम्पल भी दिया है कि हर कोई कह रहा था कि मास लेवल पर डिजिटल आइडेंटिटी देना संभव नहीं है, लेकिन भारत ने सबको गलत सिद्ध करके दिखाया। आज दुनिया का 50% रियल टाइम डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन फिनटेक की दुनिया में भारत में ही होता है। 50%। भारत का यूपीआई दुनिया के डिजिटल पेमेंट सिस्टम को डोमिनेट कर रहा है। यानी हर प्रिडिक्शन, हर आकलन से बेहतर करना, ये आज भारत का मिजाज बन चुका है। मैंने स्वभाव शब्द प्रयोग नहीं किया, मैंने मिजाज कहा है। और मोदी है तो मिजाज की बात करता है। और इसलिए ही भारत अनस्टॉपेबल है। साथियों, देश की उपलब्धियों को असली ताकत देश के लोगों से मिलती है और देश के लोग अपने सामर्थ्य का सही इस्तेमाल तभी कर पाते हैं जब सरकार का उनके जीवन में न दबाव हो और न दखल हो। जहां ज्यादा सरकारीकरण होगा वहां उतने ही ब्रेक लगेंगे और जहां ज्यादा लोकतंत्रीकरण होगा वहां उतनी ही ज्यादा स्पीड आएगी। दुर्भाग्य से देश में 60 साल तक सरकार चलाने वाली कांग्रेस ने हमेशा पॉलिसी के प्रोसेस के सरकारीकरण पर जोर दिया, जबकि बीते 11 वर्षों में हमने पॉलिसी और प्रोसेस के लोकतांत्रिकरण का काम किया है। अनस्टॉपेबल भारत के पीछे ये भी एक बड़ी वजह है। अब बैंकिंग का ही उदाहरण लीजिए। 60 के दशक में इंदिरा गांधी जी द्वारा बैंकों का क्या कह करके सरकारीकरण किया गया? कहा गया कि गरीबों, किसानों, श्रमिकों यानी देश के आम लोगों तक बैंकिंग सुविधाएं पहुंचानी है, इसलिए सरकारीकरण किया है। ये तर्क दिया गया था। जबकि वास्तविकता में कांग्रेस ने क्या किया, सरकारों ने क्या किया? बैंकों को देश की जनता से और दूर कर दिया गया, दूरी बढ़ा दी गई। गरीब तो बैंकों के दरवाजे तक भी जाने से डरता था। 2014 में जब हमारी सरकार बनी तब देश की आधी से अधिक आबादी के पास अपना एक बैंक खाता तक नहीं था। और ये सिर्फ बैंक खाता न होने की समस्या नहीं थी, इसका मतलब देश की बहुत बड़ी आबादी बैंकिंग के लाभ से वंचित थी। वो जरूरत पड़ने पर बाजार से महंगा ब्याज देने, अपना घर जमीन गिरवी रखने के लिए मजबूर थी। साथियों, देश को इस सरकारीकरण से निकालना बहुत जरूरी था और ये हमने करके दिखाया है। हमने बैंकिंग सेक्टर का लोकतंत्रीकरण किया, उसमें रिफॉर्म किया। हमने मिशन मोड पर 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जनधन खाते खोले। यानी पूरी दुनिया में जितने खाते खुलते होंगे उसका टोटल एक तरफ और अकेले भारत का टोटल एक तरफ, इतना काम किया। आज देश के गांव-गांव में कोई न कोई बैंकिंग टच पॉइंट है। डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन ने भारत को वित्तीय रूप से दुनिया के सबसे बड़े इंक्लूसिव देशों में से एक बना दिया है। कांग्रेस के सरकारीकरण ने बैंकों में एमपीएस का पहाड़ खड़ा कर दिया था। भाजपा के लोकतांत्रिकरण ने बैंकों को रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट में ला दिया है। बीते 11 वर्षों में विमेन सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को, छोटे किसानों, पशुपालकों, मछुआरों को, रेहड़ी पटरी ठेले वालों को, विश्वकर्मा साथियों को बिना बैंक गारंटी के लाखों करोड़ रुपए के लोन दिए गए। साथियों, मैं आपको पेट्रोल और गैस सेक्टर का भी उदाहरण दूंगा। 2014 से पहले जब सरकारीकरण की सोच हावी थी, तब क्या स्थिति थी? पेट्रोल डीजल पर सब्सिडी न बढ़ानी पड़े, आप सुनकर के चौंक जाएंगे। सरकारी खजाने से सब्सिडी न देनी पड़े, इसके लिए कांग्रेस सरकार रात 8 बजे से सुबह 8 बजे के बीच पेट्रोल पंप बंद करने की तैयारी कर रही थी। बताइए, अरे वो 7 बजे भर लेगा भाई। अब आज क्या स्थिति है? आज 24 घंटे बेरोक टोक पेट्रोल पंप खुले रहते हैं और हम अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल्स पर, इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी पर अभूतपूर्व निवेश कर रहे हैं। साथियों, कांग्रेस के समय में गैस का एक कनेक्शन पाने के लिए भी सांसदों से चिट्ठियां लिखवानी होती थी। पार्लियामेंट के मेंबर को साल में 25 कूपन मिलता था और वो 25 कूपन वो अपने इलाके में लोगों को गैस कनेक्शन के लिए देता, तो उनके घर में क्यों लोग लाइन लगा के खड़े रहते, मुझे एक गैस का कूपन दो, ये हाल थे। और आपको हैरान होगा, 2013 के अखबार निकाल दीजिए, 2014 में मोदी से मुकाबला करने के लिए कांग्रेस रणनीति बना रही थी। वो मुझे ज्यादा जानते नहीं थे उस समय, अब भी शायद नहीं जानते हैं। तो उनकी चर्चा थी कि जनता को क्या वादा करे। तो चर्चा ये थी कि क्या साल के 6 सिलेंडर दे कि 9 सिलेंडर दे, इसकी चर्चा हो रही थी। यानी व्यवस्था पर इस हद तक का सरकारीकरण हावी था। अब हमने आगे क्या किया? हमने 10 करोड़ से अधिक ऐसे गरीब परिवारों को मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन दे दिया जिन्होंने कभी सपने में भी इस सुविधा के बारे में नहीं सोचा था। गांव में जब गैस सिलेंडर आता था तो सामान्य मानवी मानता था रईसों के लिए, बड़े लोगों के लिए है, उनके घर में गैस हो सकता है, गरीब घर में नहीं हो सकता है। हमने ये परिस्थिति पलटी, 10 करोड़ घरों में गैस का चूल्हा पहुंचा। ये होता है व्यवस्था का लोकतांत्रिकरण और यही सच्चा संविधान का स्पिरिट होता है। साथियों, सरकारीकरण की सोच के उस दौर में हमारी सरकारी कंपनियों पर, हमारे पीएसयूज पर कांग्रेस ताले लटकाकर चैन की नींद सो जाती थी। डूब रहा है, ताला लगाओ, डूब रहा है, ताला लगाओ। कांग्रेस सोचती थी कि क्यों इतनी मेहनत करे, डूबेगा तो डूबेगा, अपने मौत मरेगा, हमारी जेब से क्या जाएगा, ये सोच थी। हमने इस सोच को भी बदल दिया और आज देखिए, LIC हो, SBI हो, हमारे बड़े बड़े PSUs, सबके सब प्रॉफिट के नए रिकॉर्ड बना रहे हैं। साथियों, जब सरकारी नीतियों के मूल में सरकारीकरण के बजाय लोकतांत्रिकरण होता है, तब देशवासियों का मनोबल ऊंचा होता है। सरकारीकरण की इसी सोच में कांग्रेस कहती रह गई गरीबी हटाओ, गरीबी हटाओ। हर चुनाव में आपने देखा होगा, लाल किले से इस परिवार के सारे भाषण सुन लीजिए। लाल किले पर जो गए हैं झंडा फहराने इस परिवार के, कोई भी नेता पहले से लेकर के आखिरी तक नहीं था जिसने गरीबी का भाषण न दिया हो। आप YouTube पर जाकर के इन पहले से अब तक के सारे भाषण सुन सकते हैं। लेकिन गरीबी कम नहीं हुई, जबकि लोकतांत्रिकरण की हमारी सोच ने पिछले 11 साल में 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी से बाहर निकाला है। और इसलिए आज देश का भरोसा हम पर है, और इसलिए आज भारत अनस्टॉपेबल है। साथियों, आज भारत में गरीबों के लिए, वंचितों की सेवा के लिए समर्पित सरकार है। हम पिछड़ों को प्राथमिकता देते हैं, उनका जीवन बेहतर बनाने के लिए पूरी संवेदनशीलता से काम कर रहे हैं। अक्सर बड़ी बड़ी चर्चाओं में इस ओर आपका ध्यान नहीं हो जा पाता। मैं आपको एक और उदाहरण देता हूं। बीते दिनों इस बात की चर्चा रही कि BSNL ने अपना मेड इन इंडिया 4G स्टैक लॉन्च किया है। और साथियों, मैं बताना चाहता हूं, वाकई ये देश की बहुत बड़ी सफलता है। आज हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि भारत दुनिया के उन टॉप 5 देशों में शामिल है जिनके पास अपने देश में तैयार 4G स्टैक है। हिंदुस्तान ने 2G सुना है, क्योंकि सारे हेडलाइन भरे पड़े रहते हैं, 2G में ये हुआ, 2G में ये हुआ। अब मैं 4G की बात कर रहा हूं तो जरा देर लगती है, वो सफाई करते करते मेरा दम उखड़ रहा है। जिस सरकारी कंपनी को कांग्रेस ने BSNL को बर्बाद करने में कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ी थी, आज BSNL नए अचीवमेंट हासिल कर रही है। लेकिन साथियों, देश की सफलता का यह सिर्फ एक पक्ष है। इसका दूसरा पक्ष यह है कि जिस दिन ये 4G स्टैक लॉन्च हुआ, उसी दिन BSNL ने करीब 1 लाख 4G मोबाइल टावर शुरू किए। और इसका नतीजा क्या हुआ? इससे उन लाखों लोगों को हाई स्पीड इंटरनेट की सेवा मिलने लगी है जो दूर दराज के जंगलों में रहते हैं, जो पहाड़ी इलाकों में रहते हैं, जिनके यहां अब तक तेज स्पीड वाला इंटरनेट नहीं पहुंच पाया था। साथियों, अब मैं आपको हैरान करने वाली एक और बात बताता हूं। हम तो ये 2G, 4G, 6G वो सब सुनते रहते हैं, तो हमको अपनी आसपास की दुनिया दिखती है। हम कुछ और सोचते हैं और सोच करके कुछ नया करने का प्रयास करते हैं। और मैं आज देश की सफलता एक तीसरा पक्ष भी आपके सामने रखना चाहता हूं। और अभी तक मीडिया का ध्यान उस बात पे नहीं गया है। खैर, बहुत सी बातें हैं मेरे खाते में, वो बहुत पीछे रह जाते हैं। जब दूर सुदूर के इलाकों में ऐसी सुविधाएं पहुंचती है तो वहां के लोगों का जीवन कैसे बदलता है। आपने शायद ई-संजीवनी के विषय में सुना होगा। मैं इस ई-संजीवनी का उदाहरण देता हूं। मान लीजिए एक परिवार है और दूर सुदूर जंगलों में बहुत कहीं दूर रहता है, जिसका एक सदस्य बीमार है और दूर कहीं पहाड़ी पर, कहीं जंगलों में बीमारी से वो परेशान है। अब खराब मौसम की वजह से वो अपने परिवार के बीमार मरीज को डॉक्टर के पास नहीं ले जा पा रहा है। तब वो क्या करेगा? ऐसी स्थिति में उसकी मदद कर रही है ई संजीवनी सेवा। हाई स्पीड कनेक्टिविटी पर आधारित सेवा ई संजीवनी। साथियों, वो मरीज को अपने फोन में ई संजीवनी ऐप के माध्यम से डॉक्टर से जोड़ देता है और उसे स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टर के कंसल्टेशन की सुविधा मिल जाती है। एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों को ये जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि अब तक ई संजीवनी के माध्यम से 42 करोड़ लोग ओपीडी कंसल्टेशन ले चुके हैं। यानी 4G 2G ये सुविधा नहीं, ये जीवन में एक नई ताकत बनकर के उभर रहा है। और आज जब मैं आपसे बात कर रहा हूं तो सुबह से शाम तक देश के 1 लाख से ज्यादा लोग ई संजीवनी पर मदद पा चुके हैं। ये मैं 12 घंटे की बात बताता हूं। ई संजीवनी सिर्फ एक सुविधा नहीं है, ये एक भरोसा है कि संकट आने पर उन्हें तुरंत मदद मिलेगी। एक उदाहरण है कि व्यवस्था में लोकतंत्रीकरण का कमाल क्या होता है। साथियों, एक संवेदनशील सरकार, लोकतंत्र के लिए समर्पित सरकार, संविधान के प्रति समर्पित सरकार ऐसे ही निर्णय लेती है और ऐसे ही नीतियां बनाती है। हमारा जोर लोगों का जीवन आसान बनाने पर है, लोगों की बचत बढ़ाने पर है। जैसे पहले 1 GB डेटा, ये भी मैं 2014 के पहले की बात कर रहा हूं, 1 GB डेटा 300 रुपये में आता था। अब वही डेटा 10 रुपये में आता है। यानी हर भारतीय की जेब में सालाना हजारों रुपये बच रहे हैं। आयुष्मान भारत योजना से गरीब मरीजों को 1.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। पीएम जन औषधि केंद्रों में 80% डिस्काउंट पर दवाएं मिलती हैं। इनसे लोगों को करीब 40,000 करोड़ रुपए की बचत हुई है। हार्ट के स्टैंड की कीमतें कम होने से गरीब और मिडिल क्लास सालाना 12,000 करोड़ रुपए बच रहे हैं। साथियों, हमने ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर को भी सीधा फायदा दिया है। इनकम टैक्स हो या जीएसटी, बहुत अधिक कमी की गई है। इसी वर्ष 12 लाख रुपए की इनकम पर टैक्स जीरो किया गया और इस समय जीएसटी बचत उत्सव भी जीरो पर चल रहा है। जाने जोरों चारों तरफ मैं देख रहा हूं, इन दिनों बाजारों की चित्र चल रहे हैं। गूगल देखेंगे तो चारों तरफ। क्यों? ये जीएसटी का बचत उत्सव है जिसने ये स्थिति पैदा की है। आजकल हम देख रहे हैं कि बिक्री के पिछले सारे रिकॉर्ड टूट रहे हैं। इनकम टैक्स और जीएसटी, इन दोनों कदमों से ही एक साल में देशवासियों को करीब 2.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए की बचत होनी तय है। साथियों, हाल के दिनों में देश ने, दुनिया ने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बहुत चर्चा की है। अभी हमारे मित्र राहुल जी ने भी बड़े विस्तार से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की बात की। वो आर्मी फैमिली के हैं तो उनका इसमें जज्बा स्वाभाविक भी है, उनकी रगों में वो चीजें दौड़ती हैं। गर्व के साथ उन्होंने इसकी प्रशंसा भी की है और देश और दुनिया भी कर रही है। लेकिन आज मैं आपको एक और ऐसे विषय पर लेकर जाना चाहता हूं जो देश की सुरक्षा के हिसाब से तो बड़ा है ही, ये मेरे देश के नौजवानों के भविष्य से भी जुड़ा हुआ है। ये विषय नक्सलवाद का है। अब मैं समझता हूं ये नक्सलवाद शब्द ऐसे ही लोगों ने लटका दिया है। हकीकत में ये माओवादी आतंक का है। ये माओवादी आतंक की कथा में आज सुनाना चाहता हूं आपको। कांग्रेस के शासन में जो अर्बन नक्सलों का जो इकोसिस्टम है, ये जो अर्बन नक्सल है, वो कुछ तरह ऐसे हावी थे, आज भी है, माओवादी आतंक का कोई भी घटना देश के लोगों तक न पहुंचे, इसके लिए वो बहुत बड़ी सेंसरशिप चलाते रहते हैं। वो हमारे देश में आतंकवाद की इतनी चर्चा होती थी, आर्टिकल 370 पर डिबेट होती थी, लेकिन हमारे शहरों में जो कांग्रेस के राज में पनपे हुए अर्बन नक्सली बैठे थे, जो ऐसी संस्थाओं पर कब्जा जमा करके बैठे थे, वो माओवादी आतंक पर पर्दा डालने का काम करते थे, देश को अंधेरे में रखते थे। अभी कुछ दिन पहले भी माओवादी आतंक के कई पीड़ित दिल्ली आए थे। ये बड़ी दर्दनाक चीज है। बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में आए थे। किसी की टांग नहीं थी, किसी का हाथ नहीं था, किसी की आंख नहीं थी, शरीर के अंग कुछ चले गए थे। ये माओवादी आतंक के शिकार लोग थे। गांव के गरीब आदिवासी भाई बहन, किसान के बेटे थे, माताएं बहनें थी, दो दो पैर कट चुके थे। वो दिल्ली में आए थे, 7 दिन रहे, हाथ पैर जोड़ करके कह रहे थे कि हमारी बात हिंदुस्तान के लोगों तक पहुंचाइए। प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया उन्होंने। आप में से किसी ने देखा नहीं होगा, सुना नहीं होगा। ये माओवादी आतंक के ठेकेदार जो बैठे हैं ना, उन्होंने उस जुल्म के शिकार हुए उनके दर्द की कथा भी हिंदुस्तान के लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचने दी। कांग्रेस की इकोसिस्टम ने इसकी चर्चा नहीं होने दी। साथियों, हालत ऐसे थे कि देश का करीब करीब हर बड़ा राज्य नक्सली हिंसा, माओवादी आतंक की चपेट में था। बाकी देश में संविधान लागू था, लेकिन रेड कॉरिडोर में संविधान का कोई नाम लेने वाला नहीं था। और मैं बहुत जिम्मेवारी से कहता हूं कि जो माथे पर संविधान की किताब लेकर के नाचते हैं ना, वे आज भी ये माओवादी आतंकियों जो संविधान को नहीं मानते हैं, इनकी रक्षा के लिए दिन रात लगा देते हैं। साथियों, सरकार तो चुनी जाती थी, लेकिन रेड कॉरिडोर में उसकी कोई मान्यता नहीं होती थी। शाम ढलती थी तो घर से बाहर निकल पाना मुश्किल हो जाता था। जो जनता को सिक्योरिटी देने वाले लोग थे, उनको भी सिक्योरिटी लेकर चलना पड़ता था। साथियों, बीते 50-55 सालों में इस माओवादी आतंक की वजह से हजारों लोग मारे गए। कितने ही सुरक्षाकर्मी माओवादी आतंक का शिकार बने। कितने ही नौजवानों को हमने खोया। ये नक्सली, ये माओवादी आतंकी स्कूल नहीं बनने देते थे इलाके में, अस्पताल नहीं बनाने देते थे। अस्पताल है तो डॉक्टर को घुसने नहीं देते थे। जो बने हुए थे उनको भी बम से उड़ा दिया जाता था। दशक तक विकास की रोशनी से देश का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा, बहुत बड़ी आबादी वंचित रही। इसका बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहनों को, दलित भाई बहनों को, गरीब लोगों को उठाना पड़ा। साथियों, माओवादी आतंक देश के नौजवानों के साथ बहुत बड़ा अन्याय है, बहुत बड़ा पाप है। मैं देश के नौजवानों को इस हाल में नहीं छोड़ सकता था। मैं बेचैनी महसूस करता था, जुबान पे ताला लगा के बैठा था। आज पहली बार मेरे दर्द को आज आपके सामने मैं प्रस्तुत कर रहा हूं। मैं उन माताओं को जानता हूं जिन्होंने अपने लाल खोए। उन माताओं की अपने लाल से कोई अपेक्षा थी, आशा थी। या तो वो ये माओवादी आतंकियों के झूठे बातों में फंस गए, या तो माओवादी आतंक के शिकार हो गए। और इसलिए 2014 के बाद हमारी सरकार ने पूरी संवेदनशीलता के साथ भटके हुए नौजवानों को मुख्य धारा में लाने का प्रयास किया। और मैं देशवासियों को आज पहली बार कह रहा हूं, देशवासियों को संतोष होगा, देशवासी में आशीर्वाद देंगे। जिन माताओं ने अपने लाल खोए, वो माताएं हमें आशीर्वाद देगी, देश की शक्ति को आशीर्वाद देगी। और आज देश उसके नतीजे देख रहा है। 11 वर्ष पहले तक देश के 125 जिले 125 से ज्यादा माओवादी आतंक से प्रभावित थे। और साथियों, आज ये संख्या सिर्फ 11 जिलों तक सिमट गई है। आप जानते होंगे कितना कुछ करना पड़ा होगा। और उसमें भी 11 में भी अब सिर्फ 3 जिले ही ऐसे बचे हैं जो सबसे अधिक माओवादी आतंक की चपेट में हैं। साथियों, बीते दशक में हजारों नक्सलियों ने हथियार डाले हैं। मैं आपको पिछले 75 घंटों का आंकड़ा देता हूं, ओनली 75 आवर्स। मैं जानता हूं ये मीडिया का मेन न्यूज नहीं है, लेकिन मेरे जीवन का एक बहुत बड़ा संतोष का विषय है। इन 75 घंटों में 303 नक्सलियों ने सरेंडर किया है। एक जमाने में जिनका 303 चलता था ना, आज वो 303 सरेंडर हुए हैं। और ये कोई सामान्य नक्सली नहीं है। किसी पर 1 करोड़ का इनाम था, किसी पर 15 लाख का इनाम था, किसी पर 5 लाख का इनाम था। और ये सारे के सारे इनके नाम पर इनाम घोषित हुए थे। इन नक्सलियों से बहुत बड़ी मात्रा में हथियार भी पकड़े गए। ये सारे लोग बंदूकें छोड़ करके, बम छोड़ करके भारत के संविधान को गला लगाने के लिए तैयार हुए हैं। और जब संविधान के लिए पूर्ण समर्पित सरकार होती है ना, तब गलत रास्ते पर गया हुआ व्यक्ति भी लौट करके अपने आंखों को उस संविधान पर टिका देता है। अब वो विकास की मुख्य धारा में आ रहे हैं और ये लोग स्वीकार कर रहे हैं कि वो गलत रास्ते पर थे। 5-5 दशक बिता दिए, जवानी खपा दी, लेकिन उन्होंने जो सोचा था वो परिवर्तन नहीं आया। अब ये भारत के संविधान पर विश्वास करते हुए आगे बढ़ेंगे। साथियों, कभी ही मीडिया की हेडलाइंस हुआ करती थी, छत्तीसगढ़ के बस्तर में ये हुआ वो हुआ, एक पूरी बस को उड़ा दिया, इतने सुरक्षा बल के जवान मारे गए। बस्तर ये माओवादी आतंकियों का, नक्सलियों का गढ़ हुआ करता था। और अब आज मैं उसी बस्तर का उदाहरण देता हूं। आदिवासी नौजवान बस्तर ओलंपिक का आयोजन करते हैं और लाखों नौजवान बस्तर ओलंपिक में आकर के खेल के मैदान में अपनी ताकत दिखा रहे हैं। ये बदलाव है। साथियों, इस बार माओवादी आतंक से मुक्त क्षेत्रों में दिवाली की रौनक कुछ और होने जा रही है। 50-55 साल हुए दिवाली नहीं देखी थी उन्होंने, अब दिवाली देखेंगे। और मुझे पक्का विश्वास है दोस्तों, ये हमारी मेहनत रंग लाएगी और वहां भी खुशियों के दिए चलेंगे। और मैं आज देशवासियों को, एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं, वो दिन दूर नहीं जब देश नक्सलवाद से, माओवादी आतंक से पूरी तरह मुक्त होगा। और ये भी मोदी की गारंटी है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की हमारी यात्रा सिर्फ ग्रोथ की यात्रा नहीं है, जहां डेवलपमेंट और डिग्निटी साथ साथ चले, जहां गति भी हो, नागरिकों की गरिमा भी हो, जहां इनोवेशन का उद्देश्य केवल एफिशिएंसी नहीं बल्कि एम्पैथी भी हो, करुणा भी हो। हम इस सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और इस सोच को आगे बढ़ाने में एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट जैसे आयोजक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं। आपने मुझे देश की बात रखने के लिए आमंत्रित किया, इसके लिए मैं एनडीटीवी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सभी को इस आयोजन की बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और दिवाली के उत्सव के लिए भी मेरी तरफ से आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Prime Minister Modi, for your insight.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched.
I hope you're watching NDTV Profit a lot.
Absolutely, you can come to my office and you can see.
Neeraj, Tamanna and the entire Profit team is also working super hard on building a world-class financial news product. And therefore, it's good that you're watching, and I hope you can see some churn and improvement as well.
No, absolutely. I think the NDTV Profit has come a long way since it was relaunched. And so I'm pretty pleased that what we require for the investor is a correct advice, correct information, and in a right way.
What does Diwali mean for you? Lights, crackers, sweets, parties, family, profit.
Join us this Diwali
as we add more sparkle to your portfolio,
more punch to your balance sheet, and more flavor to your investment. Because this festival of lights is also a festival of growth.
This Diwali, let's ignite your financial journey together.
Wishing you prosperity, success, and light.
From all of us at NDTV Profit. Because we work for your profit.
She's a ballerina who defies gravity, a quantum physicist who decodes the universe. At the NDTV World Summit, Merit More brings science and art together to show us how imagination can bend the boundaries of possibility. Catch ballerina and quantum physicist Merit More at the NDTV World Summit. Live and exclusive at the NDTV World Summit 2025, 17th to 18th October on the NDTV network.
The NDTV Profit has come a long way.
You are the new schools and colleges which people are getting access to education from.
ने बढ़िया आपके काम किया, आपके तो नाम में ही प्रॉफिट लगा हुआ भाई.
In the world of money and markets, the real currency is clarity.
So you guys have democratized information, and I think first you seeded the market, now the market is seeding you back out there.
Decisive, discerning, distinct. NDTV Profit isn't just business news.
We are like visiting faculty occasionally who come and get a chance to share what we can, but I think it's a great service.
It's the new language of markets, and the voices that move markets know it. Understand markets, decode money through the masters who shape them.
I think you're trying to get knowledge to smaller cities and towns, making it simple for retail investors. I think what you're doing is also contributing to the Indian capital markets and Indian economy.
When leaders speak of markets, they speak to NDTV Profit. Presenting the all-knowing, all-powerful Tech Guru.
Whoa. Guru? I'm no guru.
Okay.
I'm just a guy who loves his tech.
A show where the mysteries of megabytes and motherboards shall be unraveled.
Bro, nobody talks like that anymore. This is all about connected ecosystems, EVs and AI that you can use in your daily life. That's what we do on Tech 360. Real talk, real reviews, tech that you can actually use.
Tech has changed. So should.
हमने मिशन मोड पर 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जनधन खाते खोले।
The government democratized India's banking system and opened 50 crore bank accounts under the Jan Dhan Yojana, says Prime Minister Narendra Modi at NDTV World Summit. Adds that India's UPI dominates digital payments in the world as he outlays Bharat's global vision. Prime Minister Modi hails India's fight against terrorism, says India doesn't endure terror silently. Former UK Prime Minister says the old global order that people of his generation grew up with is gone and the focus will now be on the multipolarity and domestic capabilities. Adds that there will be more multipolarity in the world and India is an example of that. Mumbai real estate itself is a $2 trillion opportunity, says Gautam Singhania of Raymond Group. Adds that 2 or 3 crore rupee home in Mumbai is affordable luxury. Benchmarks outperform broader market indices. Nifty gains over 1.4% for the week. Best gaining sector for the week. All sectors indices end on a mixed note. 7 banks including HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and RBL Bank will release their second quarter results tomorrow. Associated News likely to take center stage along with earnings. Global beverage giant Coca-Cola reportedly plans to take its Indian bottling arm, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages Private Limited, public in what could be one of the largest listings by a multinational in India. Tejas Mark 1A fighter aircraft takes its maiden flight from HAL's plant in Nashik as it gets a water cannon salute. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh inaugurates production lines of the Hindustan turbo trainer and Tejas Mark 1A. Others make claims, but India chooses us. NDTV Profit is #1 English business news channel across India for last 4 weeks. Welcome. This is Profit 360 on NDTV Profit and I'm your host Himakshi Bahuguna. Along the next half an hour, we'll bring you the latest on the markets as well as national and international news. But first up, just straight to the big exclusive this evening on NDTV. Prime Minister Narendra Modi laid out the country's global vision. While speaking at the NDTV World Summit, Prime Minister Modi said that India is unstoppable amid the various roadblocks India is facing today. He hailed India's economic growth as a country that transitioned from fragile 5 to the top 5 economies of the world. He also hailed India's fight against terrorism and the banking sector rundown. Listen it.
हमने बैंकिंग सेक्टर का लोकतंत्रीकरण किया, उसमें रिफॉर्म किया। हमने मिशन मोड पर 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा जनधन खाते खोले। यानी पूरी दुनिया में जितने खाते खुलते होंगे उसका टोटल एक तरफ और अकेले भारत का टोटल एक तरफ, इतना काम किया। आज देश के गांव-गांव में कोई न कोई बैंकिंग टच पॉइंट है। डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन ने भारत को वित्तीय रूप से दुनिया के सबसे बड़े इंक्लूसिव देशों में से एक बना दिया है। कांग्रेस के सरकारीकरण ने बैंकों में एमपीएस का पहाड़ खड़ा कर दिया था। भाजपा के लोकतांत्रिकरण ने बैंकों को रिकॉर्ड प्रॉफिट में ला दिया है।